Intelligence causing concern in the real world. A new poll shows a majority of people are worried about AI's impact in the workplace, but there's a gap when it comes to how worried they are when it comes to their own jobs. We'll break down the findings and what it all means as the technology evolves. We just can't stop talking about it.
Exactly. The big thing is people don't feel like they understand it enough to do their job. So we'll delve into that as well. Good to have you with us on this Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin this morning with the fallout from the tens of thousands of documents released in connection to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump was seen avoiding reporters yesterday as he continues to dismiss questions over what he's calling a hoax after the House Oversight Committee released emails sent by Epstein from 2011 to 2019, with some mentioning Trump by name.
Now, former victims of Epstein are speaking out. They're calling on Congress to compel the Justice Department to release all of the remaining files connected to him. In an exclusive interview with NBC News, we're hearing from two survivors and newly sworn-in House Democrat Adelita Grijalva. She provided the crucial signature on a House petition that has triggered a vote to release these files. They all shared why they want those files made public.
We're talking because we don't want anyone to have to go through what we're going through right now. It's really important for people to understand that as survivors, we can't do this alone.
This is not a partisan issue. Everybody should be signing on to releasing all of that information.
Speaker Mike Johnson said a vote on the petition to release the files in the House could happen next week. NBC News White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now with the latest. Yamiche, good morning. So as victims, lawmakers, even members of Trump's MAGA base call for increased transparency when it comes to Epstein, it does appear President Trump just wants this issue to go away. We saw that video of him avoiding reporters yesterday, something he doesn't typically do. Can you give us a sense of the impact these new disclosures are having on the White House right now?
Well, I can tell you that President Trump absolutely wants this issue to go away. But unlike other scandals that he's really been able to move past and even will his supporters past, in this case, it's just not going away. People continue to ask the president about convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The White House is also putting out a statement late last night when I asked them about this issue. Here's what they told me. They said the only thing these emails prove is that President Trump did nothing wrong. Democrats are the ones politicizing Epstein to talk about anything other than their party getting utterly defeated by President Trump in the shutdown fight. They failed in their bid to secure free health care. And they went on to say free health care for illegal immigrants, which Democrats pushed back on. They also say Democrats don't care about Epstein's victims. They ignored them for years and are now using them as a political distraction. It's sick. So that's the White House really doubling down and playing defense here. But there's still a lot of questions that President Trump is not answering. And I think he's going to continue to get those questions until he really provides some more answers here.
Yamiche, as these thousands of documents are being poured over, we're not only learning more about President Trump's connection to Epstein, but several other powerful people. What can you tell us?
It's really fascinating. When you look at the 20,000 pages of documents, a lot of names come up, and one of them is the man formerly known as Prince Andrews, now, of course, known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, because he's been stripped of all his royal titles. And he is someone who was in these messages. I want to read to you a little bit of what he said. He said, "I can't take this anymore," in a 2011 email. And in some ways, it really just shows that Prince Andrew was really feeling frustrated with his connection here. We know that we have that photo of him with a very well-known victim of Jeffrey Epstein, Virginia Giuffre, who later committed suicide. He has denied, by the way, all wrongdoing here, saying that he doesn't even remember this photo, thinks it might be fake when we don't have any evidence that that photo is fake. But what we have is Prince Andrew, yet again, having to play defense. And in some ways, it underscores why he was stripped of all his titles, because maybe royal officials knew that these emails were going to really, in some ways, bring up his name yet again, since he has been really connected to Jeffrey Epstein now for decades.
Yamiche, amid all this political debate, it is important to acknowledge Epstein's victims and their families. House Democrats redacted the name of one of Epstein's accusers in the emails they released, but the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt later identified her as the woman you just mentioned, Virginia Giuffre, who, as you said, did die by suicide earlier this year. Do we know why the White House chose to release Giuffre's name, and how is her family responding to that?
I am not sure why the White House press secretary decided to unredact Virginia Giuffre's name. One thing is, of course, that she is a well-known victim of Jeffrey Epstein, but her family is very angry at the fact that the White House decided to put her name out related to this email where Jeffrey Epstein is alleging that President Trump spent hours with her. Again, President Trump at this time has not been charged with any criminal wrongdoing. He denies any wrongdoing, but Jeffrey Epstein in an email was essentially making the case that he spent hours with this woman who used to work at Mar-a-Lago. Take a listen to what Virginia Giuffre's family had to say about this.
What a disrespect to survivors. I mean, the redaction is there for a reason, so it can protect the families and the individuals. I just want to remind President Trump and the White House that survivors are not political toys. Our sister was not a political toy to use.
So really, of course, a heartbreaking situation. Their sister is gone, and now they're feeling like she's really being, in some ways, re-victimized by this White House. And they're really, as you can tell, very upset about the fact that her name was unredacted by the White House press secretary, Joe Savannah. All
right. Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
Well, things are slowly getting back to normal in Washington following the record-breaking 6-week-plus federal government shutdown. Federal employees are back at work and will soon be getting paid. But as NBC News correspondent Alice Barr explains, the pain of the shutdown continues to linger for families trying to get back on track.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. We're starting to get some more clarity about when everything that got so backed up during the shutdown will unwind, from federal worker back pay to urgently needed food assistance. As the federal government grinds back into gear after the longest ever shutdown, federal workers are getting back on the job.
Been difficult. I mean, it's a lot of uncertainty. People going to work, people not going to work, whether the government's open, whether the government's not open, whether flights are going to fly on time.
With back pay expected to roll out this weekend through early next week for furloughed and essential workers who haven't had a paycheck since,
oh God, I don't know, October, the beginning of October. I want to be able to pay my bills.
Major airlines say they're ready to ramp their schedules back up to normal once the FAA lifts a 6% flight reduction that's continued cancellations to ease staffing shortages and ensure there are enough air traffic controllers on the job. As the Homeland Security Secretary handed out $10,000 bonuses to TSA workers who kept coming to work without pay.
For stepping up, taking on extra shifts, for showing up each and every day.
Federal contractors do not get back pay.
It just piles on.
And even those who will have to dig out from the past 6 weeks.
You've had things that have gone in the rears. You may have had to borrow against your credit cards.
Millions of Americans are also waiting for their full SNAP federal food assistance benefits.
Hopefully by the end of this week, most will receive it at the very latest on Monday.
The swell in demand at food pantries, a clear illustration of a shutdown's real-world consequences, with the clock ticking until government funding runs out again at the end of January. Preventing the next shutdown will hinge on bipartisan negotiations over lowering health care costs. While the Council of Economic Advisors estimates this shutdown cost the U.S. economy about $15 billion a week and led to 60,000 non-federal employees losing their jobs. Savannah and Joe, back to you.
All right, Alice, thank you. Well, for more on this, let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, good morning. So the fight over health care was the big sticking point during the government shutdown. Ultimately, nothing got done. Where does that fight stand now for both Republicans and Democrats?
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. That is the number one question that everybody's asking right now, not just Democrats, who of course gave up in this fight, at least 8 of them in the Senate, a couple of them in the House, without any meaningful movement on these Affordable Care Act subsidies that expire this year. But also, as we laid out in our reporting just published yesterday, Republicans also want to come up with a plan, because these policies, the premiums that are going to spike, don't just affect blue states. They affect red states too. In states like Florida and Texas especially, those premiums doubling or even tripling for so many millions of Americans. So Republicans right now are toying with the idea of perhaps just giving Americans the funding directly through flexible spending accounts, those healthcare accounts that you can see that aren't taxed, that you could spend on healthcare matters. Well, they're toying around with this idea because President Trump had endorsed it. He talks about it again this week. There are competing plans in the Senate to do it. But I just want to be very clear, they are still so far away from actually putting pen to paper, writing bill text. They are in talks, I'm told, with some Democrats across the aisle, but those Democrats still just want these subsidies to be restored.
Julie, let's talk about some other news that centers on who might control Congress. The Justice Department has now joined a Republican-led lawsuit. It's seeking to block California's Democratic-drawn congressional map, which voters approved just last week. California did this in response to Texas's redistricting earlier this year, giving Republicans more House seats in the Lone Star State. Walk us through this complaint that was filed in federal court and where this fight goes from here.
Yeah, Joe, 64% of California voters approved this map just last week. So that is a strong showing for these new maps that were pushed by the governor, Gavin Newsom. It was a risky gamble, but all in all, now that these voters approved this map, that means that 5 solid Republican seats are now more favorable for Democrats in next year's midterms. That's huge because, as we've been talking about all year long, control of the House is so razor thin right now. Johnson working with a 2-seat margin. So 5 seats would be major. That's why the Department of Justice under the Trump administration joined this Republican-led lawsuit. They say that this is purely partisan effort. They also say it's racial discrimination, and that's the argument that they're using to appeal this in the courts. It could take some time, and Gavin Newsom's spokesperson is pushing back, saying they will prevail. But as you pointed out, this only comes after Republicans use legislation, because it's allowed, in Texas to redraw those maps. In California, it required a ballot measure, so the administration is able to sue. There are lawsuits going around in other states around the country because Republicans, led by President Trump, wanted to do this in Texas, but also in other states. Indiana is one of them, among a handful of others, to try and beef up their chances of having more control over the House in 2026. Democrats feeling confident they can hang on to this in California, but we'll see what happens in the courts.
Julie, before we let you go, I do want to ask you about Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. He was hospitalized yesterday after falling near his home. We think this was due to a flare-up of a cardiac issue. What happened and how's he doing?
Yeah, it's a cardiac issue known as ventricular fibrillation. We talked to a medical expert who said this is pretty serious. And Fetterman has had a history of medical episodes over the last couple of years. You'll remember when he was campaigning for Senate back in 2022, he actually suffered from a stroke. At that time, they implanted this wearable monitor that he's had. It kind of picks up these ventricular fibrillation episodes very easily. So when he was walking outside of his home in Braddock, Pennsylvania, he fell. He released a cheeky statement speaking to the injuries he suffered on his face. He was taken to the hospital. They adjusted his medical regimen, his medication regimen, because it is a serious episode that caused him to essentially fall. I want to tell you, though, that Republicans and Democrats are wishing him well wishes. His partner senator from Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, saying that Fetterman is strong and he will get over this too. But of course, concerning because it is just one of the latest medical concerns that Senator Fetterman has had to deal with, including some pretty serious mental health issues, which he's been open about.
Julie Sirkin, thank you very much, covering a lot for us this morning.
Former FBI Director James Comey and current New York State Attorney General Letitia James are pushing to have the cases against them brought by the Justice Department dismissed. They're arguing the Trump-appointed prosecutor was improperly appointed to her role. Now, those charges were brought by acting U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan. James is charged with mortgage fraud connected to the purchase of a home in Virginia. Comey is accused of making a false statement and obstructing Congress during a hearing in 2020.
Well, in a suburban Washington, D.C. courtroom yesterday, their lawyers argued that Halligan is acting unlawfully as a U.S. attorney, claiming both of these cases were politically charged and motivated. For some context, Halligan worked on President Trump's legal team in his classified documents case before he was elected for a second time. Then once in office, Trump appointed Halligan to be the interim U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, even though she lacks any experience as a prosecutor.
We have NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos here for more on this. Danny, good to have you with us. So let's talk about this appointment issue. What is it both sides are arguing here? What do the facts tell us?
The government is arguing that federal law gives the Attorney General the power to appoint an interim prosecutor, a U.S. attorney, for 120 days. And that's what happened here. But that 120 days expired. Then federal law says the district court judges can continue that appointment, and that's what they did. So the government's saying that, hey, that 120 days expired. We issued a new 120 days with Lindsay Halligan, a new interim U.S. attorney. The defendants are arguing, no, that's an incorrect interpretation of the statute, because that would result in an absurd situation where an attorney general could just continually appoint 120-day appointments forever and bypass the requirement of Senate confirmation, all the other requirements we have for U.S. attorneys. So that is the issue being debated now at the court.
Did the judge seem to be leaning one way or another? And when do we find out about this?
This is just my opinion based on the length of the hearing, which was not very long, and just what was reported about how the judge reacted to the government's argument, and the fact that government appears to concede that this was at least a paperwork error. When you read between the lines as a litigator, that's the kind of thing you say when you're making a concession without making a concession. Judge, well, it's a paperwork error. It's a technicality. Let's just move forward anyway. That's the kind of thing that signals to me that the judge may be leaning towards the defense, which could have very dramatic effects.
Yeah, let me ask you about those dramatic effects.
That's,
if Halligan,
that's what I call I tossed it right to you.
It's like we planned that or something. If Halligan is removed, I mean, what does that mean for both of the cases against Comey and James? We know some other prosecutors aren't necessarily eager to tackle these cases.
Well, the defense is arguing that if Lindsay Halligan wasn't properly appointed, you might as well have had Joe Fryer present to the grand jury as a civilian. And I'm not being glib, really. If she is a civilian effectively, then that indictment, they're arguing, has no legal effect. And they're going further. They're asking for the indictment to be dismissed with prejudice, which means it can never be brought again. Now, I don't think the judge is going to go that far, but in the case of Comey, if the statute of limitations has expired, then a dismissal now means the indictment may not be bringable at all now that the limitations period is over.
All right. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, in Oklahoma, hundreds of people were evacuated from their homes and dozens were sent to the hospital after a dangerous ammonia gas leak in a small town. NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler has this report from the scene.
This was the chaotic scene in Weatherford, Oklahoma. A tanker truck spewing massive amounts of toxic gas in a hotel parking lot.
We just have a huge cloud of gas coming out the west side of the Holiday Inn.
As first responders closed in, dozens of patients in respiratory distress were rushed to a nearby hospital. Police say 4 were flown to Oklahoma City, deemed life critical.
I remember screaming, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe, what is happening, I can't breathe."
Sherry Arcurio was working the front desk when panic broke out.
It filled this hotel lobby and you felt like you had nowhere to run.
Yeah, like I didn't physically see any smoke at that time. I've seen pictures since, and it was like this giant, like a low flow cloud system. It kind of looked like that just covered the entire base of the entire hotel.
Emergency crews in gas masks went door to door, telling hundreds of local residents to evacuate as the plume spread to nearby communities, including 3 senior living facilities.
There was people choking. I mean, I was choking. You know, every breath was like a survival gas. This morning, I feel like I've aged, and I've probably smoked about 17 packs of cigs.
Anhydrous ammonia used for farm fertilizer has a suffocating odor and can be deadly, causing respiratory distress, burning skin and eyes.
It's attacking your lungs, the moisture in your lungs, and so it's very, very dangerous.
Local authorities announced the concentration in the air had reduced to acceptable levels, lifting the evacuation order. Officials urging residents to open doors and windows to air out their homes.
All right, our thanks to Ryan Chandler for that report.
Now for a check on our morning News Now weather with flood watches and lots of rain on the way for the West Coast this weekend.
Angie Lassman joins us with the latest. Angie, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you. Happy Friday. Unfortunately for folks on the West Coast, they're going to have to deal with a whole lot of unsettled weather over an extended period. It starts today for a lot of folks across Southern California. You can see up into the Sierra Nevada mountain range as well, and stretching back into parts of Las Vegas. The southern half of really Nevada is going to see some of that additional rainfall. So no surprise that we are waking up to 23 million people under these flood alerts. There's flood watches across much of Southern California, including LA, Santa Barbara, and down to the border for San Diego. We're going to see plenty of rain in addition to what we've already received across this region over the next couple of days. Today, the focus is on Southern California. We'll see those gusty winds stretching from the coast all the way to the mountains as well. And then as we get into tomorrow, much of that rain will lift farther to the north. But unfortunately, even parts of Los Angeles are going to still still be dealing with the heavy rain, and that stretches down to San Diego as well. So while we're seeing more of California and Nevada pick up some of that additional rain, still Southern California in and out of the heavy rain. That means that the flooding is going to be a very real threat here over the next couple of days, specifically across those burn scar areas, those really vulnerable spots that we oftentimes see flood first and see the flash flooding occurring pretty rapidly across. That's going to be something we'll watch today and tomorrow. By Sunday, all over California, we'll still be looking at kind of some scattered showers, Nevada in that as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of this snow and wind disrupt any travel across the Sierra Range. This is going to be something that lasts through the weekend, does leave us with the difficulty on the roadways. But again, that air travel could be difficult in places like Reno as well. Los Angeles to Santa Barbara dealing with that moderate risk of flash flooding today, but stretching a little farther north and east as well. And as we get into tomorrow, we'll still see really that same region, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Irvine, under that moderate risk. We're most concerned for the flooding there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some evacuations going on. Again, we know how vulnerable that area is. By the time this is all said and done through Sunday, maybe 3, 4, upwards of 5 inches in some spots. You can see those higher amounts closer to the coast and in those areas that we are looking at that moderate flood, flash flood risk today and tomorrow. And then when it comes to the snowfall, we'll pick up a good amount in some spots across the Sierra Nevada, up to 2 feet in some locations. So, of course, Mammoth Lakes, Lake Tahoe, those locations, folks will be happy when it comes to snow sports, but definitely going to leave us with some difficulty when it comes to travel across this region once again as we get through the weekend, guys. So busy for our friends out west.
Big story this weekend.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
Thank you.
Of course.
More to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, cutting costs. Another major company reportedly slashing thousands of jobs. What we're learning about what would be Verizon's biggest layoffs ever.
First, though, developing news on the war in Ukraine, Russia unleashing a new round of deadly airstrikes on Kyiv. The latest is next. Stay with us.
Breaking news as we come on the air. Live from the White House, top story. Live from the Vatican. Live in Israel as history is made.
An incredible moment right now here in Hostage Square.
Did you tell him anything?
Just that I love him so much and he's safe now.
can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. Everyone's going to be asking the same thing. How does this affect their bottom line?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with a deadly new escalation in the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Ukrainian officials say 4 people were killed and dozens were injured after Russia carried out an overnight drone and missile barrage on the capital, Kyiv. Russia says the strikes were in response to Ukrainian attacks on its territory.
NBC News International correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us with more on this. Raf, good morning. So Ukraine's Air Force says that they shot down most of these missiles and drones, but give us a scale of this attack. What kind of impact did it have on Kyiv?
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so this was a massive attack on the Ukrainian capital, and it followed a pattern that's become pretty familiar by now. Russia filling the skies with hundreds of drones. Ukraine says they launched more than 400 of these drones. And the goal here is to try to overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses so that then this wave of missiles can come in behind. Something like 18 missiles were launched, apparently, according to the Ukrainian Air Force. And it's often those missiles that are causing the damage. You mentioned 4 people were killed, around 20 injured, 9 of them taken to hospital, including a pregnant woman. President Zelensky, Ukraine's leader, saying that this was deliberately aimed at civilian infrastructure. From what we can tell, there definitely was a lot of damage to civilian apartment buildings. And authorities in Kyiv are saying that water and power are out in some areas. And it is possible that there may be more people still under the rubble this morning, rescuers trying to get to them.
Raf, the Russians say they also shot down hundreds of Ukrainian drones, but some did make it through. There's an eyewitness video showing an explosion at a Russian port city near an oil depot. What more can you tell us about that and just the impact that Russia seems to be seeing on its own soil?
Yeah, so Ukraine is able to hit back. It's got drones of its own. And interestingly, Zelensky saying this morning that Ukraine fired a bunch of long-range cruise missiles that were domestically produced in Ukraine. They're called Long Neptunes. And the reason that's interesting is Ukraine has been desperate for American Tomahawk missiles for a long time. That's something that President Trump floated giving to them and then decided not to in the end. Zelensky is claiming, we haven't been able to verify this, that his missiles are having an impact. But the reality here is that Ukraine is still just massively, massively outgunned. That's especially the case when it comes to drones. One new estimate says Russia is able to make more than 300 drones every single day and then use them to attack Ukrainian cities every night. Guys.
Raf, we'd seen a big push from President Trump to broker some kind of truce between Russia and Ukraine, even meeting in person with the leaders. Where are we on those efforts? Because, I mean, it sort of feels right, like whenever we see a big attack like this renewed push, like any prospect of peace is just further away again.
Yeah, attacks like this are a real reminder that these efforts by the president to negotiate an end to the war really don't seem to be going anywhere. You'll remember President Trump hosted Vladimir Putin in Alaska over the summer. A lot of fanfare around that summit, and then very little came out of it. Then there was talk of a second meeting between the two leaders, and that was going to be in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. There were negotiations at a pretty senior official level in the run-up to that meeting. And in the end, the U.S. side pulled the plug because they just did not sense that the Russians were serious about agreeing to a ceasefire ahead of these peace negotiations. Now, President Trump hosted the Prime Minister of Hungary, who's actually pretty close to President Putin of Russia, given that he's the leader of a NATO country. The president left the door open to that Hungary summit happening at some point, but there's really very little momentum, it feels, at this moment towards an end to the war.
All right, Raf, thank you very much.
Now, as the war in Ukraine drags on, thousands of veterans will be dealing with its aftermath for the rest of their lives, both psychologically and physically. A new study suggests Botox and injections like it could help veterans suffering from post-amputation pain. NBC's Ellison Barber takes a look at how it works.
Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began in 2022, more than 100,000 people, soldiers and civilians, have lost limbs, according to Ukrainian estimates. And many now suffer from excruciating phantom limb pain, the perception of pain or discomfort in a limb that's no longer there. Vladimir knows it well. It was quite piercing, he says. I couldn't sleep because of it. I wasn't prepared for this. Volodymyr lost both legs while serving in the Ukrainian army. There was a mortar attack, he says. One leg gone immediately. Volodymyr told us the evacuation took 12 hours and doctors were forced to amputate his other leg as well. He's been receiving treatment in Lviv under the care of Dr. Nadia Sigin.
We have a lot of soldiers suffering with the post-amputation pain. We have to find some different methods, something new to provide the life without pain for them.
With the help of doctors from Northwestern's medical school, they started treating patients with botulinum toxin injections, something most often associated with cosmetic treatments.
In your brain, you have a representation of your entire body, and then you lose your leg. And so your brain reorganizes. You can have pain in the phantom because it's not reorganizing.
Okay, so here we see our target. I want to decrease the sensation of the skin and the sensation of the scar.
The team says the results were almost instantaneous.
Finished.
Bravo. When doctors injected the Botox-like substances around painful nerve endings, 69% of amputees said their pain decreased by at least 30% within a month. According to Dr. Sigin, it was more effective with far less side effects than using treatments with opioids.
They have to do different physical exercises and they feel so sleepy and can't do this.
There is more that needs to be studied and some unanswered questions about the long-term efficacy. But according to researchers,
there were no serious side effects.
And they hope what they found in this Lviv hospital opens the door to better care.
Our experience will help all over the world.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Interesting. Coming up on Morning News Now, a warning about a life-threatening condition that's difficult to diagnose.
I would wake up in the middle of the night with this extraordinary stomach pain. From the time of onset to my diagnosis in 2019, it was probably 11 or 12 years.
What doctors want you to know about a tick-induced meat allergy, now linked to its first death. We'll be right back.
U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza. Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back with a health warning. Doctors are confirming the first reported death in the U.S. from a meat allergy that's brought on by tick bites. Researchers say it's linked to a syndrome that's difficult to diagnose. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains.
This allergy to meat, including beef, lamb, and pork, is linked to its first death. A 47-year-old New Jersey man ate a burger in 2024 and died 4 hours later. 2 weeks earlier, he got sick after eating a steak.
It really illustrates the need for education, because when he had the very severe episode of abdominal pain, they had no sense that that could be anaphylaxis.
University of Virginia's Dr. Thomas Platts Mills identified the death and the allergy behind it. It's called alpha-gal syndrome. It usually starts with a bite from a Lone Star tick that sensitizes a person's immune system to a sugar molecule found in the meat of mammals called alpha-gal. Reactions can include hives, nausea, and life-threatening anaphylaxis. Debbie Nickel lives with alpha-gal.
I would wake up in the middle of the night with this extraordinary stomach pain.
One of 450,000 Americans with the tick-induced meat allergy.
From the time of onset to my diagnosis in 2019, it was probably 11 or 12 years.
And your doctor even went so far as to remove your gallbladder?
That's correct.
Alpha-gal is managed with diet, avoiding meat as well as dairy and lard from those sources, and ticks.
I still go out and hike. I still eat really, really well, even if it means I don't consume beef or pork or dairy. It's a challenging lifestyle, but there are ways to find joy.
And this is increasingly becoming a national problem. It used to be centered in the southeastern portion of the United States, but with warmer winters and the deer population that carries these Lone Star ticks exploding, alpha-gal is now moving into the north and west. Back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you.
Well, as many Americans get older, they consider the option of buying long-term care insurance to cover expenses like in-home care or a nursing home. Well, this morning, we're taking a closer look at how one insurance provider has drastically raised prices on those policies in the last 14 years. They say it's because they never expected so many people to actually use the benefits. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin explains.
Has this consumed your life?
It really has.
From his dining room table in Newington, Connecticut, David Schwartzer is battling a multi-billion-dollar section of the insurance industry.
We are budgeting more today for long-term care than we do for property tax, homeowners insurance, and monthly utilities combined.
The retired insurance executive fighting, he says, to protect his family.
If something happens to both of us and we don't have long-term care insurance, these are the people that are going to have to figure it out.
He tracks policy rate increases, holds seminars to educate seniors, and pushes state lawmakers to change the long-term care insurance industry. Because of a series of rate increases, David says he and his wife Judy can barely hold on to their policies, meant to provide coverage for things like nursing homes or in-home personal care when needed.
It's all at a time when we're getting older and we're thinking this could happen.
Back in 2004, the couple purchased their policies from Genworth, one of the nation's largest providers, hoping it would help them financially if they needed care in old age. Back then, each plan cost just over $1,100 annually. Now in their 70s, David and Judy are each paying more than $4,600 per year for long-term care premiums. That's almost a 300% increase.
It was probably a case of bait and switch. We're offering you a really cheap policy, and then we're going to start giving you these rate increases, and we're going to see how far can we push you before you cry uncle and say, I give up, I can't afford it anymore.
In a statement, Genworth told NBC News the insurer has suffered significant losses on long-term care policies, pointing to faulty assumptions it made in the past, saying its rate increases are necessary to make sure every policyholder receives meaningful long-term care benefits, adding it offers alternatives, including reducing certain benefits to lower monthly premiums.
This is absolutely a crisis in terms of being able to offer the coverage to people that they need.
Andrew Mays is the Connecticut Insurance Commissioner. His office is responsible for approving rate increases.
We have to ensure the companies remain solvent. The only thing worse than having to pay an increased premium is paying a premium for a policy that can't deliver.
From the Connecticut Insurance Department database, NBC News counted 38 separate rate hike requests made by Genworth for its long-term care policies since 2011. Half of those requests were in excess of 50%. The majority were partially granted by Mays' department. Genworth is just one of many insurers requesting vast increases nationwide. How did so many major insurers misjudge this market so badly?
That is a good question. I think they made assumptions based on the data that they had at the time.
Who pays for those mistakes? The companies or the consumers?
Sadly, it is often both.
David and Judy have already paid a price and are now bracing for the next potential rate increase.
If we walk away from this policy, we've taken $100,000 and just wasted it.
Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
All right, coming up, a technological threat. More people say they're worried about the role of AI when it comes to the workplace.
When we come back, the new poll that shows a shift in attitude as the technology advances. You're watching Morning News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Back with a look at a new study that revealed some concerning gaps in attitudes among workers and their attitude toward artificial intelligence. So in the U.S., 72% of people said they were worried about AI reducing the number of jobs across the economy.
But less than half of them were concerned that it would affect their personal job security. The study surveyed more than 4,000 people across the U.S., the United Kingdom, India, and Brazil. Researchers noted that the responses mirrored people's attitudes in previous economic transitions, like think the dot-com boom of the early 2000s.
Here to break down more of this data from the report is NBC News AI reporter Jared Perlow. Good to have you with us. So the study was just published yesterday. Researchers said it also revealed many workers felt they lacked necessary AI skills. Specifically, 14% of adults in the U.S. think they have adequate skills. So what do people think are their biggest weaknesses when it comes to AI?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a very exciting new study that came out from a partnership of YouGov, which is a very well-renowned and resource polling organization, and Udemy, which is like an online skills training platform. And what they found were people were most often missing or felt that they were missing, 41% thought they were missing specific skills. So like understanding how to use specific AI tools. So again, not to get into the weeds too much because it depends a lot on your specific job, but you know, if you're a software engineer, that might be using an AI-assisted software agent like Cursor, or if you're a lawyer using something like Harvey. So, you know, these are very like industry-specific tools that help you do your job better with AI assistance. So that's where people thought, you know, they were most unsure about what was going on, how to actually use them. And then the second part there was kind of like what I classify into more of like a context or kind of general awareness bucket, which is like, once I've identified what specific tools I should actually be using, how do I merge them into my existing work, right? Because it's not like you just flip some AI switch and suddenly, you know, we're all, you know, functioning in a new economy. It's like figuring out how to integrate these tools into the existing workflow. So it was between 37 and 38% of people, of respondents, Americans in this study sample, said that they just weren't really sure how to, you know, adapt those AI tools into what they were already doing.
What I thought was interesting is kind of almost like this form of denial, it seems, in what I mentioned a moment ago, that there's this outsized number of people that think it will impact jobs, but not their own. What do you think that's about, and what else was interesting to you?
Yeah, so this disconnect between thinking that the rise of AI will have kind of economy-wide impacts, I think it was 72% of Americans thought that, versus only 47% of people thought they would affect their own job. I think that's fascinating. And, you know, we've kind of seen this before in prior technological transitions, I think, as you said, you know, potentially at the rise of the internet, people can kind of see, you know, there's this huge wave coming. Like, and, you know, obviously I'm here talking with you guys on TV, like the AI hype cycle is in full swing. So people are talking about this all the time. So people have this general awareness that AI is coming, but they don't really, you know, understand exactly how it might affect them in their own jobs. You know, maybe that's some sort of, you know, personal bias of thinking, you know, well, like I do something different. You know, I'm a journalist. You know, AI can never touch me.
Not replaceable.
Exactly. But I mean, there probably will be some sort of aspect that spills over into all of our lives, and this might come down to what researchers call kind of the awareness action gap, which is when people realize there's some bigger phenomenon coming on or coming, you know, towards us, but we're not really sure how to act. So you say like, yeah, that'd be great, but then, you know, there's so many more things we have to focus on in the short term. You know, there's so many. The researchers ask in the study, they're like, would you rather spend your time learning how to, you know, perform AI tasks and learn new skills, or would you rather, you know, do chores around the house, or, you know, continue kind of your everyday productivity tasks? And everybody says, you know, it's just a lot easier to focus on what you know now. And I talked with one economist who said, you know, this is not surprising. When people don't really know how the AI boom is going to shape out, it's not too surprising. It shouldn't be too shocking that people don't know where to spend their time, where to focus their efforts on reskilling. Because frankly, you know, it's going to affect so many different industries in so many different ways. If you're a voice actor, if you're an Uber or Lyft driver, that's going to affect you a lot more than, you know, if you're working in heavy machinery, for example.
So folks might be burying their head in the sand here, but the bottom line is we know businesses are using it more. Last week, 88% of companies, this report last week, say they use AI in at least one business function. So rather than burying your head in the sand or doing those chores, what can people do to just better prepare themselves for this?
Yeah, so I talked with one of the study authors, and she recommended what she calls an AI skills audit. And, you know, things are changing all the time. So I think the thing I would ask people to take away is, you know, constantly reevaluate. But the skills audit is basically, you know, looking today compared, looking at what AI can do compared to what you have to do in your job, and understand, you know, where there is overlap and what jobs or what specific skills might be more robust to kind of AI transition, and then embracing AI, you know, where that overlap does exist.
Jared, thank you so much. This was absolutely fascinating to get to talk to you about, and just such an interesting topic that we're going to all keep talking about. Thank you. All right, time now for our Money Minute. Let's get you some Wall Street headlines. Verizon is reportedly gearing up for some landmark job cuts.
NBC's Emily Lorsch joins us with our Money News. Emily, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Verizon is making its biggest workforce reduction, cutting at least 15,000 positions, according to multiple reports. The telecom giant reportedly looking to slash costs and stay competitive in a crowded wireless and home internet market. The company is also converting 200 stores into franchises, reports say, moving employees off its payroll. And Jeff Bezos' rocket company Blue Origin just scored a major win, nailing the landing of its New Glenn rocket booster on its second try. The successful touchdown marks the first time any company besides SpaceX has landed an orbital-class rocket. Experts say it positions New Glenn to challenge SpaceX's near monopoly in medium and heavy lift missions. The launch also hit its main goal, deploying Escapade, a NASA mission headed to Mars. Finally, YouTube star Mr. Beast is bringing his viral videos to life in Saudi Arabia. Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, launched Beastland this week, a theme park inspired by his videos where visitors face endurance challenges for cash prizes. The park is part of Saudi Arabia's push to become a global entertainment hub, even as the country faces criticism for human rights abuses. The capital, Riyadh, is almost constantly buzzing, though, guys, with events from boxing to music parties and sports competitions, so there's a lot going on there as well.
Looks like a Q*bert game there in real life. All right. Wow. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
It's huge. All right. Thank you. Well, a farm in California is planning, or in this case, planting, to grow fire-resistant seeds that could help with the state's wildfire problem. Conservationists from Hedgerow Farms are using native plants to reduce the spread of fire rather than inflame it. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the details.
The looming question in California, how to tame the flames to be less catastrophic. The answer might come from nature itself.
One of the things that we realize is that our native ecosystems are some of the best ways to protect our communities from wildfires.
Julia Michaels is the restoration ecologist at Hedgerow Farms outside Sacramento, where they collect seeds to grow the fire-resilient grasses that covered California before the humans moved in.
We see that the native plants burn slower at a lower temperature, so planting native species can mitigate some of the risks of wildfire.
Their idea, plant a new landscape with fire in mind.
California is a state that has fire, and it's really all about what kind of fire do we want to have. Do we want to have, suppress, and then every, decade, a catastrophic wildfires? We need to work with fire and not against it, but seeds play a major role in that.
The 2015 Butte fire left a 70,000-acre burn scar. Native seeds brought it back to life, safer in roughly 6 months.
One of the things we could do is actually use fire. So after a fire is a really great time to seed. You almost have like a blank slate. It's a chance for you to nudge the ecosystem and the direction that it recovers in the direction that you're interested in.
At this burn zone in Solano County, they're using drones to drop seeds into scars, but the process doesn't have to be so high-tech.
We're just scattering seed.
Farther north, it's a more Johnny Appleseed approach. The campfire that destroyed the town of Paradise tore through the pine forest here. Officials want to grow a fire-resistant ecosystem in its place.
The high-intensity fire we had that was the result of the land being so out of balance, now we're trying to restore a ground cover that will carry that kind of fire that will sustain the forest.
And how do you do that?
In order to be able to give the land that regular low-intensity fire, we want a little less brush and a little more of the light fuels that will carry low-intensity fire to help nourish these oak trees.
Back at the farm, we put it to the test. Native versus invasive plants, which would flare up and which would flame out. First, our hedgerow farmer lit the California species.
There's an ignition resistance. Just to get the fire started is harder. The crackling was the water in the tissue of the plants. When fire hits it, it's hitting water, it slows it down. And that was crackling and making some steam.
Then those foreign grasses, which have sprung up all over the state.
And the non-native vegetation, as we burn it, you can see how hot, how quickly it's moving, just sort of a snowball effect. The more it burned, the hotter it got. I mean, it looked like a bomb had gone off, right?
It was insane.
It was a lot of fuel. That's what we've got in a lot of our hillsides, some which are very close to, the homes where people are living.
Fire may be a fact of life, but it doesn't have to be our destiny.
Do you see what you're doing as something that eventually will help the situation or take root into something that's more sustainable for all of us?
Action is the antidote to despair. I've accepted in my lifetime that California, the state that I love, will always be on fire one way or another. But, I can plant the seeds of change.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Wow, that was fascinating. All right, coming up, Giving Back, a group of young farmers coming together for their community in the wake of tragedy.
Everything was just destroyed, and then you're just like, what can I do to help? What can I do to be there for my community?
Up next, the proof that you reap what you sow, how their hard work led to a very generous donation. Next on Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We end this hour with a surprise for a group of students in Texas who jumped in to help when their community needed them most.
And as NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson reports, it was a special moment, truly fit for a farm.
17-year-old Ruger Reeves is up before the sun, caring for his animals. But when catastrophic floods tore through Kerrville, Texas in July, it was his community that needed care.
Everything was just destroyed, and then you're just like, what can I do to help? What can I do to be there for my community?
He and his Future Farmers of America classmates jumped into action. Today, their event space is still operating as a command center, which means there was nowhere to hold their fall fundraiser. And the stock show, where scholarships are awarded, is now in jeopardy. If students are not able to show their animals and get that support, what is at stake?
The future is at stake, honestly. Some of us won't be able to pay for college.
So Ruger wrote a letter asking for help.
But as much as we gave our community, the flood drained it dry financially.
He sent it to everyone he could think of.
The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is proud to be here.
But it was the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo that answered his plea. And we were there for the moment they surprised Ruger with a massive donation. $500,000 for local agriculture programs. How are you feeling?
Absolutely, I'm super grateful. This is gonna mean the world to everybody here.
Gratitude from a group of students who gave so much. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Kerrville, Texas.
Oh, gosh, just incredible.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Let's start with the good news. It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the deafening calls for transparency over who knew what about Jeffrey Epstein. Well, President Trump dodges questions on this latest document drop. Some of Epstein's accusers sitting down with NBC News, urging top lawmakers in Washington to take action.
As survivors, we can't do this alone. We need our allies to do in order for us to be able to do this work.
The growing calls in Congress to release even more materials to the public. Also this morning, back in business, the lights on Capitol Hill are back on after the longest government shutdown in American history. But officials are still scrambling to give federal workers their paychecks after weeks without a steady income. More on those efforts and when travelers could finally see smoother skies at busy airports. Plus, worries on Wall Street after stocks clocked their worst day in more than a month. What's behind this latest sell-off and the budding foreclosure crisis rattling real estate markets in several states, why some investors are seeing red in America's broader economy. And later in the hour, we're digging into a new iPhone update. Millions of travelers can now ditch their physical IDs at airports for something a little more digital. But how is Apple keeping users safe from hackers? And could the tech eventually expand to all forms of ID? We're going to dig into those details. Before you know it, you'll just need your phone and nothing else wherever you go. Let's begin this hour with new details surfacing from the thousands of documents released in connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
And President Trump is continuing to dodge questions on his relationship with the late sex offender after his name appeared in several emails sent by Epstein from 2011 to 2019. And these messages were released by the House Oversight Committee on Wednesday. And this morning, some of Epstein's accusers are joining the push by lawmakers to make even more of the investigation into Epstein public.
We need the American people to not stop putting the pressure on. We can't stop putting the pressure because it's only one tiny victory. We can't just ride on that right now.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us with the very latest. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see both of you. So as you've been reporting, the calls are now getting much louder for the release of all of these FBI files as they relate to Jeffrey Epstein here. And we are now getting a better look at many more of them that were released as part of that document drop you detailed, 20,000 plus pages of documents. There was one 2017 email in which Epstein refers to Donald Trump as being dangerous. And it comes, as we're now hearing, from one of the family members of one of the president's Epstein's biggest accusers who are speaking out. Listen.
This morning, the Jeffrey Epstein fallout is growing after the release of tens of thousands of documents from the late sex offender's estate. Now a push for more transparency, including from some in the president's own party.
I don't think this is going to go away, and as a moral principle, I think they ought to release the records.
President Trump for the second straight day ignoring questions about their friendship. Shortly after the materials were released on Wednesday, the president, who's never been accused of any wrongdoing linked to Epstein, dismissed it as a hoax. Now, for the first time since the House Oversight Committee made the documents public, we're hearing from the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, one of Epstein's most vocal accusers, who died by suicide this year. The White House revealing Giuffre was the victim whose name had been redacted in a newly released email, in which Epstein claims she spent hours at his home with Mr. Trump. Giuffre's brother, Sky Roberts, speaking to NBC's Hallie Jackson about her name being revealed.
I just want to remind President Trump and the White House that survivors are not political toys.
Giuffre never accused the president of wrongdoing, and in her posthumous memoir said Mr. Trump couldn't have been friendlier. The new documents also show the depth of Epstein and Trump's bitter falling out. In this 2018 exchange, Epstein suggesting he had potentially damaging information on the president, writing, "It's wild because I'm the one able to take him down." The controversy is unlikely to go away anytime soon, with Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson saying a vote on releasing the Justice Department's Epstein files will take place next week, something Epstein's accusers tell NBC News they have long been calling for.
We are representing survivors that have never had a voice.
So let's talk about the next steps here. As we said, there's going to be a vote likely as early as next week. And if that passes the House, as it appears that it could, it would then face a real test in the Senate. That would be an uphill battle. The Democrats would need 13 Republicans to join them for this to then go to the president's desk. And while we've been hearing from a lot of the members of the MAGA world right now, they've been sort of dismissing this controversy. Republican voters have a very different view of it. Fewer than half of them approve of the way the president has handled the discussion, the potential release of these files. So if there is enough pressure on those senators, if ultimately they do come around and pass it sets up a scenario, believe this, Joe or Savannah, where the president himself would be set to decide whether to veto the release of these files that may detail more about his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein.
And something that many of his supporters actually want released.
Of course. Yeah.
All right.
Peter, great to have you on set with us. Good to see you. Thank you.
It is a slow return to normal following the longest federal government shutdown in history. Employees are back at work, with many of them still waiting to get those first paychecks in more than 6 weeks. Flight restrictions, though, do remain in place this morning as we near the beginning of the busy holiday travel season. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest from Reagan National Airport.
Well, it's not like flipping a switch. Airlines here and across the country are still not operating at full capacity, and that's contributing to more than 600 flight cancellations across the U.S. already today. We've already seen a few of them in that departure board behind me. In a letter to employees, American Airlines says that it could be a few days before things get back to normal. This morning, the federal government is roaring back, slowly. But while the shutdown may be over, frustration at the nation's airports is not.
3 a.m. wake up. Flight's already delayed 2 hours. You get to the airport, TSA line is an hour and a half.
The FAA is still forcing airlines to slash 6% of flights ahead of the Thanksgiving rush. More than 1,000 were canceled Thursday alone. The reductions originally put in place because of staffing shortages, while many airport workers weren't getting paid. But there may be hope ahead with those paychecks flowing again. But as for the TSA employees who've been working without pay,
Thank you from the American people.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem handing out $10,000 bonus checks to some of them. Federal workers are coming back across the government, including some 670,000 who were furloughed.
Great to be able to get back into the swing of things and really return to the work I love doing.
Right now, the Trump administration is racing to give out back pay for some federal agencies as early as tomorrow, others by early next week.
There really has been an aggressive effort to get people to get their checks as soon as possible.
The Council of Economic Advisors estimates the shutdown cost the U.S. economy about $15 billion a week, causing 60,000 non-federal employees to lose their jobs. States are also scrambling to get SNAP food benefits out to the 42 million Americans who rely on them.
Hopefully by the end of this week, most will receive it at the very latest on Monday.
Meanwhile, the Smithsonian says its 21 museums and the National Zoo, including the beloved live animal cameras, will reopen on a rolling basis by Monday. Gotta love those live animal cameras. You know, frustrated flyers here could use a little bit of a distraction. It's not clear exactly when the FAA will fully lift those flight restrictions. Delta's CEO says that he hopes things will get closer to normal by the weekend, and of course all the airlines are hoping for a strong Thanksgiving. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
That's the big question, right? Well, in economic news, U.S. stocks suffered their worst day in more than a month on Thursday, and that is not the only new worrying sign for the economy.
New figures show that home foreclosures are also on the rise, while Verizon is reportedly the latest major company planning to slash thousands of jobs.
And here to talk about all this is our friend, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, good morning.
Good morning
Great to have
you
you with us.
Sorry I don't have better news.
I know. All right, let's start on Wall Street. So has this bad day, was this the blip? Because the market's been super strong. Why did this happen?
We'll see if it carries into all day Friday here. But it really is, I think, chinks in the armor of the mighty American stock market. You had big down days, the biggest, as you said, in about a month. Those are big. And look at the NASDAQ really led it. So this was a technology-led sell-off. But I want to step back and give some context because it was a bad day. Was it a blip or the start of something else?
Right.
We don't know. But we've had a pretty good run this year, really driven by this euphoria over all the spending in artificial intelligence and these tech stocks. So you've seen big gains in the stock market, in the Dow, in the NASDAQ, in the S&P 500 this year. So that's a setback yesterday. So against the backdrop of a very good run this year.
Let's talk about the housing market and these new foreclosure filings. What are we seeing there? What might that tell us?
So they got a lot of attention. Foreclosure filings up 20% in October compared with a year ago, up about 6% from month to month. Those are rising numbers, but from a very low level. Foreclosures have been quite low for many years. So rising, but not at an alarming level just yet. But a reminder, right, that the housing market has been pretty much frozen solid. Interest rates have been higher than most people can afford. Prices have been very high. So just something to watch in the housing market as we go forward here.
Also, we mentioned these layoffs. There are these reports that we're going to see a company like Verizon slashing a lot of jobs. We've seen a lot of big American companies do this. Tell us about this.
Yeah, those reports about Verizon in isolation probably wouldn't have been a big deal, but it's on top of all of these other companies that we've seen in recent months who have been cutting jobs. And we've known for some time it's been kind of a no fire, no hire kind of a labor market. That's how it's been described. And now you're seeing layoffs pick up. So we'll watch that there. You would have thought that the official end of the government shutdown would have been good news on Wall Street, right? But there are some concerns that there will be data that won't maybe never be compiled. That's a concern. And also, what will the Federal Reserve do next when it meets in December? For a long time, Wall Street and many economists have thought the Fed was likely to cut interest rates again, but maybe not. If we're driving through a fog, without all this economic data, maybe the Fed just sits back and doesn't cut rates again. That's another reason why the stock market was disappointed yesterday. Again, there's no way to know for sure. I don't have a crystal ball, but those are just the things that were the concern yesterday.
But you are our closest thing we have to a crystal ball, so we appreciate you.
Or the crazy 8 ball. Maybe, but do it anyway.
Christine's our crazy 8 ball.
The outfit's giving that. Thanks, Christine.
In overseas news, Russia and Ukraine have been trading new attacks as the war between the two countries escalated overnight. At least 4 people were killed in Kyiv after Russia launched a large missile and drone attack, while a Russian port city was hit by Ukrainian drones. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Hey there. Yeah, this was an enormous attack on the Ukrainian capital overnight. Authorities there say Russia filled the sky with drones to overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses and then pummeled the city with missiles. And it's really a stark reminder that the president's efforts to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine seem to be going nowhere.
Overnight, Russia launching a massive aerial attack on Kyiv, firing more than 400 attack drones, according to Ukraine's military. At least 4 people were killed in the assaults, authorities say, and more than 20 injured, including a pregnant woman. And with the rising sun, the scale of the damage to civilian homes revealed, while survivors recall the agonizing choices they faced during the attack. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do first. Should I rescue myself and my child, or should I run to help others, this woman says. The strikes on Kyiv come as Russian forces are making grinding progress on the battlefield in eastern Ukraine. Seen here moving on motorcycles through the fog as they push into the key city of Pokrovsk, while President Trump's efforts to negotiate an end to the war remain stalled. After his summit with Vladimir Putin in Alaska this summer failed to reach a breakthrough, senior officials discussed a second meeting between the leaders in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. That plan put on ice after Russia refused to agree to a ceasefire, but the president says it could still happen.
Any chance you'll meet with Putin in Budapest at some point?
Last week, we saw a new frontier in the war at a military base in Latvia. This AI-powered drone interceptor is already being battle-tested in Ukraine. It's trained to recognize and pursue Russian attack drones before a human operator gives it the order to take them down by self-destructing. Because sometimes it takes a drone to stop a drone.
And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his forces hit back overnight using long-range cruise missiles. They're called Long Neptunes. Zelensky says they're getting more successful all the time, but his country is still massively outgunned, especially when it comes to drones. Russia now estimated to be able to make more than 300 drones every single day. I'll send it back to you.
Right, Raph, thank you.
Well, this morning, a small city in Oklahoma is recovering from a major scare. Hundreds of people had to be evacuated from their homes, and dozens more were hospitalized with breathing issues after authorities confirmed a leak of the dangerous gas ammonia from a tanker truck. NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler is in Weatherford. He joins us with the latest. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. That's right. Fortunately, it's mostly back to business as usual here in Weatherford, but this leak really rattled this small city. All in all, some 60 people were injured, more than 30 the night of the leak. And then the morning after, 30 more went to the hospital, including many of the first responders who showed up to help the guests who were staying at this Holiday Inn. All of that strain on this small city with just 8 hospital beds. Meanwhile, overnight, we're learning the NTSB has started their investigation.
We just have a huge cloud of gas coming out the west side of the Holiday Inn.
This morning, the city of Weatherford, Oklahoma, recovering from a life-threatening haze of toxic gas.
A semi-truck that is leaking some sort of methane or gas onto the property.
Rooms at this Holiday Inn Express quickly filling with a potentially deadly gas early Thursday. Guests and employees felt like there was nowhere to run.
It just hit us like a ton of bricks, like the smell of ammonia that was so overpowering.
Sherry Arcuria was working the front desk when she started to choke.
I remember screaming, I can't breathe, what is happening, I can't breathe.
Authorities say it started with an apparent equipment failure on this air gas tanker truck carrying anhydrous ammonia, a chemical used for farm fertilizer. Hotel employees say the driver of the truck had a reservation there that night.
It's attacking your lungs, the moisture in your lungs. And so it's very, very dangerous.
The leak sent dozens to the hospital, several airlifted to Oklahoma City, listed as life critical. First responders in gas masks going door to door through nearby neighborhoods, telling hundreds to evacuate immediately.
There was people choking. I mean, I was choking. You know, every breath was like a survival gasp.
Several victims remained in intensive care Thursday night, Weatherford police said.
We've had about another 30 patients come in that had been exposed to the fumes. Those individuals that were on the front line jumping in to help and rescue.
Local officials have been testing the air quality here to make sure it's no longer a threat to the public after this terrifying toxic cloud seemed to shut down nearly half the city.
Now, there was a team from Airgas here last night. They did not want to say much, but we did watch them work late into the night to get this situation under control. We are also hearing from that company, Savannah. They tell us that they're working with local authorities, saying that their top priority is the first responders and the local community. Savannah.
All right, Brian, thank you.
Record heat is hitting parts of the country this morning, triggering fire risk in some areas.
Andrew Lastman's back in the studio with our Morning News Now weather. Hey, Andrew, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you. A bit of a weather whiplash for some here. And when we compare to what we were dealing with in the beginning of the week to now, we've got a good chunk of the country that is going to see record warmth, not just today, but for the next couple of days potentially. And many of these locations are going to see highs as high as 35 degrees above where we should be. So you can see all of the areas that are in red, and then you take a look at those areas that could see potential record highs, and there are dozens of them. More than 3 dozen locations could see potential record highs as we get through the next couple of days. And they extend from the northern plains all the way down to the southern plains, Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City included in that, across parts of the plains as well. Even into the Midwest, we'll see the potential for that too as we get through the next couple of days. And we really honestly went from a weather whiplash this beginning of the week with temperatures feeling much more like winter. Places like Minneapolis were 30 degrees degrees on Sunday. Today, you will hit 68 degrees. We've got 40s that we started the week with in Tulsa, and today we're going to hit 79 degrees. We've got 80s on tap in Dallas. So you get the picture. It's a very different story than how we started this work week, and that's going to kind of continue for at least the next couple of days. 74 in Evansville tomorrow, 66 for Chicago, 64 in Detroit, upper 60s for Cincinnati. Across the South, we'll see temperatures into the 70s for places like Memphis and Nashville. And of course, what goes up must come down. We've got to see those temperatures kind of moderate out, but we're actually going to see a very quick change. So some highs by the time we get to Sunday will have anywhere from a 10 to 20 degree temperature difference. So we go to 50 degrees for your high in Chicago on Sunday. That's 16 degrees cooler than Saturday. We've got 40s in Buffalo, 50s in Pittsburgh, 57 degrees in Lexington. So we really just can't make our mind up for where our temperatures will be. So I say keep the layers handy, I guess. Otherwise, out west, we've got a whole lot of rain that we're gearing up for. And this could be a concerning situation for folks across Southern California. 23 million people in a flood watch right now. We've got Santa Barbara down to San Diego included in that, and interior areas of SoCal as well. A lot of that rain is going to be focused across Southern California today, along with the gusty winds as well. But by tomorrow, much of that works farther north. We'll see the really heavy rain kind of gear up into the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. And we could see potentially some concerning situations, swift water rescue, some flash flooding concerns. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some difficulty when it comes to travel, guys. And we could see in the metro area alone for LA 3 to 5 inches. That, of course, really difficult for that region to handle. The burn scar areas and just the general, how it operates when you have a lot of rain. It's going to be something to watch for sure over the next couple of days.
California doesn't like a small shower,
exactly.
So this will be a lot of rain.
Yeah, something to watch for sure.
Thank you.
Of course.
Well, the Mega Millions jackpot has climbed to $965 million after there were no winners in Tuesday's drawing.
It's the largest jackpot since, April, when the lottery made some changes to the game, including an increase in the ticket price. The next drawing tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, she's getting ready to buy her winning ticket at Stu Leonard's in Clifton, New Jersey. Emily, good morning. Nearly $1 billion here. Put that in context. How many times has the Mega Millions prize passed that 10-figure mark?
Well, it's only eclipsed that billion-dollar mark 7 times before, with that jackpot being won in all different states, including one time in New Jersey just last year. And here at Stu Leonard's, they say on days like this, they see demand for lottery tickets double. And it's plain to see why, because, again, we're talking about nearly $1 billion. Take a look at this. This is the next drawing here, Friday night at 11 p.m. But it's not just $1 and a dream anymore. Even the prices of lottery tickets, Mega Millions tickets have gone up. Now we got to pay $5. But look who's going to help me out. We've got my lucky milk carton that I've deemed my good luck charm. Also, my buddy Gavin. I'm going to get 1 Mega Millions ticket, please, Gavin. This is the lucky ticket, right? Yeah, Gavin swears by it, okay? And it's not just about matching all of the numbers. It's not just all about the jackpot. Actually, on Tuesday alone with the Mega Millions, there were more than 800,000 winning tickets with prizes between $10 to up to $5 million. But just like in real estate, it's all about location, location, location in terms of how much money you get to take home. Take a look at this. There are 8 states that actually don't tax lottery winnings, which, depending on the size of the prize, it could end up saving you tens of millions of dollars, guys.
That's interesting. I never realized that, even though I've actually lived in some of those states and didn't have to pay income tax. So that's fascinating. So, Emily, when that ticket you have in your hand there is the winner, what did experts tell you should do next?
Okay, so as we always say, you want to sign and secure the ticket. And here's why. Because the New York Lottery right now is actually asking Mega Millions players from last December to check their tickets, because right now there is a winning ticket worth $1 million that has not been claimed. It will expire next month if not claimed. So, guys, this is me going on the record, showing my ticket next to my face so I can confirm that I'm going to win and bring home this jackpot, okay?
And now everyone's going to steal your numbers, and then you're going to have to share the jackpot with all the people out there who've seen your numbers. That's such a good point.
Yeah.
Don't take Emily's numbers. That's the message. All right.
Thank you. All right, much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now, including some brand new travel experiences awaiting all those holiday hoppers at busy airports across America.
First, after the break, why some Hollywood A-listers are heading over to the Vatican this weekend for a different kind of business meeting with Pope Leo himself. That's next. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Welcome back. Tomorrow, Pope Leo is hosting some of Hollywood's biggest celebrities, looking to strengthen the ties between film and faith. Comes after the pontiff revealed his own favorite movies. I wonder if Conclave was on the list. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
Hey there, Hollywood loves using the Vatican as a backdrop for movies. Take, for example, the two popes, the agony and the ecstasy, and of course, Conclave. But now in this Jubilee year, Pope Leo has something else in mind. The Vatican has long been a source of fascination for Hollywood.
I will not obey you! Will not! Did I hear you correctly?
But apparently, that interest goes both ways. Pope Leo this week revealing his list of favorite movies.
My 4 favorite films. It's a Wonderful Life.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
The hills are alive. The Sound of Music. Ordinary People. You really love me. La Vita è Bella.
The last, the Oscar-winning Life is Beautiful. Now, at the Vatican's invitation, some of Hollywood's biggest stars will meet with Pope Leo tomorrow. Cate Blanchett, Spike Lee, and Judd Apatow, among those who've RSVP'd yes. The Vatican wanting to deepen the dialogue with actors and directors about promoting human values and the mission of the church.
They want to use what they have in common, not focusing on the differences, to work toward common goals and toward the common good.
And yes, like many of us, the then Cardinal Prevost watched Hollywood's Conclave before going into the real thing, on the advice of his brother John.
I said, well, watch it again so you know how to act.
A citizen of the world in 6 months as Pope, Leo has shown some uniquely American qualities. From the Pope-mobile jumping in to cheer his beloved Chicago White Sox, and razzing the rival Cubs after they were eliminated from the baseball playoffs. He's met with actors Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. This follows Pope Francis' meeting last year with comedians. Jimmy Fallon, Chris Rock, and Stephen Colbert among those vying for a papal laugh. Now it's Leo's turn to strengthen the bonds of art and faith. This weekend's event is all part of the Vatican's Jubilee 2025, a holy year that the Catholic Church celebrates every 25 years. Back to you.
Thank you, Ann.
Well, with Thanksgiving travel just a few weeks away, a couple weeks away, many travelers are about to get a whole new airport experience. That is because a lot of mid-sized airports have been getting big upgrades, even complete overhauls in some cases. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello is at Pittsburgh International. That's one of those airports about to open a brand new terminal. Tom, I love going through a new airport. It is so exciting. Tell us what you're seeing there. Good morning.
So we are just down the road from Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, and take a look at this big, beautiful, brand new terminal here at Pittsburgh. They open for first time next week, so we're giving you the exclusive behind-the-scenes tour. You know, the airport is usually your first and your last impression of a city, right? For tourists who come in, for business people who come in to do business, listen, if you're coming in to look at colleges for your kids. And so now Pittsburgh, like a lot of mid-sized cities, has decided they've got to put their best foot forward. It's a massive transformation for a city in renaissance, and one of many airports undergoing more than just a facelift. This is a big makeover.
It's huge. It's a really big makeover.
Pittsburgh International fell on hard times when U.S. Airways closed its hub here 20 years ago. Passenger volume dropped 60%.
Almost feels a little nostalgic at times, you know. I remember coming here as a kid and it hasn't changed a bit.
With low ceilings and TSA lines that extend all the way to the parking garage, the old terminal feels very 1980s. Fast forward to 2025. Here's the new terminal, 30% bigger, much higher ceilings, natural lighting, more public parking, and a new public face for Pittsburgh. A $2 billion investment meant to reflect Pittsburgh's transformation from steel to medicine and high tech. 12 new TSA checkpoints with the latest technology. Curb to gate passenger travel time cut in half. And a new 3-mile baggage system down from the old 8-mile journey. What's the message to the world now when they come into this airport?
The message is this is Pittsburgh, and everything that's in this community you can get a sense of here.
It's happening nationwide as mid-sized airports upgrade, renovate, and reinvent in Columbus, Louisville, Raleigh, Kansas City, and Portland. In San Diego, they're replacing Terminal 1. It was designed 60 years ago for 2.5 million passengers per year. Last year, 10 million passengers came through.
It was dark, it was cramped. In our new terminal, the 19 gates with more concessions, more room, more check lines so that people can get through the checkpoints faster, we offer a much more pleasant experience.
So a lot of last-minute tweaks.
Yeah, it's all about refinement now. So
International consultant Daniel Bryan overseeing the final checklist at Pittsburgh.
what we're really trying to do is really understand how can we amplify or finesse our passenger experience at that point? So yeah, we stress test, we push things, and we learn what our systems can and can't do.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like a Pittsburgher, does he? You know what this is all about? It's about going point to point for these mid-sized airports. This is not a hub anymore, right? U.S. Airways pulled out, and their volume dropped from 20 million flights a year down to 8 million. That really hurts. They've grown it back up to 10 million, but now they're betting that as they build out this beautiful new airport, more airline flights will come in, taking people from point to point, giving people who live here or want to come here many more options. Guys, back to you.
All right, very cool. Tom, thank you so much.
Coming up, a hidden consequence of those controversial and often aggressive ICE operations.
And we're going to look at the mental toll the raids are taking on the millions of kids who currently live with someone who's undocumented. That is next.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Todd Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Back with a closer look at how ICE raids are impacting young people. The American Immigration Council says around 6 million kids share a home with someone who's undocumented.
NBC News Daily anchor Zincle Esamwal reports on how more experts are sounding the alarm on the potential trauma immigration raids are causing young people.
There's a baby in the bag.
These are some of the images from President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown in America.
We are getting treated like animals because people judge us by the color of our skin.
And a reality experts now say may be impacting the youngest in our nation.
Families and children and adolescents are reporting this severe amount of stress and depression, anxiety, as well as economic devastation, right? Because some families are not even going out to work.
Dr. Lisa Fortuna is a professor at the University of California, Riverside, and the lead psychiatrist behind a recent report that finds U.S. immigration policy is causing a public health emergency for children and families.
It's really becoming sort of ongoing anxiety, stress reactions, depression, problems sleeping, problems eating, problems attending at school. The concern that they might be separated from their families. If they have mixed status families, we're having children that are experiencing nightmares, panic attacks around the idea that this might happen to their family.
The report's findings also reflected in firsthand accounts. This mother of a man detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents on November 4th, telling our NBC station in Los Angeles.
My son was taken by masked men, scared, heavily armed ICE agents, while my granddaughter remained strapped in her car seat in the back of the vehicle.
Witnesses and the family of the man say agents then took the car with the child inside.
We didn't know what happened to her while she was in their care, and they wouldn't give us information about when my son would be released or where he was.
The Department of Homeland Security telling NBC News in a statement in part, during the operation, a U.S. citizen exited his vehicle wielding a hammer and threw rocks at law enforcement while he had a child in his car. He was arrested for assault. And adding he has an active warrant for property damage. In Fitchburg, Massachusetts, video verified by NBC News appears to show a man having a seizure while holding his young daughter in an encounter with ICE. DHS has reshared the video on X, stating the man pretended to have a medical emergency during the arrest, but, quote, displayed absolutely no signs of medical concerns just moments later. One student in Hillsboro, Oregon, speaking out about the impact of ICE actions in his community in his now viral testimony.
I'm tired of telling my mom and dad every day after school that, have you seen the new video of ICE pulling someone over because the color of their skin?
According to the nonpartisan think tank, the Migration Policy Institute, there are an average of nearly 50,000 people in ICE detention daily in 2025.
What might the generational impacts of some of this current moment have or look like?
Yeah, I mean, the current moment can have significant generational impact. Once a child develops anxiety disorder, depression, that type of fear in community, it can really become something that's a prolonged depression or anxiety. One of the most important things that we can do right now is to make sure that the systems of care, be it healthcare, schools, community-based organizations, provide a place of support and safety for children.
A fight over immigration that could impact generations. Zincle Esamwal, NBC News.
Coming up, one more wallet mainstay making its way to your phone.
When Morning News Now returns, we're going to tap into the pros and cons of having your physical ID right in your Apple Wallet. But where exactly can you use it? More importantly, is the new update safe? That's next. Stay with us.
your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Back with a new iPhone feature that will allow people to use a digital form of identification at hundreds of airports across the U.S.
It was part of Apple's most recent update. The new digital ID requires some information from your passport, and it can be used instead of a real ID for domestic travel. Passengers will still need their physical passport for international travel.
For more on this, we are joined by editor-at-large at Tech Radar, Lance Ulanoff. Lance, good to have you with us as always. So tell us, how does this digital ID work and where exactly can folks use it?
Well, it's pretty easy. It works. I actually scanned in my passport this morning. It was a piece of cake. There's just a few steps that you have to go through, and then it's on your phone and in your wallet. Your Apple Wallet has a bunch of things. It has the Apple credit card. It has in 11 states across the U.S. It has the digital driver's license, and now it has this digital ID. And you can use it, of course, in the airport, but not in place of your passport. You can't cross a border. You can't go international travel, but you can identify yourself at the airport. You can identify yourself in some stores, and you will eventually be able to use it as identification for online services and apps, as an age identification, which is actually one of the things that people really want to be able to do: quickly tap their phone and be able to say, I am in fact this age.
As someone who doesn't have a real ID yet and is carrying their passport around everywhere, I'm really into this, but I'm sure people are wondering, maybe they're excited about it. Is there a security risk at all?
I don't think so. So this is actually stored locally. It is not passed to the cloud. It is not passed to Apple, and it's fully encrypted. So it's only on your phone. No one else can see it, and they can't access it. It's only going to be, pulled up if you open up your wallet, if you tap a special reader. That's it. So I actually think it's a pretty secure way of having it. Yes, it's a great substitute right now for Real ID if you don't have that.
Of course, you showed us your passport there. Who doesn't love to actually get their passport stamped? So I feel like I would continue to use it.
I already put it in.
There you go. Anyway, but I mean, this is not meant to replace your passport, right?
No, if you're going over the border, if you're going to Canada, or if you plan international travel, please take your passport with you. This is not a substitute yet. Hopefully, at some point in the future, maybe it will be.
Why did Apple roll out this feature in the first place?
Well, first of all, they love to put as many services on the iPhone as humanly possible. They know, they understand that we carry a couple of things with us all the time. We carry our physical wallet usually. We always carry our phone. If you've lost your phone, you're in a state of panic. So they understand that this is a central location for all of your information, your health information, your ID information. So they want to put it on there. And of course, it makes the phone that much more important to you.
Do we have an idea of what they want to shove in that digital wallet next?
Well, they'd like you to shove more of your money that they'll take for your service. But I'm not sure.
All right, Lance Ulanoff, good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, let's stay on some business headlines. We've got some good news for your retirement savings this morning. Good news, yay.
NBC's Emily Lorsch joins us with those details and some other Wall Street news. Emily, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning. Some big changes coming for retirement savers. The IRS is raising 401k contribution limits for 2026. Starting next year, employees can defer up to $24,500 into workplace plans, up $1,000 from this year. Catch-up contributions for those 50 and older will rise $500 to $8,000. Experts say most Americans still don't max out their retirement accounts, with only 14% reaching the limit in 2024. And Airbnb is bringing groceries to your doorstep even before you check in. Starting January 5th, Airbnb is piloting a kitchen stocking program with Instacart in Phoenix, Orlando, and Los Angeles. Guests can pre-order groceries, and hosts will earn $25 per order, plus a $100 bonus for the first order. This follows Airbnb's services rollout, which includes meals, massages, and fitness sessions, with the goal of adding more than $1 billion in annual revenue. Finally, there is no bad blood, but Taylor Swift is closing the book on the Eras Tour, giving fans a behind-the-scenes look at how it came together all too well in a new Disney Plus docuseries. We're now out of the woods with the 6-episode series, The End of an Era, premiering its first 2 episodes on December 12th. It dives into the inner workings of Swift's record-breaking tour, even documenting the early days of her love story with lover Travis Kelce. It also highlights the intricate planning behind her tour, offering fans a rare look at Swift's life as a showgirl. Now, that musical wordplay, I just had to do it for all the Swifties out there. I feel like there are some in the studio as well.
I don't know what you're talking about. I watched that trailer an embarrassing number of times yesterday because it's just already like the
So
little
good.
glimpses of the behind the scenes stuff. I can't wait. Can't wait. 6 episodes. What will I do? Thank you. All right, well, if you struggle to get your kids to walk past all those sugary foods at the grocery store, this one's for you. This morning, we're going to highlight some strategies that you can use to shop with your children for healthy foods they might actually eat. Reporter Susan Hogan from NBC Washington has more on how to make that trip to the market both fun and educational.
Ever go grocery shopping with your kids and think, this was a terrible idea?
I want them.
Yeah, we've all been there. One minute you're reaching for the lettuce, the next you're negotiating over cookies.
Please get me them.
But one mom found a way to turn all that chaos into a game.
I started playing a scavenger hunt with them.
When her kids were little, Dr. Michelle Arthurs, who runs the lifestyle medicine program at Kaiser Permanente, says she turned grocery shopping into an adventure.
I spotted them.
If we were going to go look for grapes, I would give them clues. The next food that we're going to look for might be purple or it might be green, and it's small and it's round like a little ball. What is it that we're looking for?
Easy grapes, yeah.
And just like that, her kids were learning and having fun. We met up with Dr. Arthurs and Giant food nutritionist Leslie Jefferson to see how parents can make grocery shopping smarter and healthier with their kids without losing their sanity.
Should we take our kids to the grocery store, though? I mean, there's so many temptations.
There are, and there's also a lot of learning.
Like these aisles of rainbow-colored fruits and veggies, perfect for teaching kids where food comes from and why it's good for them.
This one looks good.
When you go to the grocery store, you can make decisions that are healthy. You can make small choices that add up in the end. And with your children, you can also plant seeds and help them learn more about their food choices. So as they grow, they're more understanding and they have a better interest in what's in front of them.
I'll pick these.
When you shop, every small choice adds up. And the earlier kids learn that, the better their habits stick. But then there's that aisle.
Well, I think all of them are the most delicious.
So the cereal aisle is always a fun place for families to shop.
To help parents navigate it, Giant uses a program called Guiding Stars, which has a team of doctors and scientists rate products in the store by their nutritional content. To make it easy to follow, Guiding Stars ranks store brand foods from good, better, to best.
If you walk out of the grocery store and most of your items have stars, you know you're buying nutrient-dense foods.
So here's a fun challenge. Tell your kids to find a 3-star option first.
This has 1, 2, 3.
Whoever finds it, that's the one you buy. Suddenly, you're winning breakfast and Parent of the Year.
If my kids want mac and cheese.
Again, I look for the stars. I'm in Giant, so we see a mac and cheese that gets a star.
Oh, it says no artificial flavors, preservatives, or dyes.
Exactly. Now, what do we want to do with our mac and cheese?
Add something to it.
We want to add something on the side.
Got it.
She uses this visual from the USDA. Half fruits and veggies, a quarter grains, and a quarter protein.
Where are the cucumbers anyway?
Simple, right? And here's my favorite tip. You turn your cart into the food pyramid.
And the top of the food pyramid is the stuff that we shouldn't have too much of.
Okay.
And conveniently, in shopping carts, there's a smaller space right here. So if you're going to get some of that at the top of the food pyramid, if it doesn't fit in here, we don't overflow. We stop.
Small swaps go a long way, like cutting the ice cream bowl in half and topping it with fruit.
Can you give this back to me?
Do you need more lemons to make lemon pie, Mommy?
It's not about perfection, just progress. So next time you hit the store, make it a mission. Let your kids hunt for health, because the habits they build in these aisles, they'll take with them for life.
You know what? I learned a lot.
There you go.
Not even a child.
I just remember how much I loved the cereal aisle when I was a kid. It was like the best place ever.
Our thanks to reporter Susan Hogan for that story.
Coming up, we have made it to Friday. That can mean only one thing here on Morning News Now.
It means after the break, we've got your VIP ticket to the latest and greatest from the world of Hollywood just in time for the weekend. It's everything you simply can't miss next.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Finally this hour, it is Friday, which means that it is time for your weekly can't miss list.
A look at all the movies and shows you need to see this weekend.
And joining us this week for the first time is entertainment reporter Rachel Smith. Rachel, good morning and welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, all. Big fans of your work.
Oh,
so
stop.
Delighted
Keep
to
going,
sit
just
with
kidding.
you. I'm gonna chat about all this entertainment. There's so much content to take in.
Yeah,
right
okay,
now.
we were just talking about a bunch of it in the break. This one I'm super excited about, and I don't know that much about yet. The Running Man, a Stephen King thriller. It's got Glenn Powell.
I mean, need I say more? It's got action, comedy, and Glenn Powell, and the man is literally on a movie run right now and literally on the run in this film. It is based on a Stephen King thriller about reality show contestants trying to survive being hunted by professional killers for a $1 billion payday. Now, Glenn's character finds himself in the contest basically to try to find a way to win this money prize so he can save his sick daughter. The film also has a dynamic supporting cast in Coleman Domingo, William H. Macy, and Josh Brolin. And also, fun little side note for you, if you're not getting enough Glenn Powell at the movies, he's actually making his hosting debut on SNL tomorrow.
We've heard. He's wandering the building somewhere here.
He is, but we'll see him on the big and the small screen.
That's his first time doing it. I would not have thought that.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
I know.
Folks are looking forward to that. If The Running Man sounds familiar to you, it was a movie decades ago starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now we get a refresh of it. All right, so let's talk about a new series on Netflix that features another man on the run. This is called Last Samurai Standing, set in 1800s Japan. What are you hearing about this one?
All right, so some are actually hailing it as one of the best action TV dramas of the year. Insane, right? And when you think of The Last Samurai Standing, the premise kind of sounds similar to that of Running Man, but like you said, it's taking place in late 19th century Japan. So I'm thinking Shogun meets Squid Games, but a period piece as well. The series is based on the novel and Japanese comics by Shogo Imamura. It's beautifully shot, as you can see right there, and it's got a massive, massive cast, and it's led by Junichi Okada. So all 6 episodes are streaming right now on Netflix. This one is getting rave reviews.
Wow, awesome. Okay, also people are excited about the next Now You See Me.
I mean, and they're setting us up for another one because we got some newcomers in the cast.
Okay,
We've got
there you
Ariana
go.
Greenblatt, Justice Smith, and Dominic Sessa, but we're also bringing back the OGs. I mean, you got to Jesse Eisenberg, Woody Harrelson, Isla Fisher, Dave Franco, Lizzie Kaplan, and Morgan Freeman. I'm just name dropping here left and right. But now we're seeing the Horseman Illusionist reuniting for this high stakes diamond heist that they've got going on. Nothing could go wrong there, right? But this is the 3rd film in the franchise after it kicked off its run in 2013. The first 2 films grossed nearly $700 million worldwide. So they have high hopes for this film. They already have a 4th film in development. But of course, you know, the Illusionists are going to have to battle it out of the box office against Glenn Powell and The Running Man. So they're going to be duking it out, y'all.
All right. If you're a fan,
so much in theaters.
If you're a fan of European dramas, you're staying in. We've got a Belfast-based police drama called Blue Lights, which is back for season 3. Forbes actually called it the best cop show on TV. The cast was just here in New York. We asked them why they think the show has gotten so popular. Take a listen.
If you have something that's authentic and unapologetic, it does travel, and that is universal, and it's so character driven, and it's about the people behind the uniform, and I think that's what resonates with people.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, authenticity is there. They also have a dynamic ensemble cast. The acting is A+ as well. Getting that kind of score, those kind of reviews from viewers and critics alike, well done, and a BAFTA as well. But the series follows rookie police officers on the front lines in Belfast. I mean, it entails all the danger and the drama of being on those front lines. And it might sound like a typical cop drama, but it is anything but with the dynamic acting in this cast. And episode 1 of season 3 is streaming now. If you don't have BritBox, you can also find it on Apple TV and Prime Video.
Awesome. All right, another cop show from overseas. This one's called The Asset. Tell us about this. It's getting a lot of buzz, even though it's a Danish language show, right?
Yes, but you also can have the English dubbed version on Netflix. So this one's on Netflix as well. I love a crime drama. This one is testing a young police agent. She's going undercover to infiltrate a criminal gang. She has to befriend the gang leader's wife in order to crack the case. But the mission risks falling apart if she gets too close to this source. I always love something where you're like towing that line of like, you know, that moral dilemma and you know, getting indulged into your profession as well. So that seems like a good one. And all 6 episodes are out on Netflix right now.
All right, we only have like 10 seconds left here, but get your tissues ready. There's a documentary called Come See Me in the Good Light.
You
a lot of
have to
buzz.
see it. It's so good. It actually won the Festival Favorite Award at the Sundance Film Festival, and that was voted on by the audience. It's got heart, humor, joy. Yes, you're going to have your Kleenex, but it's a beautiful documentary about 2 poet lovers, Megan and Andrea, navigating life, love, mortality, as one of them is battling a incurable disease. But Sarah Bareilles, Brandi Carlile are 2 of the executive producers, along with Glennon Doyle, and it's streaming now on Apple TV+.
Rachel Smith, great to have you.
Thanks
Thank you so
for
much.
having
Now you know what to watch this weekend.
Yes.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, President Trump facing the fallout all over again over his past friendship with Jeffrey Epstein in the wake of emails released by House Democrats from the late sex offender's estate. Now, Speaker Mike Johnson set to hold a vote on whether to order the release of all the files in the Epstein investigation.
How many Republicans do you think may join Democrats on this?
If they hear from their constituents, every one of them should.
We need the American people to not stop putting the pressure on. It's only one tiny victory. We can't just ride on that right now.
We'll bring you the latest, including reaction from 2 survivors and the newest member of Congress who helped push the vote forward you just saw there. Also this morning, back to business. Federal programs getting up and running again after that historic 6-week government shutdown. But officials say it'll be a while until things are back to normal. We'll take you to Washington for an update. Plus, it's a little known and debilitating condition that can even be deadly. Doctors sounding the alarm on the dangers of tick-induced meat allergies after officials link the condition to the death of a New Jersey man. More on the symptoms and why it is so difficult to diagnose. And artificial intelligence causing concern in the real world. A new poll shows a majority of people are worried about AI's impact in the workplace. But there's a gap when it comes to how worried they are when it comes to their own jobs. We'll break down the findings and what it all means as the technology evolves. We just can't stop talking about it.
Exactly. The big thing is people don't feel like they understand it enough to do their job. So we'll delve into that as well. Good to have you with us on this Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin this morning with the fallout from the tens of thousands of documents released in connection to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump was seen avoiding reporters yesterday as he continues to dismiss questions over what he's calling a hoax after the House Oversight Committee released emails sent by Epstein from 2011 to 2019, with some mentioning Trump by name.
Now, former victims of Epstein are speaking out. They're calling on Congress to compel the Justice Department to release all of the remaining files connected to him. In an exclusive interview with NBC News, we're hearing from 2 survivors and newly sworn-in House Democrat Adelita Grijalva. She provided the crucial signature on a House petition that has triggered a vote to release these files. They all shared why they want those files made public.
We're talking because we don't want anyone to have to go through what we're going through right now. It's really important for people to understand that as survivors, we can't do this alone.
This is not a partisan issue. Everybody should be signing on to releasing all of that information.
Speaker Mike Johnson said a vote on the petition to release the files in the House could happen next week. NBC News White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now with the latest. Yamiche, good morning. So as victims, lawmakers, even members of Trump's MAGA base call for increased transparency when it comes to Epstein, it does appear President Trump just wants this issue to go away. We saw that video of him avoiding reporters yesterday, something he doesn't typically do. Can you give us a sense of the impact these new disclosures are having on the White House right now?
Well, I can tell you that President Trump absolutely wants this issue to go away. But unlike other scandals that he's really been able to move past and even will his supporters past, in this case, it's just not going away. People continue to ask the president about convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The White House is also putting out a statement late last night when I asked them about this issue. Here's what they told me. They said the only thing these emails prove is that President Trump did nothing wrong. Democrats are the ones politicizing Epstein and talk about anything other than their party getting utterly defeated by President Trump in the shutdown fight. They failed in their bid to secure free health care. And they went on to say free health care for illegal immigrants, which Democrats push back on. They also say Democrats don't care about Epstein's victims. They ignored them for years and are now using them as a political distraction. It's sick. So that's the White House really doubling down and playing defense here. But there's still a lot of questions that President Trump is not answering. And I think he's going to continue to get those questions until he really provides some more answers here.
Yamiche, as these thousands of documents are being poured over, we're not only learning more about President Trump's connection to Epstein, but several other powerful people. What can you tell us?
It's really fascinating. When you look at the 20,000 pages of documents, a lot of names come up, and one of them is the man formerly known as Prince Andrews, now, of course, known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, because he's been stripped of all his royal titles. And he is someone who was in these messages. I want to read to you a little bit of what he said. He said, "I can't take this anymore," in a 2011 email. And in some ways, it really just shows that Prince Andrew was really feeling frustrated with his connection here. We know that we have that photo of him with a very well-known victim of Jeffrey Epstein, Virginia Giuffre, who later committed suicide. He has denied, by the way, all wrongdoing here, saying that he doesn't even remember this photo, thinks it might be fake when we don't have any evidence that that photo is fake. But what we have is Prince Andrew, yet again, having to play defense. And in some ways, it underscores why he was stripped of all his titles, because maybe royal officials knew that these emails were going to really, in some ways, bring up his name yet again, since he has been really connected to Jeffrey Epstein now for decades.
Yamiche, amid all this political debate, it is important to acknowledge Epstein's victims and their families. House Democrats redacted the name of one of Epstein's accusers in the emails they released, but the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt later identified her as the woman you just mentioned, Virginia Giuffre, who, as you said, did die by suicide earlier this year. Do we know why the White House chose to release Giuffre's name, and how is her family responding to that?
I am not sure why the White House press secretary decided to unredact Virginia Giuffre's name. One thing is, of course, that she is a well-known victim of Jeffrey Epstein, but her family is very angry at the fact that the White House decided to put her name out related to this email where Jeffrey Epstein is alleging that President Trump spent hours with her. Again, President Trump at this time has not been charged with any criminal wrongdoing. He denies any wrongdoing, but Jeffrey Epstein in an email was essentially making the case that he spent hours with this woman who used to work at Mar-a-Lago. Take a listen to what Virginia Giuffre's family had to say about this.
What a disrespect to survivors. I mean, the redaction is there for a reason, so it can protect the families and the individuals. I just want to remind President Trump and the White House that survivors are not political toys. Our sister was not a political toy to use.
So really, of course, a heartbreaking situation. Their sister is gone, and now they're feeling like she's really being, in some ways, re-victimized by this White House. And they're really, as you can tell, very upset about the fact that her name was unredacted by the White House press secretary, Joe Savannah.
All right. Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
Well, things are slowly getting back to normal in Washington following the record-breaking 6-week-plus federal government shutdown. Federal employees are back at work and will soon be getting paid. But as NBC News correspondent Alice Barr explains, the pain of the shutdown continues to linger for families trying to get back on track.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. We're starting to get some more clarity about when everything that got so backed up during the shutdown will unwind, from federal worker back pay to urgently needed food assistance. As the federal government grinds back into gear after the longest ever shutdown, federal workers are getting back on the job.
Been difficult. I mean, it's a lot of uncertainty. People going to work, people not going to work, whether the government's open, whether the government's not open, whether flights are going to fly on time.
With back pay expected to roll out this weekend through early next week for furloughed and essential workers who haven't had a paycheck since,
oh God, I don't know, October, the beginning of October. I want to be able to pay my bills.
Major airlines say they're ready to ramp their schedules back up to normal once the FAA lifts a 6% flight reduction that's continued cancellations to ease staffing shortages and ensure there are enough air traffic controllers on the job. As the Homeland Security Secretary handed out $10,000 bonuses to TSA workers who kept coming to work without pay.
For stepping up, taking on extra shifts, for showing up each and every day.
Federal contractors do not get back pay.
It just piles on.
And even those who will have to dig out from the past 6 weeks.
You've had things that have gone in the rears. You may have had to borrow against your credit cards.
Millions of Americans are also waiting for their full SNAP federal food assistance benefits.
Hopefully by the end of this week, most will receive it at the very latest on Monday.
The swell in demand at food pantries, a clear illustration of a shutdown's real-world consequences, with the clock ticking until government funding runs out again at the end of January. Preventing the next shutdown will hinge on bipartisan negotiations over lowering health care costs. While the Council of Economic Advisors estimates this shutdown cost the U.S. economy about $15 billion a week and led to 60,000 non-federal employees losing their jobs. Savannah and Joe, back to you.
All right, Alice, thank you. Well, for more on this, let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, good morning. So the fight over health care was the big sticking point during the government shutdown. Ultimately, nothing got done. Where does that fight stand now for both Republicans and Democrats?
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. That is the number one question that everybody's asking right now, not just Democrats, who of course gave up in this fight, at least 8 of them in the Senate, a couple of them in the House, without any meaningful movement on these Affordable Care Act subsidies that expire this year. But also, as we laid out in our reporting just published yesterday, Republicans also want to come up with a plan, because these policies, the premiums that are going to spike, don't just affect blue states. They affect red states too. In states like Florida and Texas especially, those premiums doubling or even tripling for so many millions of Americans. So Republicans right now are toying with the idea of perhaps just giving Americans the funding directly through flexible spending accounts, those healthcare accounts that you can see that aren't taxed, that you could spend on healthcare matters. Well, they're toying around with this idea because President Trump had endorsed it. He talks about it again this week. There are competing plans in the Senate to do it. But I just want to be very clear, they are still so far away from actually putting pen to paper, writing bill text. They are in talks, I'm told, with some Democrats across the aisle, but those Democrats still just want these subsidies to be restored.
Julie, let's talk about some other news that centers on who might control Congress. The Justice Department has now joined a Republican-led lawsuit. It's seeking to block California's Democratic-drawn congressional map, which voters approved just last week. California did this in response to Texas's redistricting earlier this year, giving Republicans more House seats in the Lone Star State. Walk us through this complaint that was filed in federal court and where this fight goes from here.
Yeah, Joe, 64% of California voters approved this map just last week. So that is a strong showing for these new maps that were pushed by the governor, Gavin Newsom. It was a risky gamble, but all in all, now that these voters approved this map, that means that 5 solid Republican seats are now more favorable for Democrats in next year's midterms. That's huge because, as we've been talking about all year long, control of the House is so razor thin right now. Johnson working with a 2-seat margin. So 5 seats would be major. That's why the Department of Justice under the Trump administration joined this Republican-led lawsuit. They say that this is purely partisan effort. They also say it's racial discrimination, and that's the argument that they're using to appeal this in the courts. It could take some time, and Gavin Newsom's spokesperson is pushing back, saying they will prevail. But as you pointed out, this only comes after Republicans use legislation, because it's allowed, in Texas to redraw those maps. In California, it required a ballot measure, so the administration is able to sue. There are lawsuits going around in other states around the country because Republicans, led by President Trump, wanted to do this in Texas, but also in other states. Indiana is one of them, among a handful of others, to try and beef up their chances of having more control over the House in 2026. Democrats feeling confident they can hang on to this in California, but we'll see what happens in the courts.
Julie, before we let you go, I do want to ask you about Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. He was hospitalized yesterday after falling near his home. We think this was due to a flare-up of a cardiac issue. What happened and how's he doing?
Yeah, it's a cardiac issue known as ventricular fibrillation. We talked to a medical expert who said this is pretty serious. And Fetterman has had a history of medical episodes over the last couple of years. You'll remember when he was campaigning for Senate back in 2022, he actually suffered from a stroke. At that time, they implanted this wearable monitor that he's had. It kind of picks up these ventricular fibrillation episodes very easily. So when he was walking outside of his home in Braddock, Pennsylvania, he fell. He released a cheeky statement speaking to the injuries he suffered on his face. He was taken to the hospital. They adjusted his medical regimen, his medication regimen, because it is a serious episode that caused him to essentially fall. I want to tell you, though, that Republicans and Democrats are wishing him well wishes. His partner senator from Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, saying that Fetterman is strong and he will get over this too. But of course, concerning, because it is just one of the latest medical concerns that Senator Fetterman has had to deal with, including some pretty serious mental health issues, which he's been open about.
Julie Sirkin, thank you very much, covering a lot for us this morning.
Former FBI Director James Comey and current New York State Attorney General Letitia James are pushing to have the cases against them brought by the Justice Department dismissed. They're arguing the Trump-appointed prosecutor was improperly appointed to her role. Now, those charges were brought by acting U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan. James is charged with mortgage fraud connected to the purchase of a home in Virginia. Comey is accused of making a false statement and obstructing Congress during a hearing in 2020.
Well, in a suburban Washington, D.C. courtroom yesterday, their lawyers argued that Halligan is acting unlawfully as a U.S. attorney, claiming both of these cases were politically charged and motivated. For some context, Halligan worked on President Trump's legal team in his classified documents case before he was elected for a second time. Then, once in office, Trump appointed Halligan to be the interim U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, even though she lacks any experience as a prosecutor.
We have NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos here for more on this. Danny, good to have you with us. So let's talk about this appointment issue. What is it both sides are arguing here? What do the facts tell us?
The government is arguing that federal law gives the Attorney General the power to appoint an interim prosecutor, a U.S. attorney, for 120 days. And that's what happened here. But that 120 days expired. Then federal law says the district court judges can continue that appointment, and that's what they did. So the government's saying that, hey, that 120 days expired. We issued a new 120 days with Lindsay Halligan, a new interim U.S. attorney. The defendants are arguing, no, that's an incorrect interpretation of the statute, because that would result in an absurd situation where an attorney general could just continually appoint 120-day appointments forever and bypass the requirement of Senate confirmation, all the other requirements we have for U.S. attorneys. So that is the issue being debated now at the court.
Did the judge seem to be leaning one way or another? And when do we find out about this?
This is just my opinion based on the length of the hearing, which was not very long, and just what was reported about how the judge reacted to the government's argument, and the fact that government appears to concede that this was at least a paperwork error. When you read between the lines as a litigator, that's the kind of thing you say when you're making a concession without making a concession. Judge, well, it's a paperwork error. It's a technicality. Let's just move forward anyway. That's the kind of thing that signals to me that the judge may be leaning towards the defense, which could have very dramatic effects.
Yeah, let me ask you about those dramatic effects.
That's,
if Halligan,
that's what I call I tossed it right to you.
It's like we planned that or something. If Halligan is removed, I mean, what does that mean for both of the cases against Comey and James? We know some other prosecutors aren't necessarily eager to tackle these cases.
Well, the defense is arguing that if Lindsay Halligan wasn't properly appointed, you might as well have had Joe Fryer present to the grand jury as a civilian. And I'm not being glib, really. If she is a civilian effectively, then that indictment, they're arguing, has no legal effect. And they're going further. They're asking for the indictment to be dismissed with prejudice, which means it can never be brought again. Now, I don't think the judge is going to go that far, but in the case of Comey, if the statute of limitations has expired, then a dismissal now means the indictment may not be bringable at all now that the limitations period is over.
All right. Danny Cevallos, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, in Oklahoma, hundreds of people were evacuated from their homes and dozens were sent to the hospital after a dangerous ammonia gas leak in a small town. NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler has this report from the scene.
This was the chaotic scene in Weatherford, Oklahoma. A tanker truck spewing massive amounts of toxic gas in a hotel parking lot.
We just have a huge cloud of gas coming out the west side of the Holiday Inn.
As first responders closed in, dozens of patients in respiratory distress were rushed to a nearby hospital. Police say 4 were flown to Oklahoma City, deemed life critical.
I remember screaming, I can't breathe, what is happening, I can't breathe.
Sherry Arcurio was working the front desk when panic broke out.
It filled this hotel lobby and you felt like you had nowhere to run.
Yeah, like I didn't physically see any smoke at that time. I've seen pictures since, and it was like this giant, like a low flow cloud system. It kind of looked like that just covered the entire base of the entire hotel.
Emergency crews in gas masks went door to door, telling hundreds of local residents to evacuate as the plume spread to nearby communities, including 3 senior living facilities.
There was people choking. I mean, I was choking. You know, every breath was like a survival gas. This morning, I feel like I've aged, and I've probably smoked about 17 packs of cigs.
Anhydrous ammonia used for farm fertilizer has a suffocating odor and can be deadly, causing respiratory distress, burning skin and eyes.
It's attacking your lungs, the moisture in your lungs, and so it's very, very dangerous.
Local authorities announced the concentration in the air had reduced to acceptable levels, lifting the evacuation order. Officials urging residents to open doors and windows to air out their homes.
All right, our thanks to Ryan Chandler for that report.
Now for a check on our morning News Now weather with flood watches and lots of rain on the way for the West Coast this weekend.
Angie Lassman joins us with the latest. Angie, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you. Happy Friday. Unfortunately for folks on the West Coast, they're going to have to deal with a whole lot of unsettled weather over an extended period. It starts today for a lot of folks across Southern California. You can see up into the Sierra Nevada mountain range as well, and stretching back into parts of Las Vegas. The southern half of really Nevada is going to see some of that additional rainfall. So no surprise that we are waking up to 23 million people under these flood alerts. There's flood watches across much of Southern California, including LA, Santa Barbara, and down to the border for San Diego. We're going to see plenty of rain in addition to what we've already received across this region over the next couple of days. Today, the focus is on Southern California. We'll see those gusty winds stretching from the coast all the way to the mountains as well. And then as we get into tomorrow, much of that rain will lift farther to the north. But unfortunately, even parts of Los Angeles are going to still be dealing with the heavy rain, and that stretches down to San Diego as well. So while we're seeing more of California and Nevada pick up some of that additional rain, still Southern California in and out of the heavy rain. That means that the flooding is going to be a very real threat here over the next couple of days, specifically across those burn scar areas, those really vulnerable spots that we oftentimes see flood first and see the flash flooding occurring pretty rapidly across. That's going to be something we'll watch today and tomorrow. By Sunday, all over California, we'll still be looking at kind of some scattered showers, Nevada in that as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of this snow and wind disrupt any travel across the Sierra Range. This is going to be something that lasts through the weekend, does leave us with the difficulty on the roadways. But again, that air travel could be difficult in places like Reno as well. Los Angeles to Santa Barbara dealing with that moderate risk of flash flooding today, but stretching a little farther north and east as well. And as we get into tomorrow, we'll still see really that same region, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Irvine, under that moderate risk. We're most concerned for the flooding there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some evacuations going on. Again, we know how vulnerable that area is. By the time this is all said and done through Sunday, maybe 3, 4, upwards of 5 inches in some spots. You can see those higher amounts closer to the coast and in those areas that we are looking at that moderate flood, flash flood risk today and tomorrow. And then when it comes to the snowfall, we'll pick up a good amount in some spots across the Sierra Nevada, up to 2 feet in some locations. So, of course, Mammoth Lakes, Lake Tahoe, those locations, folks will be happy when it comes to snow sports, but definitely going to leave us with some difficulty when it comes to travel across this region once again as we get through the weekend, guys. So busy for our friends out west.
Big story this weekend.
Yeah,
all right?
For sure.
Thank you.
Of course.
More to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, cutting costs. Another major company reportedly slashing thousands of jobs. But we're learning about what would be Verizon's biggest layoffs ever.
First, though, developing news on the war in Ukraine, Russia unleashing a new round of deadly airstrikes on Kyiv. The latest is next. Stay with us.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Talk to each other more.
That's what the news is supposed to do.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Breaking news as we come on the air. Live from the White House, top story. Live from the Vatican. Live in Israel as history is made.
An incredible moment right now here in Hostage Square.
Did you tell him anything?
Just that I love him so much and he's safe now.
You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. Everyone's going to be asking the same thing. How does this affect their bottom line?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024. To be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
We are back with a deadly new escalation in the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Ukrainian officials say 4 people were killed and dozens were injured after Russia carried out an overnight drone and missile barrage on the capital, Kyiv. Russia says the strikes were in response to Ukrainian attacks on its territory.
NBC News International correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us with more on this. Raf, good morning. So Ukraine's Air Force says that they shot down most of these missiles and drones, but give us a scale of this attack. What kind of impact did it have on Kyiv?
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so this was a massive attack on the Ukrainian capital, and it followed a pattern that's become pretty familiar by now. Russia filling the skies with hundreds of drones. Ukraine says they launched more than 400 of these drones. And the goal here is to try to overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses so that then this wave of missiles can come in behind. Something like 18 missiles were launched, apparently, according to the Ukrainian Air Force. And it's often those missiles that are causing the damage. You mentioned 4 people were killed, around 20 injured, 9 of them taken to hospital, including a pregnant woman. President Zelensky, Ukraine's leader, saying that this was deliberately aimed at civilian infrastructure. From what we can tell, there definitely was a lot of damage to civilian apartment buildings. And authorities in Kyiv are saying that water and power are out in some areas. And it is possible that there may be more people still under the rubble this morning, rescuers trying to get to them.
Raf, the Russians say they also shot down hundreds of Ukrainian drones, but some did make it through. There's an eyewitness video showing an explosion at a Russian port city near an oil depot. What more can you tell us about that and just the impact that Russia seems to be seeing on its own soil?
Yeah, so Ukraine is able to hit back. It's got drones of its own. And interestingly, Zelensky saying this morning that Ukraine fired a bunch of long-range cruise missiles that were domestically produced in Ukraine. They're called Long Neptunes. And the reason that's interesting is Ukraine has been desperate for American Tomahawk missiles for a long time. That's something that President Trump floated giving to them and then decided not to in the end. Zelensky is claiming, we haven't been able to verify this, that his missiles are having an impact. But the reality here is that Ukraine is still just massively, massively outgunned. That's especially the case when it comes to drones. One new estimate says Russia is able to make more than 300 drones every single day and then use them to attack Ukrainian cities every night. Guys.
Raf, we'd seen a big push from President Trump to broker some kind of truce between Russia and Ukraine, even meeting in person with the leaders. Where are we on those efforts? Because, I mean, it sort of feels right, like whenever we see a big attack like this renewed push, like any prospect of peace is just further away again.
Yeah, attacks like this are a real reminder that these efforts by the president to negotiate an end to the war really don't seem to be going anywhere. You'll remember President Trump hosted Vladimir Putin in Alaska over the summer. A lot of fanfare around that summit, and then very little came out of it. Then there was talk of a second meeting between the two leaders, and that was going to be in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. There were negotiations at a pretty senior official level in the run-up to that meeting. And in the end, the U.S. side pulled the plug because they just did not sense that the Russians were serious about agreeing to a ceasefire ahead of these peace negotiations. Now, President Trump hosted the prime minister of Hungary, who's actually pretty close to President Putin of Russia, given that he's the leader of a NATO country. The president left the door open to that Hungary summit happening at some point, but there's really very little momentum, it feels, at this moment towards an end to the war.
All right, Raf, thank you very much.
Now, as the war in Ukraine drags on, thousands of veterans will be dealing with its aftermath for the rest of their lives, both psychologically and physically. A new study suggests Botox and injections like it could help veterans suffering from post-amputation pain. NBC's Ellison Barber takes a look at how it works.
Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began in 2022, more than 100,000 people, soldiers and civilians, have lost limbs, according to Ukrainian estimates. And many now suffer from excruciating phantom limb pain, the perception of pain or discomfort in a limb that's no longer there. Vladimir knows it well. It was quite piercing, he says. I couldn't sleep because of it. I wasn't prepared for this. Vladimir lost both legs while serving in the Ukrainian army. There was a mortar attack, he says. One leg gone immediately. Vladimir told us the evacuation took 12 hours and doctors were forced to amputate his other leg as well. He's been receiving treatment in Lviv under the care of Dr. Nadia Sigin.
We have a lot of soldiers suffering with the post-amputation pain. We have to find some different methods, something new to provide the life without pain for them.
With the help of doctors from Northwestern's medical school, they started treating patients with botulinum toxin injections, something most often associated with cosmetic treatments.
In your brain, you have a representation of your entire body, and then you lose your leg. And so your brain reorganizes. You can have pain in the phantom because it's not reorganizing.
Okay, so here we see our target. I want to decrease the sensation of the skin and the sensation of the scar.
The team says the results were almost instantaneous.
Finished.
Bravo.
When doctors injected the Botox-like substances around painful nerve endings, 69% of amputees said their pain decreased by at least 30% within a month. According to Dr. Sigin, it was more effective with far less side effects than using treatments with opioids.
They have to do different physical exercises, and they feel so sleepy and can't do this.
There is more that needs to be studied and some unanswered questions about the long-term efficacy. But according to researchers,
there were no serious side effects.
And they hope what they found in this Lviv hospital opens the door to better care.
Our experience will help all over the world.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Interesting. Coming up on Morning News Now, a warning about a life-threatening condition that's difficult to diagnose.
I would wake up in the middle of the night with this extraordinary stomach pain. From the time of onset to my diagnosis in 2019, it was probably 11 or 12 years.
What doctors want you to know about a tick-induced meat allergy, now linked to its first death. We'll be right back.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
We're back with a health warning. Doctors are confirming the first reported death in the U.S. from a meat allergy that's brought on by tick bites. Researchers say it's linked to a syndrome that's difficult to diagnose. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains.
This allergy to meat, including beef, lamb, and pork, is linked to its first death. A 47-year-old New Jersey man ate a burger in 2024 and died 4 hours later. 2 weeks earlier, he got sick after eating a steak.
It really illustrates the need for education, because when he had the very severe episode of abdominal pain, they had no sense that that could be anaphylaxis.
University of Virginia's Dr. Thomas Platts Mills identified the death and the allergy behind it. It's called alpha-gal syndrome. It usually starts with a bite from a Lone Star tick that sensitizes a person's immune system to a sugar molecule found in the meat of mammals called alpha-gal. Reactions can include hives, nausea, and life-threatening anaphylaxis. Debbie Nickel lives with alpha-gal.
I would wake up in the middle of the night with this extraordinary stomach pain.
One of 450,000 Americans with the tick-induced meat allergy.
From the time of onset to my diagnosis in 2019, it was probably 11 or 12 years.
And your doctor even went so far as to remove your gallbladder?
That's correct.
Alpha-gal is managed with diet, avoiding meat as well as dairy and lard from those sources, and ticks.
I still go out and hike. I still eat really, really well, even if it means I don't consume beef or pork or dairy. It's a challenging lifestyle, but there are ways to find joy.
And this is increasingly becoming a national problem. It used to be centered in the southeastern portion of the United States, but with warmer winters and the deer population that carries these Lone Star ticks exploding, alpha-gal is now moving into the north and west. Back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you.
Well, as many Americans get older, they consider the option of buying long-term care insurance to cover expenses like in-home care or a nursing home. Well, this morning, we're taking a closer look at how one insurance provider has drastically raised prices on those policies in the last 14 years. They say it's because they never expected so many people to actually use the benefits. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin explains.
Has this consumed your life?
It really has.
From his dining room table in Newington, Connecticut, David Schwartzer is battling a multi-billion-dollar section of the insurance industry.
We are budgeting more today for long-term care than we do for property tax, homeowners insurance, and monthly utilities combined.
The retired insurance executive fighting, he says, to protect his family.
If something happens to both of us and we don't have long-term care insurance, these are the people that are going to have to figure it out.
He tracks policy rate increases, holds seminars to educate seniors, and pushes state lawmakers to change the long-term care insurance industry. Because of a series of rate increases, David says he and his wife Judy can barely hold on to their policies, meant to provide coverage for things like nursing homes or in-home personal care when needed.
It's all at a time when we're getting older and we're thinking this could happen.
Back in 2004, the couple purchased their policies from Genworth, one of the nation's largest providers, hoping it would help them financially if they needed care in old age. Back then, each plan cost just over $1,100 annually. Now in their 70s, David and Judy are each paying more than $4,600 per year for long-term care premiums. That's almost a 300% increase.
It was probably a case of bait and switch. We're offering you a really cheap policy, and then we're going to start giving you these rate increases, and we're going to see how far can we push you before you cry uncle and say, I give up, I can't afford it anymore.
In a statement, Genworth told NBC News the insurer has suffered significant losses on long-term care policies, pointing to faulty assumptions it made in the past, saying its rate increases are necessary to make sure every policyholder receives meaningful long-term care benefits, adding it offers alternatives, including reducing certain benefits to lower monthly premiums.
This is absolutely a crisis in terms of being able to offer the coverage to people that they need.
Andrew Mays is the Connecticut Insurance Commissioner. His office is responsible for approving rate increases.
We have to ensure the companies remain solvent. The only thing worse than having to pay an increased premium is paying a premium for a policy that can't deliver.
From the Connecticut Insurance Department database, NBC News counted 38 separate rate hike requests made by Genworth for its long-term care policies since 2011. Half of those requests were in excess of 50%. The majority were partially granted by Mays' department. Genworth is just one of many insurers requesting vast increases nationwide. How did so many major insurers misjudge this market so badly?
That is a good question. I think they made assumptions based on the data that they had at the time.
Who pays for those mistakes? The companies or the consumers?
Sadly, it is often both.
David and Judy have already paid a price and are now bracing for the next potential rate increase.
If we walk away from this policy, we've taken $100,000 and just wasted it.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
All right, coming up, a technological threat. More people say they're worried about the role of AI when it comes to the workplace.
When we come back, the new poll that shows a shift in attitude as the technology advances. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024. To be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
Top story live from the Vatican.
Live tonight from Tel Aviv. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024. To be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Back with a look at a new study that revealed some concerning gaps in attitudes among workers and their attitude toward artificial intelligence. So in the U.S., 72% of people said they were worried about AI reducing the number of jobs across the economy.
But less than half of them were concerned that it would affect their personal job security. The study surveyed more than 4,000 people across the U.S., the United Kingdom, India, and Brazil. Researchers noted that the responses mirrored people's attitudes in previous economic transitions, like think the dot-com boom of the early 2000s.
Here to break down more of this data from the report is NBC News AI reporter Jared Perlow. Good to have you with us. So the study was just published yesterday. Researchers said it also revealed many workers felt they lacked necessary AI skills. Specifically, 14% of adults in the U.S. think they have adequate skills. So what do people think are their biggest weaknesses when it comes to AI?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a very exciting new study that came out from a partnership of YouGov, which is a very well-renowned and resourced polling organization, and Udemy, which is like an online skills training platform. And what they found were people were most often missing or felt that they were missing, 41% thought they were missing specific skills. So like understanding how to use specific AI tools. So again, not to get into the weeds too much because it depends a lot on your specific job, but you know, if you're a software engineer that might be using an AI-assisted software agent like Cursor, or if you're a lawyer using something like Harvey. So, you know, these are very like industry-specific tools that help you do your job better with AI assistance. So that's where people thought, you know, they were most unsure about what was going on, how to actually use them. And then the second part there was kind of like what I classify into more of like a context or kind of general awareness bucket, which is like, once I've identified what specific tools I should actually be using, how do I merge them into my existing work, right? Because it's not like you just flip some AI switch and suddenly, you know, we're all, you know, functioning in a new economy. It's like figuring out how to integrate these tools into the existing workflow. So it was between 37 and 38% of people, of respondents, Americans in this study sample, said that they just weren't really sure how to, you know, adapt those AI tools into what they were already doing.
What I thought was interesting is kind of almost like this form of denial, it seems, in what I mentioned a moment ago, that there's this outsized number of people that think it will impact jobs, but not their own. What do you think that's about, and what else was interesting to you?
Yeah, so this disconnect between thinking that the rise of AI will have kind of economy-wide impacts, I think it was 72% of Americans thought that, versus only 47% of people thought they would affect their own job. I think that's fascinating. And, you know, we've kind of seen this before in prior technological transitions, I think, as you said, you know, potentially at the rise of the internet, people can kind of see, you know, there's this huge wave coming. Like, and, you know, obviously I'm here talking with you guys on TV, like the AI hype cycle is in full swing. So people are talking about this all the time. So people have this general awareness that AI is coming, but they don't really, you know, understand exactly how it might affect them in their own jobs. You know, maybe that's some sort of, you know, personal bias of thinking, you know, well, like I do something different. You know, I'm a journalist. You know, AI can never touch me.
Not replaceable.
Exactly. But I mean, there probably will be some sort of aspect that spills over into all of our lives, and this might come down to what researchers call kind of the awareness action gap, which is when people realize there's some bigger phenomenon coming on or coming, you know, towards us, but we're not really sure how to act. So you say like, yeah, that'd be great, but then, you know, there's so many more things we have to focus on in the short term. You know, there's so many. The researchers ask in the study, they're like, would you rather spend your time learning how to, you know, perform AI tasks and learn new skills, or would you rather, you know, do chores around the house, or, you know, continue kind of your everyday productivity tasks? And everybody says, you know, it's just a lot easier to focus on what you know now.
Right.
And I talked with one economist who said, you know, this is not surprising. When people don't really know how the AI boom is going to shape out, it's not too surprising. It shouldn't be too shocking that people don't know where to spend their time, where to focus their efforts on reskilling. Because frankly, you know, it's going to affect so many different industries in so many different ways. If you're a voice actor, if you're an Uber or Lyft driver, that's going to affect you a lot more than, you know, if you're working in heavy machinery, for example.
So folks might be burying their head in the sand here, but the bottom line is we know businesses are using it more. Last week, 88% of companies, this report last week, say they use AI in at least one business function. So rather than burying your head in the sand or doing those chores, what can people do to just better prepare themselves for this?
Yeah, so I talked with one of the study authors, and she recommended what she calls an AI skills audit. And, you know, things are changing all the time. So I think the thing I would ask people to take away is, you know, constantly reevaluate. But the skills audit is basically, you know, looking today looking at what AI can do compared to what you have to do in your job, and understand, you know, where there is overlap and what jobs or what specific skills might be more robust to kind of AI transition, and then embracing AI, you know, where that overlap does exist.
Jared, thank you so much. This was absolutely fascinating to get to talk to you about, and just such an interesting topic that we're going to all keep talking about. Thank you. All right, time now for our Money Minute. Let's get you some Wall Street headlines. Verizon is reportedly gearing up for some landmark job cuts.
NBC's Emily Lorsch joins us with our Money News. Emily, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Verizon is making its biggest workforce reduction, cutting at least 15,000 positions, according to multiple reports. The telecom giant reportedly looking to slash costs and stay competitive in a crowded wireless and home internet market. The company is also converting 200 stores into franchises, reports say, moving employees off its payroll. And Jeff Bezos' rocket company Blue Origin just scored a major win, nailing the landing of its New Glenn rocket booster on its second try. The successful touchdown marks the first time any company besides SpaceX has landed an orbital-class rocket. Experts say it positions New Glenn to challenge SpaceX's near monopoly in medium and heavy lift missions. The launch also hit its main goal, deploying Escapade, a NASA mission headed to Mars. Finally, YouTube star Mr. Beast is bringing his viral videos to life in Saudi Arabia. Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, launched Beastland this week, a theme park inspired by his videos where visitors face endurance challenges for cash prizes. The park is part of Saudi Arabia's push to become a global entertainment hub, even as the country faces criticism for human rights abuses. The capital, Riyadh, is almost constantly buzzing, though, guys, with events from boxing to music parties and sports competitions, so there's a lot going on there as well.
Looks like a Q*bert game there in real life. All right. Wow. Thanks, I appreciate it.
It's huge. All right, thank you. Well, a farm in California is planning, or in this case, planting, to grow fire-resistant seeds that could help with the state's wildfire problem. Conservationists from Hedgerow Farms are using native plants to reduce the spread of fire rather than inflame it. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the details.
The looming question in California, how to tame the flames to be less catastrophic. The answer might come from nature itself.
One of the things that we realize is that our native ecosystems are some of the best ways to protect our communities from wildfires.
Julia Michaels is the restoration ecologist at Hedgerow Farms outside Sacramento, where they collect seeds to grow the fire-resilient grasses that covered California before the humans moved in.
We see that the native plants burn slower at a lower temperature, so planting native species can mitigate some of the risks of wildfire.
Their idea, plant a new landscape with fire in mind.
California is a state that has fire, and it's really all about what kind of fire do we want to have. Do we want to have, suppress, and then every, decade, a catastrophic wildfires? We need to work with fire and not against it, but seeds play a major role in that.
The 2015 Butte fire left a 70,000-acre burn scar. Native seeds brought it back to life, safer in roughly 6 months.
One of the things we could do is actually use fire. So after a fire is a really great time to seed. And you almost have like a blank slate. It's a chance for you to nudge the ecosystem and the direction that it recovers in the direction that you're interested in.
At this burn zone in Solano County, they're using drones to drop seeds into scars, but the process doesn't have to be so high-tech.
We're just scattering seed.
Farther north, it's a more Johnny Appleseed approach. The campfire that destroyed the town of Paradise tore through the pine forest here. Officials want to grow a fire-resistant ecosystem in its place.
The high-intensity fire we had that was the result of the land being so out of balance, now we're trying to restore a ground cover that will carry that kind of fire that will sustain the forest.
And how do you do that?
In order to be able to give the land that regular low-intensity fire, we want a little less brush and a little more of the light fuels that will carry low-intensity fire to help nourish these oak trees.
Back at the farm, we put it to the test. Native versus invasive plants, which would flare up and which would flame out. First, our hedgerow farmer lit the California species.
There's an ignition resistance. Just to get the fire started is harder. The crackling was the water in the tissue of the plants. When fire hits it, it's hitting water, it slows it down. And that was crackling and making some steam.
Then those foreign grasses, which have sprung up all over the state.
And the non-native vegetation, as we burn it, you can see how hot, how quickly it's moving, just sort of a snowball effect. The more it burned, the hotter it got. I mean, it looked like a bomb had gone off, right?
It was insane.
It was a lot of fuel. That's what we've got in a lot of our hillsides, some which are very close to, the homes where people are living.
Fire may be a fact of life, but it doesn't have to be our destiny.
Do you see what you're doing as something that eventually will help the situation or take root into something that's more sustainable for all of us?
Action is the antidote to despair. I've accepted in my lifetime that California, the state that I love, will always be on fire one way or another. But, I can plant the seeds of change.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Wow, that was fascinating. All right, coming up, Giving Back, a group of young farmers coming together for their community in the wake of tragedy.
Everything was just destroyed, and then you're just like, what can I do to help? What can I do to be there for my community?
Up next, the proof that you reap what you sow, how their hard work led to a very generous donation. Next on Morning News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Talk to each other more.
That's what the news is supposed to do.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024. To be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
We end this hour with a surprise for a group of students in Texas who jumped in to help when their community needed them most.
And as NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson reports, it was a special moment, truly fit for a farm.
17-year-old Ruger Reeves is up before the sun, caring for his animals. But when catastrophic floods tore through Kerrville, Texas in July, it was his community that needed care.
Everything was just destroyed, and then you're just like, what can I do to help? What can I do to be there for my community?
He and his Future Farmers of America classmates jumped into action. Today, their event space is still operating as a command center, which means there was nowhere to hold their fall fundraiser. And the stock show, where scholarships are awarded, is now in jeopardy. If students are not able to show their animals and get that support, what is at stake?
The future is at stake, honestly. Some of us won't be able to pay for college.
So Ruger wrote a letter asking for help.
But as much as we gave our community, the flood drained it dry financially.
He sent it to everyone he could think of.
The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is proud to be here.
But it was the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo that answered his plea. And we were there for the moment they surprised Ruger with a massive donation. $500,000 for local agriculture programs.
How are you feeling?
Absolutely, I'm super grateful. This is going to mean the world to everybody here.
Gratitude from a group of students who gave so much. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Kerrville, Texas.
Oh, gosh, just incredible.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Let's start with the good news. It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the deafening calls for transparency over who knew what about Jeffrey Epstein. Well, President Trump dodges questions on this latest document drop. Some of Epstein's accusers sitting down with NBC News, urging top lawmakers in Washington to take action.
As survivors, we can't do this alone. We need our allies to do in order for us to be able to do this work.
The growing calls in Congress to release even more materials to the public. Also this morning, back in business, the lights on Capitol Hill are back on after the longest government shutdown in American history. But officials are still scrambling to give federal workers their paychecks after weeks without a steady income. More on those efforts and when travelers could finally see smoother skies at busy airports. Plus, worries on Wall Street after stocks clocked their worst day in more than a month. What's behind this latest sell-off and the budding foreclosure crisis rattling real estate markets in several states, why some investors are seeing red in America's broader economy. And later in the hour, we're digging into a new iPhone update. Millions of travelers can now ditch their physical IDs at airports for something a little more digital. But how is Apple keeping users safe from hackers? And could the tech eventually expand to all forms of ID? We're going to dig into those details. Before you know it, you'll just need your phone and nothing else wherever you go. Let's begin this hour with new details surfacing from the thousands of documents released in connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
And President Trump is continuing to dodge questions on his relationship with the late sex offender after his name appeared in several emails sent by Epstein from 2011 to 2019. And these messages were released by the House Oversight Committee on Wednesday. And this morning, some of Epstein's accusers are joining the push by lawmakers to make even more of the investigation into Epstein public.
We need the American people to not stop putting the pressure on. We can't stop putting the pressure because it's only one tiny victory. You know, we can't just ride on that right now.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us with the very latest. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see both of you. So as you've been reporting, the calls are now getting much louder for the release of all of these FBI files as they relate to Jeffrey Epstein here. And we are now getting a better look at many more of them that were released as part of that document drop you detailed. 20,000 plus pages of documents. There was one 2016-2017 email in which Epstein refers to Donald Trump as being dangerous. And it comes, as we're now hearing, from one of the family members of one of the president's Epstein's biggest accusers who are speaking out. Listen.
This morning, the Jeffrey Epstein fallout is growing after the release of tens of thousands of documents from the late sex offender's estate. Now a push for more transparency, including from some in the president's own party.
I don't think this is going to go away, and as a moral principle, I think they ought to release the records.
President Trump for the second straight day ignoring questions about their friendship. Shortly after the materials were released on Wednesday, the president, who's never been accused of any wrongdoing linked to Epstein, dismissed it as a hoax. Now, for the first time since the House Oversight Committee made the documents public, we're hearing from the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, one of Epstein's most vocal accusers, who died by suicide this year. The White House revealing Giuffre was the victim whose name had been redacted in a newly released email, in which Epstein claims she spent hours at his home with Mr. Trump. Giuffre's brother, Sky Roberts, speaking to NBC's Hallie Jackson about her name being revealed.
I just want to remind President Trump and the White House that survivors are not political toys.
Giuffre never accused the president of wrongdoing, and in her posthumous memoir said Mr. Trump couldn't have been friendlier. The new documents also show the depth of Epstein and Trump's bitter falling out. In this 2018 exchange, Epstein suggesting he had potentially damaging information on the president, writing, "It's wild because I'm the one able to take him down." The controversy is unlikely to go away anytime soon, with Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson saying a vote on releasing the Justice Department's Epstein files will take place next week, something Epstein's accusers tell NBC News they have long been calling for.
We are representing survivors that have never had a voice.
So let's talk about the next steps here. As we said, there's going to be a vote likely as early as next week. And if that passes the House, as it appears that it could, it would then face a real test in the Senate. That would be an uphill battle. The Democrats would need 13 Republicans to join them for this to then go to the president's desk. And while we've been hearing from a lot of the members of the MAGA world right now, they've been sort of dismissing this controversy. Republican voters have a very different view of it. Fewer than half of them approve of the way the president has handled the discussion, the potential release of these files. So if there is enough pressure on those senators, if ultimately they do come around and pass it sets up a scenario, believe this, Joe or Savannah, where the president himself would be set to decide whether to veto the release of these files that may detail more about his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein.
And something that many of his supporters actually want released.
Of course.
Yeah. All right.
Peter, great to have you on set with us. Good to see you. Thank you.
It is a slow return to normal following the longest federal government shutdown in history. Employees are back at work, with many of them still waiting to get those first paychecks in more than 6 weeks. Flight restrictions, though, do remain in place this morning as we near the beginning of the busy holiday travel season. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest from Reagan National Airport.
Well, it's not like flipping a switch. Airlines here and across the country are still not operating at full capacity, and that's contributing to more than 600 flight cancellations across the U.S. already today. We've already seen a few of them in that departure board behind me. In a letter to employees, American Airlines says that it could be a few days before things get back to normal. This morning, the federal government is roaring back, slowly. But while the shutdown may be over, frustration at the nation's airports is not.
3 a.m. wake up. Flight's already delayed 2 hours. You get to the airport, TSA line is an hour and a half.
The FAA is still forcing airlines to slash 6% of flights ahead of the Thanksgiving rush. More than 1,000 were canceled Thursday alone. The reductions originally put in place because of staffing shortages, while many airport workers weren't getting paid. But there may be hope ahead with those paychecks flowing again. But as for the TSA employees who've been working without pay,
thank you from the American people.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem handing out $10,000 bonus checks to some of them. Federal workers are coming back across the government, including some 670,000 who were furloughed.
Great to be able to get back into the swing of things and really return to the work I love doing.
Right now, the Trump administration is racing to give out back pay for some federal agencies as early as tomorrow, others by early next week.
There really has been an aggressive effort to get people to get their checks as soon as possible.
The Council of Economic Advisors estimates the shutdown cost the U.S. economy about $15 billion a week, causing 60,000 non-federal employees to lose their jobs. States are also scrambling to get SNAP food benefits out to the 42 million Americans who rely on them.
Hopefully by the end of this week, most will receive it at the very latest on Monday.
Meanwhile, the Smithsonian says its 21 museums and the National Zoo, including the beloved live animal cameras, will reopen on a rolling basis by Monday. Gotta love those live animal cameras. You know, frustrated flyers here could use a little bit of a distraction. It's not clear exactly when the FAA will fully lift those flight restrictions. Delta's CEO says that he hopes things will get closer to normal by the weekend, and of course all the airlines are hoping for a strong Thanksgiving. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
That's the big question, right? Well, in economic news, U.S. stocks suffered their worst day in more than a month on Thursday, and that is not the only new worrying sign for the economy.
New figures show that home foreclosures are also on the rise, while Verizon is reportedly the latest major company planning to slash thousands of jobs.
And here to talk about all this is our friend, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, good morning.
Good morning
Great to have
you
you with us.
Sorry I don't have better news.
I know. All right, let's start on Wall Street. So has this bad day, was this the blip? Because the market's been super strong. Why'd this happen?
We'll see if it carries into all day Friday here. But it really is, I think, chinks in the armor of the mighty American stock market. You had big down days, the biggest, as you said, in about a month. Those are big. And look at the NASDAQ really led it. So this was a technology-led sell-off. But I want to step back and give some context because it was a bad day. Was it a blip or the start of something else?
Right.
We don't know. But we've had a pretty good run this year, really driven by this euphoria over all the spending in artificial intelligence and these tech stocks. So you've seen big gains in the stock market, in the Dow, in the NASDAQ, in the S&P 500 this year. So that's a setback yesterday. So against the backdrop of a very good run this year.
Let's talk about the housing market and these new foreclosure filings. What are we seeing there? What might that tell us?
So they got a lot of attention. Foreclosure filings up 20% in October compared with a year ago, up about 6% from month to month. Those are rising numbers, but from a very low level. Foreclosures have been quite low for many years. So rising, but not at an alarming level just yet. But a reminder, right, that the housing market has been pretty much frozen solid. Interest rates have been higher than most people can afford. Prices have been very high. So just something to watch in the housing market as we go forward here.
Also, we mentioned these layoffs. There are these reports that we're going to see a company like Verizon slashing a lot of jobs. We've seen a lot of big American companies do this. Tell us about this.
Yeah, those reports about Verizon in isolation probably wouldn't have been a big deal, but it's on top of all of these other companies that we've seen in recent months who have been cutting jobs. And we've known for some time it's been kind of a no fire, no hire kind of a labor market. That's how it's been described. And now you're seeing layoffs pick up. So we'll watch that there. You would have thought that the official end of the government shutdown would have been good news on Wall Street, right? But there are some concerns that there will be data that won't maybe never be compiled. That's a concern. And also, what will the Federal Reserve do next when it meets in December? For a long time, Wall Street and many economists have thought the Fed was likely to cut interest rates again, but maybe not. If we're driving through a fog, without all this economic data, maybe the Fed just sits back and doesn't cut rates again. That's another reason why the stock market was disappointed yesterday. Again, there's no way to know for sure. I don't have a crystal ball, but those are just the things that were the concern yesterday.
But you are our closest thing we have to a crystal ball, so we appreciate you.
Or that crazy 8-ball. Maybe. They'll do it anyway.
Christine's our crazy 8-ball.
The outfit's giving that. Thanks, Christine.
In overseas news, Russia and Ukraine have been trading new attacks as the war between the two countries escalated overnight. At least 4 people were killed in Kyiv after Russia launched a large missile and drone attack, while a Russian port city was hit by Ukrainian drones. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Hey there, yeah, this was an enormous attack on the Ukrainian capital overnight. Authorities there say Russia filled the sky with drones to overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses and then pummeled the city with missiles. And it's really a stark reminder that the president's efforts to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine seem to be going nowhere.
Overnight, Russia launching a massive aerial attack on Kyiv, firing more than 400 attack drones, according to Ukraine's military. At least 4 people were killed in the assaults, authorities say, and more than 20 injured, including a pregnant woman. And with the rising sun, the scale of the damage to civilian homes revealed, while survivors recall the agonizing choices they faced during the attack. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do first. Should I rescue myself and my child, or should I run to help others, this woman says. The strikes on Kyiv come as Russian forces are making grinding progress on the battlefield in eastern Ukraine. Seen here moving on motorcycles through the fog as they push into the key city of Pokrovsk, while President Trump's efforts to negotiate an end to the war remain stalled. After his summit with Vladimir Putin in Alaska this summer failed to reach a breakthrough, senior officials discussed a second meeting between the leaders in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. That plan put on ice after Russia refused to agree to a ceasefire. But the president says it could still happen.
Any chance you'll meet with Putin in Budapest at some point?
Last week, we saw a new frontier in the war at a military base in Latvia. This AI-powered drone interceptor is already being battle-tested in Ukraine. It's trained to recognize and pursue Russian attack drones before a human operator gives it the order to take them down by self-destructing. Because sometimes it takes a drone to stop a drone.
And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his forces hit back overnight using long-range cruise missiles. They're called Long Neptunes. Zelensky says they're getting more successful all the time, but his country is still massively outgunned, especially when it comes to drones. Russia now estimated to be able to make more than 300 drones every single day. I'll send it back to you.
Raph, thank you.
Well, this morning, a small city in Oklahoma is recovering from a major scare. Hundreds of people had to be evacuated from their homes, and dozens more were hospitalized with breathing issues after authorities confirmed a leak of the dangerous gas ammonia from a tanker truck. NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler is in Weatherford. He joins us with the latest. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. That's right. Fortunately, it's mostly back to business as usual here in Weatherford, but this leak really rattled this small city. All in all, some 60 people were injured, more than 30 the night of the leak, and then the morning after, 30 more went to the hospital, including many of the first responders who showed up to help the guests who were staying at this Holiday Inn. All of that strain on this small city with just 8 hospital beds. Meanwhile, overnight, we're learning the NTSB has started their investigation.
We just have a huge cloud of gas coming out the west side of the Holiday Inn.
This morning, the city of Weatherford, Oklahoma, recovering from a life-threatening haze of toxic gas.
A semi-truck that is leaking some sort of methane or gas onto the property.
Rooms at this Holiday Inn Express quickly filling with a potentially deadly gas early Thursday. Guests and employees felt like there was nowhere to run.
It just hit us like a ton of bricks, like the smell of ammonia that was so overpowering.
Sherry Arcuria was working the front desk when she started to choke.
I remember screaming, I can't breathe, what is happening, I can't breathe.
Authorities say it started with an apparent equipment failure on this air gas tanker truck carrying anhydrous ammonia, a chemical used for farm fertilizer. Hotel employees say the driver of the truck had a reservation there that night.
It's attacking your lungs, the moisture in your lungs. And so it's very, very dangerous.
The leak sent dozens to the hospital, several airlifted to Oklahoma City, listed as life critical. First responders in gas masks going door to door through nearby neighborhoods, telling hundreds to evacuate immediately.
There was people choking. I mean, I was choking. You know, every breath was like a survival gasp.
Several victims remained in intensive care Thursday night, Weatherford police said.
We've had about another 30 patients come in that had been exposed to the fumes. Those individuals that were on the front line jumping in to help and rescue.
Local officials have been testing the air quality here to make sure it's no longer a threat to the public after this terrifying toxic cloud seemed to shut down nearly half the city.
Now, there was a team from Airgas here last night. They did not want to say much, but we did watch them work late into the night to get this situation under control. We are also hearing from that company, Savannah. They tell us that they're working with local authorities, saying that their top priority is the first responders in the local community. Savannah.
All right, Brian, thank you.
Record heat is hitting parts of the country this morning, triggering fire risk in some areas.
Angie Lastman's back in studio with our Morning News Now weather. Hey, Andrew, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you. A bit of a weather whiplash for some here when we compare to what we were dealing with in the beginning of the week to now. We've got a good chunk of the country that is going to see record warmth, not just today, but for the next couple of days potentially. And many of these locations are going to see highs as high as 35 degrees above where we should be. So you can see all of the areas that are in red, and then you take a look at those areas that could see potential record highs, and there are dozens of them. More than 3 dozen locations could see potential record highs as we get through the next couple of days. And they extend from the northern plains all the way down to the southern plains, Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City included in that, across parts of the plains as well, even into the Midwest. We'll see the potential for that too as we get through the next couple of days. And we really honestly went from a weather whiplash this beginning of the week with temperatures feeling much more like winter. Places like Minneapolis were 30 degrees degrees on Sunday. Today, you will hit 68 degrees. We've got 40s that we started the week with in Tulsa, and today we're going to hit 79 degrees. We've got 80s on tap in Dallas. So you get the picture. It's a very different story than how we started this work week, and that's going to kind of continue for at least the next couple of days. 74 in Evansville tomorrow, 66 for Chicago, 64 in Detroit, upper 60s for Cincinnati. Across the South, we'll see temperatures into the 70s for places like Memphis and Nashville. And of course, what goes up must come down. We've got to see those temperatures kind of moderate out, but we're actually going to see a very quick change. So some highs by the time we get to Sunday will have anywhere from a 10 to 20 degree temperature difference. So we go to 50 degrees for your high in Chicago on Sunday. That's 16 degrees cooler than Saturday. We've got 40s in Buffalo, 50s in Pittsburgh, 57 degrees in Lexington. So we really just can't make our mind up for where our temperatures will be. So I say keep the layers handy, I guess. Otherwise, out west, we've got a whole lot of rain that we're gearing up for. And this could be a concerning situation for folks across Southern California. 23 million people in a flood watch right now. We've got Santa Barbara down to San Diego included in that, and interior areas of SoCal as well. A lot of that rain is going to be focused across Southern California today, along with the gusty winds as well. But by tomorrow, much of that works farther north. We'll see the really heavy rain kind of gear up into the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. And we could see potentially some concerning situations, swift water rescues, some flash flooding concerns. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some difficulty when it comes to travel, guys. And we could see in the metro area alone for LA 3 to 5 inches. That, of course, really difficult for that region to handle. The burn scar areas and just the general, how it operates when you have a lot of rain. It's going to be something to watch for sure over the next couple of days.
California doesn't like a small shower,
exactly.
So this will be a lot of rain.
Yeah, something to watch for sure.
Thank you.
Of course.
Well, the Mega Millions jackpot has climbed to $965 million after there were no winners in Tuesday's drawing.
It's the largest jackpot since, April, when the lottery made some changes to the game, including an increase in the ticket price. The next drawing tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, she's getting ready to buy her winning ticket at Stu Leonard's in Clifton, New Jersey. Emily, good morning. Nearly $1 billion here. Put that in context. How many times has the Mega Millions prize passed that 10-figure mark?
Well, it's only eclipsed that billion-dollar mark 7 times before, with that jackpot being won in all different states, including one time in New Jersey just last year. And here at Stu Leonard's, they say on days like this, they see demand for lottery tickets double. And it's plain to see why, because, again, we're talking about nearly $1 billion. Take a look at this. This is the next drawing here, Friday night at 11 p.m. But it's not just $1 and a dream anymore. Even the prices of lottery tickets, Mega Millions tickets have gone up. Now we got to pay $5. But look who's going to help me out. We've got my lucky milk carton that I've deemed my good luck charm. Also, my buddy Gavin. I'm going to get 1 Mega Millions ticket, please, Gavin. This is the lucky ticket, right? Yeah, Gavin swears by it, okay? And it's not just about matching all of the numbers. It's not just all about the jackpot. Actually, on Tuesday alone with the Mega Millions, there were more than 800,000 winning tickets with prizes between $10 to up to $5 million. But just like in real estate, it's all about location, location, location in terms of how much money you get to take home. Take a look at this. There are 8 states that actually don't tax lottery winnings, which, depending on the size of the prize, it could end up saving you tens of millions of dollars, guys.
That's interesting. I never realized that, even though I've actually lived in some of those states and didn't have to pay income tax. So that's fascinating. So, Emily, when that ticket you have in your hand there is the winner, what did experts tell you should do next?
Okay, so as we always say, you want to sign and secure the ticket. And here's why. Because the New York Lottery right now is actually asking Mega Millions players from last December to check their tickets, because right now there is a winning ticket worth $1 million that has not been claimed. It will expire next month if not claimed. So, guys, this is me going on the record, showing my ticket next to my face so I can confirm that I'm going to win and bring home this jackpot, okay?
And now everyone's going to steal your numbers, and then you're going to have to share the jackpot with all the people out there who've seen your numbers. That's such a good point.
Yeah.
Don't take Emily's numbers. That's the message. All right.
Thank you. All right, much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now, including some brand new travel experiences awaiting all those holiday hoppers at busy airports across America.
First, after the break, why some Hollywood A-listers are heading over to the Vatican this weekend for a different kind of business meeting with Pope Leo himself. That's next. Stay with us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows, For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Zinclair Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Vatican.
Live tonight from Tel Aviv. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinclair Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Talk to each other more.
That's what the news is supposed to do.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Talk to each other more.
That's what the news is supposed to do.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Welcome back. Tomorrow, Pope Leo is hosting some of Hollywood's biggest celebrities, looking to strengthen the ties between film and faith. Comes after the pontiff revealed his own favorite movies. I wonder if Conclave was on the list. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
Hey there, Hollywood loves using the Vatican as a backdrop for movies. Take, for example, the two popes, the agony and the ecstasy, and of course, Conclave. But now in this Jubilee year, Pope Leo has something else in mind. The Vatican has long been a source of fascination for Hollywood.
I will not obey you! Will not! Did I hear you correctly?
But apparently, that interest goes both ways. Pope Leo this week revealing his list of favorite movies.
My 4 favorite films. It's a Wonderful Life.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
The Sound of Music. Ordinary People. You really love me. La Vita è Bella.
The last, the Oscar-winning Life is Beautiful. Now, at the Vatican's invitation, some of Hollywood's biggest stars will meet with Pope Leo tomorrow. Cate Blanchett, Spike Lee, and Judd Apatow, among those who've RSVP'd yes. The Vatican wanting to deepen the dialogue with actors and directors about promoting human values and the mission of the church.
They want to use what they have in common, not focusing on the differences, to work toward common goals and toward the common good.
And yes, like many of us, the then Cardinal Prevost watched Hollywood's Conclave before going into the real thing, on the advice of his brother John.
I said, well, watch it again so you know how to act.
A citizen of the world in 6 months as Pope, Leo has shown some uniquely American qualities. From the Pope-mobile jumping in to cheer his beloved Chicago White Sox. and razzing the rival Cubs after they were eliminated from the baseball playoffs. He's met with actors Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. This follows Pope Francis' meeting last year with comedians. Jimmy Fallon, Chris Rock, and Stephen Colbert among those vying for a papal laugh. Now it's Leo's turn to strengthen the bonds of art and faith. This weekend's event is all part of the Vatican's Jubilee 2025, a holy year that the Catholic Church celebrates every 25 years. Back to you.
Thank you, Ann.
Well, with Thanksgiving travel just a few weeks away, a couple weeks away, many travelers are about to get a whole new airport experience. That is because a lot of mid-sized airports have been getting big upgrades, even complete overhauls in some cases. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello is at Pittsburgh International. That's one of those airports about to open a brand new terminal. Tom, I love going through a new airport. It is so exciting. Tell us what you're seeing there. Good morning.
So we are just down the road from Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, and take a look at this big, beautiful, brand new terminal here at Pittsburgh. They open for first time next week, so we're giving you the exclusive behind-the-scenes tour. You know, the airport is usually your first and your last impression of a city, right? For tourists who come in, for business people who come in to do business, listen, if you're coming in to look at colleges for your kids. And so now Pittsburgh, like a lot of mid-sized cities, has decided they've got to put their best foot forward. It's a massive transformation for a city in renaissance, and one of many airports undergoing more than just a facelift. This is a big makeover.
It's huge. It's a really big makeover.
Pittsburgh International fell on hard times when U.S. Airways closed its hub here 20 years ago. Passenger volume dropped 60%.
Almost feels a little nostalgic at times, you know. I remember coming here as a kid and it hasn't changed a bit.
With low ceilings and TSA lines that extend all the way to the parking garage, the old terminal feels very 1980s. Fast forward to 2025. Here's the new terminal, 30% bigger, much higher ceilings, natural lighting, more public parking, and a new public face for Pittsburgh. A $2 billion investment meant to reflect Pittsburgh's transformation from steel to medicine and high tech. 12 new TSA checkpoints with the latest technology. Curb to gate passenger travel time cut in half. And a new 3-mile baggage system down from the old 8-mile journey. What's the message to the world now when they come into this airport?
The message is this is Pittsburgh, and everything that's in this community you can get a sense of here.
It's happening nationwide as mid-sized airports upgrade, renovate, and reinvent in Columbus, Louisville, Raleigh, Kansas City, and Portland. In San Diego, they're replacing Terminal 1. It was designed 60 years ago for 2.5 million passengers per year. Last year, 10 million passengers came through.
It was dark, it was cramped. In our new terminal, the 19 gates with more concessions, more room, more check lines so that people can get through the checkpoints faster, we offer a much more pleasant experience.
So a lot of last-minute tweaks.
Yeah, it's all about refinement now.
International consultant Daniel Bryan overseeing the final checklist at Pittsburgh.
What we're really trying to do is really understand how can we amplify or finesse our passenger experience at that point? So yeah, we stress test, we push things, and we learn what our systems can and can't do.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like a Pittsburgher, does he? You know what this is all about? It's about going point to point for these mid-sized airports. This is not a hub anymore, right? U.S. Airways pulled out, and their volume dropped from 20 million flights a year down to 8 million. That really hurts. They've grown it back up to 10 million, but now they're betting that as they build out this beautiful new airport, more airline flights will come in, taking people from point to point, giving people who live here or want to come here many more options. Guys, back to you.
All right, very cool. Tom, thank you so much.
Coming up, a hidden consequence of those controversial and often aggressive ICE operations.
And we're going to look at the mental toll the raids are taking on the millions of kids who currently live with someone who's undocumented. That is next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Vatican.
Live tonight from Tel Aviv.
We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Back with a closer look at how ICE raids are impacting young people. The American Immigration Council says around 6 million kids share a home with someone who's undocumented.
NBC News Daily anchor Zincle Esamwal reports on how more experts are sounding the alarm on the potential trauma immigration raids are causing young people.
There's a baby in the back.
These are some of the images from President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown in America.
We are getting treated like animals because people judge us by the color of our skin.
And a reality experts now say may be impacting the youngest in our nation.
Families and children and adolescents are reporting this severe amount of stress and depression, anxiety, as well as economic devastation, right? Because some families are not even going out to work.
Dr. Lisa Fortuna is a professor at the University of California, Riverside, and the lead psychiatrist behind a recent report that finds U.S. immigration policy is causing a public health emergency for children and families.
It's really becoming sort of ongoing anxiety, stress reactions, depression, problems sleeping, problems eating, problems attending at school. The concern that they might be separated from their families. If they have mixed status families, we're having children that are experiencing nightmares, panic attacks around the idea that this might happen to their family.
The report's findings also reflected in firsthand accounts. This mother of a man detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents on November 4th, telling our NBC station in Los Angeles.
My son was taken by masked men, scared, heavily armed ICE agents, while my granddaughter remained strapped in her car seat in the back of the vehicle.
Witnesses and the family of the man say agents then took the car with the child inside.
We didn't know what happened to her while she was in their care, and they wouldn't give us information about when my son would be released or where he was.
The Department of Homeland Security telling NBC News in a statement in part, during the operation, a U.S. citizen exited his vehicle wielding a hammer and threw rocks at law enforcement while he had a child in his car. He was arrested for assault. And adding he has an active warrant for property damage. In Fitchburg, Massachusetts, video verified by NBC News appears to show a man having a seizure while holding his young daughter in an encounter with ICE. DHS has reshared the video on X, stating the man pretended to have a medical emergency during the arrest, but, quote, displayed absolutely no signs of medical concerns just moments later. One student in Hillsboro, Oregon, speaking out about the impact of ICE actions in his community in his now viral testimony.
I'm tired of telling my mom and dad every day after school that, have you seen the new video of ICE pulling someone over because the color of their skin?
According to the nonpartisan think tank, the Migration Policy Institute, there are an average of nearly 50,000 people in ICE detention daily in 2025.
What might the generational impacts of some of this current moment have or look like?
Yeah, I mean, the current moment can have significant generational impact. Once a child develops anxiety disorder, depression, that type of fear in community, it can really become something that's a prolonged depression or anxiety. One of the most important things that we can do right now is to make sure that the systems of care, be it healthcare, schools, community-based organizations, provide a place of support and safety for children.
A fight over immigration that could impact generations. Zinclea Samoa, NBC News.
Coming up, one more wallet mainstay making its way to your phone.
When Morning News Now returns, we're going to tap into the pros and cons of having your physical ID right in your Apple Wallet. But where exactly can you use it? More importantly, is the new update safe? That's next. Stay with us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House. Top story, live from the Vatican. Live in Israel as history is made.
An incredible moment right now here at Hostage Square.
Did you tell him anything?
Just that I love him so much and he's safe now.
You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. Everyone's going to be asking the same thing. How does this affect their bottom line?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Top story, live from the Vatican. Live tonight from Tel Aviv. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Top story, live from the Vatican. Live tonight from Tel Aviv. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Back with a new iPhone feature that will allow people to use a digital form of identification at hundreds of airports across the U.S.
It was part of Apple's most recent update. The new digital ID requires some information from your passport, and it can be used instead of a real ID for domestic travel. Passengers will still need their physical passport for international travel.
For more on this, we are joined by editor-at-large at Tech Radar, Lance Ulanoff. Lance, good to have you with us as always. So tell us, how does this digital ID work and where exactly exactly can folks use it?
Well, it's pretty easy. It works. I actually scanned in my passport this morning. It was a piece of cake. There's just a few steps that you have to go through, and then it's on your phone and in your wallet. Your Apple Wallet has a bunch of things. It has the Apple credit card. It has in 11 states across the U.S. It has the digital driver's license, and now it has this digital ID. And you can use it, of course, in the airport, but not in place of your passport. You can't cross a border. You can't go international travel, but you can identify yourself at the airport. You can identify yourself in some stores, and you will eventually be able to use it as identification for online services and apps, as an age identification, which is actually one of the things that people really want to be able to do, quickly tap their phone and be able to say, I am in fact this age.
As someone who doesn't have a real ID yet and is carrying their passport around everywhere, I'm really into this, but I'm sure people are wondering, maybe they're excited about it. Is there a security risk at all?
I don't think so. So this is actually stored locally. It is not passed to the cloud. It is not passed to Apple, and it's fully encrypted. So it's only on your phone. No one else can see it, and they can't access it. It's only going to be, pulled up if you open up your wallet, if you tap a special reader. That's it. So I actually think it's a pretty secure way of having it. Yes, it's a great substitute right now for Real ID if you don't have that.
Of course, you showed us your passport there. Who doesn't love to actually get their passport stamped? So I feel like I would continue to use it.
I already put it in.
There you go. Anyway, but I mean, this is not meant to replace your passport, right?
No, if you're going over the border, if you're going to Canada, or if you plan international travel, please take your passport with you. This is not a substitute yet. Hopefully, at some point in the future, maybe it will be.
Why did Apple roll out this feature in the first place?
Well, first of all, they love to put as many services on the iPhone as humanly possible. They know, they understand that we carry a couple of things with us all the time. We carry our physical wallet usually. We always carry our phone. If you've lost your phone, you're in a state of panic. So they understand that this is a central location for all of your information, your health information, your ID information. So they want to put it on there. And of course, it makes the phone that much more important to you.
Do we have an idea of what they want to shove in that digital wallet next?
Well, they'd like you to shove more of your money that they'll take for their service. But I'm not sure.
All right, Lance Ulanoff, good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, let's stay on some business headlines. We've got some good news for your retirement savings this morning. Good news, yay.
NBC's Emily Lorsch joins us with those details and some other Wall Street news. Emily, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning. Some big changes coming for retirement savers. The IRS is raising 401k contribution limits for 2026. Starting next year, employees can defer up to $24,500 into workplace plans, up $1,000 from this year. Catch-up contributions for those 50 and older will rise $500 to $8,000. Experts say most Americans still don't max out their retirement accounts, with only 14% reaching the limit in 2024. And Airbnb is bringing groceries to your doorstep even before you check in. Starting January 5th, Airbnb is piloting a kitchen stocking program with Instacart in Phoenix, Orlando, and Los Angeles. Guests can pre-order groceries, and hosts will earn $25 per order, plus a $100 bonus for the first order. This follows Airbnb's services rollout, which includes meals, massages, and fitness sessions, with the goal of adding more than $1 billion in annual revenue. Finally, there is no bad blood, but Taylor Swift is closing the book on the Eras Tour, giving fans a behind-the-scenes look at how it came together all too well in a new Disney Plus docuseries. We're now out of the woods with the 6-episode series, The End of an Era, premiering its first 2 episodes on December 12th. It dives into the inner workings of Swift's record-breaking tour, even documenting the early days of her love story with lover Travis Kelce. It also highlights the intricate planning behind her tour, offering fans a rare look at Swift's life as a showgirl. Now, that musical wordplay, I just had to do it for all the Swifties out there. I feel like there are some in the studio as well.
I don't know what you're talking about. I watched that trailer an embarrassing number of times yesterday because it's just already like the little glimpses of the behind the scenes. I can't wait. Can't wait. 6 episodes. What will I do? Thank you. All right, well, if you struggle to get your kids to walk past all those sugary foods at the grocery store, this one's for you. This morning, we're going to highlight some strategies that you can use to shop with your children for healthy foods they might actually eat. Reporter Susan Hogan from NBC Washington has more on how to make that trip to the market both fun and educational.
Ever go
grocery shopping with your kids and think this was a terrible idea?
I want them.
Yeah, we've all been there. One minute you're reaching for the lettuce, the next you're negotiating over cookies.
Please get another.
But one mom found a way to turn all that chaos into a game.
I started playing a scavenger hunt with them.
When her kids were little, Dr. Michelle Arthurs, who runs the lifestyle medicine program at Kaiser Permanente, says she turned grocery shopping into an adventure.
I spotted them!
If we were going to go look for grapes, I would give them clues. The next food that we're going to look for might be purple or it might be green, and it's small and it's round like a little ball. What is it that we're looking for?
Easy grapes, yeah.
And just like that, her kids were learning and having fun. We met up with Dr. Arthurs and Giant food nutritionist Leslie Jefferson to see how parents can make grocery shopping smarter and healthier with their kids without losing their sanity.
Should we take our kids to the grocery store, though? I mean, there's so many temptations.
There are, and there's also a lot of learning.
Like these aisles of rainbow-colored fruits and veggies, perfect for teaching kids where food comes from and why it's good for them.
This one looks good.
When you go to the grocery store, you can make decisions that are healthy. You can make small choices that add up in the end. And with your children, you can also plant seeds and help them learn more about their food choices. So as they grow, they're more understanding and they have a better interest in what's in front of them.
I'll pick these.
When you shop, every small choice adds up. And the earlier kids learn that, the better their habits stick. But then there's that aisle.
Well, I think all of them are the most delicious.
So the cereal aisle is always a fun place for families to shop.
To help parents navigate it, Giant uses a program called Guiding Stars, which has a team of doctors and scientists rate products in the store by their nutritional content. To make it easy to follow, Guiding Stars ranks store brand foods from good, better, to best.
If you walk out of the grocery store and most of your items have stars, you know you're buying nutrient-dense foods.
So here's a fun challenge. Tell your kids to find a 3-star option first.
This has 1, 2, 3.
Whoever finds it, that's the one you buy. Suddenly, you're winning breakfast and Parent of the Year.
If my kids want mac and cheese.
Again, I look for the stars. I'm in Giant, so we see a mac and cheese that gets a star.
Oh, it says no artificial flavors, preservatives, or dyes.
Exactly. Now, what do we want to do with our mac and cheese?
Add something to it.
We want to add something on the side.
Got it.
She uses this visual from the USDA. Half fruits and veggies, 1/4 grains, and 1/4 protein.
Where are the cucumbers anyway?
Simple, right? And here's my favorite tip. You turn your cart into the food pyramid.
And the top of the food pyramid is the stuff that we shouldn't have too much of.
Okay.
And conveniently, in shopping carts, there's a smaller space right here. So if you're going to get some of that at the top of the food pyramid, if it doesn't fit in here, we don't overflow. We stop.
Small swaps go a long way, like cutting the ice cream bowl in half and topping it with fruit.
Can you give this back to me?
Do you need more lemons to make lemon pie, Mommy?
It's not about perfection, just progress. So next time you hit the store, make it a mission. Let your kids hunt for health, because the habits they build in these aisles, they'll take with them for life.
You know what? I learned a lot.
There you go.
Not even a child.
I just remember how much I loved the cereal aisle when I was a kid. It was like the best place ever.
Our thanks to reporter Susan Hogan for that story.
Coming up, we have made it to Friday. That can mean only one thing here on Morning News Now.
It means after the break, we've got your VIP ticket to the latest and greatest from the world of Hollywood, just in time for the weekend. It's everything you simply can't miss next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and
we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024 to be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House. Top Story, live from the Vatican. Live in Israel as history is making.
An incredible moment right now here in Hostage Square.
Did you tell him anything?
Just that I love him so much and he's safe now.
You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. Everyone's going to be asking the same thing. How does this affect their bottom line?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Finally this hour, it is Friday, which means that it is time for your weekly can't miss list.
A look at all the movies and shows you need to see this weekend.
And joining us this week for the first time is entertainment reporter Rachel Smith. Rachel, good morning and welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, all. Big fans of your work.
Oh,
so
stop.
Delighted
Keep
to
going,
sit
just
with
kidding.
you. I'm gonna chat about all this entertainment. There's so much content to take in.
Yeah,
right
okay,
now.
we were just talking about a bunch of it in the break. This one I'm super excited about, and I don't know that much about yet. The Running Man, a Stephen King thriller. It's got Glenn Powell.
I mean, need I say more? It's got action, comedy, and Glenn Powell, and the man is literally on a movie run right now and literally on the run in this film. It is based on a Stephen King thriller about reality show contestants trying to survive being hunted by professional killers for $1 billion payday. Now, Glenn's character finds himself in the contest basically to try to find a way to win this money prize so he can save his sick daughter. The film also has a dynamic supporting cast in Coleman Domingo, William H. Macy, and Josh Brolin. And also, fun little side note for you, if you're not getting enough Glenn Powell at the movies, he's actually making his hosting debut on SNL tomorrow.
We've heard. He's wandering the building somewhere here.
He is, but we'll see him on the big and the small screen.
That's his first time doing it. I would not have thought that.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
I know.
Folks are looking forward to that. If The Running Man sounds familiar to you, it was a movie decades ago starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now we get a refresh of it. All right, so let's talk about a new series on Netflix that features another man on the run. This is called Last Samurai Standing, set in 1800s Japan. What are you hearing about this one?
All right, so some are actually hailing it as one of the best action TV dramas of the year. Insane, right? And when you think of The Last Samurai Standing, the premise kind of sounds similar to that of Running Man, but like you said, it's taking place in late 19th century Japan. So I'm thinking Shogun meets Squid Games, but a period piece as well. The series is based on the novel and Japanese comics by Shogo Imamura. It's beautifully shot, as you can see right there, and it's got a massive cast, and it's led by Junichi Okada. So all 6 episodes are streaming right now on Netflix. This one is getting rave reviews.
Wow, awesome. Okay, also people are excited about the next Now You See Me.
I mean, and they're setting us up for another one because we got some newcomers in the cast.
Okay,
We've got
there you
Ariana
go.
Greenblatt, Justice Smith, and Dominic Sessa, but we're also bringing back the OGs. I mean, you got to Jesse Eisenberg, Woody Harrelson, Isla Fisher, Dave Franco, Lizzie Kaplan, and Morgan Freeman. I'm just name dropping here left and right. But now we're seeing the Horseman Illusionist reuniting for this high stakes diamond heist that they've got going on. Nothing could go wrong there, right? But this is the third film in the franchise after it kicked off its run in 2013. The first two films grossed nearly $700 million worldwide. So they have high hopes for this film. They already have a fourth film in development. But of course, you know, the Illusionists are going to have to battle it out of the box office against Glenn Powell and The Running Man. So they're going to be duking it out, y'all.
All right. If you're a fan,
so much in theaters.
If you're a fan of European dramas you're staying in, we've got a Belfast-based police drama called Blue Lights, which is back for season 3. Forbes actually called it the best cop show on TV. The cast was just here in New York. We asked them why they think the show has gotten so popular. Take a listen.
If you have something that's authentic and unapologetic, it does travel, and that is universal, and it's so character driven, and it's about the people behind the uniform, and I think that's what resonates with people.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, authenticity is there. They also have a dynamic ensemble cast. The acting is A+ as well. Getting that kind of score, those kind of reviews from viewers and critics alike, well done, and a BAFTA as well. But the series follows rookie police officers on the front lines in Belfast. I mean, it entails all the danger and the drama of being on those front lines. And it might sound like a typical cop drama, but it is anything but with the dynamic acting in this cast. And episode 1 of season 3 is streaming now. If you don't have BritBox, you can also find it on Apple TV and Prime Video.
Awesome. Yeah. All right, another cop show from overseas. This one's called The Asset. Tell us about this. Getting a lot of buzz, even though it's a Danish language show, right?
Yes, but you also can have the English dubbed version on Netflix. So this one's on Netflix as well. I love a crime drama. This one is testing a young police agent. She's going undercover to infiltrate a criminal gang. She has to befriend the gang leader's wife in order to crack the case. But the mission risks falling apart if she gets too close to this source. I always love something where you're like towing that line of like, you know, that moral dilemma and you know, getting indulged into your profession as well. So that seems like a good one. And all 6 episodes are out on Netflix right now.
All right, we only have like 10 seconds left here, but get your tissues ready. There's a documentary called Come See Me in the Good Light.
You
a lot
have
of buzz.
to see it. It's so good. It actually won the Festival Favorite Award at the Sundance Film Festival, and that was voted on by the audience. It's got heart, humor, joy. Yes, you're going to have your Kleenex, but it's a beautiful documentary about 2 poet lovers, Megan and Andrea, navigating life, love, mortality, as one of them is battling a incurable disease. But Sarah Bareilles, Brandi Carlile are 2 of the executive producers, along with Glennon Doyle, and it's streaming now on Apple TV+.
Rachel Smith, great to have you. Thank you so much. Now you know what to watch this weekend.
Yes.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Let's start with the good news. It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the deafening calls for transparency over who knew what about Jeffrey Epstein. Well, President Trump dodges questions on this latest document drop. Some of Epstein's accusers sitting down with NBC News, urging top lawmakers in Washington to take action.
As survivors, we can't do this alone. We need our allies to do in order for us to be able to do this work.
The growing calls in Congress to release even more materials to the public. Also this morning, back in business, the lights on Capitol Hill are back on after the longest government shutdown in American history. But officials are still scrambling to give federal workers their paychecks after weeks without a steady income. More on those efforts and when travelers could finally see smoother skies at busy airports. Plus, worries on Wall Street after stocks clocked their worst day in more than a month. What's behind this latest sell-off and the budding foreclosure crisis rattling real estate markets in several states, why some investors are seeing red in America's broader economy. And later in the hour, we're digging into a new iPhone update. Millions of travelers can now ditch their physical IDs at airports for something a little more digital. But how is Apple keeping users safe from hackers? And could the tech eventually expand to all forms of ID? We're going to dig into those details. Before you know it, you'll just need your phone and nothing else wherever you go. Let's begin this hour with new details surfacing from the thousands of documents released in connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
And President Trump is continuing to dodge questions on his relationship with the late sex offender after his name appeared in several emails sent by Epstein from 2011 to 2019. And these messages were released by the House Oversight Committee on Wednesday. And this morning, some of Epstein's accusers are joining the push by lawmakers to make even more of the investigation into Epstein public.
We need the American people to not stop putting the pressure on. We can't stop putting the pressure because it's only one tiny victory. You know, we can't just ride on that right now.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us with the very latest. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see both of you. So as you've been reporting, the calls are now getting much louder for the release of all of these FBI files as they relate to Jeffrey Epstein here. And we are now getting a better look at many more of them that were released as part of that document drop you detailed, 20,000 plus pages of documents. There was one 2017 email in which Epstein refers to Donald Trump as being dangerous. And it comes, as we're now hearing, from one of the family members of one of the president's Epstein's biggest accusers who are speaking out. Listen.
This morning, the Jeffrey Epstein fallout is growing after the release of tens of thousands of documents from the late sex offender's estate. Now a push for more transparency, including from some in the president's own party.
I don't think this is going to go away, and as a moral principle, I think they ought to release the records.
President Trump, for the second straight day, ignoring questions about their friendship. Shortly after the materials were released on Wednesday, the president, who's never been accused of any wrongdoing linked to Epstein, dismissed it as a hoax. Now, for the first time since the House Oversight Committee made the documents public, we're hearing from the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, one of Epstein's most vocal accusers, who died by suicide this year. The White House revealing Giuffre was the victim whose name had been redacted in a newly released email, in which Epstein claims she spent hours at his home with Mr. Trump. Giuffre's brother, Sky Roberts, speaking to NBC's Hallie Jackson about her name being revealed.
I just want to remind President Trump and the White House that survivors are not political toys.
Giuffre never accused the president of wrongdoing, and in her posthumous memoir said Mr. Trump couldn't have been friendlier. The new documents also show the depth of Epstein and Trump's bitter falling out. In this 2018 exchange, Epstein suggesting he had potentially damaging information on the president, writing, "It's wild because I'm the one able to take him down." The controversy is unlikely to go away anytime soon, with Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson saying a vote on releasing the Justice Department's Epstein files will take place next week, something Epstein's accusers tell NBC News they have long been calling for.
We are representing survivors that have never had a voice.
So let's talk about the next steps here. As we said, there's going to be a vote likely as early as next week. And if that passes the House, as it appears that it could, it would then face a real test in the Senate. That would be an uphill battle. The Democrats would need 13 Republicans to join them for this to then go to the president's desk. And while we've been hearing from a lot of the members of the MAGA world right now, they've been sort of dismissing this controversy. Republican voters have a very different view of it. Fewer than half of them approve of the way the president has handled the discussion, the potential release of these files. So if there is enough pressure on those senators, if ultimately they do come around and pass it sets up a scenario, believe this, Joe or Savannah, where the president himself would be set to decide whether to veto the release of these files that may detail more about his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein.
And something that many of his supporters actually want released.
Of course.
Yeah. All right.
Peter, great to have you on set with us. Good to see you. Thank you.
It is a slow return to normal following the longest federal government shutdown in history. Employees are back at work, with many of them still waiting to get those first paychecks in more than 6 weeks. Flight restrictions, though, do remain in place this morning as we near the beginning of the busy holiday travel season. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest from Reagan National Airport.
Well, it's not like flipping a switch. Airlines here and across the country are still not operating at full capacity, and that's contributing to more than 600 flight cancellations across the U.S. already today. We've already seen a few of them in that departure board behind me. In a letter to employees, American Airlines says that it could be a few days before things get back to normal. This morning, the federal government is roaring back, slowly. But while the shutdown may be over, frustration at the nation's airports is not.
3 a.m. wake up. Flight's already delayed 2 hours. You get to the airport, TSA line is an hour and a half.
The FAA is still forcing airlines to slash 6% of flights ahead of the Thanksgiving rush. More than 1,000 were canceled Thursday alone. The reductions originally put in place because of staffing shortages, while many airport workers weren't getting paid. But there may be hope ahead, with those paychecks flowing again. But as for the TSA employees who've been working without pay,
thank you from the American people.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem handing out $10,000 bonus checks to some of them. Federal workers are coming back across the government, including some 670,000 who were furloughed.
Great to be able to get back into the swing of things and really return to the work I love doing.
Right now, the Trump administration is racing to give out back pay for some federal agencies as early as tomorrow, others by early next week.
There really has been an aggressive effort to get people to get their checks as soon as possible.
The Council of Economic Advisors estimates the shutdown cost the U.S. economy about $15 billion a week, causing 60,000 non-federal employees to lose their jobs. States are also scrambling to get SNAP food benefits out to the 42 million Americans who rely on them.
Hopefully by the end of this week, most will receive it at the very latest on Monday.
Meanwhile, the Smithsonian says its 21 museums and the National Zoo, including the beloved live animal cameras, will reopen on a rolling basis by Monday. Gotta love those live animal cameras. You know, frustrated flyers here could use a little bit of a distraction. It's not clear exactly when the FAA will fully lift those flight restrictions. Delta's CEO says that he hopes things will get closer to normal by the weekend, and of course all the airlines are hoping for a strong Thanksgiving. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you.
That's the big question, right? Well, in economic news, U.S. stocks suffered their worst day in more than a month on Thursday, and that is not the only new worrying sign for the economy.
New figures show that home foreclosures are also on the rise. Well, Verizon is reportedly the latest major company planning to slash thousands of jobs.
And here to talk about all this is our friend, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, good morning.
Good morning
Great to have
you.
you with us.
Sorry I don't have better news.
I know. All right, let's start on Wall Street. So has this bad day, was this a blip? Because the market's been super strong. Why did this happen?
We'll see if it carries into all day Friday here. But it really is, I think, chinks in the armor of the mighty American stock market. You had big down days, the biggest, as you said, in about a month. Those are big. And look at the NASDAQ really led it. So this was a technology-led sell-off. But I want to step back and give some context because it was a bad day. Was it a blip or the start of something else?
Right.
We don't know. But we've had a pretty good run this year, really driven by this euphoria over all the spending in artificial intelligence and these tech stocks. So you've seen big gains in the stock market, in the Dow, in the NASDAQ, in the S&P 500 this year. So that's a setback yesterday. So against the backdrop of a very good run this year.
Let's talk about the housing market and these new foreclosure filings. What are we seeing there? What might that tell us?
So they got a lot of attention. Foreclosure filings up 20% in October compared with a year ago, up about 6% from month to month. Those are rising numbers, but from a very low level. Foreclosures have been quite low for many years. So rising, but not at an alarming level just yet. But a reminder, right, that the housing market has been pretty much frozen solid. Interest rates have been higher than most people can afford. Prices have been very high. So just something to watch in the housing market as we go forward here.
Also, we mentioned these layoffs. There are these reports that we're going to see a company like Verizon slashing a lot of jobs. We've seen a lot of big American companies do this. Tell us about this.
Yeah, those reports about Verizon in isolation probably wouldn't have been a big deal, but it's on top of all of these other companies that we've seen in recent months who have been cutting jobs. And we've known for some time it's been kind of a no fire, no hire kind of a labor market. That's how it's been described. And now you're seeing layoffs pick up. So we'll watch that there. You would have thought that the official end of the government shutdown would have been good news on Wall Street, right? But there are some concerns that there will be data that won't maybe never be compiled. That's a concern. And also, what will the Federal Reserve do next when it meets in December? For a long time, Wall Street and many economists have thought the Fed was likely to cut interest rates again, but maybe not. If we're driving through a fog, without all this economic data, maybe the Fed just sits back and doesn't cut rates again. That's another reason why the stock market was disappointed yesterday. Again, there's no way to know for sure. I don't have a crystal ball, but those are just the things that were the concern yesterday.
But you are our closest closest thing we have to a crystal ball, so
Well,
we
thank
appreciate you.
Or that crazy 8 ball. Maybe, but do it anyway.
Christine's our crazy 8 ball.
The outfit's giving that. Thanks, Christine.
In overseas news, Russia and Ukraine have been trading new attacks as the war between the two countries escalated overnight. At least 4 people were killed in Kyiv after Russia launched a large missile and drone attack, while a Russian port city was hit by Ukrainian drones. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Hey there, yeah, this was an enormous attack on the Ukrainian capital overnight. Authorities there say Russia filled the sky with drones to overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses and then pummeled the city with missiles. And it's really a stark reminder that the president's efforts to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine seem to be going nowhere.
Overnight, Russia launching a massive aerial attack on Kyiv, firing more than 400 attack drones, according to Ukraine's military. At least 4 people were killed in the assaults, authorities say, and more than 20 injured, including a pregnant woman. And with the rising sun, the scale of the damage to civilian homes revealed, while survivors recall the agonizing choices they faced during the attack. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do first. Should I rescue myself and my child, or should I run to help others, this woman says. The strikes on Kyiv come as Russian forces are making grinding progress on the battlefield in eastern Ukraine. Seen here moving on motorcycles through the fog as they push into the key city of Pokrovsk, while President Trump's efforts to negotiate an end to the war remain stalled. After his summit with Vladimir Putin in Alaska this summer failed to reach a breakthrough, senior officials discussed a second meeting between the leaders in Budapest, the capital of Hungary. That plan put on ice after Russia refused to agree to a ceasefire, but the president says it could still happen.
Any chance you'll meet with Putin in Budapest at some point?
Last week, we saw a new frontier in the war at a military base in Latvia. This AI-powered drone interceptor is already being battle-tested in Ukraine. It's trained to recognize and pursue Russian attack drones before a human operator gives it the order to take them down by self-destructing. Because sometimes it takes a drone to stop a drone.
And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his forces hit back overnight using long-range cruise missiles. They're called Long Neptunes. Zelensky says they're getting more successful all the time, but his country is still massively outgunned, especially when it comes to drones. Russia now estimated to be able to make more than 300 drones every single day. I'll send it back to you.
Right, Raph, thank you.
Well, this morning, a small city in Oklahoma is recovering from a major scare. Hundreds of people had to be evacuated from their homes, and dozens more were hospitalized with breathing issues after authorities confirmed a leak of the dangerous gas ammonia from a tanker truck. NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler is in Weatherford. He joins us with the latest. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. That's right. Fortunately, it's mostly back to business as usual here in Weatherford, but this leak really rattled this small city. All in all, some 60 people were injured, more than 30 the night of the leak, and then the morning after, 30 more went to the hospital, including many of the first responders who showed up to help the guests who were staying at this Holiday Inn. All of that strain on this small city with just 8 hospital beds. Meanwhile, overnight, we're learning the NTSB has started their investigation.
We just have a huge cloud of gas coming out the west side of the Holiday Inn.
This morning, the city of Weatherford, Oklahoma, recovering from a life-threatening haze of toxic gas.
A semi-truck that is leaking some sort of methane or gas onto the property.
Rooms at this Holiday Inn Express quickly filling with a potentially deadly gas early Thursday. Guests and employees felt like there was nowhere to run.
It just hit us like a ton of bricks, like the smell of ammonia that was so overpowering.
Sherry Arcuria was working the front desk when she started to choke.
I remember screaming, I can't breathe, what is happening, I can't breathe.
Authorities say it started with an apparent equipment failure on this air gas tanker truck carrying anhydrous ammonia, a chemical used for farm fertilizer. Hotel employees say the driver of the truck had a reservation there that night.
It's attacking your lungs, the moisture in your lungs. And so it's very, very dangerous.
The leak sent dozens to the hospital, several airlifted to Oklahoma City, listed as life critical. First responders in gas masks going door to door through nearby neighborhoods, telling hundreds to evacuate immediately.
There was people choking. I mean, I was choking. You know, every breath was like a survival gasp.
Several victims remained in intensive care Thursday night, Weatherford police said.
We've had about another 30 patients come in that had been exposed to the fumes. Those individuals that were on the front line jumping in to help and rescue.
Local officials have been testing the air quality here to make sure it's no longer a threat to the public after this terrifying toxic cloud seemed to shut down nearly half the city.
Now, there was a team from Airgas here last night. They did not want to say much, but we did watch them work late into the night to get this situation under control. We are also hearing from that company, Savannah. They tell us that they're working with local authorities, saying that their top priority is the first responders and the local community. Savannah.
All right, Brian, thank you.
Record heat is hitting parts of the country this morning, triggering fire risk in some areas.
Andrew Lastman's back in studio with our Morning News Now weather. Hey, Andrew, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you. A bit of a weather whiplash for some here when we compare to what we were dealing with in the beginning of the week to now. We've got a good chunk of the country that is going to see record warmth, not just today, but for the next couple of days potentially. And many of these locations are going to see highs as high as 35 degrees above where we should be. So you can see all of the areas that are in red, and then you take a look at those areas that could see potential record highs, and there are dozens of them. More than 3 dozen locations could see potential record highs as we get through the next couple of days. And they extend from the northern plains all the way down to the southern plains, Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City included in that, across parts of the plains as well, even into the Midwest. We'll see the potential for that too as we get through the next couple of days. And we really honestly went from a weather whiplash this beginning of the week with temperatures feeling much more like winter. Places like Minneapolis were 30 degrees on Sunday. Today you will hit 68 degrees. We've got 40s that we started the week with in Tulsa, and today we're going to hit 79 degrees. We've got 80s on tap in Dallas. So you get the picture. It's a very different story than how we started this work week. And that's going to kind of continue for at least the next couple of days. 74 in Evansville tomorrow, 66 for Chicago, 64 in Detroit, upper 60s for Cincinnati. Across the South, we'll see temperatures into the 70s for places like Memphis and Nashville. And of course, what goes up must come down. We've got to see those temperatures kind of moderate out, but we're actually going to see a very quick change. So some highs by the time we get to Sunday will have anywhere from a 10 to 20 degree temperature difference. So we go to 50 degrees for your high in Chicago on Sunday. That's 16 degrees cooler than Saturday. We've got 40s in Buffalo, 50s in Pittsburgh, 57 degrees in Lexington. So we really just can't make our mind up for where our temperatures will be. So I say keep the layers handy, I guess. Otherwise, out west, we've got a whole lot of rain that we're gearing up for. And this could be a concerning situation for folks across Southern California. 23 million people in a flood watch right now. We've got Santa Barbara down to San Diego included in that, and interior areas of SoCal as well. A lot of that rain is going to be focused across Southern California today, along with the gusty winds as well. But by tomorrow, much of that works farther north. We'll see the really heavy rain kind of gear up into the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. And we could see potentially some concerning situations, swift water rescues, some flash flooding concerns. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some difficulty when it comes to travel, guys. And we could see in the metro area alone for LA 3 to 5 inches. That, of course, really difficult for that region to handle. The burn scar areas and just the general, how it operates when you have a lot of rain. It's going to be something to watch for sure over the next couple of days.
California doesn't like a small shower,
exactly.
So this will be a lot of rain.
Yeah, something to watch for sure. Thank you. Of course. Well, the Mega Millions jackpot has climbed to $965 million after there were no winners in Tuesday's drawing.
It's the largest jackpot since, April, when the lottery made some changes to the game, including an increase in the ticket price. The next drawing tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, she's getting ready to buy her winning ticket at Stu Leonard's in Clifton, New Jersey. Emily, good morning. Nearly $1 billion here. Put that in context. How many times has the Mega Millions prize passed that 10-figure mark?
Well, it's only eclipsed that billion-dollar mark 7 times before, with that jackpot being won in all different states, including one time in New Jersey just last year. And here at Stu Leonard's, they say on days like this, they see demand for lottery tickets double. And it's plain to see why, because, again, we're talking about nearly $1 billion. Take a look at this. This is the next drawing here, Friday night at 11 p.m. it's not just $1 and a dream anymore. Even the prices of lottery tickets, Mega Millions tickets have gone up. Now we got to pay $5. But look who's going to help me out. We've got my lucky milk carton that I've deemed my good luck charm. Also, my buddy Gavin. I'm going to get 1 Mega Millions ticket, please, Gavin. This is the lucky ticket, right? Yeah, Gavin swears by it, okay? And it's not just about matching all of the numbers. It's not just all about the jackpot. Actually, on Tuesday alone with the Mega Millions, there were more than 800,000 winning tickets with prizes between $10 to up to $5 million. But just like in real estate, it's all about location, location, location in terms of how much money you get to take home. Take a look at this. There are 8 states that actually don't tax lottery winnings, which, depending on the size of the prize, it could end up saving you tens of millions of dollars, guys.
That's interesting. I never realized that, even though I've actually lived in some of those states and didn't have to pay income tax. So that's fascinating. So, Emily, when that ticket you have in your hand there is the winner, what did experts tell you you should do next?
Okay, so as we always say, you want to sign and secure the ticket. And here's why. Because the New York Lottery right now is actually asking Mega Millions players from last December to check their tickets, because right now there is a winning ticket worth $1 million that has not been claimed. It will expire next month if not claimed. So, guys, this is me going on the record, showing my ticket next to my face so I can confirm that I'm going to win and bring home this jackpot, okay?
And now everyone's going to steal your numbers, and then you're going to have to share the jackpot with all the people out there who've seen your numbers. That's such a good point.
Yeah.
Don't take Emily's numbers. That's the message. All right.
Thank you. All right, much more to come on this Friday edition of Morning News Now, including some brand new travel experiences awaiting all those holiday hoppers at busy airports across America.
First, after the break, why some Hollywood A-listers are heading over to the Vatican this weekend for a different kind of business meeting with Pope Leo himself. That's next. Stay with us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024 to be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Welcome back. Tomorrow, Pope Leo is hosting some of Hollywood's biggest celebrities, looking to strengthen the ties between film and faith. Comes after the pontiff revealed his own favorite movies. I wonder if Conclave was on the list. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
Hey there, Hollywood loves using the Vatican as a backdrop for movies. Take, for example, The Two Popes, The Agony and the Ecstasy, and of course, Conclave. But now in this Jubilee year, Pope Leo has something else in mind. The Vatican has long been a source of fascination for Hollywood.
I will not obey you! Will not! Did I hear you correctly?
But apparently, that interest goes both ways. Pope Leo this week revealing his list of favorite movies.
My 4 favorite films. It's a Wonderful Life.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings. The hills are alive.
The Sound of Music. Ordinary People.
You're really lovely.
La Vita è Bella.
The last, the Oscar-winning Life is Beautiful. Now, at the Vatican's invitation, some of Hollywood's biggest stars will meet with Pope Leo tomorrow. Cate Blanchett, Spike Lee, and Judd Apatow, among those who've RSVP'd yes. The Vatican wanting to deepen the dialogue with actors and directors about promoting human values and the mission of the church.
They want to use what they have in common, not focusing on the differences, to work toward common goals and toward the common good.
And yes, like many of us, the then Cardinal Prevost watched Hollywood's Conclave before going into the real thing, on the advice of his brother John.
I said, well, watch it again so you know how to act.
A citizen of the world in 6 months as Pope, Leo has shown some uniquely American qualities. From the Pope-mobile jumping in to cheer his beloved Chicago White Sox, and razzing the rival Cubs after they were eliminated from the baseball playoffs. He's met with actors Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. This follows Pope Francis' meeting last year with comedians. Jimmy Fallon, Chris Rock, and Stephen Colbert among those vying for a papal laugh. Now it's Leo's turn to strengthen the bonds of art and faith. This weekend's event is all part of the Vatican's Jubilee 2025, a holy year that the Catholic Church celebrates every 25 years. Back to you.
Thank you, Ann.
Well, with Thanksgiving travel just a few weeks away, a couple weeks away, many travelers are about to get a whole new airport experience. That is because a lot of mid-sized airports have been getting big upgrades, even complete overhauls in some cases. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello is at Pittsburgh International. That's one of those airports about to open a brand new terminal. Tom, I love going through a new airport. It is so exciting. Tell us what you're seeing there. Good morning.
So we are just down the road from Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, and take a look at this big, beautiful, brand new terminal here at Pittsburgh. They open for first time next week, so we're giving you the exclusive behind-the-scenes tour. You know, the airport is usually your first and your last impression of a city, right? For tourists who come in, for business people who come in to do business, listen, if you're coming in to look at colleges for your kids. And so now Pittsburgh, like a lot of mid-sized cities, has decided they've got to put their best foot forward. It's a massive transformation for a city in renaissance, and one of many airports undergoing more than just a facelift. This is a big makeover.
It's huge. It's a really big makeover.
Pittsburgh International fell on hard times when U.S. Airways closed its hub here 20 years ago. Passenger volume dropped 60%.
Almost feels a little nostalgic at times, you know. I remember coming here as a kid and it hasn't changed a bit.
With low ceilings and TSA lines that extend all the way to the parking garage, the old terminal feels very 1980s. Fast forward to 2025. Here's the new terminal, 30% bigger, much higher ceilings, natural lighting, more public parking, and a new public face for Pittsburgh. A $2 billion investment meant to reflect Pittsburgh's transformation from steel to medicine and high tech. 12 new TSA checkpoints with the latest technology, curb to gate passenger travel time cut in half, and a new 3-mile baggage system down from the old 8-mile journey. What's the message to the world now when they come into this airport?
The message is this is Pittsburgh, and everything that's in this community you can get a sense of here.
It's happening nationwide as mid-sized airports upgrade, renovate, and reinvent in Columbus, Louisville, Raleigh, Kansas City, and Portland. In San Diego, they're replacing Terminal 1. It was designed 60 years ago for 2.5 million passengers per year. Last year, 10 million passengers came through.
It was dark, it was cramped. In our new terminal, the 19 gates with more concessions, more room, more check lines so that people can get through the checkpoints faster, we offer a much more pleasant experience.
So a lot of last-minute tweaks.
Yeah, it's all about refinement now. So
International consultant Daniel Bryan overseeing the final checklist at Pittsburgh.
what we're really trying to do is really understand how can we amplify or finesse our passenger experience at that point? So yeah, we stress test, we push things, and we learn what our systems can and can't do.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like a Pittsburgher, does he? You know what this is all about? It's about going point to point for these mid-sized airports. This is not a hub anymore, right? U.S. Airways pulled out, and their volume dropped from 20 million flights a year down to 8 million. That really hurts. They've grown it back up to 10 million, but now they're betting that as they build out this beautiful new airport, more airline flights will come in, taking people from point to point, giving people who live here or want to come here many more options. Guys, back to you.
All right, very cool. Tom, thank you so much.
Coming up, a hidden consequence of those controversial and often aggressive ICE operations.
And we're going to look at the mental toll the raids are taking on the millions of kids who currently live with someone who's undocumented. That is next.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now. There's still a danger.
We are buckled in here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Top story, live from the Vatican.
Live tonight from Tel Aviv. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Back with a closer look at how ICE raids are impacting young people. The American Immigration Council says around 6 million kids share a home with someone who's undocumented.
NBC News daily anchor Zincle Esamwal reports on how more experts are sounding the alarm on the potential trauma immigration raids are causing young people.
There's a baby in the bag.
These are some of the images from President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown in America.
We are getting treated like animals because people judge us by the color of our skin.
And a reality experts now say may be impacting the youngest in our nation.
Families and children and adolescents are reporting this severe amount of stress and depression, anxiety, as well as economic devastation, right? Because some families are not even going out to work.
Dr. Lisa Fortuna is a professor at the University of California, Riverside, and the lead psychiatrist behind a recent report that finds U.S. immigration policy is causing a public health emergency for children and families.
It's really becoming sort of ongoing anxiety, stress reactions, depression, problems sleeping, problems eating, problems attending at school. The concern that they might be separated from their families. If they have mixed status families, we're having children that are experiencing nightmares, panic attacks around the idea that this might happen to their family.
The report's findings also reflected in firsthand accounts. This mother of a man detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents on November 4th, telling our NBC station in Los Angeles.
My son was taken by masked men, scared, heavily armed ICE agents, while my granddaughter remained strapped in her car seat in the back of the vehicle.
Witnesses and the family of the man say agents then took the car with the child inside.
We didn't know what happened to her while she was in their care, and they wouldn't give us information about when my son would be released or where he was.
The Department of Homeland Security telling NBC News in a statement in part, during the operation, a U.S. citizen exited his vehicle wielding a hammer and threw rocks at law enforcement while he had a child in his car. He was arrested for assault. And adding he has an active warrant for property damage. In Fitchburg, Massachusetts, video verified by NBC News appears to show a man having a seizure while holding his young daughter in an encounter with ICE. DHS has reshared the video on X, stating the man pretended to have a medical emergency during the arrest, but, quote, displayed absolutely no signs of medical concerns just moments later. One student in Hillsboro, Oregon, speaking out about the impact of ICE actions in his community in his now viral testimony.
I'm tired of telling my mom and dad every day after school that, have you seen the new video of ICE pulling someone over because the color of their skin?
According to the nonpartisan think tank, the Migration Policy Institute, there are an average of nearly 50,000 people in ICE detention daily in 2025.
What might the generational impacts of some of this current moment have or look like?
Yeah, I mean, the current moment can have significant generational impact. Once a child develops anxiety disorder, depression, that type of fear in community, it can really become something that's a prolonged depression or anxiety. One of the most important things that we can do right now is to make sure that the systems of care, be it healthcare, schools, community-based organizations, provide a place of support and safety for children.
A fight over immigration that could impact generations. Zinclea Samoa, NBC News.
Coming up, one more wallet mainstay making its way to your phone.
When Morning News Now returns, we're going to tap into the pros and cons of having your physical ID right in your Apple Wallet. But where exactly can you use it? More importantly, is the new update safe? That's next. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinclea Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Top story live from the Vatican.
Live tonight from Tel Aviv. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
Here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Zinclair Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Back with a new iPhone feature that will allow people to use a digital form of identification at hundreds of airports across the U.S.
It was part of Apple's most recent update. The new digital ID requires some information from your passport, and it can be used instead of a real ID for domestic travel. Passengers will still need their physical passport for international travel.
For more on this, we are joined by editor-at-large at Tech Radar, Lance Ulanoff. Lance, good to have you with us as always. So tell us, how does this digital ID work, and where exactly can folks use it?
Well, it's pretty easy. It works. You know, I actually scanned in my passport this morning. It was a piece of cake. There's just a few steps that you have to go through, and then it's on your phone and in your wallet. You know, your Apple Wallet has a bunch of things. It has the Apple credit card. It has in 11 states across the U.S. It has the digital driver's license, and now it has this digital ID. And you can use it, of course, in the airport, but not in place of your passport. You can't cross a border. You can't go international travel, but you can identify yourself at the airport. You can identify yourself in some stores, and you will eventually be able to use it as identification for online services and apps, as an age identification, which is actually one of the things that people really want to be able to do: quickly tap their phone and, be able to say, I am in fact this age.
As someone who doesn't have a real ID yet and is carrying their passport around everywhere, I'm really into this, but I'm sure people are wondering, maybe they're excited about it. Is there a security risk at all?
I don't think so. So this is actually stored locally. It is not passed to the cloud. It is not passed to Apple, and it's fully encrypted. So it's only on your phone. No one else can see it, and they can't access it. It's only going to be, pulled up if you open up your wallet, if you tap a special reader. That's it. So I actually think it's a pretty secure way of having it. Yes, it's a great substitute right now for Real ID if you don't have that.
Of course, you showed us your passport there. Who doesn't love to actually get their passport stamped? So I feel like I would continue to use it.
I already put it in.
There you go. Anyway, but I mean, this is not meant to replace your passport, right?
No, if you're going over the border, if you're going to Canada, or if you plan international travel, please take your passport with you. This is not a substitute yet. Hopefully, at some point in the future, maybe it will be.
Why did Apple roll out this feature in the first place?
Well, first of all, they love to put as many services on the iPhone as humanly possible. They know, they understand that we carry a couple of things with us all the time. We carry our physical wallet usually. We always carry our phone. If you've lost your phone, you're in a state of panic. So they understand that this is a central location for all of your information, your health information, your ID information. So they want to put it on there. And of course, it makes the phone that much more important to you.
Do we have an idea of what they want to shove in that digital wallet next?
Well, they'd like you to shove more of your money that they'll take for their service. But I'm not sure.
All right, Lance Ulanoff, good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, let's stay on some business headlines. We've got some good news for your retirement savings this morning. Good news, yay.
NBC's Emily Lorsch joins us with those details and some other Wall Street news. Emily, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning. Some big changes coming for retirement savers. The IRS is raising 401k contribution limits for 2026. Starting next year, employees can defer up to $24,500 into workplace plans, up $1,000 from this year. Catch-up contributions for those 50 and older will rise $500 to $8,000. Experts say most Americans Americans still don't max out their retirement accounts, with only 14% reaching the limit in 2024. And Airbnb is bringing groceries to your doorstep even before you check in. Starting January 5th, Airbnb is piloting a kitchen stocking program with Instacart in Phoenix, Orlando, and Los Angeles. Guests can pre-order groceries, and hosts will earn $25 per order, plus a $100 bonus for the first order. This follows Airbnb's services rollout, which includes meals, massages, and fitness sessions, with the goal of adding more than $1 billion in annual revenue. Finally, there is no bad blood, but Taylor Swift is closing the book on the Eras Tour, giving fans a behind-the-scenes look at how it came together all too well in a new Disney Plus docuseries. We're now out of the woods with the 6-episode series, The End of an Era, premiering its first 2 episodes on December 12th. It dives into the inner workings of Swift's record-breaking tour, even documenting the early days of her love story with lover Travis Kelce. It also highlights the intricate planning behind her tour, offering fans a rare look at Swift's life as a showgirl. Now, that musical wordplay, I just had to do it for all the Swifties out there. I feel like there are some in the studio as well.
I don't know what you're talking about. I watched that trailer an embarrassing number of times yesterday because it's just already like the so little glimpses of the behind the scenes. I can't wait. Can't wait. 6 episodes. What will I do? Thank you. All right, well, if you struggle to get your kids to walk past all those sugary foods at the grocery store, this one's for you. This morning, we're going to highlight some strategies that you can use to shop with your children for healthy foods they might actually eat. Reporter Susan Hogan from NBC Washington has more on how to make that trip to the market both fun and educational.
Ever go grocery shopping with your kids and think, this was a terrible idea?
I want that.
Yeah, we've all been there. One minute you're reaching for the lettuce, the next you're negotiating over cookies.
Please get me that.
But one mom found a way to turn all that chaos into a game.
I started playing a scavenger hunt with them.
When her kids were little, Dr. Michelle Arthurs, who runs the lifestyle medicine program at Kaiser Permanente, says she turned grocery shopping into an adventure.
I spotted them!
If we were going to go look for grapes, I would give them clues. The next food that we're going to look for might be purple or it might be green, and it's small and it's round like a little ball. What is it that we're looking for?
Easy grapes, yeah.
And just like that, her kids were learning and having fun. We met up with Dr. Arthurs and Giant food nutritionist Leslie Jefferson to see how parents can make grocery shopping smarter and healthier with their kids without losing their sanity.
Should we take our kids to the grocery store, though? I mean, there's so many temptations.
There are, and there's also a lot of learning.
Like these aisles of rainbow-colored fruits and veggies, perfect for teaching kids where food comes from and why it's good for them.
This one looks good.
When you go to the grocery store, you can make decisions that are healthy. You can make small choices that add up in the end. And with your children, you can also plant seeds and help them learn more about their food choices. So as they grow, they're more understanding and they have a better interest in what's in front of them.
I'll pick these.
When you shop, every small choice adds up. And the earlier kids learn that, the better their habits stick. But then there's that aisle.
Well, I think all of them are the most delicious.
So the cereal aisle is always a fun place for families to shop.
To help parents navigate it, Giant uses a program called Guiding Stars, which has a team of doctors and scientists rate products in the store by their nutritional content. To make it easy to follow, Guiding Stars ranks store brand foods from good, better, to best.
If you walk out of the grocery store and most of your items have stars, you know you're buying nutrient-dense foods.
So here's a fun challenge. Tell your kids to find a 3-star option first.
This has 1, 2, 3.
Whoever finds it, that's the one you buy. Suddenly, you're winning breakfast and Parent of the Year.
If my kids want mac and cheese.
Again, I look for the stars. I'm in Giant, so we see a mac and cheese that gets a star.
Oh, it says no artificial flavors, preservatives, or dyes.
Exactly. Now, what do we want to do with our mac and cheese?
Add something to it.
We want to add something on the side.
Got it.
She uses this visual from the USDA. Half fruits and veggies, a quarter grains, and a quarter protein.
Where are the cucumbers anyway?
Simple, right? And here's my favorite tip. You turn your cart into the food pyramid.
The top of the food pyramid is the stuff that we shouldn't have too much of.
Okay.
And conveniently, in shopping carts, there's a smaller space right here. So if you're going to get some of that at the top of the food pyramid, if it doesn't fit in here, we don't overflow. We stop.
Small swaps go a long way, like cutting the ice cream bowl in half and topping it with fruit.
Can you give this back to me?
Do you need more lemons to make lemon pie, Mommy?
It's not about perfection, just progress. So next time you hit the store, make it a mission. Let your kids hunt for health, because the habits they build in these aisles, they'll take with them for life.
You know what? I learned a lot.
There you go.
Not even a child.
I just remember how much I loved the cereal aisle when I was a kid. It was like the best place ever.
Our thanks to reporter Susan Hogan for that story.
Coming up, we have made it to Friday. That can mean only one thing here on Morning News Now.
It means after the break, we've got your VIP ticket to the latest and greatest from the world of Hollywood, just in time for the weekend. It's everything you simply can't miss next.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Breaking news as we come on the air.
Live from the White House.
Top story, live from the Vatican.
Live in Israel as history is made.
An incredible moment right now here in Hostage Square.
Did you tell him anything?
Just that I love him so much and he's safe now.
You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. Everyone's going to be asking the same thing. How does this affect their bottom line?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Finally this hour, it is Friday, which means that it is time for your weekly can't miss list.
A look at all the movies and shows you need to see this weekend.
And joining us this week for the first time is entertainment reporter Rachel Smith. Rachel, good morning and welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, all. Big fans of your work.
Oh,
so
stop.
Delighted
Keep
to
going,
sit
just
with
kidding.
you. I'm gonna chat about all this entertainment. There's so much content to take in.
Yeah,
right
okay,
now.
we were just talking about a bunch of it in the break. This one I'm super excited about, and I don't know that much about yet. The Running Man, a Stephen King thriller. It's got Glenn Powell.
I mean, need I say more? It's got action, comedy, and Glenn Powell, and the man is literally on a movie run right now and literally on the run in this film. It is based on a Stephen King thriller about reality show contestants trying to survive being hunted by professional killers for $1 billion payday. Now, Glenn's character finds himself in the contest basically to try to find a way to win this money prize so he can save his sick daughter. The film also has a dynamic supporting cast in Coleman Domingo, William H. Macy, and Josh Brolin. And also, fun little side note for you, if you're not getting enough Glenn Powell at the movies, he's actually making his hosting debut on SNL tomorrow.
We've heard. He's wandering the building somewhere here.
He is, but we'll see him on the big and the small screen.
That's his first time doing it. I would not have thought that.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
I know.
Folks are looking forward to that. If The Running Man sounds familiar to you, it was a movie decades ago starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now we get a refresh of it. All right, so let's talk about a new series on Netflix that features another man on the run. This is called Last Samurai Standing, set set in 1800s Japan. What are you hearing about this one?
All right, so some are actually hailing it as one of the best action TV dramas of the year. Insane, right? And when you think of The Last Samurai Standing, the premise kind of sounds similar to that of Running Man, but like you said, it's taking place in late 19th century Japan. So I'm thinking Shogun meets Squid Games, but a period piece as well. The series is based on the novel and Japanese comics by Shogo Imamura. It's beautifully shot, as you can see right there, and it's got a massive, massive cast, and it's led by Junichi Okada. So all 6 episodes are streaming right now on Netflix. This one is getting rave reviews.
Wow, awesome. Okay, also people are excited about the next Now You See Me.
I mean, and they're setting us up for another one because we got some newcomers in the cast.
Okay,
We've got Ariana Greenblatt, Justice Smith, and Dominic Sessa, but we're also bringing back the OGs. I mean, you got to. Jesse Eisenberg, Woody Harrelson, Isla Fisher, Dave Franco, Lizzie Kaplan, and Morgan Freeman. I'm just name dropping here left and right. But now we're seeing the Horseman Illusionist reuniting for this high stakes diamond heist that they've got going on. Nothing could go wrong there, right? But this is the 3rd film in the franchise after it kicked off its run in 2013. The first 2 films grossed nearly $700 million worldwide. So they have high hopes for this film. They already have a 4th film in development. But of course, you know, the Illusionists are going to have to battle it out at the box office against Glenn Powell and the Running Man. So they're going to be duking it out, y'all.
All right. If you're a fan,
so much in theaters.
If you're a fan of European dramas, you're staying in. We've got a Belfast-based police drama called Blue Lights, which is back for season 3. Forbes actually called it the best cop show on TV. The cast was just here in New York. We asked them why they think the show has gotten so popular. Take a listen.
If you have something that's authentic and unapologetic, it does travel, and that is universal, and it's so character driven, and it's about the people behind the uniform, and I think that's what resonates with people.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, authenticity is there. They also have a dynamic ensemble cast. The acting is A+ as well. Getting that kind of score, those kind of reviews from viewers and critics alike, well done, and a BAFTA as well. But the series follows rookie police officers on the front lines in Belfast. I mean, it entails all the danger and the drama of being on those front lines. And it might sound like a typical cop drama, but it is anything but with the dynamic acting in this cast. And episode 1 of season 3 is streaming now. If you don't have BritBox, you can also find it on Apple TV and Prime Video.
Awesome. All right, another cop show from overseas. This one's called The Asset. Tell us about this. Getting a lot of buzz, even though it's a Danish language show, right?
Yes, but you also can have the English dubbed version on Netflix. So this one's on Netflix as well. I love a crime drama. This one is testing a young police agent. She's going undercover to infiltrate a criminal gang. She has to befriend the gang leader's wife in order to crack the case. But the mission risks falling apart if she gets too close to this source. I always love something where you're like towing that line of like, you know, that moral dilemma and you know, getting indulged into your profession as well. So that seems like a good one. And all 6 episodes are out on Netflix right now.
All right, we only have like 10 seconds left here, but get your tissues ready. There's a documentary called Come See Me in the Good Light.
You
a lot
have
of buzz.
to see it. It's so good. It actually won the Festival Favorite Award at the Sundance Film Festival, and that was voted on by the audience. It's got heart, humor, joy. Yes, you're going to have your Kleenex, but it's a beautiful documentary about 2 poet lovers, Megan and Andrea, navigating life, love, mortality, as one of them is battling a incurable disease. But Sarah Bareilles, Brandi Carlile are 2 of the executive producers, along with Glennon Doyle, and it's streaming now on Apple TV+.
Rachel Smith, great to have you.
Thanks
Thank you so much. Now you know what to watch this weekend.
Yes.
That is going to do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now.
Happy Friday to you, and thank you so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicky is on assignment, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, November 14th. Operation Southern Spear. The Trump administration ramping up its campaign against alleged narco-terrorists in Latin America. What we're learning about the buildup of U.S. forces and how region leaders are responding. Manhunt, a former California football coach, once featured in a Netflix series in critical condition after a shooting on campus. Police now asking the public for help in the search for a suspect. Economic uncertainty. Wall Street having its worst day in a month and foreclosures jumping up 20%. We'll tell you what's behind the trend and what all of this means for your wallet. Speaking of wallet, the golden ticket. The Mega Millions jackpot nearing $1 billion. We'll share the big plans that some people are making ahead of that big drawing tonight. It's my pleasure to welcome you here to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with the Trump administration escalating its military campaign against drug traffickers in the Caribbean. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has announced Operation Southern Spear, targeting so-called narco-terrorists. Now, all of this comes after the U.S. military launched its 20th known strike against the suspected drug-running boat. This week, we've seen a massive buildup of American firepower there in the region, and the Pentagon deployed a strike group led by the largest aircraft carrier in the world. That's the USS Gerald R. Ford. Colombia's president is calling President Trump a barbarian who is trying to frighten Latin America.
What is your reaction to this massive U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean?
Indudablemente es una agresión a América Latina.
It is undoubtedly an aggression against Latin America. The Caribbean Sea is considered a zone of peace. It must remain that way. All this activity seems to be more of a transformation from the war against drugs into a matter of political and military control of Latin America by means of fear.
Por la vía del miedo.
NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, those are some pretty, clear words, and we have already seen the strikes on boats. So my question now is, how is this operation any different?
In a lot of ways, Morgan, naming this operation is really just sort of is codifying what's already going on there in the Caribbean and in that region. As you just mentioned, the U.S. has already deployed the largest U.S. Navy aircraft carrier to the region. That's the USS Gerald R. Ford and its associated strike group. With that addition just this week, we're talking about more than 15,000 men and women who are now in the region as part of this operation. We've seen the strikes on the boats that have been taking place now since early September. As you mentioned, about 20 of them so far, killing, as far as we know, at least 75 people, all alleged to be involved in drug trafficking. But it's not just that. There is a massive amount of firepower that's now there. It's not just the carrier and the associated ships. There are fighter jets there. There are at least 8 ships that we know of, including a nuclear-powered submarine. This has all been deployed in the last 3 months, and this is what is now making up this Operation Southern Spear. The big question, though, is exactly to what end? The announcement talked about this would be a part of the intent here is to defend the hemisphere and to protect against drugs coming in and killing Americans. But the real question here, Morgan, is what procedures, what tactics, what mission will the U.S. use to carry it out? Is it going to be the drug boat strikes that we've been seeing, or could it expand beyond that?
What has the reaction been, besides the strong words we just heard from Colombia's president, from other leaders in the region?
The biggest visible reaction that we're already seeing is from Venezuela, from Nicolas Maduro. His defense minister announced that this enormous mobilization of their military. But what's really notable here, we had already seen some military exercises in recent weeks. They had brought some air defense systems closer to the coast, those sorts of things. But this is not just a mobilization until at least Wednesday of the entire, or most of the Venezuelan military. But he's also calling in who are essentially their reservists. It's a militia there in Venezuela, made up of civilians. It would be most comparable, I would say, to the U.S. military reservists or the U.S. National Guard. But he's also calling them in until at least Wednesday. This is a huge buildup. It's a huge show of force from the Venezuelan side, in addition to, as you mentioned, some pretty strong words out of Colombia, Morgan.
Yeah, Courtney Kuby reporting live from our Washington, D.C. office. Thanks so much, Courtney. We appreciate it. Well, just last hour, police in California announcing they've made an arrest in connection to the shooting of a longtime football coach at Laney College. The Oakland Police Department posting this on X, saying more details to come. Authorities say the school's athletic director and former coach, John Beam, was shot on campus around noon yesterday. You may recognize him from the Netflix docuseries Last Chance U. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is following the latest for us. Liz, as we said, police have made an arrest, but do we know any more? Do we know how Beam's doing?
Yeah, hey, Morgan. Right now, we just got that new information just minutes ago that they have arrested that suspect. We don't have the identity of the suspect, and we also have no indication if there is a motive here. Was this a random shooting or was this targeted? Those are all things and details that we hope will come out throughout the day. What we do know is that this happened just before noon yesterday at Laney College. It's a well-known community college in Oakland. The school went into lockdown because of what was believed to be an active shooter, and then it's believed that suspect came onto campus and shot one person who they have confirmed is their longtime athletic director, who was also the football coach for decades there, John Beam. Officials say that he is in critical condition in the hospital. And as you mentioned, Morgan, he is somebody who was featured on season 5 of Last Chance U. He is well known in Oakland. He's considered a pillar of the community, someone who has spent his entire career uplifting youth through football in some of these underserved areas. He coached 100 players who went on to play for Division I football teams and more than 20 that made it to the NFL. And so it's a really sad day in the community there, with people just flooding his Instagram, offering prayers for his recovery. Morgan.
You mentioned those prayers, but I mean, how are the students and the school officials reacting, especially after there was that lockdown on campus yesterday?
Yeah, obviously terrifying, right? I mean, you always hope it's not going to be your school that has some sort of active shooter situation. That's what happened, and it led to that lockdown. Take a listen to what some students had to say.
I mean, unfortunately, in America, that's things that we have to deal with.
We just got a call all of a sudden after a class, and we were not allowed to be outside, and we didn't really hear anything for like an hour or two.
And Peralta, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, Community College District, which oversees Laney College, put out a statement. They said, "We are stunned and heartbroken that such violence has touched our campus. John Beam is a renowned coach, teacher, mentor, and leader whose impact extends far beyond athletics. Our thoughts are with him and his family." Morgan.
Liz Kreutz for us there on the case. Liz, thank you. Meanwhile, a small city in Oklahoma is recovering today after a tanker truck spewed a cloud of toxic gas and sent dozens of people to the hospital. NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler reports how federal investigators with the NTSB are now helping search for the cause of the dangerous chemical leak.
Hey there. Fortunately, it's mostly back to business as usual here in Weatherford after a gas leak that rattled so many people in this small city, but officials say could have been so much worse. All in all, more than 60 people were injured in this accident, more than 30 the night of the leak, most of them staying at this Holiday Inn behind me. And then just yesterday, another 30 more had to go to the hospital, including many of the first responders who showed up to help. All that strain in this small city with a hospital that has just 8 hospital beds. Some of the most injured had to be flown to Oklahoma City, where, as of last count, officials tell us 2 people remained in critical condition last night. We're also hearing from the company who owned this gas tanker, Airgas. They worked through the night to get this situation under control. That tanker no longer on hotel property. They tell us that they're working with local authorities, saying that their top priority is this local community and the first responders. But emergency officials say, given how this gas spread through nearby communities, including even affecting some senior living facilities, it's fortunate that nobody has died in this incident as they work to reopen the schools that closed yesterday and get back to normal. Here in Weatherford, Oklahoma, I'm Ryan Chandler. Back to you.
Well, it is time now for our Money Minute. Walmart CEO Doug McMillon is planning to step down at the start of next year. McMillon will retire in January, leaving the position that he held for over a decade. NBC News business and economy reporter Emily Lorsch joins us now. Emily, the company has announced his replacement. What do we know about his successor?
Hey, Morgan, John Furner will be taking over. He's the current president and CEO of Walmart U.S. It's a big move for Furner, who's 51 and who began his career at Walmart as an hourly associate. This shakeup came as a surprise to some people. Walmart has said has had a lot of success at a time of huge changes in retail, and while some of its rivals have struggled to adapt. And a big breakup in the sports world, maybe not the kind you're thinking of, but after 13 years, Under Armour and NBA superstar Steph Curry are ending their partnership effective immediately. Curry will now take full ownership of his brand, and he's free to find a new retail partner, while Under Armour prepares to release its final Curry shoe in February. The split comes as the company expands its restructuring plan and continues to battle declining sales and leadership turnover. Finally, Major League Soccer is making 2 big moves. First, it's shifting all of its games to Apple TV starting in the 2026 season. The tech giant is ending its season pass, which was a separate subscription. Now the games will be available on Apple's flagship streaming platform. Also, the league is shifting to a global soccer calendar to better align with worldwide transfer windows and avoid competing with other major U.S. sports. The new schedule will start in the summer of 2027. Morgan, I've been to so many houses where there are multiple TVs up. Everyone's trying to watch so many games at once. So maybe that will prevent some of that competition there.
Summer 2027. Here we go. Emily Lorsch, and thanks so much. We appreciate it. Listen, AI can be a helpful tool to manage your money, but can it fully replace a financial professional? We're going to take a look at the tech's possible pitfalls here in just a moment. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Financial planning can be a daunting task, but artificial intelligence has made crunching some of those numbers easier than ever. But the question is it a good idea? In her series Vetting AI, NBC Washington's consumer reporter Susan Hogan takes a closer look at the potential pitfalls of relying on this technology to manage money and also balance your budgets.
We all remember our first credit card and how amazing it was to buy anything we wanted with just a little swipe. Cortland Dickey was a freshman in college when he got his first credit card, but after racking up debt, he had to go to a bank to ask them what to do next.
There's a lot of acronyms in the financial world that I guess they already expect you to know. Like when I talk to my banker's talking to me about FICO. I'm like, wait, I thought we were talking about payment. Now we're talking about FICO.
He wasn't sure what those terms meant, so he asked his favorite app, ChatGPT, to explain.
I said, what is FICO? Why is it important? And why do I need to care?
AI didn't just break it down for him. It actually became his go-to financial assistant. From budgeting.
What should my budget be for this week if I want to maintain this payment for tuition?
To saving.
The 50 and 30 and 20% rule.
To even planning his work schedule.
How many hours do I have to work this week to reach my goal? I need to work 10 hours weekly to meet my goal before taxes. And after taxes, I need to work 12 hours each week.
This is a perfect example on how AI is making it accessible for college students and early grads to make informed financial decisions.
We sat down with Rianka Dorsonville, a certified financial planner and owner of YGC Wealth, to get her take on whether it's a good idea to get your financial advice from a bot. She says she loves how AI gives general financial guidance and tools for everyone, but said it shouldn't be used for everything. Like estate planning, setting up businesses, combining finances, getting married, or getting divorced.
That's part of our job as a certified financial planner, is asking those second and third level questions to make sure that we're giving personalized financial guidance for you, specifically to your financial situation.
So for people who are watching this and they're like, well, this is great, but I can't afford someone like you. All I have is AI, and I just hope for the best. What's your advice to them?
Using AI is okay. However, sometimes it hallucinates, meaning it will give incorrect information or just very wrong numbers. And so it doesn't matter how you are receiving this information. If it's from AI, you definitely want to double check or have a professional just take a look at it.
Because at the end of the day, experts like her are legally and ethically responsible to make sure your interests are first.
What do they have to lose if you take their guidance and advice? Me, I can lose my CFP if I'm giving you wrong, non-fiduciary advice.
Susan Hogan joins us right now. Susan, this series has been so interesting, and I'm curious in this case, what did the tech companies say in response to AI and financial advice?
Yeah, so we actually asked the platforms very specific questions like, what stocks should we invest in? And what was interesting is that Gemini and Grok both had disclaimers that popped up to say, we are not financial advisors. And the other ones gave us more general advice. Here's something else that was really funny. So we also did say, hey, should we give you some personal financial information?
Yeah.
And they all advised us, no, it's more protected with the bank. So we're like, okay, well, that was good news.
Yeah, I mean, but given everything you've seen just in the past week, you've been looking at the use of AI at legal advice, here obviously with finances. Yesterday, I think we talked about love and money. What are sort of your big overall takeaways in the way that AI has infiltrated our daily lives?
You know, Morgan, that is such a great question. And so many people have asked me the same thing about this series. And as I've answered everyone, this should be used as like a supplement, right? It's a good tool and a good starting point. But the one thing that I realize time and time again, this does not replace human connection, especially when we're talking about relationships and when we're talking about legal advice, right? At the end of the day, you know, you want to take this information to, say, a lawyer, whether it's a will that you had AI draft up for you, but they're going to be able to ask you the questions that a bot cannot.
So based on what you know now, would you use AI for any of these things?
Oh, yeah, I do. And I use it, again, just as a supplement. But I think we have to understand that this is not gospel, right? We don't want to walk away from this thinking, OK, this is the be end all to end all. It makes mistakes. And it's our responsibility to check the sources and to check it. But again, with AI, what I've noticed, what you give it, it's only going to give you back what you gave it, right? So the more you feed it, the more it's going to understand who you are. And especially the scary part is the medical stuff. That bot would not let me. I call it a he because it makes you feel like you're talking to a real person. But no matter what, and this was the medical one that we did, this bot, I kept saying, well, AI is telling me that you're not a bot, that you know, and it's like, nope, I'm a real human, I'm a doctor. This bot really made you think that you're talking to a doctor. And for someone who is younger or vulnerable, you might believe this. And that is really the scary thing. Absolutely, Morgan.
Oh, Susan Hogan, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Stay right here and please bring us the next Susan Hogan series. We're looking forward to it. Influencer food with bare hands, shot and killed by Texas police. His death now under investigation. What his wife is saying about the alleged confrontation. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We have some wild images out of Utah where a base jumper found himself in a very dangerous situation. Look at this. According to officials in Moab, the jumper crashed into this cliff. Watch that. You can see him clinging to the side. The parachute is draped across a steep cliff wall, and it took 2 hours for emergency crews to reach the 43-year-old man. They provided medical care and kept him secure before he was airlifted to a local hospital. He was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Across the country, in New York, there's a new push to crack down on speeding drivers. This week, the families of crash victims join one state lawmaker who wants to pass legislation known as the Stop Superspeeders Act. It would require drivers with multiple speeding violations to install smart devices into their car that would essentially force them to slow down, even if they try to hit the gas. Supporters say this will save lives.
You can try to give them more points. You can try to add to their insurance. You can do lots of things, and none of them have worked so far. But this technology does work.
The bill already passed the state Senate, and the devices are expected to be installed in more than 3,000 cars if passed by the New York Assembly. These days, it's getting harder to tell what is real when you're scrolling through the internet. And for one NBC viewer, an imposter article with a fake celebrity endorsement led her to be the victim of a costly scam. NBC Chicago's Kate Chappell has a look at the scheme that's trapping more and more people.
The ad had NBC News on it with Sam Elliott talking about a lung cure from a doctor who's a friend of his knew.
Fran Wands has been living with COPD for more than a decade. So when she saw an article that looked similar to this about a product allegedly endorsed by actor Sam Elliott for a miracle drug, she clicked to buy it right away.
I figured, okay, Channel 5 News, it can't be a scam.
In reality, the article was not from NBC Chicago or NBC News. It was an imposter article and what appears to be a fake celebrity endorsement used to gain the trust of consumers.
What did you think the medicine would do? What did you think it was?
It's supposed to clear your lungs within a month. A couple drops of liquid in your coffee every morning, and it was supposed to help.
So she bought the drug using her debit card.
It was $39.99. The next morning, I found out my account was wiped out.
Instead of $39.99, Fran was charged $59.99. Fran also spotted another charge she says she never authorized.
It all totaled up to $299.
And she didn't receive the too good to be true lung cure. Instead, she got 6 bottles of these supplements.
Neither of which cures COPD.
Exactly.
Fran called her bank and the company that sent her the pills. Luckily, she was able to get the money refunded by the company.
How important is that $300 to you and losing it? What does that mean to you in your daily
Everything.
life?
I only get $300 a month, and it pays my bills.
NBC5 Responds found numerous posts from people saying they'd seen the fake NBC article and either purchased a drug or considered purchasing a drug because they thought Sam Elliott endorsed it. NBC5 Responds reached out to the talent agencies representing Elliott. So far, we haven't heard back. We didn't hear back from the company who sold Fran the pills either. NBC News told us the article was not a legitimate NBC News publication. We also got in touch with Meta, the parent company of Facebook. It told us in part, we have investigated the ads that NBC has flagged and disabled the accounts and pages behind them for violating our unacceptable business practices policy. Scammers are relentless and constantly evolve their tactics to try to evade detection. We continually invest in building new technical defenses to strengthen our detection and enforcement capabilities against this industry-wide issue. Meta went on to say, since the start of the year, our expert teams have detected and disrupted close to 8 million accounts associated with scam centers. And when it comes to celebrity images being used to sell products, Meta said, today there are nearly 500,000 public figures who are being protected from having their likeness misused in these scams. Fran is sharing her story to make sure you don't fall for a similar scheme.
There's scammers, and they're getting really good with that AI. I hate AI.
Kate Chappelle, we thank you for that report. Stay right here. You are watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free. That's 24 hours, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, Xfinity, Fire TV, all those places you see on your screen. Stay right here. Your news continues just after this very short break.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for joining me. Where it is 12:30 in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news. Chaos erupted outside an ICE processing facility in Chicago earlier today after protesters clashed with police. There have been reports of arrests. We are working to confirm that, and all of this comes after a federal judge in Chicago ordered the release of hundreds of migrants after finding their arrest may have been unlawful. Cleveland Guardian star pitcher Emmanuel Clase has pleaded not guilty to charges in an alleged pitch rigging scheme. The three-time All-Star and his teammate Luis Ortiz are accused of taking several $1,000s in bribes to help bettors in the Dominican Republic. Those gamblers won $460,000 in bets placed on the speed and the outcome of pitches Clase and Ortiz threw for the Guardians. 3 astronauts are back home in China after space debris delayed their return from China's space station. They were originally scheduled to return November 5th after a 6-month rotation, but China's space agency said their capsule had tiny cracks that were caused by damage from space debris. They logged 204 days in space, the longest for any astronaut at China's space station. Congratulations. In Texas, an investigation is currently underway into the death of a popular food influencer. According to the Texas Department of Public Safety, Michael Duarte, known online as Food with Bare Hands, was killed in an officer-involved shooting. It happened last Saturday in Medina County, just west of San Antonio. Duarte has millions of followers on TikTok and Instagram and frequently posted about grilling and barbecuing. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now. Kathy, officials said this is active, an ongoing investigation, but do we know what happened?
Yeah, Morgan. So as you mentioned, the Texas Rangers are now investigating this officer-involved shooting, and it happened on Saturday in Medina County, just outside of San Antonio. And authorities say they initially received a report of a man who was allegedly armed with a knife and acting erratically. And then when they arrived to the scene, even after they used several verbal commands, apparently telling Duarte to get on the ground, he responded saying he was going to, quote, kill everyone. So he allegedly charged at a deputy who was there, and that is when that deputy fired 2 shots, striking Duarte, who was treated on the scene and then later pronounced dead at the hospital. This is still an ongoing investigation, Morgan, but still a lot of questions as to what happened in the moments leading up to the shooting.
Duarte did post about previous mental health struggles. What are we hearing from his family, Kathy?
Yeah, Morgan, this story is just a tragedy all around. He was just 39 years old. He leaves behind a wife and a young daughter. And this tragedy happened just 3 days after he and his wife celebrated their 9th wedding anniversary. And she actually went on social media and posted this message, writing in part, "Thank you to everyone who has reached out. The outpouring of love has really given me strength. I can feel him moving mountains. A big thank you to my tribe and Mike's barbecue community for making me feel like I have an army behind me. I'm still struggling with the fact that he's no longer with us, but I'm starting to see his purpose was so much bigger." An online fundraiser has actually been created as well for Duarte's family as they now try to make arrangements to bring him back to California, where he is from.
Kathy Park, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Well, around the country, children are getting caught in the crosshairs of ICE raids. A recent study published by the American Psychiatric Association found that it's harming their mental health. NBC News Daily Zingle Esemwa anchor reports on the potential generational impact of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown.
There's a baby in the bag.
These are some of the images from President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown in America.
We are getting treated like animals because people judge us by the color of our skin.
And a reality experts now say may be impacting the youngest in our nation.
Families and children and adolescents are reporting this severe amount of stress and depression, anxiety, as well as economic devastation, right? Because some families are not even going out to work.
Dr. Lisa Fortuna is a professor at the University of California, Riverside, and the lead psychiatrist behind a recent report that finds U.S. immigration policy is causing a public health emergency for children and families.
It's really becoming sort of ongoing anxiety, stress reactions, depression, problems sleeping, problems eating, problems attending at school. The concern that they might be separated from their families. If they have mixed status families, we're having children that are experiencing nightmares, panic attacks around the idea that this might happen to their family.
The report's findings also reflected in firsthand accounts. This mother of a man detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents on November 4th, telling our NBC station in Los Angeles.
My son was taken by masked men, scared, heavily armed ICE agents, while my granddaughter remained strapped in her car seat in the back of the vehicle.
Witnesses and the family of the man say agents then took the car with the child inside.
We didn't know what happened to her while she was in their care, and they wouldn't give us information about when my son would be released or where he was.
The Department of Homeland Security telling NBC News in a statement in part, during the operation, a U.S. citizen exited his vehicle wielding a hammer and threw rocks at law enforcement while he had a child in his car. He was arrested for assault. And adding he has an active warrant for property damage. In Fitchburg, Massachusetts, video verified by NBC News appears to show a man having a seizure while holding his young daughter in an encounter with ICE. DHS has reshared the video on X, stating the man pretended to have a medical emergency during the arrest, but, quote, displayed absolutely no signs of medical concerns just moments later. One student in Hillsboro, Oregon, speaking out about the impact of ICE actions in his community in his now viral testimony.
I'm tired of telling my mom and dad every day after school that, have you seen the new video of ICE pulling someone over because the color of their skin?
According to the nonpartisan think tank, the Migration Policy Institute, there are an average of nearly 50,000 people in ICE detention daily in 2025.
What might the generational impacts of some of this current moment have or look like?
Yeah, I mean, the current moment can have significant generational impact. Once a child develops anxiety disorder, depression, that type of fear in community, it can really become something that's a prolonged depression or anxiety. One of the most important things that we can do right now is to make sure that the systems of care, be it healthcare, schools, community-based organizations, provide a place of support and safety for children.
A fight over immigration that could impact generations. Zinclair Samoa, NBC News.
NBC News asked the Department of Homeland Security about the report's findings that the immigration crackdown is a public health emergency for kids. They did not answer our questions about the study, but said in part, President Trump and Secretary Noem take the responsibility to protect children seriously, adding ICE does not separate families or deport U.S. citizens. Right now, Wall Street is looking to rebound after a major slide Thursday. The Dow has come back from being down more than 500 points just this morning after closing down more than 1.5% yesterday, while the Nasdaq dropped more than 2%, making it the worst day for the stock market in over a month. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us now. What's causing this sell-off, Brian?
Yeah, Morgan, it's been a roller coaster ride because we hit an all-time high on the Dow in the middle of this week. And then yesterday we had the worst day for stocks in over a month. And then this morning, it looked like that sell-off was going to continue, but it seems like things as of at least the middle of this day have recovered. We'll see what happens once the market does close at 4 p.m. Eastern. But I think the big volatility story in markets right now is just the jitteriness around what's going on with the government. It seemed like the shutdown closing was a big reason why the Dow had such a good day on Wednesday night. But then there was some concerns about the commentary we've been hearing from the Federal Reserve, which suggests maybe they won't be cutting interest rates as aggressively as markets had hoped into their next meeting in December. I think that's a reason why some of the steam has left the market. Again, markets like it when interest rates go down. If we hear from some Fed officials that they might not cut interest rates, that's something that might lead to a little bit of selling action. But again, it seems like markets are kind of rocking back and forth. But again, I would not look at your 401k. Don't freak out because of a 1 or 2% move in the market.
No, what freaks me out is every time I think of interest rates, I think of mortgage rates. And we've seen, what is this number? I think it was a jump in foreclosures. In foreclosures, 20%. Yeah. So are we seeing now cracks in the housing market?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, that is an eye-popping number, that foreclosures, according to a report from Adam. This is a company that tracks these types of foreclosures. It's up 20% since last year. But what we're talking about here are tens of thousands of foreclosures across the country. When you think about the fact that there are over 100 million homes in the United States, that is a drop in the bucket. But nonetheless, it is a concern with rising home costs, with rising interest rates, as well as just the rising cost of living. In some areas, there are families that are having difficulty meeting some of those payments. Some of the biggest metro areas that are having issues with foreclosures: Tampa, Jacksonville, Orlando, Riverside, California. So again, these are places that we're going to be continuing to watch as this trend is something that definitely is a little bit alarming.
Brian Chung, as always, thank you so much, Brian. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of money, if you're feeling the impact from today's stock market, now is the perfect time to go out and buy those lottery tickets. The Mega Millions jackpot on the verge of $1 billion. The next drawing will take place tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern. Megan McGrath from our NBC Washington, D.C. station spoke to some people there to see what they do with all that cash.
I would, first of all, share it with friends and family, and then probably donate almost all of it.
I would take care of some benefits to the churches and to the private schools that my children went to. And then the rest is on my 100-acre woods. Me and Winnie the Pooh and the rest of the crew will be there for retirement.
All right. Now, a few things to keep in mind. You can choose either a cash payout option, which would give you just over $445 million in prize money, or you can get paid in annual installments. The amount that you'd actually get to take home, though, would depend on how much federal and state taxes take out first. Gene Hackman's personal items up for auction. We're going to get an inside look at the collection that's going on sale next week. But first, a total wipeout. The story behind this viral video of a Russian humanoid robot, yes, falling flat on its face. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Zinklea Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Russia's debut of its first AI-powered humanoid robot, this guy, was not the cutting-edge showcase expected after the robot fell flat on its face there on stage. Now, it's just the latest example of tech companies pushing to get ahead in the high-tech race. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez shows us some of the hits and, of course, some of the misses.
It was one small step for a robot, followed by one giant faceplant. The much-hyped Moscow debut of Idol, billed as Russia's first AI-powered humanoid robot, emerging to the theme song from Rocky. It managed a small wave before tumbling over. Organizers trying to pull a black curtain over the toppled Tin Man before dragging it off stage and out of sight. The developer responding with a statement by the banged-up robot.
What is truly frightening is not to fall, but not to get back up. With love.
A theme for humanoid robots across the globe. This match in China highlighting their agility and their humility. The first human vs. robot marathon in April had no small amount of slip-ups. While there have been stumbles, the industry at large making leaps and bounds. China's new Iron robot had to be cut open at a tech demo to prove it wasn't a person in a costume. Meanwhile, Tesla's Optimus robot dancing with Elon Musk, but still needing a person behind the wheel.
I see a red apple on a plate.
OpenAI's Figure 03 robot dazzling with AI integration.
And I think that has a lot to do with the advent of AI, generative AI, because they're able to train them so much faster than they ever did before.
AI helping train at-home robot helpers, like Neo, now available for pre-order, promising to bring us a little closer to that Jetsons lifestyle, though at a hefty price and with some limits.
These ads for the Neo Beta, I mean, they're literally advertising this $20,000 robot to consumers who will, by the way, be disappointed. Somebody at the office has to make sure they can look through its eyes and do these tasks. Leaving aside all that, do you know how slow these things are?
But an old favorite, Atlas from Boston Dynamics, still reigns supreme.
The gold standard for a humanoid robot.
Atlas's dancing antics capturing hearts across the internet, with stumbles of his own. Experts say humanoid robots will help out at factories before they help us at home, but we're still a ways from that happening.
2035, 2040, that's when things really, really get interesting.
For now, idle stumble reminding us even robots can't escape growing pains. Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
We're getting an inside look at Academy Award-winning actor Gene Hackman's massive art collection that's hitting the auction block. 95-year-old Hackman and his wife, Betsy, were found dead of natural causes in their New Mexico home early this year. Hackman was an art lover with an impressive trove of paintings and sculptures. Auction house Bonhams is now selling more than 400 items from Hackman's estate, featuring art and memorabilia, including his 3 Golden Globe Awards. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is there at the auction site right here in New York City, giving us a preview. Steve, I mean, which pieces are expected to draw these high bids?
Yeah, Morgan, is fascinating. I had no idea that Gene Hackman was such a prolific artist himself and also a collector of art. There's also the movie memorabilia, so it's such a wide range of items here. Take a look at some of them. This is actually a bust, a bronze bust he made of his wife, Betsy. Just incredible detail there, along with paintings that he had done. I think that these may be some self-portraits, his sketches, and then that movie memorabilia, the 3 Golden Globes that they have on display here that'll also be up for auction. It's a mix. It's bringing a mix of different people. Of course, the art lovers for the fine art. There's a Milton Avery with an estimated value of around $700,000, as well as the movie memorabilia. So there's fine art collectors, there's movie aficionados. There's some pictures we have here of him dressed in drag from the movie Birdcage. So many neat items that they already have up for display out here. We spoke with the organizers of this auction a bit ago about why they think this is such a unique experience.
To be able to get and see behind his eyes and see what he collected, how he painted, and all of that has been really fascinating.
So there's going to be, the auction is going to be split up into 3 different parts. Some of it is online, so you'll be able to take a look at some of the items that are up for grabs there. A lot of interest in this one.
Steve, I mean, we're talking fine art, we're talking movie memorabilia. Is there anything that might surprise movie fans?
Yeah, as something of a movie fan myself, Morgan, I was actually really surprised to see what we have right here. It is a handwritten letter from director Wes Anderson. Gene Hackman was in the film Royal Tenenbaums, actually playing the title character. And you can see the meticulous handwriting, which really fits in with Wes Anderson, a meticulous director himself. It almost looks like it's typed out, that there are a lot of really cool finds in this mix, Morgan.
Stephen Romo, thanks for the tour. We appreciate it. And stay right here. You are watching NBC News Daily. Much more news straight ahead.
buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024 to be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
Parkinson's disease can affect the way that someone moves, their balance, their facial expressions, and of course, their confidence. Physical activity, though, can help. And one group of boxers is going punch for punch in the fight to continue living the lives that they love.
In boxing, the goal is to knock out your opponent. And no one wants to do that more than the 3 people in this unique program.
I said, I don't have a disease. I'm just going to handle this as a challenge. I have a challenge and I have to deal with it.
Cheryl Doyle's challenge is Parkinson's disease, a nervous system disorder impacting movement, often causing tremors.
Step in. Nice.
George Nichols has dealt with it for 4 years.
How does the boxing help those symptoms?
My Parkinson's exacerbates itself in my left arm. So with boxing, it just makes it, after an hour of boxing, this will calm down immensely.
Noelle Conley has multiple sclerosis, which interrupts communication between the brain and the body.
I want to show that even though I have difficulty walking and I use mobility aids, I'm still rocking it and living an amazing, fabulous life.
They are warriors in Punch for Parkinson's, an organization paying for gym memberships in 8 states with 400 people on the waiting list. The brainchild of Boston firefighter Ryan Roach.
It's helping others. It's trying to let these people live a more normal life. That's kind of all we really want. Maybe get around the house a little easier.
Ryan's inspiration, his uncle Freddie Roach, a World Boxing Hall of Fame trainer who has Parkinson's.
I was just kind of watching him in the ring, and he gets in there and everything seems to go away. And I was like, I wonder if I could bring this to like the regular people.
What Frank, Cheryl, and Noelle call free medicine is dispensed at this suburban Boston gym by Frank DeSario.
One step. Good.
He works with all kinds of boxers.
2, 3, 2, boom, 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 boom.
But was a little unsure when Ryan first asked him to work with people who have Parkinson's.
I didn't know if I was good enough to get them better. That was my main fear.
And what have you learned?
That I'm pretty good at it.
I wish I could copy 10 Franks because he's so good with them.
Boxing is boxing, says Frank. Whether professional or Parkinson's is part of your resume. Here, the sound of success is everywhere.
Good.
When you hear the glove hit the mitt and it makes that pop, it feels awesome.
George, Cheryl, and Noelle all say their classes boost their self-esteem. Mom of 3, Noelle says the biggest difference is at home.
I can be more active in my kids' lives. It allows me to be more functioning at night, to be able to cook meals, to take my kids to hockey practice, to be active in their everyday.
A year and a half into this, Cheryl says it's got her doctor's attention.
Has your doctor noticed a difference?
He has, and he says that that's the answer. That's my medicine.
For George, it's what happens after class that keeps him coming back.
About an hour after I get home, they're all gone. All the symptoms are gone.
So you don't shake it?
I don't shake at all, for probably the rest of the day. Yeah, it's amazing.
Hitting back and moving forward.
Good. We just roll with the punches and we keep punching, and help people every way we can.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right. Here's what's trending. YouTube is getting into late night. It is greenlighting a new weekly series called Outside Tonight, hosted by comedian and actor Julian Shapiro Barnum. The video platform says the live show is built for the digital age and will be set in public parks and on street corners. The series is set to premiere next spring on the official Outside Tonight YouTube channel. Cardi B, officially a mother of 4. The rapper shared the news on Instagram, saying she brought, quote, a new baby into my world and one more reason to be the best version of me. This is her first child with NFL star Stephon Diggs, who revealed earlier this month that the new baby would be a boy. And Bad Bunny, El Conejito Malo, dominated the Latin Grammys last night. The Puerto Rican singer took home Album of the Year for Debí Tirar Más Fotos, marking his first win in any major category. Benito snagged 4 additional trophies for Urban Performance, Urban Song, Urban Music Album, and Reggaeton Performance. Other big winners this year were Karol G for Song of the Year and Alejandro Sanz, the legend, leyenda, icon for Record of the Year. He's actually going on tour, and one Morgan Radford hopes to be there. I am Morgan Radford. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily. Much more news ahead.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicky is on assignment, and NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, November 14th. Slow opening. Now that the government shutdown is over, what happens next? The timeline to get federal workers paid and everything back up and running. Plus, new developments. California police announced an arrest in connection to the shooting of a football coach once featured in a Netflix series. What police are saying now. Airport makeover. Millions of Thanksgiving travelers will enjoy upgraded terminals when flying this holiday season, and we'll tell you which major cities are in for an overhaul. School safety. More students reporting being bullied in class and online. The signs that every parent should look out for and how teachers can help. Thanks so much for joining this Friday, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with the slow return to normal on the heels of the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. Federal agencies have reopened, but hundreds of thousands of workers are still waiting for their paychecks. Meanwhile, airports across the country continue to see delays and cancellations as FAA restrictions remain in place. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reports from Reagan National Airport just outside of Washington, D.C.
Well, it's not like flipping a switch. Airlines here and across the country are still not operating at full capacity, and that's contributing to more than 600 flight cancellations across the U.S. already today. We've already seen a few of them in that departure board behind me. In a letter to employees, American Airlines says that it could be a few days before things get back to normal. The federal government is roaring back, slowly. But while the shutdown may be over, frustration at the nation's airports is not.
3 a.m. wake up. Flight's already delayed 2 hours. You get to the airport, TSA line is an hour and a half.
The FAA is still forcing airlines to slash 6% of flights ahead of the Thanksgiving rush. More than 1,000 were canceled Thursday alone. The reductions originally put in place because of staffing shortages, while many airport workers weren't getting paid. But there may be hope ahead, with those paychecks flowing again. But as for the TSA employees who've been working without pay,
Thank you from the American people.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem handing out $10,000 bonus checks to some of them. Federal workers are coming back across the government, including some 670,000 who were furloughed.
Great to be able to get back into the swing of things and really return to the work I love doing.
Right now, the Trump administration is racing to give out back pay for some federal agencies as early as tomorrow, others by early next week.
There really has been an aggressive effort to get people to get their checks as soon as possible.
The Council of Economic Advisors estimates the shutdown cost the U.S. economy about $15 billion a week, causing 60,000 non-federal employees to lose their jobs. States are also scrambling to get SNAP food benefits out to the 42 million Americans who rely on them.
Hopefully by the end of this week, most will receive it at the very latest on Monday.
Meanwhile, the Smithsonian says its 21 museums and the National Zoo, including the beloved live animal cameras, will reopen on a rolling basis by Monday. Gotta love those live animal cameras. You know, frustrated flyers here could use a little bit of a distraction. It's not clear exactly when the FAA will fully lift those flight restrictions. Delta's CEO says that he hopes things will get closer to normal by the weekend, and of course all the airlines are hoping for a strong Thanksgiving. Back to you.
The Trump administration is taking its military campaign against drug traffickers in the Caribbean to a new level. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has announced Operation Southern Spear, targeting so-called narco-terrorists. All of this comes after the U.S. military launched its 20th known strike against a suspected drug-running boat. This week, we've seen a massive buildup of American firepower there in the region. The Pentagon deployed a strike group led by the largest aircraft carrier in the world. That is the USS Gerald R. Ford. Colombia's president is calling it an act of aggression against Latin America.
Do you think that the Trump administration is heading toward war? That this region is heading toward military conflict?
He wants to frighten us. Using fear is not the same as using facts.
NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now from our D.C. bureau. Courtney, you've been following all of this, and U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats. They've already killed more than 70 people. So what exactly is the U.S. military now preparing to do in the region?
So more strikes like that, there's no indication that those are going to slow down anytime soon. But the big question now is this massive buildup of the U.S. military in the area. What is the next step? We know that for weeks now, actually even a couple of months, the Pentagon has been preparing options for limited strikes inside Venezuela. Frankly, President Trump has been asked about that a number of different times. And while sometimes he'll say, yes, that's something under consideration, more recently, he's started to either not answer the question or say that he just doesn't want to talk about the possibility of any kind of strikes inside Venezuela on land. And that would certainly be an escalation from what we've seen. As you mentioned now, 20 different strikes against boats, killing more than 75 people in the last 2+ months. The question is, what would potential limited strikes in Venezuela really do? Officials who we've been talking to about this for several weeks now said one option would be to go after some of the cartels on the land. The other question is this new operation. Now, this is basically just naming something that the U.S. military has already been doing, but by giving it a name, making it a named operation, is that an indication that the escalation could be coming soon, Morgan? And that's the big question that we're all asking here.
So how is Latin America then reacting to all of this?
Yeah, we've heard some pretty strong language out of the Colombian president. You just heard there with our Richard Engel. Venezuela, though, is putting some of that into action. They've now mobilized tens of thousands of Venezuelan military. They're joining others who were mobilized in recent weeks. But in addition to the active duty who've now been mobilized for what is essentially an exercise for the next several days, Maduro and the defense minister are also bringing in some of a militia that they have that is essentially like the U.S. military's reserve forces or the National Guard. They're civilians who will put on their uniforms and be part of this exercise in recent days. We're talking about a huge increase of Venezuelan military who will be prepared in case the U.S. military does decide to act here.
Courtney Kuby there in D.C. Courtney, thanks. Well, there are growing concerns about the health of the housing market after new filings for home foreclosures jumped 20% in October compared to last year and rose 6% in September. Florida, South Carolina, Illinois led the country with the most, with Florida cities taking the top 3 spots on the local level. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is following all of this for us. Why are we suddenly seeing people file for more foreclosure, Brian?
Yeah, and we should point out that this particular report from Adam, they're the ones that track all this data. It's in the tens of thousands of foreclosures, which in the span of the fact that there's over 100 million homes in this country is still a drop in the bucket. But nonetheless, that stat being up 20% over the last year is certainly surprising when you consider that the housing costs are higher, mortgage rates and interest rates are also higher, and then just the general cost of living, the amount of money that people feel like they have left over to pay these types of bills, that is definitely a concern and perhaps one reason why we're seeing these rates tick up. But again, it's a drop in the bucket. But of course, the issue here is, does that trend continue? That's what we're watching for.
Switching gears, sort of, what about the stock market? I mean, we saw one of the worst days. What is Wall Street sort of telling us right now?
Yeah, yesterday was the worst day on Wall Street in over a month. But I do want to point out that it comes after the Dow Jones Industrial Average hit an all-time high on Wednesday as the government was resolving its shutdown. So this is very much, for 2025, it's still very much positive year to date. But I think there are some questions over whether or not the Federal Reserve, which has said that it would be cutting interest rates, whether or not they're going to take a pause in their next meeting in December. Markets generally like it when the Federal Reserve is cutting interest rates. We've heard some commentary from some Fed officials over the past few weeks that has suggested maybe they won't be that eager to cut interest rates in December. That's perhaps one reason why there's been a little bit of steam taken out of this market. But again, 2025 overall, still very much green. So don't freak out if you're looking at your 401k.
Well, we will watch this space. Brian Chung, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Speaking of money, it's time for our Money Minute. Walmart CEO Doug McMillon is planning to step down at the start of next year, and he will retire in January, leaving the position that he held for over a decade. NBC News business and economy reporter Emily Lorsch has more. Emily, the company did announce McMillon's replacement. Who is it?
Hey, Morgan, John Furner will be taking over, who's the current president and CEO of Walmart U.S. It's a big move for Furner, who's 51 and who began his career at Walmart as an hourly associate. The shakeup came as a surprise to some people. Walmart has had success at a time of huge changes in retail, and while some of its rivals have struggled to adapt. And major changes coming for retirement savers. The IRS is raising 401k contribution limits for 2026. Starting next year, employees can defer up to $24,500 into workplace plans, up $1,000 from this year. Catch-up contributions for those 50 and older will rise $500 to $8,000. And this comes as experts say most Americans still don't max out their retirement accounts, with only 14% reaching the limit in 2024. Finally, Netflix is leveling up, literally. The streaming giant is unveiling new games that let viewers play on their TVs and control the action with their phones. Titles include classics like Tetris and Pictionary, and there are also games inspired by Netflix hit shows, chess matches based on The Queen's Gambit, and an interactive story game based on Love is Blind. Plus, more TV games are expected to be rolled out through the holidays. Morgan, this is like right up my alley. My family, especially during the holiday times, loves to have a nice game night, so I know we're going to have some fun with that.
I love game nights. Ticket to Ride, Boggle, Bananagrams, you name it. I'm your girl. Emily Lorsch, thanks so much. We appreciate it. All right, the unique remote work program giving incarcerated people new purpose. How that program is prepping them for life after lockup. Plus, the family members of one of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers speaking out after she was identified in new documents. Their message for the Trump administration. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, at least 4 states allow inmates to do remote jobs for private companies while still behind bars. But one of them, Maine, is leading the way. NBC News visited a prison there where already 45 inmates are earning paychecks in roles like software engineering and grant writing. Correspondent Valerie Castro explains how this program helps prepare them for life after they've served time.
Preston Thorpe is a self-taught software engineer working remotely for a San Francisco-based tech company.
I guess I have an advantage because I have very little distractions.
Thorpe also happens to be an inmate at the Mountain View Correctional Facility in Maine.
I have a purpose now. Like prior, I had nothing going for me, and I had been a drug dealer for years.
Thorpe is one of about 40 residents here working remotely for various industries. Across the country, at least 3 other states, including Kansas, Ohio, and California, allow some inmates to work remotely. Maine is at the forefront, according to the Alliance for Higher Education in Prison, requiring inmates to first complete higher education and comply with the case plan set by social workers.
We've taken it to the next level where we, allow and encourage individuals access to the internet.
That work netting at least one inmate a 6-figure salary. But per state law in Maine, after taxes, 25% of the earnings are put towards paying restitution to victims. 10% is set aside for prison room and board.
Why should someone in the prison system be allowed to work outside the prison walls, so to speak, and make a 6-figure salary?
If people really care about victims and survivors of crime that are owed money, the way that we do that is we provide meaningful work for individuals that are incarcerated so they can pay down those debts.
Thorpe earning enough to buy a home.
I mean, if I was not paying him market rate, I think he wouldn't be able to do that. He's doing quality work, by the way, that people with 20 years of experience can't do.
Thorpe is on the verge of finishing his prison sentence, knowing he'll leave here financially stable and employed. Ryan Hopkins is about halfway through his 42-year sentence. After earning a bachelor's and master's degree behind bars, he now provides remote tech support.
I created this system with AI to create the tickets and all that. Then I report everything here on Slack.
Hopkins will be in his 60s by the time he's released, working now to fund that eventual future.
Now I feel like I've started my life in here. The transition's going to be much softer.
Thorpe's outlook on life much different than when he first arrived.
I had pretty much resigned myself to that I would never have a family or a normal kind of career, and all those things are within reach now.
I want to give them opportunity to be successful and to give back to the community inside and outside of the facility.
A connection to the outside world and a window to the future. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Police in California announcing they've made an arrest in connection to the shooting of a longtime football coach at Laney College. Authorities say the school's athletic director and former coach, John Beam, was shot on campus around noon in Oakland yesterday. You may recognize him from the Netflix docuseries Last Chance U. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has been following the latest for us. Liz, do we know anything yet about the arrest? And also, what is the latest on Beam's condition?
Yeah, Morgan, we're continuing to monitor for developments. Right now, officials have only said that they did make an arrest in this shooting. We don't know any specifics on who this person is. Yesterday, police did say they were searching for a suspect that was wearing dark clothes and a hoodie. We don't know the motive here. Was this a random act of violence, or was this targeted against this longtime athletic director? This is John Beam. As you mentioned, he was featured in season 5 of the Netflix series Last Chance U, and he is just considered a pillar of the Oakland community. He is known for decades for uplifting youth through football, and the community is heartbroken by this tragedy. He is currently in critical condition in the hospital. And there's just been an outpouring of comments and support from the community wishing him a speedy recovery. Again, we're waiting to get any developments from police, Morgan.
You know, Liz, this is the second shooting on a school campus just in Oakland in the past 2 days. Police say that a teen was shot at a high school there on Wednesday. How is the city now responding to both of these incidents?
Yeah, so that incident happened at Skyline High School in Oakland. There were 2 juveniles that were arrested. One juvenile, they say, that was injured. This happened in a campus bathroom. The police recovered 2 firearms. And certainly it is unsettling, right, for the community. The Oakland mayor, Barbara Lee, put out a statement saying the last 2 days have been incredibly heavy for our city. Schools should be the safest spaces in our city. We need guns off our streets now. Obviously, gun violence is an issue across the country, particularly in Oakland. That city has been dealing with violence for years now, and that city is one of the places that Governor Newsom has been targeting as part of a new program, a crime suppression program, where he is expanding the presence of California Highway Patrol officers in the area in an effort to try to crack down on violent crime.
Reporting there in California, Liz Kreutz for us. Liz, thank you. We appreciate it. Well, we're going to take you inside the glittering collection of a Hollywood icon, Gene Hackman's art and Golden Globe set to hit the auction block. Plus, tonight marks the deadline President Trump set for the BBC to respond to his threat for legal action over their editing of his January 6th speech. What that network is saying. You're watching Daily.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in
Here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We have some wild images out of Utah where a base jumper found himself in a very dangerous situation. Look at this. According to officials in Moab, the jumper crashed into this cliff. Watch that. You can see him clinging to the side. The parachute is draped across a steep cliff wall, and it took 2 hours for emergency crews to reach the 43-year-old man. They provided medical care and kept him secure before he was airlifted to a local hospital. He was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Across the country, in New York, there's a new push to crack down on speeding drivers. This week, the families of crash victims joined one state lawmaker who wants to pass legislation known as the Stop Superspeeders Act. It would require drivers with multiple speeding violations to install smart devices into their car that would essentially force them to slow down, even if they try to hit the gas. Supporters say this will save lives.
You can try to give them more points. You can try to add to their insurance. You can do lots of things, and none of them have worked so far. But this technology does work.
The bill already passed the state Senate, and the devices are expected to be installed in more than 3,000 cars if passed by the New York Assembly. These days, it's getting harder to tell what is real when you're scrolling through the internet. And for one NBC viewer, an imposter article with a fake celebrity endorsement led her to be the victim of a costly scam. NBC Chicago's Kate Chappell has a look at the scheme that's trapping more and more people.
The ad had NBC News on it with Sam Elliott talking about a lung cure from a doctor who's a friend of his knew.
Fran Wands has been living with COPD for more than a decade. So when she saw an article that looked similar to this about a product allegedly endorsed by actor Sam Elliott for a miracle drug, she clicked to buy it right away.
I figured, okay, Channel 5 News, it can't be a scam.
In reality, the article was not from NBC Chicago or NBC News. It was an imposter article and what appears to be a fake celebrity endorsement used to gain the trust of consumers.
What did you think the medicine would do? What did you think it was?
It's supposed to clear your lungs within a month. A couple drops of liquid in your coffee every morning, and it was supposed to help.
So she bought the drug using her debit card.
It was $39.99. The next morning, I found out my account was wiped out.
Instead of $39.99, Fran was charged $59.99. Fran also spotted another charge she says she never authorized.
It all totaled up to $299.
And she didn't receive the too good to be true lung cure. Instead, she got 6 bottles of these supplements.
Neither of which cures COPD.
Exactly.
Fran called her bank and the company that sent her the pills. Luckily, she was able to get the money refunded by the company.
How important is that $300 to you and losing it? What does that mean to you and your daily
Everything.
life?
I only get $300 a month, and it pays my bills.
NBC5 Response found numerous posts from people saying they'd seen the fake NBC article and either purchased a drug or considered purchasing a drug because they thought Sam Elliott endorsed it. NBC5 Response reached out to the talent agencies representing Elliott. So far, we haven't heard back. We didn't hear back from the company who sold Fran the pills either. NBC News told us the article was not a legitimate NBC News publication. We also got in touch with Meta, the parent company of Facebook. It told us in part, we have investigated the ads that NBC has flagged and disabled the accounts and pages behind them for violating our unacceptable business practices policy. Scammers are relentless and constantly evolve their tactics to try to evade detection. We continually invest in building new technical defenses to strengthen our detection and enforcement capabilities against this industry-wide issue. Meta went on to say, since the start of the year, our expert teams have detected and disrupted close to 8 million accounts associated with scam centers. And when it comes to celebrity images being used to sell products, Meta said, today there are nearly 500,000 public figures who are being protected from having their likeness misused in these scams. Fran is sharing her story to make sure you don't fall for a similar scheme.
There's scammers, and they're getting really good with that AI. I hate AI.
Kate Chappell, we thank you for that report. Stay right here. You are watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free. That's 24 hours, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, Xfinity, Fire TV, all those places you see on your screen. Stay right here. Your news continues just after this very short break.
the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in
Here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
It is my pleasure to welcome you back to NBC News Daily, where it is 12:30 in San Antonio, Texas, and 1:30 in Portland, Maine. I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news. Police are investigating a deadly bus crash in Stockholm. Authorities say a double-decker bus slammed into a bus stop there earlier today, hitting people that were just waiting on the street. You can actually see first responders on the scene there. The Swedish Prime Minister says several people have died. Police say the driver was arrested and that there is no information indicating that this was an attack. Staying overseas, officials in Singapore arresting the man who lunged at Ariana Grande at yesterday's Wicked for Good premiere. Local media reporting he was charged with being a public nuisance and is due in court on Monday. That viral video shows the exact moment that he rushed at the star while security and her co-star, Cynthia Erivo, jumped in to help. Back here at home, the NYPD is asking for the public's help in identifying this man who they say stole nearly $10,000 worth of merchandise from a Manhattan trading card store owned by football legend Tom Brady. Police say he ran out after taking high-value baseball and Pokemon cards. We're following the fallout from that massive document dump in the Jeffrey Epstein case. In one email, the convicted sex offender claims a victim spent hours with President Trump. We've since learned the redacted victim is one of Epstein's most vocal accusers, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who died by suicide earlier this year. Her family, along with a group of Epstein survivors, just penned a letter to Congress urging them to release all the files. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson sat down with them ahead of next week's vote on the House floor.
The family of prominent Jeffrey Epstein accuser Virginia Roberts Giuffre speaking publicly for the first time since the release of never-before-seen Epstein emails.
We have mixed bag of emotions right now. How reckless it is of the administration and the White House to unredact our sister's name.
Giuffre's name was initially redacted in one email released by Democrats, but later identified by Republicans. In the message, Epstein claims Giuffre spent hours at his house with Donald Trump. Did Virginia ever discuss with you this idea that she spent hours with Donald Trump at any point?
That we're aware of. We've never had that conversation explicitly.
President Trump has never been accused of wrongdoing linked to Epstein, and Giuffre, who died by suicide earlier this year, did not accuse him either, writing in her book he couldn't have been friendlier. The president says he cut ties with Epstein in the early 2000s after Epstein hired away Mar-a-Lago staffers, including Giuffre, to work for him.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
Political pressure on the president may ramp up next week when the House votes to try to force the release of the Justice Department's Epstein case files.
We're looking to Congress to do the right thing, and we're hopeful.
The vote moving forward now only after a final signature from the newest member of Congress, Democrat Adelita Grijalva. What is your expectation for how many Republicans do you think may join Democrats on this?
If they hear from their constituents, every one of them should. Because this is not a partisan issue.
Grijalva, alongside Epstein survivors Liz Stein and Jess Michaels, who attended her swearing in Wednesday.
As survivors, we can't do this alone. We need our allies to do in order for us to be able to do this work.
We need the American people to not stop putting the pressure on. It's only one tiny victory. You know, we can't just ride on that right now.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
President Trump said on Truth Social today that he'll be asking U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate Epstein's involvement with prominent Democrats mentioned in the emails, including former President Bill Clinton, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman. NBC News has reached out to those men for comment, but has not heard back yet. The BBC apologized to President Donald Trump for its misleading edit of his January 6, 2021 speech near the White House. But the BBC says it did not defame him, rejecting his $1 billion lawsuit threat. The publicly funded media company admitted to deceptively splicing his speech, creating a false impression that Trump made a call for violence, cutting out where he told his supporters to demonstrate, quote, peacefully. It comes just days after BBC Director General Tim Davie and new CEO Deborah Turness stepped down. Turness was previously the president of NBC News from 2013 to 2017 and president of NBC International until 2021. NBC News correspondent Danielle Hamamdjian joins us now from outside the BBC there in London. Danielle, tell us more about the BBC's apology to Trump and if it's essentially enough to prevent him from now filing this defamation lawsuit.
Yeah, Morgan, the BBC had until tonight, 10 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. Eastern, to respond. A lawyer for Donald Trump said that the BBC must retract the documentary, apologize, and appropriately compensate Donald Trump. The BBC accepts that the edit unintentionally created the impression that this was one long sequence in a long speech rather than several excerpts at different moments in the speech spliced together. But they go on to say, and I'm quoting here, while the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, we strongly disagree there is a basis for a defamation claim. The BBC also said they will not be rebroadcasting the program. So we've had 2 out of the 3 demands addressed here. They did not directly address the demand for compensation, but make it very clear they do not believe there is any legal basis for a $1 billion lawsuit here. And a quick look at the arguments the BBC lawyers made in this letter. For one, they say the program was not distributed to American channels, and when it was available on streaming, it was geo-blocked, which means only people in the UK could watch it. Therefore, American viewers and American voters could not have been influenced by the documentary. They go on to say that Trump's team talked about reputational and financial harm. BBC lawyers say, you were reelected. There was no harm. And they touch on the issue of malice. BBC lawyers say there was no malice. This was a question of staff trying to shorten what was a very long speech, and it turned out to be 12 seconds in an hour-long program that mostly followed around Trump supporters.
All right, Danielle Hamamdjian just outside the BBC headquarters there in London. Thanks so much, Danielle. With Thanksgiving less than 2 weeks away, Americans traveling for the holiday might notice some changes to their airport experience. Mid-sized airports across the country, they're getting major overhauls and billion-dollar makeovers. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello went to Pittsburgh International to check out the latest upgrades.
Yeah, hello from just down the road from Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. And take a look at this. This is the new International Airport Terminal here at Pittsburgh. A big makeover, and we're getting the exclusive preview because they open up next week. You know, the airport, whenever you fly into a city, it's your first and your last impression of that city, right? Whether you're coming in to do business, whether you're a tourist, coming in to look at a college with the kids. And so Pittsburgh, like a lot of airports and cities, has decided they need to put their best foot forward. It's a massive transformation for a city in renaissance, and one of many airports undergoing more than just a facelift. This is a big makeover.
It's huge. It's a really big makeover.
Pittsburgh International fell on hard times when U.S. Airways closed its hub here 20 years ago. Passenger volume dropped 60%.
Almost feels a little nostalgic at times, you know. I remember coming here as a kid and it hasn't changed a bit.
With low ceilings and TSA lines that extend all the way to the parking garage, the old terminal feels very 1980s. Fast forward to 2025. Here's the new terminal, 30% bigger, much higher ceilings, natural lighting, more public parking, and a new public face for Pittsburgh. A $2 billion investment meant to reflect Pittsburgh's transformation from steel to medicine and high tech. 12 new TSA checkpoints with the latest technology, curb to gate passenger travel time cut in half, and a new 3-mile baggage system down from the old 8-mile journey. What's the message to the world now when they come into this airport?
The message is this is Pittsburgh, and everything that's in this community you can get a sense of here.
It's happening nationwide as mid-sized airports upgrade, renovate, and reinvent in Columbus, Louisville, Raleigh, Kansas City, and Portland. In San Diego, they're replacing Terminal 1. It was designed 60 years ago for 2.5 million passengers per year. Last year, 10 million passengers came through.
It was dark, it was cramped. In our new terminal, the 19 gates with more concessions, more room, more check lines so that people can get through the checkpoints faster, we offer a much more pleasant experience.
So a lot of last-minute tweaks.
Yeah, it's all about refinement now. So
International consultant Daniel Bryan overseeing the final checklist at Pittsburgh.
what we're really trying to do is really understand how can we amplify or finesse our passenger experience at that point. So yeah, we stress test, we push things, and we learn what our systems can and can't do.
Yeah, so listen to this. Pittsburgh, when it was a hub for U.S. Airways, they handled 20 million passengers every year. That dropped down to about 8 million, and now they managed to grow it back up to 10 million. They're attracting more airlines to come in. And like most cities, they're hoping that as they build out new, beautiful airports, that will attract even more passengers that want to come into the city. More airlines will service more destinations. Back to you.
Our thanks to Tom Costello. The art collection of Academy Award-winning actor Gene Hackman is hitting the auction block in New York, and we're getting an inside look at that sale. 95-year-old Hackman and his wife Betsy were found dead of natural causes in their New Mexico home just earlier this year. Hackman was an art lover with an impressive trove of paintings and sculptures. Auction house Bonhams is now selling more than 400 items from Hackman's estate, featuring art and memorabilia, including those 3 Golden Globe Awards. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is there at the auction site in New York City and giving us a preview. Stephen, I'm already seeing just incredible pieces of art behind you. I know there's 400 items in this collection. How do they choose which pieces would go up for sale?
Yeah, a great question, Morgan, and not an easy feat because there's such a wide range of different items. You mentioned the movie, memorabilia, and the awards. We actually have this photo here of Gene Hackman with his Oscar. Now, that Oscar is not among these because the Academy doesn't let those be auctioned off like this, but you mentioned the Golden Globes. They are actually right over here, right when you come in Bonhams. You can see these 3 Golden Globes sitting here, but I did not know that Gene Hackman himself was a very talented artist. You can see some of his pieces here, some self-portraits that he made, and something that I am very impressed by. It's not just portraits that he did, but there's a bronze bust of his wife, Betsy, that he made himself that is very detailed, very impressive. We spoke with the experts here at Bonhams about how they made that decision of what to include in this collection. Take a listen.
We really want to represent him fully, so we wanted to show his art collection, what he collected personally, his awards and all those things that most of the fans care about, and then his personal side, which is all his fine art.
So I'll grab. Okay, and Morgan, this auction's already getting a lot of interest. It's been split up into multiple parts, some of that online, so people all over the country can take a look at some of the fascinating stuff that he had in his massive estate.
I mean, I know
Morgan?
you're a bit of a movie buff here. I mean, are there any items you have your eye on? Is your auction paddle ready?
Yes, well, I was looking for something from the Superman movie because he, of course, played Lex Luthor in the Christopher Reeve version of it. But I actually saw this here. This is a continuity photograph of Hackman from, he's dressed in drag for the movie The Birdcage. And it is just so impressive to see these behind-the-scenes images from some of his many famous movies. Our producer, Stephanie, and I were just talking about how many movies he's been in, from the Poseidon Adventures all the way up to the Royal Tenenbaums and more. There's so many movie fans, but also these art lovers who are going to want to take a look at his impressive art collection.
I got to say, I think that particular photo would go really well over those nice chocolate leather seats you have sitting in your office on the 5th floor. So I'm going to vote for you to win that photo and bring it back to us here at 30 Rock. Stephen Roma, thanks so much.
Okay, deal. Let's see if we can do that.
Appreciate it. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
News playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
So in the past few years, we've seen a spike in reports of bullying. In fact, in 2019, 26% of kids said they'd been bullied. That number rising to 40% in 2023. All of that according to a survey from the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Now, that survey also says there's been an increase in cyberbullying. So how do we tackle it? How do we prevent it from continuing to happen? Jessica Gomez joins us now. She's a licensed psychologist and the executive director of Momentous Institute. Jessica, thanks so much for joining us just on a really important topic. First off, I want to define what bullying is, because I don't think people realize it has so many forms.
Morgan, you're spot on. So let's start with defining it. Bullying really has to be intentional, it has to be repeated, and there has to be a power differential for it to really qualify as that. And most people don't know that it's bullying. We use the term very loosely without knowing the definition.
It's interesting you mentioned the power differential, but I mean, couldn't even exclusion, I heard, is a form of bullying. Like, isn't that?
Absolutely. And when we think about children and bullying, let's focus on that, right? It could be exclusion from social circles, from after-school activities, and that could be the power differential in someone who has friends and someone who maybe does not have that social circle.
I see. So they could be peers, but there's a power differential and maybe the resources they have, social or otherwise.
Exactly.
Interesting. Okay, why are we, though, seeing this rise in bullying now?
I think we are seeing this rise in bullying for a couple of reasons. First of all, we are noticing that it's starting younger and younger. And at the same time, we're noticing that puberty is also starting younger. Instead of middle school, we're seeing it start at 7 and 8 years old.
Puberty.
Exactly. So, and this is being tracked by pediatricians noticing that it started. So what we typically expected in middle school, we're now seeing in elementary school. Now, add on to those two factors, the access to technology, which just brings a whole nother layer to the situation.
It's an accelerant.
Exactly.
You know, that's so interesting. I mean, I feel like as parents, that's like our biggest fear is our kids being excluded, not belonging, or having that power differential, as you said, exercised upon them. What can we do as parents?
As parents, I always say, the foundation is the relationship first, making sure that you're starting with that relationship. So I tell parents a couple quick tips. Regulate yourself first, because when you hear that your child's being bullied, you might be in shock or you might be blaming. And then chase the why with your child. Get curious, get all the details so that when you talk to the school administration, you can develop a plan that keeps your child safe, that equips them, and make sure your child also knows, do they have the problem-solving skills to navigate this? Because you want them to be autonomous as well. And then just that communication with the setting where it's happening.
When you talk about children's autonomy, how do we teach kids to safely stand up for themselves?
Well, we talk to them about being an upstander versus a bystander. And then the definition of bullying. I find in my experience that most school administrators may not talk about it enough, even amongst their teaching staff. So if the adults don't know, how do we expect the children to know the definition?
That is a great point, and such, as you mentioned, a timely topic, especially as we see the acceleration of social media. Jessica Gomez for us, we really appreciate you joining us, and thank you for sharing your expertise. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Parkinson's disease can affect the way that someone moves, their balance, their facial expressions, and of course their confidence. Physical activity, though, can help, and one group of boxers is going punch for punch in the fight to continue living the lives that they love.
In boxing, the goal is to knock out your opponent, and no one wants to do that more than the 3 people in this unique program.
I said, I don't have a disease. I'm just going to handle this as a challenge. I have a challenge and I have to deal with it.
Cheryl Doyle's challenge is Parkinson's disease, a nervous system disorder impacting movement, often causing tremors.
Step in. Nice.
George Nichols has dealt with it for 4 years.
How does the boxing help those symptoms?
My Parkinson's exacerbates itself in my left arm. So with boxing, it just makes it, after an hour of boxing, this will calm down immensely.
Noelle Conley has multiple sclerosis, which interrupts communication between the brain and the body.
I want to show that even though I have difficulty walking and I use mobility aid, I'm still rocking it and living an amazing, fabulous life.
They are warriors in Punch for Parkinson's, an organization paying for gym memberships in 8 states with 400 people on the waiting list. The brainchild of Boston firefighter Ryan Roach.
What's helping others is trying to let these people live a more normal life. That's kind of all we really want. Maybe get around the house a little easier.
Ryan's inspiration, his uncle Freddie Roach, a World Boxing Hall of Fame trainer who has Parkinson's.
I was just kind of watching him in the ring, and he gets in there and everything seems to go away. And I was like, I wonder if I could bring this to like the regular people.
What Frank, Cheryl, and Noelle call free medicine is dispensed at this suburban Boston gym by Frank DeSario.
One step. Good.
He works with all kinds of boxers.
2, 3, 2, boom, 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 boom.
But was a little unsure when Ryan first asked him to work with people who have Parkinson's.
I didn't know if I was good enough to get them better. That was my main fear.
And what have you learned?
That I'm pretty good at it.
I wish I could copy 10 Franks because he's so good with them.
Boxing is boxing, says Frank. Whether professional or Parkinson's is part of your resume. Here, the sound of success is everywhere.
Good. When you hear the glove hit the mitt and it makes that pop, it just feels awesome.
George, Cheryl, and Noelle all say their classes boost their self-esteem. Mom of 3, Noelle says the biggest difference is at home.
I can be more active in my kids' lives. It allows me to be more functioning at night, to be able to cook meals, to take my kids to hockey practice, to be active in their everyday.
A year and a half into this, Cheryl says it's got her doctor's attention.
Has your doctor noticed a difference?
He has, and he says that that's the answer. That's my medicine.
For George, it's what happens after class that keeps him coming back.
About an hour after I get home, they're all gone. All the symptoms are gone.
So you don't shake it?
I don't shake at all, for probably the rest of the day. Wow. Yeah, it's amazing.
Hitting back and moving forward.
Good. We just roll with the punches and we keep punching, and help people every way we can.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right. Here's what's trending. YouTube is getting into late night. It is greenlighting a new weekly series called Outside Tonight, hosted by comedian and actor Julian Shapiro Barnum. The video platform says the live show is built for the digital age and will be set in public parks and on street corners. The series is set to premiere next spring on the official Outside Tonight YouTube channel. Cardi B, officially a mother of 4. The rapper shared the news on Instagram, saying she brought, quote, a new baby into my world and one more reason to be the best version of me. This is her first child with NFL star Stefon Diggs, who revealed earlier this month that the new baby would be a boy. And Bad Bunny, El Conejito Malo, dominated the Latin Grammys last night. The Puerto Rican singer took home Album of the Year for Debí Tirar Más Fotos, marking his first win in any major category. Benito snagged 4 additional trophies for Urban Performance, Urban Song, Urban Music Album, and Reggaeton Performance. Other big winners this year were Karol G for Song of the Year and Alejandro Sanz, the legend, leyenda, icon for Record of the Year. He's actually going on tour, and one Morgan Radford hopes to be there. I am Morgan Radford. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily. Much more news ahead.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everyone, happy Friday. I'm Ellison Barber in for Kate Ensign-Clay. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, November 14th, 2025. File fallout. President Trump lashes out over the growing attention to the Epstein emails, calling it a, quote, Democratic hoax, as the family of one of Epstein's most prominent victims speaks out about the new revelations. A shot of hope as Russia launches another massive drone offensive overnight into Kyiv, how a common cosmetic medication is giving some Ukrainian war victims relief from their pain. Live stocks. After markets have their worst day in over a month, the administration floats tariff carve-outs on items like coffee and beef. Will it actually lower the cost of your next trip to the grocery store? And Pope culture. Pope Leo set to hold an audience with Oscar-winning stars and directors. The conversation he's hoping to start. We begin this hour with President Trump now calling out members of his own party in connection to the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. On Truth Social, the president slammed Democrats over the files, adding, quote, some weak Republicans have fallen into their clutches because they are soft and foolish, end quote. It comes as the House is poised to vote next week to compel the Justice Department to release all files tied to its investigation into the deceased and convicted sex offender. A small group of Republicans in the House, along with the Democrats, have signaled support to release those documents. documents. Meanwhile, we're getting new reaction to the Epstein estate documents released earlier this week by a House committee. The family of one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Giuffre, say they are upset the White House named her. Listen.
The redaction is there for a reason, so it can protect the families and the individuals. And by removing that, as the White House removing that to say, oh, but you know what, it was Virginia though, and she's already cleared Trump's name. That's not entirely true. She said she was never personally involved with him. It doesn't mean that he wasn't involved with Epstein. I think the documents are showcasing that.
And we should note President Trump has repeatedly denied knowing about or being involved in Epstein's sex trafficking operation. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Melanie Zanona for more on this. So, Melanie, Epstein survivors, along with others who have accused Mr. Trump of sexual assault, just sent a new letter to Congress, right? Tell us what that says.
Yeah, this is an open letter to Congress. It does not specify political parties. It just is addressed to esteemed members of both the House and Senate. And what the letter is calling for is for lawmakers to vote for the release of all the Epstein files from the DOJ. I want to read you part of the letter. It says, several weeks ago, when a few brave survivors stood before you and recounted their harrowing stories, many of you were shaken to your core. We urge you, when you cast your vote, please do not forget the horror that you felt that day. And Ellison, this is just such an important perspective to hear, because oftentimes when we talk about the Epstein saga, the voices of survivors tend to get lost. And in many cases, Republicans who have said they're going to vote against the release of the Epstein files have said they're doing so because they want to protect the victims and survivors. But clearly, many of the victims are the ones pushing for the release of the files. So no doubt this is going to add pressure on lawmakers as they prepare to take this vote in the House next week. And we're also going to hear from survivors in a press conference on Tuesday, I'm told, which could be another very powerful moment on Capitol Hill.
Melanie, you mentioned that vote next week. We're also hearing from the newest member of Congress, who is now a key vote in the House's push for the DOJ to release the Epstein documents. What is she saying on all of this?
Yeah, Congresswoman Grijalva has become such a key player in this Epstein drama. After she was sworn in, she immediately signed a discharge petition, which is essentially a procedural tool that will force a floor vote on a resolution demanding the release of all the Epstein files. And our Hallie Jackson got a chance to interview the Congresswoman, along with two Epstein abuse survivors who were actually in the House gallery watching as the Congresswoman was sworn in and watching as she signed that discharge petition and became the critical 218th vote in order to succeed. But when Hallie asked if the Congresswoman expects more Republicans to join the effort, this is what she had to say.
Because this is not a partisan issue. Protecting and shielding pedophiles and abusers from legal consequences, nobody should want that. Everybody should be signing on.
So this vote will come to the House floor next week. It is expected to pass with significant Republican support. The question, though, is what happens into the Senate. The GOP leader has been noncommittal so far, but a big bipartisan vote in the House could put a lot of pressure on the Senate to act. Ellison.
NBC's Melanie Zanona on Capitol Hill. Thank you. All eyes are on Wall Street today. The markets are flat after stocks had their worst day in over a month yesterday following the end of the historic government shutdown. It comes on the heels of some potentially big news on tariffs. The Trump administration now suggesting it will ease certain tariffs in an effort to bring down food prices. Here to break it all down for us is NBC senior business correspondent Christine Roman. So, Christine, let's start with the markets.
Sure.
What are you seeing? What do people need to know right now?
So you just saw the Dow Jones Industrial Average is still lower. That's 30 stocks. When you look at the NASDAQ, that's the big tech gauge, and the S&P 500, they've actually recovered from early big losses and are a little bit higher here. So a bounce back in part of the market. But what happened yesterday was really kind of a fall freakout. Concerns about maybe the Federal Reserve is not going to cut interest rates again in December. That's not a foregone conclusion. Concerns about foreclosure rates rising from very low levels, but rising about 20% in October. That got some attention. And again, we keep hearing dribs and drabs of these layoffs, corporate layoffs, all of those things kind of working together yesterday to pull stocks down.
Talk to us about what is happening with tariffs as it relates to food and big picture. Is it something that could actually help?
It's so interesting because at the very beginning of the president's tariff regime, a lot of people have said, wait a minute, if you want to bring production back to the United States, why are you putting tariffs on things that we don't make in the United States, like coffee, right, and some kinds of citrus? And so now you have the White House exploring the idea of maybe dropping tariffs on some of these items that cost more if we import them with those tariffs on it. So watch to see if that helps food prices. The White House very, very clear. The president is very zeroed in on food prices. He knows that's a problem for a lot of consumers.
One thing he posted on Truth Social today was related to prices, and he said that costs are tumbling down. Can you fact check that for us?
So inflation has been tumbling down. It was 9.1% in 2022 after that COVID spike in inflation. Now it's just around 3%. So, yeah, 3% is less than 9.1%, but prices are still going up. I would say he's definitely right when he points out gas prices are lower. They're lower today than they were a year ago. That is helpful for the family budget. But prices overall are still rising, especially for things like childcare, for insurance, for electricity, some of these big non-negotiables in the American budget.
All right, NBC's Christine Roman, thank you. We appreciate it. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced a U.S. military mission to target so-called narco-terrorists dubbed Operation Southern Spear. Secretary Hegseth said on social media the mission will protect the U.S. and the Western Hemisphere from drugs and drug traffickers. It comes as the Pentagon confirmed today that on Monday it carried out its 20th strike on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, 20th strike since early September. 79 people have been killed in those strikes thus far. NBC's senior national security correspondent Courtney QB joins us now from Washington. Courtney, what does the launch of this operation mean? Is this a new mission, or should we look at it as an effort on the administration's part to make the ongoing operations in this region more official?
Yeah, it's really more of the latter part of that. So it's naming an operation for a mission that's already been carried out for weeks now. As you just mentioned, at least 20 strikes on boats alleged to be carrying drugs that the administration says are coming to the United States. Naming it gives it some different authorities and things, but it doesn't change what is happening there. What has changed in the last several days is the buildup of U.S. military has only accelerated. We're talking about a carrier strike group, additional ships. Upwards of about 15,000 men and women are now in the region as part of this mission, now assigned to this Operation Southern Spear. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth announced it via social media late yesterday, saying that this was something that came directly from an order from President Trump, that he was ordering action and the department is delivering. He said that it's Joint Task Force Southern Spear and Southcom, U.S. Southern Command, would be leading this operation. But again, the military buildup was already there. Now they're just putting a name behind it, Ellison.
Courtney, Secretary Hegseth said in his post that, quote, the Western Hemisphere is America's neighborhood. In terms of just like authority and international law or even cooperation, does the United States have any of that or all of that to launch attacks in such a vast region?
Yeah, and this has been one of the main questions since the U.S. first started striking these boats back in early September. There have been questions from lawmakers, including Republicans, both sides of the aisle, saying that they want more information about the legal justification for these strikes. You'll recall, of course, that the administration several weeks ago notified Congress that they now consider the United States in a non-international armed conflict with these drug cartels. Ellison, that's what officials keep pointing us to for the legal justification here. But people on the Hill aren't buying it.
NBC's Courtney QB in D.C. there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Time now for some consumer news. The housing market is showing more signs of distress, and the world's top YouTuber just opened a theme park. NBC's Emily Lorsch joins us now with today's Money Minute. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Ellison. Viral videos are going to be brought to life, but not here in the U.S. I will get to that in a minute. But first, I want to get to foreclosure filings. They are on the rise again, signaling potential stress in the U.S. housing market. In October, nearly 37,000 properties faced some type of foreclosure. This marks 8 straight months of annual increases, according to the data and analytics firm Adam. And Major League Soccer is making 2 big moves. First, it's shifting all of its games to Apple TV starting in the 2026 season. Apple's ending its season pass, which was a separate subscription. Also, the league is shifting to a global soccer calendar to avoid competing with other major sports. That starts in the summer of 2027. Finally, YouTube star Mr. Beast is bringing his viral videos to life in Saudi Arabia. Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, launched the theme park Beastland this week. It's all part of Saudi Arabia's push to become a global entertainment hub, even as the country faces criticism for human rights abuses. Beastland is inspired by Mr. Beast's videos, where visitors face endurance challenges for cash prizes. Ellison, that's not really my thing. I don't know how much I could endure.
I was going to say the one that looks like it goes upside down. That looks like nausea to me, but
no, I can't do upside down.
If that's for you, have fun. Emily Lorsch, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Still to come, many of the nation's airports are getting major upgrades. We'll take you inside one of the latest renovations just in time for the holiday rush. Plus, a former insurance executive battling to keep long-term care policies affordable. What all seniors need to hear later on NBC News Daily.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is Stay Tuned Now. Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
We are keeping a close eye on protests outside of Chicago, where demonstrators and authorities have been clashing in front of an ICE detention center in Broadview, Illinois. Broadview's mayor said 4 officers were injured today. 21 people have been arrested, according to law enforcement officials. It follows weeks of protests between federal agents and community members in the Chicago area who have been demonstrating against the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Broadview, Illinois. So, Shaq, these protests, they have been going on in this area for weeks, right? Do we know what caused things to escalate today?
Yeah, I think you and I have talked about these demonstrations in recent weeks that have become these flashpoints. Today's escalation really was sparked by what was a weekly demonstration here with religious leaders who are calling for religious services for detainees in that ICE processing facility, again, here in the suburban Chicago neighborhood. And there was a clash with law enforcement that you saw on this street. And I'll let you see some of the scene behind me right now. It's a cleared scene. You see it's very calm right now, but that, of course, conflicts with the images that you were just looking at. Now, what Broadview's mayor is saying right now is that there were 4 members of law enforcement who were injured in these scuffles, including 3 who were sent to the hospital. We also know that there are about 21 protesters who were arrested. Again, many of them were members of the religious community calling for better conditions at this facility and the stop and for the halting of ICE arrest. And we have the statement from the mayor of Broadview making clear who she's blaming for these clashes that we've been seeing and that we saw today. The mayor saying the violence by out-of-town protesters is unacceptable and outrageous. I have repeatedly pleaded to protesters to raise their voices, not their fists. We will see them in court. We do not know the specific identities of those arrested. We're promised those by authorities later today, Ellison.
Ishak, all of this comes after a judge this week ordered hundreds of individuals detained by federal agents to be released. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, we know the release of about 600 people is not imminent, but it has been ordered, at least that process, to start by a federal judge. This goes back to a consent decree, essentially a court agreement that dates back to 2022. Essentially, you have hundreds of people who attorneys say were arrested without a warrant, and the judge saying that if they are not dangerous, then they should be released. Based on that agreement, we do know that there are about 13 people who were ordered to be released today by noon. At last check, some of them have been released, but we're still waiting to hear exactly how many have been let go. Ellison.
NBC's Shaquille Brewster on the ground there in Broadview. Thank you. There's some good news for travelers, and it does not have to do with the ending of the government shutdown. Some flyers are going to be in for a whole new experience when they land at their destinations for the holidays, and that's because a lot of mid-size airports are spending big money on first-class style upgrades. Here's NBC senior correspondent Tom Costello.
It's a massive transformation for a city in renaissance, and one of many airports undergoing more than just a facelift.
This is a big makeover. It's huge. It's a really big makeover.
Pittsburgh International fell on hard times when U.S. Airways closed its hub here 20 years ago. Passenger volume dropped 60%.
Almost feels a little nostalgic at times, you know. I remember coming here as a kid and it hasn't changed a bit.
With low ceilings and TSA lines that extend all the way to the parking garage, the old terminal feels very 1980s. Fast forward to 2025.
Here's the new terminal, 30% bigger, much higher ceilings, natural lighting, more public parking, and a new public face for Pittsburgh.
A $2 billion investment meant to reflect Pittsburgh's transformation from steel to medicine and high tech. 12 new TSA checkpoints with the latest technology. Curb to gate passenger travel time cut in half, and a new 3-mile baggage system down from the old 8-mile journey.
What's the message to the world now when they come into this airport?
The message is this is Pittsburgh, and everything that's in this community you can get a sense of here.
It's happening nationwide as mid-sized airports upgrade, renovate, and reinvent in Columbus, Louisville, Raleigh, Kansas City, and Portland. In San Diego, they're replacing Terminal 1. It was designed 60 years ago for 2.5 million passengers per year. Last year, 10 million passengers came through.
It was dark, it was cramped. In our new terminal, the 19 gates with more concessions, more room, more check lines so that people can get through the checkpoints faster, we offer a much more pleasant experience.
So a lot of last-minute tweaks.
Yeah, it's all about refinement now.
International consultant Daniel Bryan overseeing the final checklist at Pittsburgh.
What we're really trying to do is really understand how can we amplify or finesse our passenger experience at that point? So yeah, we stress test, we push things, and we learn what our systems can and can't do.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Still to come, the BBC apologizes to President Trump over a misleading edit inside the potential billion-dollar legal fight.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere. News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
Here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Financial planning can be a daunting task and one that many have started handing over to artificial intelligence. Susan Hogan from our NBC station in Washington, D.C. takes a closer look at the potential pitfalls of relying on AI when it comes to your wallet.
We all remember our first credit card and how amazing it was to buy anything we wanted with just a little swipe. Cortland Dickey was a freshman in college when he got his first credit card, but after racking up debt, he had to go to a bank to ask them what to do next.
There's a lot of acronyms in the financial world that I guess they already expect you to know. Like when I talk to my banker's talking to me about FICO. I'm like, wait, I thought we were talking about payment. Now we're talking about FICOs.
He wasn't sure what those terms meant, so he asked his favorite app, ChatGPT, to explain.
I said, what is FICO? Why is it important? And why do I need to care?
AI didn't just break it down for him. It actually became his go-to financial assistant. From budgeting.
What should my budget be for this week if I want to maintain this payment for tuition?
To saving.
The 50 and 30 and 20% rule.
To even planning his work schedule.
How many hours do I have to work this week to reach my goal? I need to work 10 hours weekly to meet my goal before taxes. And after taxes, I need to work 12 hours each week.
This is a perfect example on how AI is making it accessible for college students and early grads to make informed financial decisions.
We sat down with Rianka Dorsonville, a certified financial planner and owner of YGC Wealth, to get her take on whether it's a good idea to get your financial advice from a bot. She says she loves how AI gives general financial guidance and tools for everyone, but said it shouldn't be used for everything. Like estate planning, setting up businesses, combining finances, getting married, or getting divorced.
That's part of our job as a certified financial planner, is asking those second and third level questions to make sure that we're giving personalized financial guidance for you, specifically to your financial situation.
So for people who are watching this and they're like, well, this is great, but I can't afford someone like you. All I have is AI, and I just hope for the best. What's your advice to them?
Using AI is okay. However, sometimes it hallucinates, meaning it will give incorrect information or just very wrong numbers. And so it doesn't matter how you are receiving this information. If it's from AI, you definitely want to double check or have a professional just take a look at it.
Because at the end of the day, experts like her are legally and ethically responsible to make sure your interests are first.
What do they have to lose if you take their guidance and advice? Me, I can lose my CFP if I'm giving you wrong, non-fiduciary advice.
Our thanks to Susan. Time now for some good news. There was a special surprise for a group of students in Texas who jumped in to help when their community needed them the most. NBC's Priscilla Thompson has more.
17-year-old Ruger Reeves is up before the sun, caring for his animals. But when catastrophic floods tore through Kerrville, Texas in July, it was his community that needed care.
Everything was just destroyed, and then you're just like, what can I do to help? What can I do to be there for my community?
He and his Future Farmers of America classmates jumped into action. Today, their event space is still operating as a command center, which means there was nowhere to hold their fall fundraiser. And the stock show, where scholarships are awarded, is now in jeopardy. If students are not able to show their animals and get that support, what is at stake?
The future's at stake, honestly. Some of us won't be able to pay for college.
So Ruger wrote a letter asking for help.
But as much as we gave our community, the flood drained it dry financially.
He sent it to everyone he could think of.
The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is proud to be here.
But it was the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo that answered his plea. And we were there for the moment they surprised Ruger with a massive donation. $500,000 for local agriculture programs. How are you feeling?
Absolutely, I'm super grateful. This is going to mean the world to everybody here.
Gratitude from a group of students who gave so much. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Kerrville, Texas.
Our thanks to Priscilla for that. Still to come, a Vietnam veteran and a former Girl Scout that became pen pals reunited after nearly 6 decades. Stay with us. That's ahead on NBC News Daily.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. The former head of Spain's soccer federation was egged while on stage during his book launch. Luis Rubiales was found guilty of sexual assault for kissing a soccer player without her consent after Spain's World Cup win back in 2023. His book launch was for a memoir relating to his downfall after the incident. But get this, Rubiales says the person who threw the eggs at him was actually his own uncle, who ended up being detained by police. The Georgia election interference case against President Trump will be taken over by a new prosecutor. Peter Skandalakis, the executive director of a bipartisan group of district attorneys, will now lead the case. He takes over for Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. Willis was previously disqualified over a romantic relationship she had with the special prosecutor she'd chosen for the role. President Trump and several others are facing racketeering charges in Georgia over what prosecutors claim was an effort to overturn the 2020 election results. Trump has pleaded not guilty and has consistently denied any wrongdoing. 6 people are dead and dozens are hurt after Russia unleashed a massive attack on Kyiv earlier today. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says that at least 430 drones and 18 missiles were used in this attack. He claims the series of explosions was meant to cause as much harm as possible to people and civilian infrastructure. However, Russia's Ministry of Defense issued a statement saying they were targeting the, quote, military industrial complex and energy infrastructure. The BBC is apologizing to President Trump over a misleading edit of a speech he gave on January 6, 2021. The UK public broadcaster acknowledged that in a 2024 documentary, 2 sections of his speech from that day were spliced together, giving, quote, the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action. However, the BBC rejected Trump's claim that the documentary was defamatory after the president threatened to file a $1 billion lawsuit. NBC News international correspondent Danielle Hamandjan is outside BBC's headquarters in London with more. So, Danielle, remind us what was misleading about this Trump edit in the first place, and what else has the BBC said?
Yeah, Ellison, and the BBC had until tonight, 10 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. Eastern, to respond to that letter. And a lawyer for Trump had said that the BBC had to retract the documentary, apologize, and, quote, appropriately compensate Donald Trump. Now, they go on to say that they do, the BBC says that they do accept that the edit unintentionally created the impression that this was one long section of the speech rather than excerpts from different moments of this very long speech, cut together, spliced together, as you say. Take a listen.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Now, 12 seconds of an hour-long documentary, and this is what the BBC said. While the BBC sincerely regrets the manner in which the video clip was edited, we strongly disagree there is basis for a defamation claim. Now, the BBC also says that the documentary will not be broadcast again. So these are 2 of the demands addressed here. They do not specifically and directly address the issue of compensation, but they do make it very clear, Ellison, they do not believe there are any legal grounds here for a $1 billion lawsuit.
You know, Danielle, President Trump, and many American viewers are very aware of this, has successfully forced multi-million-dollar settlements from the likes of ABC News as well as CBS News. Are the BBC lawyers saying anything more specifically about why they believe there is not any sort of legal basis for this? Does it have anything to do with the UK versus the US?
Yeah, so they give many reasons here, and I'll just focus on 3. They say, first of all, the BBC did not distribute the program on American channels, and when it was available for streaming, it was geo-blocked, which means only people in the UK were able to see it. Therefore, American viewers and American voters were not influenced by the program. They go on to say that Trump's team had talked about reputational and financial harm. BBC lawyers say, you were reelected. There was no harm done here. And on the third point, on the point of malice, they say, BBC lawyers say, there was no malice. This was a question of shortening a very long speech. As I said earlier, it turns out it was 12 seconds out of an hour-long documentary that followed around Trump supporters. Ellison.
NBC's Danielle Hamandjan in London. Thank you. Premiums are rising rapidly for long-term care insurance. We took a look into why in our series, The Cost of Denial, where we investigate the challenges Americans are facing with their insurance providers. Here's NBC's Aaron McLaughlin.
Has this consumed your life?
It really has.
From his dining room table in Newington, Connecticut, David Schwartzer is battling a multi-billion-dollar section of the insurance industry.
We are budgeting more today for long-term care than we do for property tax, homeowners insurance, and monthly utilities combined.
The retired insurance executive fighting, he says, to protect his family.
If something happens to both of us and we don't have long-term care insurance, these are the people that are going to have to figure it out.
He tracks policy rate increases, holds seminars to educate seniors, and pushes state lawmakers to change the long-term care insurance industry. Because of a series of rate increases, David says he and his wife Judy can barely hold on to their policies, meant to provide coverage for things like nursing homes or in-home personal care when needed.
It's all at a time when we're getting older and we're thinking this could happen.
Back in 2004, the couple purchased their policies from Genworth, one of the nation's largest providers, hoping it would help them financially if they needed care in old age. Back then, each plan cost just over $1,100 annually. Now in their 70s, David and Judy are each paying more than $4,600 per year for long-term care premiums. That's almost a 300% increase.
It was probably a case of bait and switch. We're offering you a really cheap policy, and then we're going to start giving you these rate increases, and we're going to see how far can we push you before you cry uncle and say, I give up, I can't afford it anymore.
In a statement, Genworth told NBC News the insurer has suffered significant losses on long-term care policies, pointing to faulty assumptions it made in the past, saying its rate increases are necessary to make sure every policyholder receives meaningful long-term care benefits, adding it offers alternatives, including reducing certain benefits to lower monthly premiums.
This is absolutely a crisis in terms of being able to offer the coverage to people that they need.
Andrew Mays is the Connecticut Insurance Commissioner. His office is responsible for approving rate increases.
We have to ensure the companies remain solvent. The only thing worse than having to pay an increased premium is paying a premium for a policy that can't deliver.
From the Connecticut Insurance Department database, NBC News counted 38 separate rate hike requests made by Genworth for its long-term care policies since 2011. Half of those requests were in excess of 50%. The majority were partially granted by Mays' department. Genworth is just one of many insurers requesting vast increases nationwide. How did so many major insurers misjudge this market so badly?
That is a good question. I think they made assumptions based on the data that they had at the time.
Who pays for those mistakes? The companies or the consumers?
Sadly, it is often both.
David and Judy have already paid a price and are now bracing for the next potential rate increase.
If we walk away from this policy, we've taken $100,000 and just wasted it.
Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
Botox and cosmetic injections like it are known primarily for reducing the appearance of wrinkles, but a new study shows they could also play a role in helping war amputees recover. I spoke with patients and researchers about the potential medical breakthrough.
Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began in 2022, more than 100,000 people, soldiers and civilians, have lost limbs, according to Ukrainian estimates. And many now suffer from excruciating phantom limb pain, the perception of pain or discomfort in a limb that's no longer there. Vladimir knows it well. It was quite piercing, he says. I couldn't sleep because of it. I wasn't prepared for this. Vladimir lost both legs while serving in the Ukrainian army. There was a mortar attempt, he says. One leg gone immediately. Vladimir told us the evacuation took 12 hours and doctors were forced to amputate his other leg as well. He's been receiving treatment in Lviv under the care of Dr. Nadia Sigin.
We have a lot of soldiers suffering with the post-amputation pain. We have to find some different methods, something new to provide the life without pain for them.
With the help of doctors from Northwestern's medical school, they started treating patients with botulinum toxin injections, something most often associated with cosmetic treatments.
In your brain, you have a representation of your entire body, and then you lose your leg. And so your brain reorganizes. You can have pain in the phantom because it's not reorganizing.
Okay, so here we see our target. I want to decrease the sensation of the skin and the sensation of the scar.
The team says the results were almost instantaneous.
Finished.
Bravo.
When doctors injected the Botox-like substances around painful nerve endings, 69% of amputees said their pain decreased by at least 30% within a month. According to Dr. Sigin, it was more effective with far less side effects than using treatments with opioids.
They have to do different physical exercises, and they feel so sleepy and can't do this.
There is more that needs to be studied and some unanswered questions about the long-term efficacy. But according to researchers,
there were no serious side effects.
And they hope what they found in this Lviv hospital opens the door to better care.
Our experience will help all over the world.
To put it in perspective, and beyond Ukraine or an active war zone, in the United States, an estimated 2.3 million people are living with limb loss. That's according to the Amputee Coalition. So something like this could be a readily available method to bring relief for a lot of people dealing with post-amputation pain. Okay, 36 Hollywood stars will meet Pope Leo at the Vatican this weekend. Among them, actors Cate Blanchett, Chris Pine, and Adam Scott. The Vatican says it's all part of an effort to deepen the dialogue with the world of cinema. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson.
The Vatican has long been a source of fascination for Hollywood.
I will not obey you! Will not! Did I hear you correctly?
But apparently, that interest goes both ways. Pope Leo this week revealing his list of favorite movies.
My 4 favorite films: It's a Wonderful Life.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
The Sound of Music. Ordinary People. Really lovely. La Vita è Bella.
The last, the Oscar-winning Life is Beautiful. Now, at the Vatican's invitation, some of Hollywood's biggest stars will meet with Pope Leo tomorrow. Cate Blanchett, Spike Lee, and Judd Apatow, among those who've RSVP'd yes. The Vatican wanting to deepen the dialogue with actors and directors about promoting human values and the mission of the church.
They want to use what they have in common, not focusing on the differences, to work toward common goals and toward the common good.
And yes, like many of us, the then Cardinal Prevost watched Hollywood's conclave before going into the real thing, on the advice of his brother John.
I said, well, watch it again so you know how to act.
A citizen of the world in 6 months as Pope, Leo has shown some uniquely American qualities. From the Pope-mobile jumping in to cheer his beloved Chicago White Sox, and razzing the rival Cubs after they were eliminated from the baseball playoffs. He's met with actors Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. This follows Pope Francis' meeting last year with comedians. Jimmy Fallon, Chris Rock, and Stephen Colbert among those vying for a papal laugh. Now it's Leo's turn to strengthen the bonds of art and faith. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Up next, Senator John Fetterman is hospitalized after a fall related to a serious cardiac issue. What we're learning about it and what doctors say you should know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's Daily Health, we're learning more about the cardiac condition that led to Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman's fall and hospitalization yesterday. It's called ventricular fibrillation, also known as VFib. In a statement posted on X, a spokesperson for the senator said, quote, upon evaluation, it was established he had a ventricular fibrillation flare-up that led to Senator Fetterman feeling lightheaded, falling to the ground, and hitting his face with minor injuries. Joining us now for more is Dr. Ashish Panchal. He chairs the American Heart Association's Emergency Cardiovascular, excuse me there, doctor, it scrolled up on me, Emergency Cardiovascular Care Science Committee. You are also a physician and professor of emergency medicine at The Ohio State University. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. Let's just start with the obvious here. What is ventricular fibrillation and what causes it?
So ventricular fibrillation is an abnormal electrical activity of the heart. Now, one of the biggest things that happens here is the lower chambers of the heart, the ventricles, are quivering. And so when they're quivering, they're not pumping blood. This can lead to sudden death because when they're quivering, there's no blood flow, and that's the life-threatening piece. Now, when all said and done, one of the biggest, most important concepts here is for these individuals to get support and CPR as soon as possible.
So, Dr. Panchal, when Fetterman's team said that the senator had felt lightheaded, is that a common symptom of VFib? And what are some of the other symptoms people should be looking out for?
Yeah, when we think about symptoms of something like ventricular fibrillation, a lot of people will describe like chest pain, like angina-type pain. They'll talk about weakness, dizziness, heart palpitations. You know, interestingly enough, the most common one is suddenly collapsing, right? And so a lot of times when we talk about doing CPR, who do we do it on? People who suddenly collapse because they're gonna need the help.
So how would doctors typically treat a ventricular fibrillation flare-up like this?
So it's a kind of a scary thing because when we think about this in the lay public and we talk about someone who suddenly collapsed like this, what they're gonna need immediately is CPR. And that's the first thing they're going to need because once those compressions start, that's going to get blood flow going through. And the next step from there is something like an AED, an automated electrical defibrillator, which will give the shock and reset the heart. And that's what we would do in the public space every single time. So keep in mind, call 911, push hard and fast, and get that AED. That's going to save some lives.
How do you know if you could be at risk for this? And is there anything we can look out for early to talk to a doctor before it gets to the point of needing some sort of emergency medical care?
I love you saying that because the fact of the matter is when all is said and done, we do definitely need to be really engaged about preventing heart disease. We need to think about doing all the right things. Now, there's lots of risk factors, everything from congenital diseases to decreased blood flow to the heart. But really the big focus we need to think about is doing those preventable things. Stop smoking, regular exercise, get good sleep, control your cholesterol. When all is said and done, connect with your physician. When we think about these kind of diseases, a lot of times we know our bodies. We feel that things are coming on, and it's important to listen to that and engage with your doctor so you can take the best care of yourself you can.
Dr. Ashish Panchal, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Stay with us. There's
Breaking news as we come on the air. Live from the White House, top story. Live from the Vatican. Live in Israel as history is made.
An incredible moment right now here at Hostage Square.
Did you tell him anything?
Just that I love him so much and he's safe now.
You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. Everyone's going to be asking the same thing. How does this affect their bottom line?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Some pets dealing with pain are getting relief from a surprisingly human treatment, acupuncture. One veterinarian in Minnesota says it was so effective it helped 2 paralyzed dogs walk again. Michelle Beck from our NBC affiliate in Minneapolis takes a closer look.
Put your feet up.
Running.
Come on, buddy.
After mom's sweet voice.
Come on, Todd.
Depends on a little boost.
Good boy.
From the back.
Come on, Taters.
Full name,
Come here.
Tater Tot, remains the baby of the hounds.
He likes to stalk the cats.
In Megan Myers'
She's right there.
house.
She left.
He was paralyzed when an accident ruptured his disc,
There's like a significant divot.
bruised his spinal cord, that led to a dire conversation in the emergency room.
It was scary. Yeah, it was really scary. And then to hear that your dog needs to be euthanized is like the single worst moment. Ready?
Megan decided against that. Her primary care vet has suggested something else.
That is so cute. I know.
And it's for that treatment.
Oh, there he goes.
That's 6 years since the accident.
Even a dry needle.
Tot still sees the doc.
We said if we could find a way to make him be able to live a happy life comfortably, why wouldn't we do it? For this little man?
Doctor.
Yeah.
Barb Lepke.
Sounds corny, but he wants to live.
Practices acupuncture on pets.
He normally moves all over the place, though. Oh, and then he shook him out.
And in Tater Tot's case,
everybody's a little different.
It's electroacupuncture.
We do it for seizures and tremors, but he needed it.
This alternative to Western vet medicine,
it's a workout for him,
commonly helps with things like nerve issues and chronic pain. Ideally, this dachshund would have ended up like the 2 paralyzed dogs Dr. Barb got walking again.
But I'm not bringing the nerves back on him. We were hopeful.
We tried. We tried really hard.
The relief, then, is for all the strain he uses to move.
He pulls his body with his front, and so he's sore.
Megan believes her move was the right one.
You can tell he's getting tired.
Taking a chance on a treatment that was new to her.
He's a different dog than the first time he came in. He hated the vet.
For when she gave it a chance, the whole family, it seems,
oh, there he goes,
was hooked.
I just made the choice to not really care what other people thought.
Oh, he never walked again, but he's still here, still enjoys his life.
You're doing so good, Tater.
Michelle Beck, thank you. Almost 6 decades ago, a little girl in Wisconsin wrote a letter to a soldier in Vietnam. Now, nearly 60 years later, they are meeting again. Here's Glenda Valdez from our NBC affiliate in Milwaukee.
Hello, it's so nice to see you.
I love you, sweetheart.
I love you.
You're my sweetie.
It all started in 1966. Anita Anderson was just 7 years old when she wrote her first letter to Gary Beltoya, a soldier stationed in Vietnam.
I'll come to see you when I come home in July.
And I did.
The two became pen pals and kept every word.
Be good. We were pen pals when I was 7, 8 years old, a Brownie Girl Scout. And Gary was in Vietnam, and we wrote back and forth to each other. And thankfully, my mother saved all this stuff because I have his letters that he wrote to me.
When Gary returned home, he visited Anita's family for dinner and left her with a gift she still treasures today.
He brought me his Medal of Merit that he earned, and I've had it all this time.
Nearly 60 years later, the two reunited here in Kenosha.
Combat guys really, from the heart, needed letters, you know, and we would get them in the jungle. When they brought mail call, you prayed that you got a letter. And I started seeing some guys, they didn't get a letter. To get those letters, it meant everything to the troopers, everything.
Gary says seeing Anita again brought back memories of friendship, gratitude, and survival.
My heart is so joyful at seeing her. And I'm one of the lucky ones, and I made it. And a lot of guys can't say that.
Anita and Gary say they plan to keep in touch, just like they did all those years ago.
Did you ever think
you as a little girl would kind of have this big impact.
No, I didn't.
Proving that sometimes a simple letter can last a lifetime.
Linda Valdez, thank you. I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, we are always streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including places like YouTube and Roku. And you can watch us anywhere, anytime on the NBC News app. The news continues right after this.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Pryor.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellison Barber in for Kate Ensign-Clay. NBC News Daily starts right now. Friday, November 14th, 2025, file fallout. The Department of Justice announces it's investigating some big names mentioned in the latest release of emails connected to Jeffrey Epstein, who the Attorney General just announced is leading the investigation. Brewing change. The cost of your morning cup of coffee may be about to get cheaper, along with some other foods. The tariff changes the Trump administration is planning and how it will affect the prices you pay. Hidden toll. Children caught in the middle of America's immigration crackdown are suffering real emotional consequences.
We are getting treated like animals because people judge us by the color of our skin.
NBC News uncovers the dramatic impact the immigration raids are having on their mental health. And the bully battle. More kids say they're being tormented by their peers. Our expert is here with strategies to help your child stick up for themselves. And we begin at this hour with Attorney General Pam Bondi saying the Justice Department is looking into high-profile individuals and institutions and their involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Bondi posted this on X shortly after President Trump published a Truth Social post calling for her to look into a select group of Democrats, including former President Bill Clinton and former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, as well as banking giant J.P. Morgan Chase. We have reached out to the Democrats who were named in the post. J.P. Morgan Chase says it was not involved in Epstein's, quote, heinous acts. It comes as the House is posed to vote next week to compel the Justice Department to release all files tied to its investigation into the deceased and convicted sex offender. A small group of Republicans in the House, along with the Democrats, have signaled support to release these documents. President Trump has repeatedly denied knowing about or being involved in Epstein's sex trafficking operation. Let's bring in NBC senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez for the latest. Gabe, back in July, the DOJ and FBI said they had investigated Epstein and third parties. What did they say back then, and what should we make of this announcement from the Attorney General?
Well, hey there, Ellison. Yes, this is quite an about-face for the Attorney General, who back then, over the summer, as you mentioned, had released that DOJ and FBI memo saying that the agencies did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties after conducting an exhaustive review of investigative holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein, basically saying they didn't find anything to charge anybody else. That's in stark contrast to what President Trump urged the Justice Department to do this morning, ordering that investigation to several high-profile figures and institutions, which you had mentioned. Now, the Attorney General, as you said, just within the past few hours, just announced on social media that she has assigned the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, to lead this investigation. Elson.
And Gabe, Epstein survivors, as well as other people who have previously accused Mr. Trump of sexual assault, sent an open letter, a new one, to Congress today. Tell us about that. What did it say?
Yeah, that's right. This is especially urgent because next week the House is expected to vote on whether to force the release of those Epstein files. And that written statement came just today from those survivors, including the family of Virginia Giuffre, one of Epstein's most prominent accusers. Now, you can see right there, this letter says, several weeks ago, when a few brave survivors stood before you and recounted their harrowing stories, many of you were shaken to your core. We urge you, when you cast your vote, please do not forget the horror you felt that day. Those survivors wanting all of the DOJ's Epstein files to be released, and more Republicans, including Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, is breaking with President Trump here and wanting those files released as well. Nelson.
NBC's Gabe Gutierrez on the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you. The Trump administration is exploring options aimed at bringing costs down at the grocery store. The White House announced that it will eliminate some tariffs on Latin American countries in a bid to lower prices on things like coffee, bananas, and beef, among other food-related items. Here with the latest is NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Okay, Brian, walk us through what we know about these sort of exemptions and how it's going to relate to the prices that we're paying at the grocery store. How soon could we see a drop?
Yeah, listen, we're still looking for the specific details from the White House. What we've heard from Jameson Greer, he's the trade czar of this country, if you will. He said earlier this morning that there are some things that we just don't produce here in the United States where it's not a matter of reshoring certain things. We don't really make bananas. We don't really grow coffee here in the United States. So he said that those two specific categories, in addition to cocoa, are things that the administration is looking at taking tariffs off. Again, does that mean taking those tariffs down to zero? Does that mean taking off the tariffs to zero for the entire country that's exporting them? That is a question that is open-ended. But when you take a look at the actions last night as well as today, agreements with Switzerland, El Salvador, these other Central and South American countries as well, this is certainly pointing to an administration that is backing off of some of these tariffs, which could provide some price relief to Americans. The question is when. That is unclear with the lack of detail, at least right now.
Okay, so let's also talk about the markets while we have you, because the last 48, 24 hours have been a little bit not great, wild. A lot of people thought, okay, the government shutdown has ended. That is great news. Then the markets had a very different reaction, the worst day in about a month. What's going on with that? Yeah,
it's been a roller coaster ride. Yesterday was the worst day on Wall Street in over a month. But if you rewind to just Wednesday, that was when we saw the Dow Jones Industrial Average hit an all-time high. So what we're talking about here is losing a little bit of steam off of what was a really, really off to the races market. You can still see year to date, I mean, you're up over 10, almost 20%, at least on the tech-heavy NASDAQ. But I think the story is the volatility, not just from the government shutdown. Yes, that is resolved. There's still some dysfunction in Washington, open-ended questions over what happens here with healthcare. But also, there is the Federal Reserve. There's uncertainty over whether or not they'll actually cut interest rates in their next meeting in December. I think that's a reason why we've seen volatility as well.
All right, a lot to watch there. NBC's Brian Chung, thank you. We appreciate it. The Pentagon confirmed today that it carried out a strike on Monday on another alleged drug boat in the Caribbean. That brings the total number of strikes in both the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific Ocean to at least 20 79 people have been killed in those attacks thus far. It comes as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth last night announced Operation Southern Spear, a U.S. military mission to target so-called narco-terrorists in the Western Hemisphere. NBC senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now from Washington. Courtney, what more can you tell us about this Operation Southern Spear and also this latest strike?
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, naming this operation is basically just giving a title to something that's already been happening now for several months and frankly shows no signs of slowing down, and that is primarily striking these boats. As you mentioned, the 20th now strike confirmed earlier today, at least 79 people killed. At this point, these announcements continue to come on social media via either the president or the Secretary of Defense, but that's really all the information the American public is getting about these strikes, and that's really causing some consternation on Capitol Hill. We also didn't get a whole lot more information about where this operation is going now that it's named, Ellison. As you saw in that social media posting from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, he said that this is about protecting the Western Hemisphere. It's about going after narco traffickers, but he didn't talk specifically about how the U.S. intends to do that beyond what we've been seeing with these boat strikes that have been happening now since early September.
Courtney, what are you hearing from your sources in terms of this potentially escalating? Have any sources said that they think a ground incursion could be next?
So the reality is the U.S. has everything in the region that they need if they want to carry out limited strikes inside Venezuela. The question is, has that been ordered by President Trump? At this point, there's no indication that that's actually happened. But the reality is, these are the sorts of things that we don't always know about in advance, right? President Trump has really changed his messaging on this over the last several weeks. Early on, admitting that he had authorized covert CIA action into Venezuela, this shocking admission that we don't normally hear about from a president of anyone in an administration. The president has been open to the idea of strikes inside Venezuela. But then in recent weeks, he's sort of dialed that back. Not denying that that could be where this is going, but instead saying, when asked about it, look, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to tell you what we're considering doing here. So the reality is right now, if they want to escalate into more action, including inside Venezuela, everything they need is there. It's just not clear that that order has actually been given yet.
All right, a lot to watch there. NBC's Courtney Kube, thank you.
Thanks.
Time now for some consumer news. Walmart CEO is stepping down, and there's a new toy craze this holiday season. Here to tell us all about it is NBC's Emily Lorsch. She joins us now with today's Money Minute. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Ellison. I know you once got fooled by a Lafufu. We can't let anything like that ever happen again.
Not my secrets.
We will break down this new toy craze in just a minute. But first, some news from Walmart. CEO Doug McMillon is planning to step down at the start of next year. He'll retire in January, leaving the position he held for more than a decade. John Furner, the current CEO of Walmart US, is taking over. And after 13 years, Under Armour and NBA superstar Steph Curry are ending their partnership. Curry will now take full ownership of his brand while Under Armour prepares to release its final Curry shoe in February. Finally, as Americans continue to hunt for authentic Labubus, competitors are taking a page out of owner Pop Mart's book, rolling out more affordable and available blind box toys to cash in on the holiday season craze. It's a trend sparked by the little furry monsters this past summer, and now Mattel, Hasbro, and Spin Master are all leaning in, selling versions of toys like Furbies and Barbies in mystery packaging too. So, Ellison, at least this time you can't get fooled. You know you're not getting a Labubu.
I cannot, right? Okay.
But you won't know what's inside. How do we feel about that?
I'm on board with it. It feels like it could be a fun adventure. I don't know how my nieces would feel about it, and that's who would be the real test.
Yeah,
would you get one?
I don't think so. I don't like surprises. I'm not a surprise girl. I want to know what I'm getting and know I'll be happy about it.
Okay, that's reasonable, but if I bring you one, you have to act surprised.
Yeah, that'll be
okay, Emily
Gifts are
Lorsch.
always good.
They are good. Emily Lorsch, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Still to come, parts of Southern California are still working to recover after this year's devastating wildfires. How some farmers are planting seeds of hope, literally. Plus, the former Spanish soccer boss embroiled in controversy after kissing a female player pelted with eggs. The family member, he says, was responsible. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
A strong atmospheric river storm is bringing heavy rain to California that could cause flash flooding. Evacuations are in effect for communities near burn scars, including the Eaton and Palisades burn zones. Southern California could get over a month's worth of rain from the storm in the span of 3 days. In the northern part of the state, emergency crews already carried out a water rescue for someone at a campsite near a rising creek. That happened last night, and we are already getting reports of property damage from rain and strong winds. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with more. Bill, how much longer will the rain continue on the West Coast?
In some areas, it won't stop until we get into Sunday. But Saturday is really the heart of it, especially for Southern California. We've already had some areas with 70-mile-per-hour winds yesterday, especially in the mountains near the Bay Area. And then last night, we had especially heavy rain. Some areas are already reporting 5 inches of rain in the mountainous areas outside of L.A. That's already caused significant problems. And this is before the main show. So if you want to show exactly who's going to be getting the worst of it, it will be a lot of the mountains outside and around Los Angeles. So on the radar, you can see right now we're in a little bit of a lull, a break. There are some areas with some moderate heavy rain. A lot of the burn scar areas are going to have mud and debris flows, but a lot of those neighborhoods were so ruined and no one lives there, it's not like it's going to do too much new additional damage in those areas. But we could get some roads, blocks, highways, things like that that could happen. So it could disrupt a lot of transportation. So 23 million people are in flood watches, no active flood warnings at the current time. And so the rest of this evening, we are going to see some periods of scattered rains, occasional downpours near Big Bear. Then tomorrow, look at all the bright yellow and oranges. This is the moderate to heavy rain. This is at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then notice this continues through a good chunk of the day. There's even some bright red. We could even get thunderstorms out of this. So this is the area of greatest concern. And we could possibly get, even in downtown L.A., as much as 4 to 5 inches of rain. And Ellison, L.A. only gets 14 inches of rain in a year. Wow. So a 4 to 5 inch rain is a big deal in Southern California and will cause a lot of problems.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you. To many of us, California is this land of palm trees, big dreams, and year-round sunshine. But as Bill touched on there, sometimes Mother Nature has other ideas, particularly when it comes to things like wildfires. There's a new school of thought in ecology that says invest in plants for the fire you want to have. NBC's Steve Patterson visited a farm specializing in native seeds, growing plants that don't burn as hot or spread as fast in a blaze. Steve put those fire-resistant grasses to the test. Take a look.
The looming question in California, how to tame the flames to be less catastrophic. The answer might come from nature itself.
One of the things that we realize is that our native ecosystems are some of the best ways to protect our communities from wildfires.
Julia Michaels is the restoration ecologist at Hedgerow Farms outside Sacramento, where they collect seeds to grow the fire-resilient grasses that covered California before the humans moved in.
We see that the native plants burn slower at a lower temperature, so planting native species can mitigate some of the risks of wildfires.
Their idea, plant a new landscape with fire in mind.
California is a state that has fire, and it's really all about what kind of fire do we want to have. Do we want to have, suppress, and then every, decade, a catastrophic wildfires? We need to work with fire and not against it, but seeds play a major role in that.
The 2015 Butte fire left a 70,000-acre burn scar. Native seeds brought it back to life, safer in roughly 6 months.
One of the things we could do is actually use fire. So after a fire is a really great time to seed. And you almost have like a blank slate. It's a chance for you to nudge the ecosystem and the direction that it recovers in the direction that you're interested in.
At this burn zone in Solano County, they're using drones to drop seeds into scars, but the process doesn't have to be so high-tech.
We're just scattering seed.
Farther north, it's a more Johnny Appleseed approach. The campfire that destroyed the town of Paradise tore through the pine forest here. Officials want to grow a fire-resistant ecosystem in its place.
The high-intensity fire we had that was the result of the land being so out of balance,
Now we're trying to restore a ground cover that will carry that kind of fire, that will sustain the forest.
And how do you do that?
In order to be able to give the land that regular low intensity fire, we want a little less brush and a little more of the light fuels that will carry low intensity fire to help nourish these oak trees.
Back at the farm, we put it to the test. Native versus invasive plants, which would flare up and which would flame out. First, our hedgerow farmer lit the California species.
There's an ignition resistance. Just to get the fire started is harder. The crackling was the water in the tissue of the plants. When fire hits it, it's hitting water, it slows it down. And that was crackling and making some steam.
Then those foreign grasses, which have sprung up all over the state.
And the non-native vegetation, as we burn it, you can see how hot, how quickly it's moving, just sort of a snowball effect. The more it burned, the hotter it got. I mean, it looked like a bomb had gone off, right?
It was insane.
It was a lot of fuel. That's what we've got in a lot of our hillsides, some which are very close to, the homes where people are living.
Fire may be a fact of life, but it doesn't have to be our destiny.
Do you see what you're doing as something that eventually will help the situation or take root into something that's more sustainable for all of us?
Action is the antidote to despair. I've accepted in my lifetime that California, the state that I love, will always be on fire one way or another, but I can plant the seeds of change.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Steve, thank you. Still to come, at least one inmate in Maine is earning six figures right now while working from behind bars. We'll explain how ahead on NBC News Daily.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Financial planning can be a daunting task and one that many have started handing over to artificial intelligence. Susan Hogan from our NBC station in Washington, D.C. takes a closer look at the potential pitfalls of relying on AI when it comes to your wallet.
We all remember our first credit card and how amazing it was to buy anything we wanted with just a little swipe. Cortland Dickey was a freshman in college when he got his first credit card, but after racking up debt, he had to go to a bank to ask them what to do next.
There's a lot of acronyms in the financial world that I guess they already expect you to know. Like when I talk to my banker's talking to me about FICO. I'm like, wait, I thought we were talking about payment. Now we're talking about FICOs.
He wasn't sure what those terms meant, so he asked his favorite app, ChatGPT, to explain.
I said, what is FICO? Why is it important? And why do I need to care?
AI didn't just break it down for him. It actually became his go-to financial assistant. From budgeting.
What should my budget be for this week if I want to maintain this payment for tuition?
To saving.
The 50 and 30 and 20% rule.
To even planning his work schedule.
How many hours do I have to work this week to reach my goal? I need to work 10 hours weekly to meet my goal before taxes. And after taxes, I need to work 12 hours each week.
This is a perfect example on how AI is making it accessible for college students and early grads to make informed financial decisions.
We sat down with Rianka Dorsonville, a certified financial planner and owner of YGC Wealth, to get her take on whether it's a good idea to get your financial advice from a bot. She says she loves how AI gives general financial guidance and tools for everyone, but said it shouldn't be used for everything. Like estate planning, setting up businesses, combining finances, getting married, or getting divorced.
That's part of our job as a certified financial planner, is asking those second and third level questions to make sure that we're giving personalized financial guidance for you, specifically to your financial situation.
So for people who are watching this and they're like, well, this is great, but I can't afford someone like you. All I have is AI, and I just hope for the best. What's your advice to them?
Using AI is okay. However, sometimes it hallucinates, meaning it will give incorrect information or just very wrong numbers. And so it doesn't matter how you are receiving this information. If it's from AI, you definitely want to double check or have a professional just take a look at it.
Because at the end of the day, experts like her are legally and ethically responsible to make sure your interests are first.
What do they have to lose if you take their guidance and advice? Me, I can lose my CFP if I'm giving you wrong, non-fiduciary advice.
Our thanks to Susan. Time now for some good news. There was a special surprise for a group of students in Texas who jumped in to help when their community needed them the most. NBC's Priscilla Thompson has more.
17-year-old Ruger Reeves is up before the sun, caring for his animals. But when catastrophic floods tore through Kerrville, Texas in July, it was his community that needed care.
Everything was just destroyed, and then you're just like, what can I do to help? What can I do to be there for my community?
He and his Future Farmers of America classmates jumped into action. Today, their event space is still operating as a command center, which means there was nowhere to hold their fall fundraiser. And the stock show, where scholarships are awarded, is now in jeopardy.
If students are not able to show their animals and get that support, what is at stake?
The future's at stake, honestly. Some of us won't be able to pay for college.
So Ruger wrote a letter asking for help.
But as much as we gave our community, the flood drained it dry financially.
He sent it to everyone he could think of.
The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is proud to be here.
But it was the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo that answered his plea. And we were there for the moment they surprised Ruger with a massive donation. $500,000 for local agriculture programs.
How are you feeling?
Absolutely, I'm super grateful. This is going to mean the world to everybody here.
Gratitude from a group of students who gave so much. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Kerrville, Texas.
Our thanks to Priscilla for that. Still to come, a Vietnam veteran and a former Girl Scout that became pen pals, reunited after nearly 6 decades. Stay with us. That's ahead on NBC News Daily.
If we got clear facts, maybe we could calm down a little.
Talk to each other more.
That's what the news is supposed to do.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. The former head of Spain's soccer federation was egged while on stage during his book launch. Luis Rubiales was found guilty of sexual assault for kissing a soccer player without her consent after Spain's World Cup win in 2023. His book launch was for a memoir related to his downfall after that incident. But get this, Rubiales says the person who threw the eggs at him was his own uncle. He ended up being detained by police. The Georgia election interference case against President Donald Trump will be taken over by a new prosecutor. Peter Skandalakis, the executive director of a bipartisan group of district attorneys, will now lead the case. He takes over for Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. Willis was previously disqualified over a romantic relationship she had with the special prosecutor she'd chosen for the role. President Trump and several others are facing racketeering charges in Georgia over what prosecutors claim was an effort to overturn the 2020 election results. Trump has pleaded not guilty and has denied any wrongdoing. 6 people are dead and dozens hurt after Russia unleashed a massive attack on Kyiv earlier today. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says that at least 430 drones and 18 missiles were used in the attack. He claimed the series of explosions was meant to cause as much harm as possible to civilian infrastructure and people themselves. However, Russia's defense ministry issued a statement saying they were targeting the, quote, military-industrial complex and energy infrastructure. We turn now to a growing concern for children across this country. The nation's youngest appear to be getting caught in dangerous encounters during ICE operations, and new studies say it's having an impact on their mental health and that of their families. NBC News Daily anchors in Clay Esimwa spoke with those sounding the alarm about the potential generational impacts and trauma of youth exposure to immigration raids and other actions.
There's a baby in the back.
These are some of the images from President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown in America.
We are getting treated like animals because people judge us by the color of our skin.
And a reality experts now say may be impacting the youngest in our nation.
Families and children and adolescents are reporting this severe amount of stress and depression, anxiety, as well as economic devastation, right? Because some families are not even going out to work.
Dr. Lisa Fortuna is a professor at the University of California, Riverside, and the lead psychiatrist behind a recent report that finds U.S. immigration policy is causing a public health emergency for children and families.
It's really becoming sort of ongoing anxiety, stress reactions, depression, problems sleeping, problems eating, problems attending at school. The concern that they might be separated from their families. If they have mixed status families, we're having children that are experiencing nightmares, panic attacks around the idea that this might happen to their family.
The report's findings also reflected in firsthand accounts. This mother of a man detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents on November 4th, telling our NBC station in Los Angeles.
My son was taken by masked men, scared, heavily armed ICE agents, while my granddaughter remained strapped in her car seat in the back of the vehicle.
Witnesses and the family of the man say agents then took the car with the child inside.
We didn't know what happened to her while she was in their care, and they wouldn't give us information about when my son would be released or where he was.
The Department of Homeland Security telling NBC News in a statement in part, during the operation, a U.S. citizen exited his vehicle wielding a hammer and threw rocks at law enforcement while he had a child in his car. He was arrested for assault. And adding he has an active warrant for property damage. In Fitchburg, Massachusetts, video verified by NBC News appears to show a man having a seizure while holding his young daughter in an encounter with ICE. DHS has reshared the video on X, stating the man pretended to have a medical emergency during the arrest, but, quote, displayed absolutely no signs of medical concerns just moments later. One student in Hillsboro, Oregon, speaking out about the impact of ICE actions in his community in his now viral testimony.
I'm tired of telling my mom and dad every day after school that, have you seen the new video of ICE pulling someone over because the color of their skin?
According to the nonpartisan think tank, the Migration Policy Institute, there are an average of nearly 50,000 people in ICE detention daily in 2025.
What might the generational impacts
of some of this current moment have or look like?
Yeah, I mean, the current moment can have significant generational impact. Once a child develops anxiety disorder, depression, that type of fear in community, it can really become something that's a prolonged depression or anxiety. One of the most important things that we can do right now is to make sure that the systems of care, be it healthcare, schools, community-based organizations, provide a place of support and safety for children.
A fight over immigration that could impact generations.
And we asked the Department of Homeland Security about the report's findings that the immigration crackdown is a public health emergency for kids. In a statement to NBC News, they did not answer our questions about the study, but said in part, quote, President Trump and Secretary Noem take the responsibility to protect children seriously, adding, ICE does not separate families or deport U.S. citizens. Parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children or if they would like, ICE will place the children with a safe person the parent designates. We have some breaking news this hour. An athletic director at a college in California is dead after being shot on campus. John Beam was the athletic director and a former football coach at Laney College. Beam was considered a giant in Oakland, both on and off the field, teaching and coaching at the high school and college level for decades. A person is in police custody right now in connection with his shooting. NBC's Liz Kreutz is following this story for us and joins us now. Liz, let's just start with the victim here. Tell us a little more about who he is and the impact he had on the community there in Oakland.
Yeah, Ellison. So this is just really tragic news for the San Francisco Bay Area athletic community. John Beam is the longtime athletic director at Laney College. It's a community college in Oakland. He also was a football coach at Skyline High School and has coached, from this press conference we just heard, hundreds of students, many that went on to play in Division I athletic programs, some that went on to the NFL. He was really a pillar of the Oakland community, known for decades for uplifting youth in some of these underserved areas through football. And we heard at a press conference from a local police chief of Piedmont, which is a neighboring community to Oakland. He said, I'm going to speak not as a police chief. I'm going to speak as really the 8th grader I was when I first met Coach, and talked about how he left a mark on so many of the young football players in the community. He says, I don't understand how he had 24 hours in a day. He was always picking up the phone, fielding calls from people calling for his advice. He said he was a special person, and it is absolutely tragic that the community has lost him.
Liz, police have said they have a suspected gunman in custody, but have they given any more details about who this person is or possible ties to the coach?
So what we know is that the person that they've arrested is 27-year-old Cedric Irving. Police have said that he did play football in Oakland. He did play football at Skyline High School, which is where at one point Coach Beam was a coach, but it's unclear if they overlapped. And it does sound like officials do not believe he ever played for Coach Beam. It's unclear if they have any relationship. The officials did say that this man was known to sort of loiter on or around Laney College. They have not given a motive at this time, but he is in custody, and they have not said the charges at this time either.
All right. NBC's Liz Kreutz on that breaking news. Thank you. A groundbreaking initiative in Maine is aiming to better prepare inmates for life after release. The state is one of the first in the country to allow incarcerated people to work remote jobs for outside companies. As NBC's Valerie Castro tells us, one inmate is even earning a 6-figure salary.
Preston Thorpe is a self-taught software engineer working remotely for a San Francisco-based tech company.
I guess I have an advantage because I have very little distractions.
Thorpe also happens to be an inmate at the Mountain View Correctional Facility in Maine.
I have a purpose now. Like prior, I had nothing going for me, and I had been a drug dealer for years.
Thorpe is one of about 40 residents here working remotely for various industries. Across the country, at least 3 other states, including Kansas, Ohio, and California, allow some inmates to work remotely. Maine is at the forefront, according to the Alliance for Higher Education in Prison, requiring inmates to first complete higher education and comply with the case plan set by social workers.
We've taken it to the next level where we, allow and encourage individuals
access to the internet.
That work netting at least one inmate a six-figure salary. But per state law in Maine, after taxes, 25% of the earnings are put towards paying restitution to victims. 10% is set aside for prison room and board.
Why should someone in the prison system be allowed to work outside the prison walls, so to speak, and make a six-figure salary?
If people really care about victims and survivors of crime that are owed money, the way that we do that is we provide meaningful work for individuals that are incarcerated so they can pay down those debts.
Thorpe earning enough to buy a home.
I mean, if I was not paying him market rate, I think he wouldn't be able to do that. He's doing quality work, by the way, that people with 20 years of experience can't do.
Thorpe is on the verge of finishing his prison sentence, knowing he'll leave here financially stable and employed. Ryan Hopkins is about halfway through his 42-year sentence. After earning a bachelor's and master's degree behind bars, he now provides remote tech support.
I created this system with AI to create the tickets and all that. Then I report everything here on Slack.
Hopkins will be in his 60s by the time he's released, working now to fund that eventual future.
Now I feel like I've started my life in here. The transition's going to be much softer.
Thorpe's outlook on life much different than when he first arrived.
I had pretty much like resigned myself to that I would never have like a family or, you know, like a normal kind of career, and all those things are like within reach now.
I want to give them opportunity to be successful and to give back to the community inside and outside of the facility.
A connection to the outside world and a window to the future. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Today, we are getting an inside look at what the late actor Gene Hackman was up to after he left Hollywood. Before his death earlier this year, Hackman was a prolific art lover with a deep collection. Now, an auction house is selling a collection of more than 400 items from his estate, including artwork, photography, and movie memorabilia. NBC's Stephen Romo got a firsthand look at some of the items, and he joins us now. Stephen, take us through it. What are you seeing? What are you learning about Hackman and this collection?
Yeah, Ellison, I actually had no idea that Gene Hackman was not only an art collector, but he was also a very talented artist himself. I want to show you what's really blown me away here. This is a bronze bust that he made of his wife, Betsy. It is just so impressive, the detail. Now, I knew this collection would have a lot of cool stuff from movies, but he's got watercolors that he's done, paintings. He just had so much talent. It's so impressive to see. We, of course, knew the talent that he had on the silver screen. We've got the Golden Globes that he's won for many different things, including the Royal Tenenbaums and Unforgiven here that are getting a lot of attention. It's interesting, this mix of different items, because we have some fine art, so some worth upwards of $700,000, to stuff that really movie nerds like myself would really be interested in. Here's something that I've been looking at today, Ellison. This is Gene Hackman from the movie Birdcage that he starred in with Nathan Lane and Robin Williams, in that famous scene near the end of the movie where Gene Hackman was dressed in drag. So much stuff here. A lot of people from different areas are interested in it. Here's some of what Bonhams, the auction house, had to say about it.
I think he had a real talent. He took a lot of time to study everything. His portraiture is incredible. He obviously could see people, and it really comes out in his work.
So a lot of cool stuff, a lot of interest here. The auction is split up into different parts. Some of it is online, so people all over the country will be able to take a look. Ellison?
Fascinating stuff. Stephen Romo, thanks for showing us that. Stay with us. There is more news ahead, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
the air tonight.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Give us the facts. Let us decide for ourselves.
I want you to be transparent, I guess, is firstly what I want.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
In today's mental health check, we've talked a lot on this show about the dangers of bullying, especially for young children. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to prevent bullying outright, but there are resources to help schools, parents, and communities better understand and respond to the problem. One of those resources is the Changemaker's Guide to Bullying Prevention. It's designed to help kids in kindergarten through 5th grade. Joining us now is psychologist Jessica Gomez, who led the team that developed that guide. Jessica, thank you so much for being here with us on such an important and complicated topic. Let's start with kind of the basics. When we're talking about bullying, how does that manifest? What are some examples that we see when a child is being bullied?
I think the first thing is that we have to understand what bullying is, the definition, which is not widely understood, that it has to be an intentional act, a repeated act, and one where there's a power differential. Now, there are various types like physical, there's verbal, there's also the social part, the relational part, and now, of course, with technology, cyberbullying. So it's understanding.
Let's talk about the impact that it has on kids, because not only can it impact the child, obviously being bullied, but people who witness it, those kids can be impacted as well, right?
Absolutely. And I think the one thing I want to hit on is let's not normalize this. This isn't a normal part of development or that kids grow out of without exact coaching on it. So it can have a traumatic effect on children and their learning, their behaviors, their emotions.
What should parents do if they know their child is being bullied?
I think the first thing is look for resources like the Changemakers run by Momentous, but also for them to inform themselves on their child's experience and make sure their kids also have the skills to navigate and problem solve. You want your child to be self-advocating, but also know when to ask for help.
How do we help them develop those skills? And depending on the age, I know that conversation could look a little different.
Yeah, so it is developmentally depending on that, but I think it's parents educating themselves first, always focusing on the foundation of a solid, safe relationship with your child and seeking to understand so that your child feels safe to come to you.
What do you do if you're a parent and you realize your child is actually someone bullying other kids? How do you navigate that conversation? How do you step in to make it stop?
Sure. I think with curiosity, the relationship again, to understand, because what we understand is children who are the ones who are doing the bullying very likely are going through something behavioral, emotional. So understanding that and connecting with professionals that might be able to further support and in a therapeutic way.
In your work, what is one of the things that you notice or feel like people maybe misunderstand or overlook or just get wrong about bullying and what happens in schools?
I find that people don't know the definition of what it is, so how to identify it. So if the adults don't know it, how are children going to understand it? And then we don't talk about it enough to prepare children to be able to identify it and be an upstander versus bystanders or normalizing it.
When you think about schools and some of the practices put in place to try and prevent bullying, is there one thing that you've seen in your research that schools could be doing better to stop this?
I think what we found is there's not one's curriculums that really take on a neuroscience and developmental approach. That's why we had to develop one. And with the support of the Salesmanship Club, we were able to do that and make sure that schools have a curriculum that takes mental health, that takes neuroscience, and that strengths-based approach versus a punitive. You don't want to address it from a punitive perspective.
Jessica Gomez, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Stay with us. There is more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
If we got clear facts, maybe we can calm down a little.
Talk to each other more.
That's what the news is supposed to do.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Some pets dealing with pain are getting relief from a surprisingly human treatment, acupuncture. One veterinarian in Minnesota says it was so effective it helped 2 paralyzed dogs walk again. Michelle Beck from our NBC affiliate in Minneapolis takes a closer look.
Get your feet up.
Running.
Come on, buddy.
After mom's sweet voice.
Come on, Todd.
Depends on a little boost.
Good boy.
From the back.
Come on, Taters.
Full name,
Come here.
Tater Tot, remains the baby of the hounds.
He likes to stalk the cats.
In Megan Myers'
She's right there.
house.
She left.
He was paralyzed when an accident ruptured his disc,
There's like a significant divot.
bruised his spinal cord, that led to a dire conversation in the emergency room.
It was scary. Yeah, it was really scary. And then to hear that your dog needs to be euthanized is like the single worst moment. Ready?
Megan decided against that. Her primary care vet had suggested something else.
That is so cute. I know.
And it's for that treatment.
Oh, there he goes.
That's 6 years since the accident.
Even a dry needle.
Tot still sees the doc.
We said if we could find a way to make him be able to live a happy life comfortably, why wouldn't we do it? For this little man?
Doctor.
Yeah.
Barb Lepke.
Sounds corny, but he wants to live.
Practices acupuncture on pets.
He normally moves all over the place, though. Oh, and then he shook him out.
And in Tater Tot's case,
everybody's a little different.
It's electroacupuncture.
We do it for seizures and tremors, but he needed it.
This alternative to Western vet medicine,
It's a workout for him.
commonly helps with things like nerve issues and chronic pain. Ideally, this dachshund would have ended up like the 2 paralyzed dogs Dr. Barb got walking again.
But I'm not bringing the nerves back on him. We were hopeful. We tried. We tried really hard.
The relief, then, is for all the strain he uses to move.
He pulls his body with his front, and so he's sore.
Megan believes her move was the right one.
You can tell he's getting tired.
Taking a chance on a treatment that was new to her.
He's a different dog than the first time he came in. He hated the vet.
For when she gave it a chance, the whole family, it seems,
Oh, there he goes.
was hooked.
I just made the choice to not really care what other people thought. Yeah. He never walked again, but he's still here. Still enjoys his life. You're doing so good, Tater.
Michelle Beck, thank you. Almost 6 decades ago, a little girl in Wisconsin wrote a letter to a soldier in Vietnam. Now, nearly 60 years later, they are meeting again. Here's Glenda Valdez from our NBC affiliate in Milwaukee.
Hello, it's so nice to see you.
I love you, sweetheart.
I love you.
You're my sweetie.
It all started in 1966. Anita Anderson was just 7 years old when she wrote her first letter to Gary Beltoya, a soldier stationed in Vietnam.
I'll come to see you when I come home in July.
And I did.
The two became pen pals and kept every word.
Be good. We were pen pals when I was 7, 8 years old, a Brownie Girl Scout. And Gary was in Vietnam, and we wrote back and forth to each other. And thankfully, my mother saved all this stuff because I have his letters that he wrote to me.
When Gary returned home, he visited Anita's family for dinner and left her with a gift she still treasures today.
He brought me his Medal of Merit that he earned, and I've had it all this time.
Nearly 60 years later, the two reunited here in Kenosha.
Combat guys really, from the heart, needed letters, you know, and we would get them in the jungle. When they brought mail call, you prayed that you got a letter. And I started seeing some guys, they didn't get a letter. To get those letters, it meant everything to the troopers, everything.
Gary says seeing Anita again brought back memories of friendship, gratitude, and survival.
My heart is so joyful at seeing her. And I'm one of the lucky ones, and I made it. And a lot of guys can't say that.
Anita and Gary say they plan to keep in touch, just like they did all those years ago.
Did you ever think
you as a little girl would kind of have this big impact.
No, I didn't.
Proving that sometimes a simple letter can last a lifetime.
Linda Valdez, thank you. I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, we are always streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including places like YouTube and Roku. And you can watch us anywhere, anytime on the NBC News app. The news continues right after this.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Haake in Washington, where the White House finds itself on defense, facing new frustrations from President Trump's base and from voters writ large over issues tied to the economy, affordability, and accountability, starting with new scrutiny over the president's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, after a batch of newly released emails revealed that the late convicted sex offender viewed himself as the ultimate Trump insider. The president today lashing out on social media at members of his own party for focusing on Epstein ahead of a vote next week in the House to try to force the Justice Department to release all of the Epstein case files. The president also now calling on his attorney general and the FBI to investigate Epstein's ties to prominent Democrats, donors, and financial institutions. Attorney General Pam Bondi announcing a short time later that she's appointing U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton from the Southern District of New York to lead that investigation. Mr. Trump is set to leave this evening for Mar-a-Lago after notably not taking questions from reporters since the Epstein saga once again flared up this week. The president also now on the defensive as some in his MAGA base bristle over his handling of other issues, including the economy, after he spoke about the need for more skilled foreign workers to come to the U.S. under what's called the H-1B visa program.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we
a
have
country
plenty of talented people
no, you
here.
don't. No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles.
And now, in perhaps an acknowledgement from the White House of affordability issues and that the president's tariffs are raising prices on consumers, the administration says it will be lowering tariffs on some key imports, including on coffee and bananas. This week, President Trump has at times dismissed voters' economic anxieties and blamed Democrats for perceptions that high prices are high. Last night, in a Fox interview, Vice President Vance placed the blame on the Biden administration.
And I know that there are a lot of people out there, Sean, who are saying things are expensive. And we have to remember they're expensive because we inherited this terrible inflation crisis from the Biden administration. But you've already seen signs that things are getting better. The price of eggs has gone way down. The price of energy has gone way down. The price of gasoline has gone way down. And as we know, when the price of energy goes down, that starts to filter out into the entire economy. But that also takes a little bit of time.
And I'm joined now by my White House colleague, Monica Alba, as well as NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. So, Mon, I'll start with you. Does the White House feel this new pressure to appease the MAGA base on any of these issues?
I'm not sure that they feel it, Garrett, a little bit more than they did in the summer when this all came to the forefront again. And they really conceded that they knew this was coming from inside their own base. And that was because the president, the vice president, and other really senior members of this administration were the ones who initially during the campaign, as you know, said they would be willing to support this effort. So they know that there's going to be a piece of their supporters that simply will not be satisfied until they see a lot more information on this. And they do know that. And that is why they have tried to argue that there are more details that are going to be coming out and that the Republicans, for their part, after Democrats released some emails, did their own kind of document dump. And so they're trying to argue that there has been a push toward transparency. They're trying to argue that it was the president who ordered more grand jury testimony to be unsealed that ultimately then couldn't be because of what courts decided to rule in the end. But you know very well that when it comes to the MAGA base, there are different factions of it. But I think the most telling thing here is that the president, for his own part, who is always very willing to engage on a lot of the back and forth and the questions here, simply isn't doing that right now. And it does seem to be because maybe the answer is still a little bit unclear, or they're not really sure, or they know that the more that he talks about it now, the more questions continue to be raised about these alleged potential ties and about what the president may have known or didn't know back then about Jeffrey Epstein in these key crucial years of the early 2000s when it seems they did have a relationship and then a falling out, of course.
I mean, they certainly did. Monica, obviously, the Epstein story is the landmine of the week. But from a longer term perspective, is the White House more worried about Epstein or these economic issues as they're thinking about the midterms and the rest of the president's term?
I think there are far more conversations about the economic issues because they touch so much more of the administration and they really touch almost every single initiative, everything they're trying to do from a strategic point. And about a week ago, a senior White House official told me that they felt like they were making strides on the issue overall, but they were maybe having a challenge with the communications aspect of it, of trying to signal to the American people that they felt they were working on these issues of affordability and cost of living, but maybe they weren't doing the best job of letting them know about it. So I know that the White House is going to try to focus on that a little bit. But I think when it comes overall to the comparison with Epstein and with these renewed questions, that's something that they are always going to have to continue to answer for. And it seems like that will just continue. When it comes to the economy, though, they're certainly not worried about certain optics of decisions they're making, like the information we learned today, which is the president is going to be heading to the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland in January, so a couple of months from now, to meet with some of the biggest business and political leaders of the elite world, to have those kinds of discussions, which is certainly a bit of a contrast to these other economic issues that are a little bit more kitchen table that the White House says the president will now start to talk about a little bit more. Garrett.
Adds more contrast to his domestic and his foreign travel schedule. Monica Alba, we'll leave it there for right now. Brian, I want to bring you in your business and data. So let's start with data. Can you give me a reality check on prices? Are they coming down in the manner which the administration describes?
Yeah, well, we do get data on this, and it tells us that prices are going up in this country. If you take a look at where prices are for everything, this is everything in the basket from energy to food to your car. Well, prices are up 3% compared to this time last year. But here are the grocery prices that people will be indexing on a regular basis. This is why these types of things matter so much to Americans, is because they do notice price changes because they're going to the store on a regular basis to buy these things. And you can see the change since a year ago. Almost all those categories, with the exception of chicken breast, has really gone up, in some cases to the magnitude of almost a full $1 just since the beginning of this year. That is something that the administration appears to be acknowledging, because they're talking about the affordability issue with things like groceries, as we've seen reported that the president could be looking at specific carve-outs from the tariffs for things like tomatoes, beef, as well as coffee, which have seen quite large price increases just since the start of this administration, Garrett.
What do you make of the murkiness around the fact that we've lost out on some of the economic reports we usually get because of the shutdown, and the shutdown had its own economic impact on so many factors of the economy? This sort of like missing month of information. How does that inform where we are right now?
Yeah, well, we actually missed 2 jobs reports at this point, which means that we don't have any sort of clarity into where the unemployment rate is, where hiring is or is not happening, especially as there are these concerns about the impact of artificial intelligence. We're essentially flying blind as far as government data goes on what to do on that front, which really provides complications for the Federal Reserve, which is trying to steer interest rates in this economy to make sure we don't go into a downturn. But how do you do that when we're not getting the gold standard on data? Now, we did just get information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is kind of getting back to work as all the other agencies in D.C. are. And they're saying that we're going to get the jobs report, which we were supposed to get the first week of October. We're not going to get that until next Thursday. That is a 6-week delay. That meant 6 weeks by which policymakers were not able to see what was happening in this economy as they're trying to make sure that we don't go into some sort of malaise here.
Yeah, and still no Senate confirmed head of the BLS. On the tariff rollback of this, I'm fascinated by the politics here. The White House rolling back tariffs on some goods, mostly stuff we don't buy, make, or grow here. Does the confusion caused by the fluctuation here undermine the tariffs' effectiveness or the White House's public arguments on them?
Yeah, well, I think that if you talk to any small business or large business, for that matter, that's been trying to navigate the world since January 20th, well, they will all tell you, we have had no idea what's been going on here. I remember talking to a toy maker that was saying, look, in the interim, because I don't know what the tariff rates are going to be next hour, let alone what they are tomorrow, I'm just going to take a pause on my orders for right now and see what happens. So I think one big issue as we get to the holidays is supply chain. Is it going to be the case that because of the uncertainty around tariffs, a lot of these retailers, a lot of these toy makers simply didn't have the orders put in place to make sure the stores are stocked for the holidays? That is an open question. I'm not trying to sandbag people's expectations or excitement for the holidays, but I think maybe going out and buying early wouldn't be the worst idea. Although, of course, do not hoard. Don't do that.
All I'm saying is there's a problem with the toy supply chain. They're going to hear from my 3-year-old at the White House, and they're not going to be happy. Brian,
well, just remember, Garrett, people don't need 30 dolls anymore, right? They only need a few.
Yeah, Elaine disagrees. Brian Chung, thank you very much for that. I'm joined now by my panel here, NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wall, Democratic strategist Taryn Rosencrantz, who's also the founder and CEO of New Blue Interactive, and Rob Bluey, president and executive editor of the Daily Signal. So, Scott, we're 10 months in now. You see this with Republican lawmakers on the Hill. What's your sense of is the honeymoon phase over for the Trump administration now?
Well, they've been back home for 43 days, as you know, and they've been hearing from constituents who are concerned about many issues, but 2 of those are, number one, what we're just discussing, the high prices that we're seeing in America. Every time, Brian alluded to it, every time they go to the grocery store, it's a reality check. And they're realizing that inflation, grocery prices, other things are not coming down. Number 2, the Epstein files. They are hearing from their constituents, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that vote coming up in the House. But this is a concern, and especially for Republicans, they're hearing from their constituents who are part of that MAGA base that they want transparency. They want to see all of these files come out.
Rob, President Trump seems to be learning a lesson that President Biden learned, which is this inflation stuff is like a lot harder to deal with than it looks like. President Trump's brand is so much like, I'm the guy who's going to get it done. How much does this issue pose a unique problem for him? And how much does it start to make him, as another octogenarian, term-limited president, start to look like a lame duck?
Well, Garrett, as you know, President Trump has had the economic advantage on this particular issue.
Right.
It's the number one issue that voters consistently say that they care about. And they look at their personal finances. And recently, polling from Scott Rasmussen has showed that they are increasingly growing concerned that their personal finances are getting worse. So I think that that's why you're seeing President Trump announce that he's going on a nationwide tour, why you see the vice president being dispatched talking about affordability. I think what you need, Scott, though, is you need the Republicans in the House and the Senate out there in their districts talking about voters what they did with the One Big Beautiful Bill. They have not sold this effectively. They need to talk about the provisions. Remember, the reason that they passed that bill so early this year was so they wouldn't repeat the mistakes of Trump's first term when they had to wait so long to get it done.
Well, and we reported at the time that the president was going to go out and tour the country and start selling that bill immediately after it passed, and that never happened. And so the fact that he's now talking about going out a little bit more makes a difference. Taryn, how did Democrats capture this feeling and credibly run on solutions for it in the midterms? I mean, voters still remember, to Rob's point, that the president until recently had the advantage on this issue. They didn't trust Democrats on it in 2024. How did Democrats earn that trust back for 2026?
I think the behavior of this initial Congress with the government shutdown, the DOJ, sort of all this chaos, when people were already feeling unstable in their finances, has not helped this image for the Republicans and for the Republican Party. And so I think Democrats just need to keep talking about what they're doing to fight for it. So they did do a relatively good job of trying to explain that the reason the government shutdown was about healthcare premiums and making it more affordable for people. And I think you're going to continue to hear more about what proposals and plans we would do to make this happen and how the Congress keeps pushing those bills and processes and legislation forward to do that.
How do you, as a Democrat, or how should congressional Democrats balance what they've been doing on affordability with the talk about Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, and I want you to answer this without using the phrase walk and chew gum, right? I mean, how do you handle both of these issues simultaneously?
That was going to be my answer.
and can you link them effectively?
I don't know. I mean, yes and no. I do think that you're going to have to do both, no matter what. And that's the truth, because you do need to balance the fact that, like, what issues are really, affecting every American. Like, what's impacting their day-to-day is what we want to be talking about and what we want to be focused on. But at the same time, the protection of children and the protection of victims and having that is something that also, that safety is almost as paramount sometimes as affordability. So I think talking about both is the only way to do that, and I think they can effectively do both. Linking them, I think, can just be this idea of when we threw the Great Gatsby party during the shutdown, right? The way to link it is this idea of that they're not caring about what's happening to you. They're having these sort of let them eat cake Marie Antoinette attitude while the rest of us are suffering. And so that kind of imagery is what I think can be helpful.
Well, I mean, Ro Khanna, for example, has been talking about the Epstein class, something that I'm now obsessed with, and this idea of that there's a sort of billionaire class that gets better while everything else for you gets worse. I mean, are you seeing momentum building on the Hill, Scott, for that kind of language, that kind of sort of populist pushback here to capture the full zeitgeist of this moment?
I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out, but the link, of course, between Epstein and economic affordability is the fact, I mean, look who Jeffrey Epstein was. He was a financial advisor to billionaires, right? And so that is the connection. The Gatsby imagery, of course, the tearing down the East Wing to build a gold ballroom. I mean, Democrats are going to have a field day in 2026 in terms of the imagery. Meanwhile, what are the images from the shutdown? Workers waiting in food lines trying to feed their children, long lines at the airport. That speaks to the sort of idea of chaos. And so I think that there is a tie-in between all of these different things. Yes, I'm hearing that there could be a large number of Republicans that will vote for this discharge petition to force the DOJ to release the Epstein files. That's significant because the larger that number is, we know it's going to pass, the larger that number is, it's going to put increased pressure on the U.S. Senate to actually do something.
Rob, I mean, I'm fascinated by this because I sort of reset to my baseline is like people are going to care more about the stuff that actually impacts them. But then I have conversations with my friends who are like political normies who are obsessed with the Epstein story, and it cuts across traditional political lines. How dangerous is that issue for the White House? What would you say they should do to diffuse it in such a way that they can focus on the stuff that they can then actually control that affects people's lives?
Sure. I think short term, it's going to have more attention than anything maybe somebody's going to cast a vote on in the midterm elections. And so probably getting through this vote and getting some kind of clarity from what the Senate is actually going to do. I don't think the Senate is ultimately going to do it. I can't see 60 votes for this. I think Republicans will stand united on that. What Republicans need to do is they need to pivot back and talk about some of the issues and point the blame at Democrats. Remember, it was Joe Biden who gave us record high inflation. It was Barack Obama who gave us the Affordable Care Act, which is anything but affordable. And so if they can pivot in that direction, I think that's a winning play for them.
I want to ask you both this same question here because I'm interested in that too. For how long is it credible or is it not for someone like J.D. Vance in particular to say this is a Biden problem on inflation? I mean, we're 10 months into the president's term. They've bragged about it being the Trump economy when it's good. But can you square that circle? And if so, for how much longer?
It's a talking point that I think works right now. It's not going to last into perpetuity. So what they do need to do is they need to point out where they are having an impact. And I think the one issue where Trump can show some real progress is energy. Yeah. The price of gasoline, the fact that we're pumping more barrels of oil. I mean, those are encouraging signs. There's a lot of development. And let's face it, that's the future of this country, really hinges on our energy policy.
There's a split on that. Gas prices are down, but home energy prices are up. And the president promised he'd cut them in half in 18 months. I'm keeping track because I did that story when it happened. Taryn, I mean, I'll give you a chance to answer that same question. I mean, how do Democrats make sure that Trump owns this economy when it's bad, like he wants the credit for it when it's good?
Right. I think they're going to have to keep holding him accountable. It seems like the entire time since he has taken office, it is the Democrats' jobs to hold him accountable because he likes to say things that may be untrue and just keep going with them. And I think we need to keep pointing out the facts. We need to keep, it's hard not to have numbers, but we do need to keep pointing out the facts. But also people realize, I mean, they're impatient, right? Like COVID was hard and it affected our economy and we didn't have the patience for Biden for that. So if he thinks that without even sort of that hanging over his head, that he's going to be able to spend more than 10 months kind of, futzing around and not making things better for people, I just don't see how it works for him. So we're going to keep talking about that. We're going to keep trying to do what we got to do to help people. And I think that's going to resonate because people are not patient and they don't want to keep seeing this.
A colleague of ours, a great reporter here at NBC News, has a phrase that he may have stolen. That says, voters say please, but they don't say thank you.
Correct.
I mean, they're not going to get that kind of credit on the back end. We got to leave it there. Taryn, Rob, Scott, get some rest. You've been working like crazy the last 40 some odd days. Thank you all for coming in. And coming up, with healthcare insurance premiums set to spike for millions of Americans, debate over healthcare policy heats up in both parties on Capitol Hill. Plus, escalating conflict. U.S. launches its 20th strike on an alleged drug trafficking boat as the military mobilizes in the Caribbean, and Venezuela prepares for a potential U.S. attack. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. The government shutdown is over, but the fight about what to do about the expiring healthcare subsidies is far from over. Remember, part of the Senate deal to end the shutdown included a mid-December vote on the Obamacare tax credits. But it remains to be seen exactly what the Senate will even be voting on, and there's absolutely no expectation the House will take any action on healthcare. Meanwhile, in the House, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is trying to force a vote on the 3-year extension of those subsidies, a proposal which Republican Congressman Don Bacon said on this show is, quote, dead on arrival. For their part, Republicans have spent years talking about repealing and replacing Obamacare, but they've yet to come up with their own plan. And the clock is ticking, with open enrollment already underway and premiums set to double on average, according to analysts. Joining me now is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Mel Zanona, who's been working around the clock on this and other issues. Mel, the government is open, but is there any urgency now to address this healthcare issue that this fight was all about? Is there any desire to negotiate after this shutdown?
So I will say there is a sense of urgency, and that's for two reasons. Number one, those Obamacare tax credits are expiring at the end of this year, which means if those lapse, millions of Americans are going to see their premiums skyrocket, including in many red states. And number two, another thing you mentioned, Democrats are going to get a floor vote in the Senate in December on an ACA bill of their choosing. And so Republicans really have a choice here. They can vote with Democrats to extend those subsidies, which risks angering President Donald Trump, or they can vote against the bill, but that risks angering voters ahead of the next midterm elections. And so what we're seeing is that Republicans are now scrambling to try to come up with some alternative so that they don't have to support those Obamacare subsidies. Because in reality, most Republicans do not want to see an extension of those tax credits, even with reforms, something that is being talked about amongst Republicans and some Democrats. But this is a really tricky issue, and they're essentially starting from scratch. And so the clock is ticking, and I think the likelihood that they're able to come up with and pass a plan before the end of this year is just really unlikely.
The idea that they're starting from scratch as though any of this is a surprise is striking to me. President Trump's got an idea. He keeps talking about giving money directly to Americans to pay for health care. Is there any kind of policy scaffolding around that? Is that getting any traction among Republicans on Capitol Hill?
It actually is getting some traction. We've seen both members in the House and Senate start to craft versions of that, FSAs, HSAs, the idea being that instead of funneling money towards those subsidies for insurers, instead funnel that money towards a health savings account, essentially putting money in people's pockets so that they can choose their own health insurance plans. Sounds simple, right? But we actually talked to some health experts who said under that scenario, there is a risk that the entire ACA marketplace collapses, and then you put people with pre-existing conditions at risk. Of course, that was one of the chief provisions of the Obamacare Act. And when Republicans tried to repeal it, they got so much backlash because of that very popular provision. And so, yes, there are some ideas floating around, but just how viable those solutions are, that remains to be seen.
Well, you talk about the attempted repeal in the minute or so we have left. How much does the bad taste in Republicans' mouth from the 2017 effort still kind of loom over this whole conversation?
I think it looms large. I was talking to Jeff Drew. He's a Republican from New Jersey. He said the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And he's worried that's going to be the case with this new effort to try to find a fix for Obamacare. Even Speaker Mike Johnson says he has PTSD from the last time they tried to do this. I will say, though, that, and Garrett, you would know this, it seems like President Trump is more interested in finding some sort of solution. He's quipped about calling it Trump care. But as you know, that is so much easier said than done, as Trump and Republicans saw in 2017.
Yeah, healthcare is really hard. Also, wasn't Jeff Van Drew still a Democrat in 2017? We'll have to come back to that.
He was part of that 2018 wave that benefited from the backlash to the efforts to repeal and replace Obamacare.
See, there's a through line all through it. Mel Zanona on the Hill for us. Thank you for that reporting. Joining me now is former Health and Human Services Secretary during the Obama administration, Kathleen Sebelius. Madam Secretary, thank you for joining us.
Glad to be here.
The Senate gave themselves a December deadline to try to address healthcare costs, but open enrollment obviously is already underway now. Is it already too late to address this issue for people next year?
Well, it's very tricky. People are going to have to at least shop online now. I think they may hold off to the last minute to sign up in hopes that something might happen and that their prices could come down. It's tough for companies to reprice plans, but they had to imagine that the subsidies wouldn't be extended, so that's how the plans are priced. Ideally, they have in their back pocket a second price that could go down if Congress does indeed act as people are desperate for them to do.
Or could these companies simply keep the prices high and, hold on to the difference there?
They could, but it would mean that they have far fewer customers. I mean, this is not in the company's interest. This isn't money that goes to the company. It goes to individuals who are buying their own coverage for themselves and their families who don't have affordable coverage in their workplace. So fewer people would choose to be covered next year. The company doesn't keep any of the money. They are pricing this based on a smaller, sicker market. And if that turns out not to be the case, the prices could change.
Something like 92% of enrollees in the ACA marketplace receive these enhanced premium subsidies. Is that a sign that this system doesn't actually work the way it's intended if that many people need that much extra help, essentially?
Actually, every single health plan in the United States is subsidized by the federal government, some more than others. And the Affordable Care Act plans are the least subsidized at this point. Medicaid is almost fully subsidized. Medicare is heavily subsidized. Every employer plan, everybody who works for a major company or a smaller company that gets employment through their business has a subsidy. They don't see it. The employers write it off tax-free. They get a benefit from that. They get a big pool. So this is not unusual. These are folks who are buying insurance out of their own pocket for themselves and their families, and the fact that they need some additional help is totally in sync with every single other plan in the entire marketplace.
Madam Secretary, I feel like if we were talking about any other industry in the country and you said basically every player in the marketplace, every competitor, if you will, had some kind of government subsidy, you would say that is a broken market. That is a system that is not working. Why is this system and the challenges here so hard to fix? Why is that the best way to deliver health care to people?
Well, healthcare, first of all, is expensive, and it's getting more expensive. We have incredible scientific breakthroughs with blockbuster drugs on cancer, on obesity. We have older population, baby boomers like me, who are using more of the health system. So healthcare is getting more expensive. But the fact that this is a sort of shared partnership with employers and individuals and the government playing a role, again, is not unusual. In many countries, Garrett, the government pays for 100% of someone's health care. Sure. That's a typical system. We have more of a private pay combined with government. So I would not indicate that it's a broken system. It is a system that has a public-private partnership.
Well, until a few days ago, you really could have said there are only two frameworks for this. There was the system that we have now, and there was a single-payer government system. The president has recently offered what I guess you could consider a third framework, where he talks about the idea of giving people money directly. He's not really clear whether that's to buy insurance or to buy health care directly from their doctor. What do you make of that proposal, such as it is, and whether it's sort of a serious, whether it represents a serious alternative way of thinking about healthcare delivery in this country?
Well, it may not come as a shock to you, but I am appalled to have a president of the United States who has been running for this office since 2015. 10 years later, he still has no health care plan. He still has no framework for health care. I tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act over and over and over again, now is trying to take big chunks out of it. I think the notion that you give people some money and have them shop on their own, he clearly does not understand the insurance market. The insurance market is based on having a pool of people, some of whom are sicker than others, some of whom, use healthcare more. people would be fine if they're 19 years old and healthy and have no drugs that they take. If you're older or sicker or recovering from cancer, that system of giving you some money and having you shop on your own, you would be priced out or locked out overnight.
Well, I don't think that's going to get a bunch of people rushing out to sign up for that particular plan. Former Secretary Kathleen Sebelius, thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
And up next, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announces Operation Southern Spear will take you inside the Pentagon's mission against so-called narco-terrorists, and we'll get the response from the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee. Stay with us on Meet the Press Now.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Welcome back. Tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela continue to escalate, with the Pentagon confirming another U.S. strike targeting an alleged drug cartel boat in the Caribbean. Officials say 4 people were killed in the latest strike, and there were no survivors. That brings the total number of U.S. strikes on suspected drug cartel vessels to 20, with a reported 79 deaths. We should note that the Trump administration has provided scant evidence that these people killed were, in fact, smuggling narcotics into the U.S. Yesterday, Defense Secretary Hegseth also announcing a new mission dubbed Operation Southern Spear, with a mission to, quote, remove narco-terrorists from our hemisphere. Joining me now is NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Cubie. And let's start there. How new is this new operation compared to what was already going on? And what's different about these strikes?
So they've named it. They've named basically what they're already doing, right? Okay. The big question is, does this naming of this mission or this operation mean it's also going to expand? So we've seen these 20 strikes. We've seen these 79 people, at least, who the Trump administration says they have killed in these boat strikes. But the question is, now with this huge amount of firepower that the U.S. has in the region, the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group arrived in the region this week. There's about 15,000 men and women afloat and ashore, fighter jets, ships, nuclear-powered submarine. I mean, they have everything there that they need if they want to expand it. The question is, has President Trump made that decision?
But also expand how? That's what do you possibly need those resources for in this mission as it exists?
So that's what is the mission? That's the other thing. So we know that this mission, according to the scant amount of information that we got on this in the social media posting from Secretary Hegseth, is about protecting the Western Hemisphere. It's about stopping narco trafficking. It's about stopping drugs from coming into the United States. But the reality is these boat strikes are just a pinprick
in actually stopping the flow of drugs, and that would be cocaine coming into the United States. It's not even touching fentanyl, which is really the big problem of what's coming in the U.S. That's coming across the land border. So if the U.S. were to expand this out, is it really about drugs, or is this about regime change? This is about getting Maduro to step down. What the U.S. has in the area right now, they're not really set up for a massive ground invasion, but they're definitely set up with what they have for limited strikes if they wanted to go after cartels inside Venezuela, if that decision were made.
I'm reflecting back on the conversation we were having at the beginning of this broadcast about the president's mandate, such as it exists, and the idea of toppling the Maduro regime was not something that he ran on explicitly. There's also a lot of international pressure that seems to be growing around these strikes. You had the UN Commissioner for Human Rights saying these are basically extrajudicial killings. The UK has stopped sharing intelligence with us about the Caribbean. Do you think any of those external factors will have any impact on what the U.S. decides to do here in the Caribbean or how we do it?
It doesn't appear so far that that's going to have any real impact. The reality is, I don't think that Americans know how much intelligence sharing actually goes on in that area. It's not just the Brits, it's the Canadians, it's others. And the reality is that's because a lot of the drugs that are going through the Caribbean Sea are heading to Europe. So it's in European allies' best interest for them to share information so they can help stop
Even
those
these
drugs.
little drug boats that
Absolutely.
we've been talking about?
They don't always, the ones that we're seeing mostly, for the most part, that are getting blown up, they're not making their way all across the Atlantic, but they kind of have these hop points, and they make their way to Spain, to Portugal, and to other places like that. So it's in their interest to share this information. The question is, will these partners just completely shut everything down? Because there's real legal concern about these strikes, whether they're legal.
Is. We'll talk about that more with our next guest. Courtney Cubie, thank you for your reporting. Joining me now is Democratic Congressman Adam Smith of Washington. He's the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, thank you for being here. As we mentioned at the top, Secretary Hegseth has announced this new Operation Southern Spear. Have you been briefed on this yet? And what's your understanding of what this mission is compared to anything else the DoD was already doing in that region?
Yeah, it's really not clear. It sounds like what Secretary Hegseth announced is what's been going on for a couple of months now, and what was first planned, I guess, or launched back in July. So it's very unclear whether or not what he's saying is anything new. He certainly does lay out all of the assets that we have moved to the region, but he didn't clearly explain how that mission differs from what they've been doing since, I guess it was mid-September now, in terms of the boat strikes. So we need greater clarity from DoD on what is this mission, and crucially, something we haven't heard yet at any part of it is, what is it trying to accomplish exactly?
Well, and I think the other question is, are these strikes even legal? The Pentagon says it's carried out 20 strikes so far. They've killed 79 people. Do you believe what the Pentagon has been doing so far is legal?
I have not seen evidence that says that it is. Based on what I've seen, I still think these strikes are illegal, and it's creating major problems for the U.S. I mean, we've seen the story that the United Kingdom has stopped sharing intel with us on drug traffickers in Latin America because they have concluded that it is illegal. It is unprecedented that one of our Five Eyes partners would bail out on us like that. So the legality of these strikes is in serious question. But again, beyond the legality, I know we want to try to reduce the drug trade in the United States of America. How blowing up some boats in the Caribbean with cocaine on them, it's not been clear to us how long is this going to take? Is it really going to be effective? So you've got both the problem that it seems to be illegal and the other problem that it doesn't necessarily seem to be effective at accomplishing what it claims to want to accomplish.
So far, Congressman, I've heard a not sure and a no evidence, which makes me wonder about the idea that, we reported a month ago that the Pentagon is instructing personnel they have to get approval before they can communicate with lawmakers like you. Do you feel like you're getting the most up-to-date intelligence? Can you do your job overseeing the Department of Defense with the information you're getting?
No, they are not providing us sufficient information. To begin with, they didn't provide us any information for about a month and a half. And then 2 weeks ago now, I think we had a brief from Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and the top lawyer at the Justice Department on this that attempted to lay out that explanation, at least the legal justification for it. I don't buy it. I don't agree with the legal analysis that they used. But crucially, they also did not provide us the intel. Either on the DOD side, we have jurisdiction, obviously, over the Defense Intelligence Agency and some of that. But on the intel side, the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence in the House and the Senate, they have not been given the details on what is the intelligence that led you to believe that these boats were part of this larger operation. So there's been no brief for the intel committees, and that's really the crucial information. They sort of gave us their conclusions. You know, here's who we believe these people are and what they're doing. They didn't show their work, if you will. What's the connection? And this is different. I mean, back, you know, and we're still doing this, but in the global war on terror, when we were targeting people in Iraq and Afghanistan and Somalia, I routinely got very detailed briefs on who these organizations are, who the key players were, and why, you know, Department of Defense felt that these were key players to target. That level of intel has still not been made available to the relevant committees in Congress, or frankly, you know, the argument hasn't been made publicly either.
Are you hearing concern from your Republican colleagues about this? I mean, on the accountability side, I know how difficult it is for you as a Democrat to do much of anything to hold the administration accountable in the House minority. What sense are you getting from Republicans about any desire for more accountability or even just more information here?
More information, absolutely. And I've seen been bipartisan concern. We did have a classified brief about 3 weeks ago now on the Armed Services Committee where they brought in the operators. They didn't sort of give us the legal justification or the intel, but they sort of walked us through here's what we're doing and how we're doing it. There were a lot of Republicans on that committee who were upset about the lack of transparency. Senator Cotton was very aggressive in his questioning of a witness, I think this week, on that same issue. So to the extent that Republicans in Congress are aware of the fact that Congress should exist, and given that Mike Johnson just dissolved us for like 8 weeks and didn't do anything, I'm happy there's at least a couple of Republicans who don't want to turn everything over to a totalitarian executive branch, but they're not doing anything substantively about it. They're not demanding these witnesses come in, calling hearings, subpoenaing them. There's things the majority can do if they feel like they are being stonewalled. So I have heard some rhetoric. I've heard some complaints from Republicans being completely sidelined on this, but following it up with forcing mechanisms to get the executive branch to change, that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, this feels like kind of a preserve all your documents moment for Democrats because there's not much else you can do unless you take back control in the midterms. Based on what we do know publicly, I mean, the Pentagon has confirmed they sent all these assets to the region, including the USS Gerald Ford, the carrier group there. There are reports that senior military officials have presented President Trump with options for operations inside Venezuela, meaning strikes on land. I mean, based on what you do know, are there any kind of operations of that sort inside Venezuela that you would support?
Yeah, that's a big concern. First of all, one thing Democrats can do, and what I've done and others, we can speak out publicly and aggressively about it. Try to get more people in the public to put pressure on Republicans and on the administration. So there are things we can do. Yeah, you raised the big question here. So right now we are targeting boats with drugs on them in international waters. We have not hit the sovereign territory of another nation. So the two big escalations in this that could happen are, number one, you start hitting the sovereign territory because the drug dealers will undoubtedly adjust. If they know these routes are now being targeted, the demand is still present in the U.S. They're going to find other ways. So does that take you to doing land strikes? And then second, does this bleed over into a regime change operation in Venezuela? The president has said publicly on a couple of occasions that both of those things are absolutely on the table and being considered. The administration, for the most part, Secretary Rubio, certainly during our briefing, denied that there was any plans to do that. But certainly from what the president has said, there is cause for concern that they might do, rather dramatic mission creep here.
That's interesting about Secretary Rubio, given his past history being very aggressive on Venezuela. Congressman, I've got less than a minute left. I want to ask you, the Trump administration's rebrand of the Department of Defense, we've been calling it DOD in this interview, to the Department of War. Officials tell NBC News it could cost as much as $2 billion with a B to complete that name change. It would require congressional action. Have you heard from Chairman Rogers if that's something he wants to take up? Do you think that will happen?
They have not pressed that issue. I think, well, first of all, the law says it's the Secretary of Defense. And you're talking about illegal action in Venezuela. The entire Department of Defense under Secretary Hegseth has acted like the law doesn't apply to them, which, of course, is what the Trump administration is doing. He's asking the Justice Department to specifically target Democrats. I mean, the entire Trump administration is purely partisan and not paying attention to the law. They're running around calling it him the Secretary of War and the Department of War. The law is clear. It is the Secretary of Defense. That law has not been changed. And so it is a violation of the law to do that. And certainly it's incredibly expensive, and all for the most petty of reasons. So, yeah, there is concern about it. You know, we got a lot of issues. I haven't seen the Republicans in the House or the Senate raising this concern, but I will certainly bring it up.
All right, Congressman, we got to leave it there. Congressman Adam Smith, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate the chance.
And still to come, protesters clash with law enforcement officers outside a federal immigration facility, leading to dozens of arrests and multiple injuries. We're on the ground in Illinois. Keep it here on Meet the Press Now.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. A tense situation unfolded outside an ICE detention facility just outside of Chicago earlier today. Video from the scene shows federal agents and Illinois State Police in scuffles with protesters outside the facility in Broadview, Illinois. The Broadview mayor says 4 officers were injured and 21 people were arrested, according to law enforcement officials. It follows weeks of clashes between federal agents and demonstrators in the Chicago area who've all been protesting the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. Joining me now from Broadview, Illinois, is NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster. So, Shaq, what do we know about these clashes and what caused them to escalate today?
Yeah, this is part of a regular demonstration that you have in front of this ICE processing facility, a weekly demonstration that's led by religious leaders who are calling for ICE and immigration officials to release those who have been detained as part of this immigration crackdown. And they're calling for spiritual counsel and spiritual services to be provided for those who are being detained here. And essentially, the scene behind me, the street is closed off to the public. It's not a designated protest area, and we saw people go into the street, and that's what led to those arrests and those clashes. But Garrett, I think if you step back a little bit, this just speaks to the frustration that you have in the Chicago area around this Operation Midway Blitz. It was at this actual facility just yesterday. We saw a judge, we saw several attorneys come through and inspect this facility that the judge said was cruel in an order that he made for the federal government, telling them to clean up the facility to improve the conditions here. So you continue to have a situation where you have these clashes as the Trump administration increases their immigration crackdown, and you have community members of the clergy, protesters come back and say they don't like what's happening, and they come up and protest to demonstrate their opposition to it, Garrett.
A lot of action on the streets, but also a lot of action in courtrooms. We saw a federal judge this week ordering the release of hundreds of individuals who were detained as part of this operation. What more do we know about that and their status?
Yeah, we're talking about potentially more than 600 people. And without getting too much into the weeds, essentially there's an ongoing court agreement that dates back to 2022. And essentially the plaintiffs are saying that they were arrested without a warrant in violation of that agreement. The judge signaling that about 600 people qualify for release. They're currently being detained by federal authorities, and they shouldn't be because they don't have a significant criminal record. The judge saying that this is not something that's going to happen imminently. There's still a process. Names have to be collected, and he says he's not going to release anyone who poses a danger to the public. But you're talking about a significant chunk of those who have been arrested potentially eventually being released.
All right, Shaq Brewster, thank you for that reporting. And after the break, Kyiv in crisis, explosions in Ukraine's capital as Russia launches a massive overnight assault. We're following the front lines and the fallout straight ahead on Meet the Press Now.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
You're listening to air raid sirens blaring in Kyiv as Russia launched a massive air attack overnight on the city. Footage shows explosions lighting up the night sky. Ukraine's military says its air defenses intercepted most of 400-plus attack drones and 18 missiles fired by Russia. In Kyiv, where the attacks were centered, authorities say critical infrastructure and apartment buildings were hit. killing 8 people, including 1 child. Rescue operations are ongoing, and people may still be trapped under the rubble, according to Kyiv's military administration. Just yesterday, the Ukrainian ambassador told Kristen Welker on this program that the pace of Russian attacks is increasing.
We also see that Russia is enormously scaling up its military budgets and scaling up its attacks to the energy and civilian infrastructure of Ukraine. So these are almost nightly attacks with hundreds of drones.
And joining me now is NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, you're just back from a G7 meeting in Canada, where obviously this is a major topic of conversation. What is the view among our allies about the path forward in this war?
Well, interestingly, Canada is the leader of the so-called coalition of the willing, the allies who have come in to fill the vacuum, frankly, of what the administration, the Trump administration, is not doing on weapons. Donald Trump prefers to give money to the NATO allies and have them provide the weapons.
Right.
And that is, of course, slowing the pipeline. And they are lacking in weapons. They need more air defenses. They need more offensive weapons. But this attack clearly indicated that Russia is increasing the intensity of its attacks. Still, the allies, I talked to the European Union leader, who said very decisively that Russia's economy is really cratering under all of this, that a huge proportion of their GDP is going to the military. They are, of course, getting backstop from China. You know, you were in the summit there. And know that China is not backing off.
This is an interesting part of this to me because it's so opaque. I mean, the president talks about this all the time, too, the idea that Russia's economy is taking this huge hit. It's a very difficult thing for us to verify. That's the consensus view among the allies as well?
Absolutely. And it is better. It's better analyzed now than it was during the Cold War, when we almost had no visibility, and it was one of the top targets of the CIA to try to figure out what is happening. And it turned out that our buildup under Ronald Reagan and so-called Star Wars scared the Russians into overbuilding and really finally making a deal. So now the question is, will their economy take enough hits so that Russia comes to the table? Well, the Europeans seem confident that this is going to happen. I'm not so sure that in my own analysis, and certainly in the American analysis, that will happen. But I've got to tell you that Marco Rubio, at the end of that conference, took a really hard line on Vladimir Putin. He said there is no sign that Vladimir Putin wants peace, that in his last conversation with his counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, which was a month ago, that they agreed there will not be another meeting with the leaders at any time unless there are real outcomes. So this Budapest thing was just a head feint.
So we don't have a lot of time left. The Alaska summit, the big push that happened afterwards, is there an acknowledgement now that that was a mistake or not fully capitalized on, perhaps?
That it was not planned properly and that, in fact, it was a mistake. They are not acknowledging that publicly. Privately, people involved will say it was a mistake. They went in with the false hope that Putin was ready to deal, and he wasn't. They were misled. It wasn't properly prepared. It was overhyped, and it was, basically a failure diplomatically.
And so the war grinds on, and Andrea, we're glad we have you covering it.
Well, and the problem is the casualties mount.
Absolutely. Every day. Andrea, thank you very much. And we'll be right back on Monday with more Meet the Press Now. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. Kristen will have exclusive interviews with Senator Tim Kaine, Congressman Ro Khanna, and Senator John Barrasso. Don't miss it. There's more NBC News Now ahead.
Here we go, top of the hour, and we come on the air with the president telling the Justice Department to launch a new investigation into big-name Democrats' alleged dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. And that includes President Bill Clinton and Larry Summers. So is this retribution for the renewed focus on Mr. Trump's relationship with Epstein? then, now that the government is finally open, we're getting some information on when data will start flowing on the state of the economy, how that will affect the Fed's decisions and the stock market. Plus, as the FAA moves to reduce its shutdown flight cuts, the Trump administration also taking things a step back. Why the White House is scrapping a plan to force carriers to compensate passengers for delays and cancellations. And in our original, a new show on Paramount Plus dives into the real-life stories behind the October 7th terror attacks in Israel. What that might tell us about the new direction for Paramount. And in our breakdown, the world's wealthiest are gearing up to spend $1 billion plus on art this fall, even as many Americans feel the economy is not working for them. That's later in our newscast. Good day, I'm Tom Costello. Happy Friday, and I'm in for Hallie. And at this hour, we're waiting to see if President Trump takes any questions from reporters as he leaves the White House for Mar-a-Lago just in the next hour, after he publicly urged the Justice Department to open an investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with former President Bill Clinton and other prominent Democrats, as well as mega bank JP Chase. The DOJ now says it is taking up that case, as the president says people interested in the Epstein files should focus on Democrats with connections to Epstein, not him. And that comes as we're expecting a growing list of Republicans now to break ranks with the president and vote for the release of the Epstein files. The president, writing on Truth Social, in his words, some weak Republicans have fallen into the clutches, and because they are soft and foolish. The president has never been accused of any wrongdoing linked to Epstein, and we should note that NBC News reached out to representatives for Clinton and the other people the DOJ now set to investigate. We've not yet heard back. But JP Chase tells us in a statement that the bank ended its relationship with Epstein years before his arrest on sex trafficking charges. None of the individuals listed in the president's request to the DOJ have been accused of any wrongdoing in the Epstein case. We want to bring in NBC's Melanie Zanona, who's following all of this from Capitol Hill. And Mel, let's start with this, what appears to be this MAGA split on Epstein. What are you watching for right now as we look ahead to this vote as soon as next week?
Yeah, so we know this Epstein resolution is going to pass. The question is by how much and how many Republicans support the effort. I'm told by multiple Republicans that they are expecting a significant number of their GOP colleagues to actually vote in favor of releasing all the Epstein files from the DOJ. And this is despite the fact that President Trump has been trying to pressure Republicans to vote against it, with him complaining on Twitter, or excuse me, Truth Social, just earlier today, that some weak Republicans have fallen into the Democrats' clutches because they are soft and foolish. Don't waste your time with Trump. I have a country to run. But on the other side of the pressure campaign, a group of survivors of Epstein's abuse actually wrote an open letter to Congress calling on them to support the effort to release the files. And I want to read you part of this letter just because it's such important perspective. But they said, as you gather with your family this season, remember that your primary duty is to your constituents. Look into the eyes of your children, your sisters, your mothers, your aunts. Imagine if they had been preyed upon. Imagine if you yourself were a survivor. What would you want for them? What would you want for yourself? When you vote, we hope you will remember your decision at the ballot box. And I should note here, there will also be a press conference with some of those survivors next Tuesday, potentially right ahead of this vote. So that could be a really powerful moment on Capitol Hill. And then once it does pass the House, all eyes turn to the Senate, where Senate GOP leader John Thune has so far been non-committal about putting that bill up for a vote. But if there is a big bipartisan vote here in the House, that's going to put enormous pressure on the Senate to act.
Yeah. And Mel, NBC News is reporting exclusively that a longtime ally of the president, and this is really a head spinner, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is now questioning if he is still, quoting here, if he is still the America First president. Well, more can you tell us about her comments and how this all fits into the bigger picture of this fissure between the White House and some members of the GOP on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, MTG has been such a fascinating figure to watch in this broader split within the MAGA world and within the GOP, because she's someone who had really strong connections to both President Trump and the MAGA base. But those two things have been in conflict at multiple times throughout this presidency. And when that has happened, she has largely chosen the side of the MAGA base. I want to read you part of what she told our colleague, Catherine Doyle. She said, "No one cares about the foreign countries. No one cares about the never-ending amount of foreign leaders coming to the White House every single week. And her broader point here was that Trump should be focusing on more domestic issues that people care about versus foreign policy issues. That is something she says that if Republicans don't do, they're going to risk losing in the midterms. I'm also told that President Trump has been really sort of vexed by her, asking what's up with Marjorie. He also said she's lost her way. I was able to ask MTG about those comments, and she said, I have not changed. So perhaps the implication being that Trump is the one who's changed.
Melanie Zanona, thank you very much. Tensions are high this hour in Chicago after nearly 24 protesters were arrested during clashes outside an ICE facility close by. Those clashes left at least 4 officers injured, we're told, some needing to go to the hospital. That according to the mayor of the village of Broadview. One video shows quite a bit of pushing and shoving. So here's that moment. That ICE facility has been a major flashpoint in the Trump administration's immigration crackdown in the Chicago area. And just on Wednesday, a judge ordered the release of potentially hundreds of people being held by ICE, saying that they should be released on bail while waiting on their immigration cases. It's all happening as the Trump administration readies its next major operation, sending the Border Patrol into Charlotte, North Carolina. The timing of that operation still unclear at this hour. Let's go now to NBC's Shaquille Brewster, who's outside that facility in Broadview, Illinois. Shaq, we've seen high tensions at that facility where you are for weeks now, but things seem to have boiled over just a bit today.
Yeah, I think you and I have had the conversation about flashpoints that have taken place outside of this ICE processing center. And I'll say, Tom, we just learned in the past couple of minutes that 21, that was a specific number of people who were arrested in clashes today, most of them facing charges of disorderly conduct. And according to authorities, all of them having had been arrested before. This was a public demonstration, started with a protest that happens essentially every Friday. Religious leaders calling on the detainees being held here to receive spiritual care and to be ultimately released. But tonight you have the mayor saying that this was an act of violence that we saw. We'll put up a statement from the mayor where she writes, the violence by out-of-town protesters is unacceptable and outrageous. She says she's repeatedly pleaded to protesters to raise their voices, not their fists, and saying they have chosen their fists. Now, I talked to some people who were here hours after that clash, after that demonstration. I want you to listen to what one person told me about what was bringing her here and the reaction to the tense moments.
This is no way to solve a problem with a show of force, an unbalanced show of force against your own people with no explanation, no clarity, no transparency, and obviously, no regard for anybody's human rights.
Now, Tom, one message you continue to hear from protesters is that they believe the conditions inside this facility are not up to par, not constitutional to that point. Just yesterday, you had a federal judge and attorneys representing some detainees inspecting that facility after the judge ordered earlier this month, I should say, the federal government to improve the conditions at this facility, Tom.
Yeah, and Shaq, listen, we've also, of course, been hearing about the possibility that the Border Patrol may be moving on to Charlotte as well, Charlotte, North Carolina, right? Both the mayor and the governor there are Democrats. Yeah. What's the goal there?
I think possibly something similar. We have Greg Bavino, who was here in Chicago for this Operation Midway Blitz for the past several months, really dramatically increasing the number of undocumented immigrants who were arrested. And also, you saw those scenes of clashes over the past couple of weeks. Well, DHS official telling NBC News that that operation is now moving to the Charlotte area. It's against the opposition of many leaders in Charlotte, including the mayor. And we should also point out that this is one of the first times that you will see Border Patrol having an operation without ICE having an enhanced operation as well. This seems to be them kind of taking it a step further than they have in the past.
Shaq Brewster outside of Chicago. Shaq, thank you. Turning now to extreme weather. Some 23 million people now under flash flood watches and evacuation warnings after parts of Southern California are bracing for a month's worth of rain in the next 24 hours. Folks there can expect road flooding, power outages, and debris along with all these floods. And right now, some of L.A. County being told to evacuate. Here's that.
Altadena Sheriff Station, mandatory evacuation notice. Open the door.
Yeah, the deluge hitting parts of the Palisades and Eaton fire burn scar areas, worrying the local government there that some leftover debris could cause even more intense flooding. And you can see some of the prep for more rain to come. Elsewhere in Central California, people are facing evacuation warnings for a wildfire. This one, the Pack Fire, barely contained at this hour. We have team coverage. Bill Karen standing by, but let's bring in now NBC's Dana Griffin. Dana, start off with Southern California. Already, it's been through an awful lot, right? The aftermath of these huge fires earlier this year. How aggressive are leaders being now about the evacuation orders now with flooding coming?
Oh, Tom, they are being extremely aggressive because, like you mentioned, we've had so much devastation, especially earlier this year with those deadly wildfires, that they are shoring up resources here in Los Angeles to make sure that if the worst happens, they will be prepared. And I want to show you, this is the evacuation order notice that they have been putting on residents' doors, essentially saying that there is a potential risk to your safety as well as property damage because of potential mud and debris flow. So right now we are in one of those areas that is of particular concern because take a look behind us. This is one of those areas that for decades they've had this wooden structure here to shore up this area. You can see just the slopes. There have been fires that have come through here. This is near the Eaton fire burn scar. There's a home that's burned down in the distance there. So there is a concern that if enough rain falls, it could create mud flows. That's why you've also got these concrete structures here. This is going to help push back whatever could come through this way. And obviously resources coming from the state. Governor Gavin Newsom sending resources. LA County, LA City also shoring up resources here. We know that there are swift water rescue teams, helicopters, and other personnel that will be in this area to help in case the worst happens over the next few days. Tom?
Altadena, California is the Dateline, and of course, we remember it well during the fires. Dana, thank you very much. We'll be on watch. Let's bring in NBC's Bill Cairns with the forecast. He's also on watch. Bill, talk to us about how dangerous all of this really is when it comes to flooding. You and I have talked many times about fire-scorched landscape, and then suddenly they get too much water, too much rain, and it just is a disaster.
It's easy to picture when you saw, we were just watching the report there, and you look up on the hillside and you see how steep the canyons are, and then there's no vegetation. It's all been stripped by the fires, and so there's nothing to stop that water. If we get the rainfall rates tomorrow that we think we're going to get, we are going to get mud and debris flows. Now, if they go through a house or they just take out a highway or a road, that's to be determined. But it's going to be kind of widespread. This is going to be a big storm, even by Southern California standards. It's a little early in our rainy season for a storm this huge, but they're going to get it. So that's why we have flood watches for 23 million. Today, it's just been kind of a primer day. We've had light rain on and off, just kind of wetting the hillsides. Nothing too heavy or dramatic, but that's going to change. I'll show you that in a second. So it's the burn scars that we're most worried about. But we could have other areas that if we get enough heavy rain just in any of the mountainous terrain, we could get some flash flooding issues. So this is as we go through tonight. This is all just kind of light scattered. So when we see the green, that's very light rain. When we get up to the yellow, that's moderate. When we get the red, that's almost thunderstorm type rain. As we wake up tomorrow in LA, that's possible. In this flow is going straight north. So it's going to sit here all day long. And finally, by about 10 p.m. tomorrow, it'll all exit. We could even have isolated tornado or two tomorrow in Southern California. It's going to be a pretty rare, severe weather day for the flash flooding, the heavy rain, maybe some isolated thunderstorms. By the time we get to Sunday, it all pushes out. So how much rain are we talking about? Now, remember, LA gets 14 inches of rain a year. And so their rainy season typically is like November, and then it kind of ends as we go into April. They're expecting almost 4 to 5 inches of rain here, Tom, as we go throughout tonight and all day tomorrow. That's a lot of rain in a short period of time. It's roughly a third of their yearly rainfalls expected tomorrow.
Boy. Okay, well, we'll be watching closely, and we hope that they fare well this weekend. Bill Cairns, thanks. We'll check back with you in an hour. There is some good news for federal employees. Paychecks are finally going out to government workers, including air traffic controllers and TSA officers, but we're still seeing some residual flight disruptions at the nation's airports. So take a look at the numbers right now. From FlightAware, more than 2,100 flight delays, more than 600 flights canceled so far today, but more relief may be on the way. The DOT announced just moments ago it is dropping required flight reductions at 40 airports from 6% of flights canceled down to 3% for the weekend. That kicks in tomorrow. Meanwhile, the White House today confirming to NBC News it is scrapping the Biden-era plan that would have required airlines to pay passengers for severe flight delays and cancellations. Emily Aketa joins us now from Newark Airport, hard hit during all of this. Emily, air traffic controllers getting paid partially, and the airlines are eager to resume their normal operations.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. We know the Department of Transportation says they're looking at the numbers. They're seeing some improvement in staffing shortages that have really impacted the industry for not just the last couple of weeks, but years. But because of these improvements in staffing, they are starting to pull their foot off the brake when it comes to the flight restrictions. You can see why. A statement on your screen there. The decision reflects improvements in air traffic controller staffing levels and a continued decline in staffing trigger events across the national airspace system. So starting tomorrow, the flight cuts will be reduced to 3%, down from 6%, which is what we are currently seeing. The air traffic controllers receiving 70% of their pay today, according to officials, something that they say they are working to quickly fulfill the rest, that final 30% in back pay for those air traffic controllers. So because of this progress, some experts are saying that they are hopeful that come Thanksgiving time, things should be back to normal. Certainly important timing here because we're talking about a record 31 million people boarding planes over the Thanksgiving holiday, Tom.
Yeah, that travel rush actually starts like a week from today. You know, a year ago, we were reporting heavily on this so-called passenger Bill of Rights from the Biden administration, and now it's being gutted under President Trump. So talk us through, remind the audience what was the passenger Bill of Rights, and then how this is changing under President Trump.
Well, it's certainly something that got a lot of buzz among passengers. During the Biden administration, officials had said that they were looking for ways to stand up for the passengers, especially at a time when we were seeing flight delays and cancellations tick upwards in 2024. And these are some of the things that it had promised. Cash compensation, sometimes in the hundreds of dollars, free rebooking on the next available flight, and reimbursement for meals, lodging, and transportation expenses. Now, this, of course, never went into effect, but airlines had said that they were concerned that this would drive up operating costs, that this would raise the price of tickets. The Department of Transportation formally withdrawing the proposal today in a statement saying the best way to cut endless delays is to fix our broken air traffic control system, something Buttigieg and Biden failed to do, according to the DOT. Now, what we are seeing, we still are seeing some changes from the Trump administration. They say they're trying to modernize and take advantage of these advancing technologies. Just remember earlier this year, you no longer have to wear your shoes going through TSA, even if you don't have TSA pre-check. Another thing U.S. officials reportedly have been questioning is the limits, the restrictions around liquids. So we are seeing some changes under the Trump administration. Just one won't be that cash compensation plan, Tom.
Yep, Emily, and it looks like it's already Christmas there behind you. Emily Aketa, thank you very much. Just in the last hour, the stock market closed essentially flat on the day, even as uncertainty over things like AI and interest rates causing a lot of economic jitters on Wall Street. So take a look. Not a ton of movement, as we said, for the major indices today. The Dow, in percentage terms, not a big move today, after a really volatile week that we saw some big swings. One of the big things driving the uncertainty, though, concern about what the Fed will do next month when the FOMC, the board, meets to decide whether to cut interest rates. The central bank set to finally release its first set of jobs numbers since the shutdown ended. And another big business headline here, Walmart's longtime CEO announced today he's retiring early next year. NBC Business and data correspondent Brian Chung following all of this for us. Hey, Brian, you know, we haven't gotten these jobs numbers or really any economic data for several weeks now. So could the Fed, could the economy and Americans be in for a shock when the numbers come out? And if everybody was furloughed or not working without pay, who was collecting the data?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the numbers that we're expecting next Thursday, because the Bureau of Labor Statistics, now that the doors are open with the shutdown over, they've said, look, we know we missed a jobs report. There was a jobs report in that first week of October, which was going to cover the month of September, which we just didn't get because they were not open. We're going to get that report now 6 weeks delayed. We're going to get it next Thursday. Now, that jobs report means that people were out in September gathering information on who was employed, who was at work, and what industries they were employed. So there's no issue with that particular data. But of course, there is a problem with us receiving it 6 weeks late. That's 6 weeks that policymakers at the Federal Reserve didn't have those numbers. So they're trying to steer this economy with basically the gauges on their flight dashboard, basically 6 weeks delayed. That is a huge problem. But I think the bigger issue, Tom, to your point, is that there were no people at the BLS to go out and collect the data for the month of October, which means that for the October jobs report, which we were supposed to get last week, we don't know if we'll get a complete version of that. In fact, Caroline Levin at the White House has suggested we might not get that report at all. That would be a huge issue for those policymakers and for everyone else that's trying to see what's happening in this economy, Tom.
Well, especially with the Fed expected to do something in December, or maybe they go to hold. Who knows? Listen, we're also getting some breaking news here. The White House just announced it is going to be rolling back a lot of tariffs that impact food. So what kind of impact could they have at the grocery store? Any first read on that?
Yeah, this is something that is just crossing in the last few minutes. It had been teased by the likes of the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier this week, where he suggested that because of the noticeable pain in terms of affordability for groceries, things like bananas and coffee, that the administration would roll back from the reciprocal tariffs a number of these different types of food categories. We just got that list in the last few minutes. And Tom, it is 98 pages long, and it does include a lot of these categories that were teased, things like beef, tomatoes, bananas, but it also covers very, very in-the-weeds categories like cinnamon, pine nuts, guavas, and even things, interestingly, that are not foods. I noticed a lot of chemical compounds, metals, coal is also included in this. So again, it does seem like the Trump administration is paring back on a lot of these very aggressive tariffs, which they were advertising in that big Rose Garden announcement. Tom, I think it's not dramatic to say this is the most substantial rollback of these tariffs that we've seen since they rolled them out.
Yeah, amid concern about the economy and whether the tariffs have done anything to slow the economy. Brian Chung, thanks very much. All right, well, it is the season. Flu cases are already on the rise, especially for kids. That according to a new report from the CDC. It's the first update that we're getting from the agency in weeks as it opens back up post-shutdown. The good news, flu numbers are still pretty low nationwide, but last week we saw a 2% spike in cases and more ER visits for kids with the flu. The CDC recommends the flu shot for everybody over 6 months old, but says vaccination rates are actually dwindling. Dr. Kavita Patel is covering this for us. Dr. Patel, we finally have the new data from the CDC, meaning we're back on track to assess where we are. And we also have doctors sounding the alarm anecdotally over this flu variant, the new flu variant. So what are you hearing? What is your takeaway?
Yeah, Tom, what we're seeing is nationally, the numbers have been stable for now. As you mentioned, we were flying blind without that data from the CDC. But what we're seeing in clinics are a slight uptick, but maybe even more concerning, Tom, is a decrease in vaccination rates. I think that's what's most concerning. And we have data, at least so far, that we have pediatric deaths are down, that we don't have any, which is good news compared to 250 at kind of the height of flu season last year. And you can see from the graphic that we just showed on the screen that, we still don't have any like red spots in the country with high cases. But let's add this up. If we're talking about low vaccine rates and some concerning numbers coming out of the Southern Hemisphere where they've already had their flu season, we're bracing for potentially an earlier and a very strong flu season. So all of this is to say, time to get your shot. This is a great time getting it now because the effectiveness can be kind of really strong in those weeks to months right after. This could help protect you from staying out of the hospital.
And the COVID vaccine as well?
Yes, we talked about that. You can get those two shots at the same time if that's convenient for you. I know that I did that myself. I even threw in, it was time for me to get my shingle shot. There are other shots that you might qualify for depending on your age and if you have any other chronic diseases. The RSV shot is a pretty important one to prevent respiratory illnesses in general. So I would just say 'tis the season, not just for flu, COVID, and other respiratory illnesses, but 'tis the season to try to stay and prevent that with all that holiday travel we're going to be doing.
And stay healthy. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you very much. Coming up from us, new questions about the death of one food influencer, why his wife is asking people to stop spreading false information, plus what cost an Indiana zoo to go into lockdown today. There's a clue right there, walking the high beam.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
We're back. The wife of a social media food influencer is asking the public to stop creating false narratives and spreading unverified information about her husband after he died in what authorities say was an officer-involved shooting in Texas. Michael Duarte, known as Food with Bare Hands, racked up nearly 2 million followers on TikTok and Instagram, posting barbecue and grilling recipes. Lots of questions surfacing now surrounding his death after a Texas Sheriff's Department told local news outlets that deputies responded to a disturbance involving a man who had been, quote, acting erratically with a knife last weekend. The Sheriff's Department went on to say that the man was making threats. At one point, Duarte allegedly ran toward a deputy, yelling, "I'm going to kill you." That's when the deputy fired 2 shots. NBC's Kathy Park following this for us. And Kathy, investigators are being rather tight-lipped on this. What are Duarte's loved ones saying?
Yeah, so Tom, right now the Texas Rangers are taking the lead on the investigation. It is still unclear how the situation escalated and what led up to the shooting, but the Medina County Sheriff's Office have said that their deputies responded to a disturbance call on Saturday saying that a man was acting erratically, was armed with a knife, and then when they arrived, they ordered Duarte to get on the ground. Instead, they said he charged toward a deputy, yelling that he was going to kill them. And then that deputy fired her weapon, striking Duarte. He was later pronounced dead at the hospital. He was just 39 years old, Tom, and just had a huge footprint on social media. And of course, tributes are pouring in. His wife has also acknowledged that the false narratives surrounding his death are disheartening and disrespectful. She wrote in a social media post, "I ask that all media and the public refrain from sharing unverified information," Tom.
And just 2 weeks before he died, he'd shared in a post about past struggles with mental health, right? We don't want to speculate here. What do we know about what he said and how that had impacted his life?
Yeah. So, Tom, Duarte was a big personality on social media. He shared his passion for food, but he also shared his vulnerabilities as well. In a recent social media post, he kind of peeled back the layers on his life. He said he grew up in the kitchen around food and said his first job was at his uncle's Mexican restaurant at the age of 14. And then later on in his adult years, he shared that he learned to do just about everything at restaurants. But he did hit a hard time, a dark time during COVID, and he wrote in that post, I hit a breaking point and had a mental health crisis that led me to rehab. He was able to bounce back, got out of rehab, went back to a job that he once held. But as you know, Tom, during that post-pandemic, a lot of the jobs were hard to come by. So he took on a lot of roles at Ruth Chris. But he said, as I rebuilt that restaurant, I started rebuilding myself too. And then we should also note that his wife, in a tribute to his life and legacy, she also wrote, I'm still struggling with the fact that he is no longer with us, but I'm starting to see his purpose was so much bigger. A GoFundMe has been created. It is generating tens of thousands of dollars, and a lot of efforts are now underway to bring his body back to California, where he is from, Tom.
Well, it's heartbreaking. Kathy Park, thank you very much. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you may want to know about on this Friday. Number 1, a double-decker bus crashed into a bus stop in Stockholm today, killing 3 people. 3 others were seriously injured and taken to a local hospital. Police say they're treating the crash as involuntary manslaughter, but say they are still investigating. Number 2, the Oklahoma inmate we told you about yesterday rushed to the hospital overnight after a medical emergency. Remember, Oklahoma's governor spared Tremaine Wood's life moments before he was set to receive a lethal injection, commuting his sentence to life in prison. And now we're learning Wood was found unresponsive in his cell. Just after that, he tells his attorneys he thinks he rolled off his bunk, likely the result of dehydration and stress. Number 3, police in Oakland say John Beam, the athletic director at Laney College, has died after he was shot on campus yesterday. Beam was also a beloved football coach there, featured in the Netflix series Last Chance U. Here's what police are saying.
John was so much more than a coach. He was a father figure to thousands of not only men, but young women. He was special, and it's tragic that we lost him.
Police took a 27-year-old suspect into custody yesterday. It's unclear if he knew Beam. Number 4, the former head of the Spanish Soccer Federation getting pelted with eggs. That's Luis Rubiales at an event for his new book that details his downfall. You may recall after kissing a player at the Women's World Cup 2 years ago. Apparently his own uncle threw the eggs. Remember, Rubiales was found guilty of sexual assault for that kiss, which he says was consensual. Number 5, a chimpanzee on the loose, forcing the Indianapolis Zoo to briefly lock down earlier. You can see that escapee right up there. The zoo says guests were immediately escorted to secure locations, and the chimp was returned back to his exhibit, and thankfully, nobody injured. At this hour, we are hearing from one of the 17 transgender Air Force members suing the government over losing their retirement pay. Our team spoke with them and one of the lead investigators on this case earlier today.
It feels like a betrayal. Was my service meaningless? I know that it wasn't. The brothers and sisters to my left and my right can tell you otherwise as well, that I've been serving honorably.
I mean, this is, to our knowledge, never happened to any group of people before, and they have offered no explanation.
Master Sergeant Logan Ireland and his fellow plaintiffs on the suit all served between 15 years and 18 years, and they were discharged from the Air Force under the Trump administration's transgender ban. They now find themselves with their pensions and benefits revoked after their early retirement. We reached out to the Air Force on this, and the Air Force said it doesn't comment on ongoing litigation. This is just the latest in a series of legal challenges against the Defense Department's crackdown on trans members of the military. Defense Secretary Hegseth has been outspoken about his views for the department in his 9 months on the job.
No more dudes in dresses. We're done with that. An entire generation of generals and admirals were told that they must parrot the insane fallacy that, quote, our diversity is our strength. They had to put out dizzying DEI and LGBTQI plus statements. They were told females and males are the same thing, or that males who think they're females is totally normal.
NBC's Courtney Cubie covers the Pentagon. She's reporting on this for us. And Courtney, according to this lawsuit here, service members affected by this policy could now face up to $2 million owed for their service. Right. So what are these former Air Force members asking for from the government here?
So if you serve 20 years in the military on active duty, you get retirement for life. So you get a part of your retirement pay, the pay that you retired at, a percentage of that, depending on how long you serve and your rank and everything. But then you also, critically here, you get health care for life as well, TRICARE. That, when you consider the fact that these individuals are not going to get that because they're not getting retirement, that could be anywhere between $1 and $2 million per person, depending on their situation. Now, what happened here? Back in January, President Trump signed an executive order. He said, essentially saying that transgender individuals can no longer serve in the military. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth put out some additional guidance. Then each of the services went through and issued their own ways of implementing it. The Air Force said that if you were in for 18 years or more and you were being pushed out under this transgender change of policy, that you could have retirement. So you could essentially, they'll say, look, we'll give you your retirement as if you served for 20 full years. If you were between 15 and 18 years, you were allowed to apply for a waiver, essentially, that could grant you that. Now, these individuals were told, okay, yeah, you've gotten your waiver. You're going to be able to retire later this year, and it'll be a retirement, not a separation. Then the Air Force came back to them and said that was a mistake. We didn't have authority to tell you that. None of the waivers were granted. So that's the nexus of this lawsuit. But the real question here is, by pushing these people out and then also saying, look, what you have served for in some cases for 17 plus years. Right. What does that say to them about their service? And as you heard in their intro there, one of those service members who's being pushed out because he is transgender, he spoke to us today and told us exactly what that feels like right now. Here's what he had to say about it.
I'm just another service member serving his country. And for me, I want my leadership to see that, to see my service as honorable, to look at my military record. I've deployed all over this world. I've given the sacrifices that my country has asked of me. And I do wish that my leaders would see that as well. I am no different than you guys. I wear the same uniform. I put my boots on 1 foot at a time.
So you can see a lot of this is also just about recognition of their service and respect for that service.
And to lose potentially that much money, it could be devastating to their own finances.
Yeah.
Courtney, thank you very much. Courtney Cubie on that story for us. When we come back, the big manhunt happening right now down in Florida. How police say one suspect disappeared into a swamp. Plus, what if we told you your new favorite song isn't really sung by a person? We'll explain.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Okay, so you know some of those chart-topping songs we've all been hearing all over the place, they may not be what or who you think. Take a listen to this.
Been beat down, but I don't stay low. Got mud on my jeans, still ready to go.
So that song you just heard, that was written and sung by AI, not humans. And yet it's become one of the most viral songs on Spotify and the most downloaded country song, according to Billboard. Now, we've reached out to this artist, Raking Rust, for comment, or whoever's behind this artist, but we haven't heard back. And there's this. With this new other song trending on TikTok, it raises concerns and questions about who actually is behind this. Okay, for weeks people have been using this song, but now some people are trying to figure out whether that song is also AI. We've reached out to the artist behind that song to ask, but so far have not heard back. After the artist everyone thought was featured on it, Georgia Smith said that song wasn't hers. So music, the latest industry now to be touched by AI. We've seen it used in ads like this one from Coca-Cola that recently got pushback. And now we're seeing AI influencers, actors, art, and more. NBC's Marquise Francis joining us now. Oh boy, Marquise, I think they're coming for you and me, buddy. It seems like AI is everywhere at this point. With music specifically, it's going to be very hard to tell what's human and what's not.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, that's exactly the point. Right now, it seems as though it's the wild, wild west in music, with people not being able to delineate whether it's AI or human-composed music, and they're really leaving it up to the artists who are, by and large, not doing so. And we talk about the impact. I want to pull up a full screen because Deezer, this music streaming platform, actually put out a study this week in which they surveyed 9,000 people across 8 countries, including the U.S., Britain, and France. And as you're seeing on the screen, 97% of listeners said they cannot distinguish between AI-composed music and human-composed music. And one second stat from that same study I want to bring up is the fact that they also said that 50,000 songs that are put on that platform every day are composed by AI, which represents 1 in 3 songs. And so, Tom, you and I, our jobs may be at risk, but also it seems as though AI in music is not slowing down anytime soon.
30% of songs
30%.
out there already are AI. All right, well, there's been a lot of pushback. People are worried it's not regulated enough. I'm not sure that it can be regulated. And it could take real artist jobs, right? So while that's a real concern, you also have the other side of this where the people are using AI say it's creating new opportunity. Now, you spoke to one of those artists, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're seeing kind of the two sides of the coin there. As you noted at the top, 3 of the top streamed songs from this week are AI generated. And I spoke to one of those artists who goes by the name of J.W. Broken, who's a Dutch artist. And he had a song which translates to "We Say No, No, No to an Asylum Center," which is an anti-migrant song that blew up the charts. And as you're seeing on this full screen, I asked him, why do you think your song has had so much success? And he said, quote, "AI-generated music can resonate deeply with audiences when it addresses issues they care about. And AI democratizes music creation. This opens doors for new voices and perspectives that might otherwise never reach an audience." And he added that he actually has made no money from the 2.5 million streams that this song has kind of created and galvanized over the last few months. But on the flip side, there are other people who are making a lot of money, Tom. So there's really about who you're asking, what point in their life are they, but it really is just a different side of the coin, Tom.
Yep, like I said, you and I, we may be, I don't know how long we'll be around, Marquise.
We might need to make some music together, Tom. How do you feel about that?
Maybe, or get somebody to make it for us. Marquise, thank you very much. NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day. You know, it's almost impossible to read, to watch, to listen to everything. So our bureau teams have selected some highlights. This is what they tell us is going down in the regions, and we call it the local. From our Western Bureau, health authorities in Washington State say they have identified the nation's first bird flu case in 9 months. The patient, an older adult living with underlying conditions, is undergoing treatment, still needs further testing. The source of the infection still under investigation, but the CDC says the risk to the public is low. From our Southern Bureau, police in Florida searching for a man with a gun after he abandoned a stolen car and then he ran into a swamp. So you can see some of the body cam footage here. The sheriff's department said he pointed a gun at deputies, even threatened to kill himself before he ran away. They're asking for anybody who sees him or see somebody running through the swamp to call 911. From our Midwest Bureau, it's a big day for the Brookfield Zoo, Chicago. Take a look. These Amur leopard cubs are making their public debut. They are the world's rarest big cats, with less than 100 of them in the wild. And the zoo is calling it a significant milestone in helping save one of the world's most endangered big cats from extinction. With the government shutdown over and Thanksgiving travel just about a week away, at least the start of it, some airline passengers are going to be in for a whole new airport experience at mid-sized airports nationwide, because a lot of mid-sized airports are spending a lot of money on upgrades and complete overhauls. So I got an inside look at one of them, Pittsburgh International, as it's about to open a brand new terminal next week, a new addition, all set for passengers, just down the street from Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. It's a massive transformation for a city in renaissance, and one of many airports undergoing more than just a facelift. This is a big makeover.
It's huge. It's a really big makeover.
Pittsburgh International fell on hard times when U.S. Airways closed its hub here 20 years ago. Passenger volume dropped 60%.
Almost feels a little nostalgic at times, you know. I remember coming here as a kid and it hasn't changed a bit.
With low ceilings and TSA lines that extend all the way to the parking garage, the old terminal feels very 1980s. Fast forward to 2025. Here's the new terminal, 30% bigger, much higher ceilings, natural lighting, more public parking, and a new public face for Pittsburgh. A $2 billion investment meant to reflect Pittsburgh's transformation from steel to medicine and high tech. 12 new TSA checkpoints with the latest technology, curb-to-gate passenger travel time cut in half, and a new 3-mile baggage system down from the old 8-mile journey. What's the message to the world now when they come into this airport?
The message is this is Pittsburgh, and everything that's in this community you can get a sense of here.
It's happening nationwide as mid-sized airports upgrade, renovate, and reinvent in Columbus, Louisville, Raleigh, Kansas City, and Portland. In San Diego, they're replacing Terminal 1. It was designed 60 years ago for 2.5 million passengers per year. Last year, 10 million passengers came through.
It was dark, it was cramped. In our new terminal, the 19 gates with more concessions, more room, more check lines so that people can get through the checkpoints faster, we offer a much more pleasant experience.
So a lot of last-minute tweaks.
Yeah, it's all about refinement now. So
International consultant Daniel Bryan overseeing the final checklist at Pittsburgh.
what we're really trying to do is really understand how can we amplify or finesse our passenger experience at that point? So yeah, we stress test, we push things, and we learn what our systems can and can't do.
Yeah, does he sound like he's from Pittsburgh to you? The Airports Council, which represents airports, says every $1 million spent on airport projects creates about 3.4 jobs, which is why so many cities are doing exactly that. Back at Pitt, by the way, passenger volume dropped from 20 million a year to just under 8 million when U.S. Airways stopped connecting passengers and pulled out. Pitt has since bounced back. 10 million passengers a year now. It's now a point-to-point airport, though. No hub anymore, and really no longer a transfer airport. It's really redesigned and reinvented itself. When we come back, our teams look inside at the most viewed drama on Israeli TV in the last 10 years, how it could shake up what's ahead for Paramount.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Do you think President Putin will ever be serious about peace? Polls are showing frustration with both parties over this shutdown. Who's going to blink first here? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Okay, we're back with our original in-depth reporting on a topic that has caught our eye and we're watching. And right now, it's all about the look at one of the first shows on Paramount Plus, greenlit by the new media mogul David Ellison, son of billionaire Larry Ellison. It's called Red Alert, inspired by the real people who experienced the October 7th attacks in Israel. And it's already breaking records overseas. So is it a hint of what's to come at Paramount? NBC's Chloe Ballas sat down with the show's star and producer, and there's more.
Intense, emotional, and grounded in the true stories of October 7th. Red Alert, a scripted series on Paramount Plus, takes viewers inside the lives of families whose worlds were shattered that morning of 2023.
And I felt like I needed to do something.
That's Lawrence Bender, a 3-time Academy Award-nominated producer whose films have been at the zeitgeist of Hollywood since the 90s. From Pulp Fiction.
You really thinking about quitting? Most definitely.
To Good Will Hunting.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm pumped.
Inglourious Bastards.
Sound good? Yes, sir!
And An Inconvenient Truth.
We have to act together to solve this global crisis.
Now Red Alert, his first project taking place in an active war zone. Some scenes filmed in Israel, less than a mile from Gaza.
You can hear the bombs, the cannons going off, just right there.
The 4-episode miniseries tells the stories of 5 families, and the creators consulted closely with each of them. One of the stars is actress Rotem Sella, who portrays Batsheva, whose life was upended when her husband was killed and her son was kidnapped by Hamas.
It was the first time I portrayed a real woman, and Batsheva was amazing, and she opened her home and heart to me.
The show clearly striking a chord with viewers. Just weeks after its release, Keshet, Israel's largest TV network, saying the show is the most viewed drama on Israeli television in the last decade.
This, for me as an Israeli Jew, might be the most important story that I want to share with the world. This might be the essence of why I became an actress.
But will what's popular in Israel find a large American audience? There was a moment when Bender thought that the show might not find a distributor, but a chance encounter between Bender and the newly named chairman and CEO of Paramount Skydance, David Ellison, changed everything.
I said, David, you got to know what I'm doing. And I got 3 words out of my mouth, and his eyes opened and said, I got to see this. The timing is really important.
David Ellison is the son of Oracle's Larry Ellison, one of the world's richest men, a supporter of Israel, and an ally of President Donald Trump.
And so Ellison is trying to bring that tech mentality and a new mentality to an old stage studio that, let's be honest, had fallen on some pretty hard times.
The project greenlit just as David took the reins when Skydance and Paramount completed their multi-billion-dollar merger in August.
Do you think that signals that now that Ellison is in charge, that he's really looking for content like this?
I just know that this David Ellison is like a god. He's a cinema lover. He's a filmmaker. I feel very good about him being in Hollywood at this time.
Ellison shaking up not only Hollywood, but the broader media world. In his push to get his takeover of Paramount approved by regulators, he told administration officials he was pursuing a focus on, quote, American storytelling, and committed to embracing diverse viewpoints at CBS News.
I think people should look at Ellison for not so much what he says, but what he does.
Then installed Barry Weiss, a critic of legacy media and a staunch supporter of Israel, as editor-in-chief of the almost century-old broadcaster. Now, as a fragile ceasefire holds between Israel and Hamas, the scars of war are fresh. Tens of thousands of Palestinians died. Rebuilding Gaza may take decades, and the Israel-Palestine conflict is far from over. Red Alert is coming to a politically polarized U.S. audience, but Sella and Bender believe the human stories they're telling can help bring people together.
It's not about politics, it's about real human beings.
You know, if we're going to move towards peace, people need to understand where we're coming from.
Chloe Ballas, NBC News.
Still to come from us, how the art world is set to top $1 billion this fall, even with a lot of Americans feeling not so great about the economy.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Well, guess what? New York's fall art auction season is here, and the stakes, as you would expect, are high. Masterpieces from some of the world's most celebrated artists are up for grabs. Total sales expected to top $1 billion. There's one in particular drawing the attention of uber wealthy collectors. It says a lot about how art builds value and how out of reach it can be for everyday Americans. Valerie Castro saw it with her own eyes and has more in our breakdown.
It's an art world auction luring in big spenders, a collection expected to sell for an eye-popping $400 million.
Someone's willing to pay for it, then it can be worth that much.
At the centerpiece of the Sotheby's sale, an iconic portrait of 20-year-old Elizabeth Lederer by Austrian painter Gustav Klimt could go for $150 million.
It is so rare to find Klimts on the market. He had a very short life, and it is even rarer to find works of this quality.
The artist's work inspiring fashion and major films.
My aunt, Adela, painted by Gustav Klimt.
3 of his works, part of a trove of masterpieces at auction belonging to the late Leonard Lauder, a son of the cosmetics magnate Estee Lauder.
These were things he just held on to till he died, and they gave him great joy. And they were also milestones in his own collecting odyssey.
Lauder's life consumed by acquiring art, from postcards to posters to priceless paintings, while gifting entire collections to the museums he loved, like the $1 billion Cubist collection given to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York.
So he was passionate about saving them, acquiring them, and giving them away.
But this one not being given away. Its massive estimated value attributed to its rarity, surviving World War II when it was confiscated by the Nazis. The rest of his collection filled with other notable names like Picasso, Van Gogh, and Matisse.
There are things in every price point. You can buy something from the Lauder collection for $30,000. I mean, to own a piece of Leonard Lauder's art at that value level, who wouldn't want to?
The real question might not be who would want to, but who can. Not everyone taking a peek is ready to put in a bid.
It's great that people have that much money and are able to support the arts in that way, but of course we would love to see this be in museums.
As many Americans struggle with stubbornly high prices, with the funding of food assistance a major battle during the record-long government shutdown, New York's fall auctions across art houses set to fetch more than $1.5 billion this year, according to the art analytics company Art DAI. Perhaps no single work more emblematic of the dichotomy in the U.S. economy than this, the world's most valuable toilet, made of 18-karat gold, expected to go for more than $10 million. The Italian artist also behind last year's $6.2 million banana that sold to a crypto investor, calling this one America.
We believe the participants at auction this season will be coming from a global audience where there is indeed strong wealth creation.
As these works sell for more money than many dream to have in a lifetime, there's one lesson we could all take away from Lauder, that art is about more than its value in dollars.
It was much more than the money of things. It was the beauty, that they be preserved, that they educate people, that they be a source of delight.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
I can make that banana thing at home, you know? Yeah. That's a wrap for us this hour. You can see Hallie on Sunday on NBC Nightly News on the network, back here on Monday on News Now, and the coverage resumes right now. Here we go, top of the hour on a Friday. We come on the air with a lot of news coming out of the White House at this hour. The president telling the Justice Department, in fact, to launch a new investigation. The President Trump also rolling back tariffs on hot products like coffee and beef. So will you see prices go down at your grocery store? And then, as I mentioned, the president telling the Justice Department to launch a new investigation into